Chapter 1, Start with a big gun. Brain storage. Previously, greenskins are a type of fungus unique to the Warhammer world. Yaaiik. Amidst the strange cries of a group of greenskins, an old fist landed heavily on an orc boy's chin, sending him flying several meters away. Before the orc boys could even hit the ground, several grot-wearing loincloths quickly rushed forward, picked up the teeth that had fallen to the ground, and stuffed them into their pants. However, what awaited these Gretchen was the orc big mech size 49 foot. At this moment, our protagonist, Lu Meng, sat blankly on a large mushroom. How did I end up here just by closing and opening my eyes? Lu Meng, true to his name, was a small-time hoodlum in his previous life. Because he was mischievous as a child, his father sent him to a martial arts school where he trained for over 10 years. After graduating from the martial arts school, he was donated to the country by his father. He served 3 years in the military, but after his discharge, Lu Meng remained true to his original self, becoming a street bum despised by both humans and dogs. Because he was exceptionally good at fighting, he was also appreciated by a nightclub owner and got a well-paying job. Lu Meng's last memory was of his boss taking him to discuss a big business deal. But when Lu Meng discovered that the so-called big business was helping people sell drugs, Lu Meng decisively chose to call the police. The last image in his memory was his boss tearfully pulling out a pistol and emptying the clip into him. Damn it! You old bastard, you don't play by the rules. Thinking of this, Lu Meng cursed loudly. But suddenly, something at his feet caught Lu Meng's attention. It was a glowing white orb. Lu Meng tried to kick it. The orb instantly disappeared, and at the same time, a prompt appeared in Lu Meng's mind. Obtained, Dadaka *1. Obtained, Teeth *5. Dadaka. Immediately, with the thought, an exaggeratedly shaped large gun appeared in Lu Meng's hand. At the same time, Lu Meng also noticed that the Gretchen, which had been kicked to his feet by the orc big mech, now had its health bar completely depleted. What the? Did it drop equipment after dying? As a Cloud Warhammer fan, upon seeing the greenskins fighting all around him, Lu Meng knew what kind of world he had transmigrated into. At the same time, Lu Meng also discovered his abnormality. That was, he had the ability to see the health bars of all things. Just as Lu Meng was about to continue studying the crude big gun in his hand, an orc boys, in a daze, walked behind Lu Meng. Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand and elbowed Lu Meng. Lu Meng, elbowed in the back, immediately fell forward, face planting. Holy crap, you must be Kobe, giving me an elbow right off the bat. However, when Lu Meng grumbled as he got up from the ground and saw the greenskin boy who had attacked him from behind, he was stunned. Because this greenskin boy was completely black at this moment. Seeing Lu Meng get up from the ground again, he foolishly scratched his butt, then put his hand to his nose to sniff it, and finally, wrinkling his nose, he shook his hand. Immediately after, Lu Meng saw this greenskin boy raise his hand and point to the Dadaka in Lu Meng's hand, then point to himself, give it to me, I want it. After saying that, the guy didn't wait for Lu Meng to respond and prepared to rush forward and snatch it. This scene directly made Lu Meng laugh in anger, so Lu Meng, without hesitation, quickly stepped forward and gave this black orc a solid, powerful iron mountain lean, directly sending this black orc flying several meters away. However, after hitting him, Lu Meng realized that his entire shoulder was black. Good heavens, why is this guy shedding color? He dipped a finger into the black viscous liquid on his shoulder and sniffed it. It's oil. In an instant, Lu Meng's brain raced, and he quickly thought of a small creature, an indispensable part of greenskin society, squig. Squigs come in various forms, such as hair squigs that can be used as hair, and boing grot boundarts that can be kept as pets. There are also giant beast squigs like ancient dinosaurs, and industrial-friendly oil squigs and weld squigs. It can be said that if you can think of it, a squig can do it. Apparently, the greenskin boy who had just elbowed him must have been splattered in the face by an oil squig. But just as Lu Meng looked at the greenskin boy he had knocked away, the guy unhurriedly got up from the ground. It must be said that the physical quality of the greenskins is truly formidable. He glanced at the guy's health bar, which was already 1/3 empty. Just as Lu Meng thought the guy would pounce again. This orc boys, whose face was covered in black oil, walked up to Lu Meng as if nothing had happened. I can't beat you, I'll make you my boss. Perhaps due to being reborn as a greenskin, Lu Meng could communicate with the greenskins without any barriers. Looking at the obedient orc boy standing in front of him, Lu Meng tentatively asked, do you have a name? Hey? Name? What's that, is it delicious? Lu Meng looked helplessly at this orc boys covered in black oil, and suddenly made a decision. Since you elbowed me the moment we met, why don't you call yourself Kobe from now on? You're the boss, I'll listen to you. Then I'll be called Kobe from now on. The orc boys was very obedient, then scratched his head, then what's your name, boss? You can just call me Lu Meng. The orc boys nodded thoughtfully, okay, boss Lu Meng. At this moment, a new prompt appeared in Lu Meng's mind, in front of him. Subdued minion *1. At the same time, a panel appeared before Lu Meng's eyes. Orc boys, Kobe. Level, 0, 100/0. Age, 1 day and 45 minutes. Strength, 10. Speed, 8. Constitution, 10. Allocable points, 0. Yaaiik energy, 0. Skills, none. Equipment, none. At the same time, Lu Mang swiped his hand, and his own system panel appeared before his eyes. Orc Boys, Lu Mang. Level, 0, 100/0. Age, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Strength, 10. Speed, 9. Constitution, 11. Allocable points, 0. Yaaic energy, 0. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji boxing, military boxing, shooting, driving, cooking. Equipment, Dadaka. Looking at the attribute panel, which was similar to Kobe's, Lu Mang was thoughtful. Chapter 2 Amazing Explosion Rate. Hey, how do I get experience points? By killing monsters. While Lu Mang was studying the system panel, the surrounding noise gradually subsided. The first greenskin orc Bigun was standing amidst a group of sprawling greenskin boy, holding an unconscious greenskin boy in one hand and repeatedly punching him. Suddenly, the orc Big Mech noticed Lu Mang and Kobe standing idly by. The greenskin orc Bigun, already hyped up from fighting, didn't care who they were. He only felt incredibly strong at the moment. Today, not a single little ones here can stand up. I said it. So, the greenskin big guy threw the unconscious greenskin boy in his hand, roared Waik, and charged towards Lu Mang. Lu Mang, still looking at his stats, only heard a Waik, and saw a 2-meter-tall big guy charging at him. In a panic, Lu Mang quickly raised his Dadaka and fired, bang bang bang, a dozen shots in a row. As black smoke billowed from the barrel of his Dadaka, the orc Big Mech's health bar was completely emptied, and its body, with more than half of its head blown off, slowly fell. Killed, Greenskin Orc Bigun *1. Obtained, Experience *50. Obtained, Teeth *200. Obtained, Gao Ge King Kong *1. Seeing the last reward, Lu Mang was directly shocked. Hey, holy cow, this drop rate is a bit high. At the same time, Lu Mang also noticed that, in addition, on the battlefield after the Greenskins' chaotic brawl, there were 10 white orbs and 1 blue orb scattered on the ground. Lu Mang went forward and touched them one by one, immediately receiving a series of prompts. Obtained, Dadaka *1. Obtained, Big Choppa *1. Obtained, Teeth *5. Obtained, Power Claw *1. Lu Mang pondered for a moment. It seems these white orbs should be drops from Dead Gretchen, and the blue orbs are drops from Greenskin Boy. With a thought, the Power Claw, which had just been stored in the system warehouse, was taken out. As soon as the huge and crude Power Claw appeared, it captivated Kobe, who was standing nearby. Its ferocious appearance, full of greenskin aesthetics, its pitch-black coating, and at the very front, the hydraulic claw blades as sharp as a knife. This is just too yaaic, if I could use it to elbow people, I'd be unstoppable. As Kobe nearly drooled, Lu Mang put the massive Power Claw on his right arm. Accompanied by a rumbling activation noise, the enormous Power Claw, under Lu Mang's control, clenched and released. Hey, hey hey, hey hee hee, hey ha 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 ha. For a moment, Lu Mang seemed to have found a new toy, playing with great delight, starting to control the Power Claw, clamping here and grabbing there. But whether it was rocks or giant mushroom trees, they were easily crushed under the Power Claw. Kobe, following alongside, watched his boss play and was almost crying with envy. But fortunately, Lu Mang quickly recovered from this excitement. Looking at Kobe, who was completely black and followed him with eager eyes, Lu Mang had a thought, and a big choppa and a Dadaka appeared in his hand. Here, boss's treat, take them and play. Kobe scratched his head, looking at the weapons that had reappeared in his boss's hand, and a question arose, where did these things come from, boss? He thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, but Kobe still grinned widely and took the weapons from Lu Mang's hand. To this, Lu Mang didn't forget to pat Kobe's shoulder with a sense of ceremony. Very good, very nice, you're a good greenskin boy. Remember, if anyone talks bad about the boss behind his back, you elbow them hard, understand? Kobe, holding the weapons, nodded without hesitation. But Lu Mang always felt that after getting the weapons, this guy's gaze towards him was a bit strange. Lu Mang clearly underestimated the weight of his words just now in the heart of the young greenskin boy. The Slaaneshi daemonette in human eyes, with horns, alluring curves, and a small tail, would say upon meeting, handsome, come play, indulge, enjoy pleasure. But the greenskin's daemonette, with a tall stature and fierce appearance, capable of wielding a big blade and firing black guns, while giving a particularly yaaic weapon to a greenskin boy, would also pat the greenskin boy's shoulder and praise, you are a good greenskin boy. Hearing his boss's encouragement, Kobe, the entire greenskin, felt himself yaaic up. He wished he could go find someone to fight right now, or at least cook 2 dishes for his boss. So, the 2 greenskins, one walking in front and one following behind, and the greenskin boy following behind, was as if he had ADHD, looking here and there, occasionally running to the side to chop at a mushroom tree a few times. It wasn't until he had toured the entire mushroom farm that Lu Mang confirmed that this was a very small greenskin tribe. It couldn't even be called a tribe, at most, it was a greenskin warband. The most powerful orc in the farm should have been the greenskin orc Bigun he had shot to death earlier. But when Lu Mang returned with Kobe to the open space in the mushroom farm, he saw that all the greenskin boy who had been lying on the ground had now gotten up. And they had started another greenskin free-for-all, but this time, they were clearly fighting over something. After watching for a while, Lu Mang realized that what they were fighting over was an orc pistol stripped from the orc Big Mech's body. Since a Gao Ge King Kong had dropped from the Big Mech earlier, Lu Meng had directly skipped the corpse looting step. Mainly, this orc big mech was simply too shabby, even the orc pistol the little ones were fighting over now, the orc big mech must have picked up from who knows where. But Lu Meng felt that since he was the one who defeated the orc big mech, this equipment, no matter how old, should belong to him. Lu Meng also intended to establish his authority, so he directly charged forward with his power claw. Then he gave these green-skin boys a head-on blow. After knocking down dozens of green-skin boy one by one, Lu Meng exhaled a breath of satisfaction. Awesome. At this moment, the green-skin boys, once again knocked to the ground, clearly had much clearer eyes, without their previous arrogance, and all their gazes were fixed on Lu Meng, who stood last. Ahem, being stared at by so many greenskins, Lu Meng was somewhat embarrassed, but he still cleared his throat, feigning composure. All of you listen up, from today onwards, I am your boss. Who agrees, who objects? Silence is the kanchanch of tonight. Lu Meng said, receiving no response, and couldn't help but let out a tisk dot. Alright, so everyone's silent, hey? Fine, just don't regret it later. As he spoke, Lu Meng pulled out a large choppa. Come, today, whoever acknowledges me as boss first, this large choppa is theirs. Can you provide some emotional value to your boss, me? The greenskin boys, who had been listless, perked up when they saw the ferocious large blade suddenly appear in Lu Meng's hand. But just as they were about to get up, a Gretchen appeared out of nowhere, sliding and prostrating himself in front of Lu Meng. Boss, I acknowledge you as boss, I acknowledge you as boss. The grot babbled on for a long time, unable to think of other words to continue flattering Lu Meng. However, the greenskin boys lying on the ground saw the scene, and their faces turned even greener. Once I get up, I'm going to pinch this Gretchen who's trying to steal my large choppa to death and eat him. This was the inner thought of all the greenskin boys lying on the ground. However, Lu Meng was amused by the grot who suddenly appeared in front of him. You want to be my little one? Yes, I want to be the boss's little one. Then what can you do? Your boss, me, doesn't take useless little ones. Hearing Lu Meng's question, the grot was visibly stunned, then stammered, Boss, I can raise squigs. However, upon hearing the grot's answer, Lu Meng was also stunned, and couldn't help but think, brother, you're just a Gretchen, but you actually have some real skills. So Lu Meng tentatively asked, where's the squig you raise? Bring it over for the boss to see. Initially, Lu Meng didn't expect this grot to have any talent, after all, Gretchen are inherently untrustworthy. But when the grot pulled out a squig from somewhere, a completely white one, even fatter than a Gretchen, Lu Meng fell silent. Oh, I really didn't expect it. In this small mushroom farm, there's actually a professional pig farmer. Lu Meng sighed as he asked, hey, what's the use of your squig? As mentioned earlier, squigs are an indispensable part of the greenskin ecosystem, so there are basically no useless squigs. It lays eggs, boss, it lays eggs. Even though Lu Meng was fully prepared, he didn't expect this squig to lay eggs. Looking at this squig again, with its entirely white body and honest expression. Good heavens, little Blackie came to another world with me, didn't he? Don't eat my brother's eggs. Lu Meng's mind was instantly filled with saucy thoughts. He first looked at Kobe, who was standing beside him covered in black oil, then looked at the grot holding the white squig in front of him. Oh my, it's not easy for such a small mushroom farm to gather you two, the sleeping dragon and phoenix. By the way, does this type of squig have a name? The grot shook his head. Alright, then from now on, this type of squig will be called Gag, and you'll be called Akun from now on. The grot was overjoyed to hear his boss give him a name. He quickly hugged his squig and ran behind his boss, standing side by side with Kobe, looking utterly smug. But Kobe, standing beside him, was furious at the grot, glaring at him as if saying, what class are you, daring to stand with me? However, the grot clearly misunderstood. Seeing the orc beside him staring, he even bared his teeth and smiled at Kobe. At this moment, Lu Meng couldn't bother with the two greenskins' small actions. Because during Lu Meng's conversation with the grot, Lu Meng's mind had received a series of notifications. Subdued little 1*1. Subdued little 1*1. Dozens of consecutive notifications instantly bewildered Lu Meng. He looked at the greenskin boys, one by one, lying on the ground, wanting to get up but only able to whimper. Oh, I really couldn't tell, hey. None of them spoke, but their bodies are quite honest, aren't they? At the same time, Lu Meng didn't forget to give rewards to his newly subdued little one, but he looked at the grot, who was less than a meter tall, and then at the large choppa, which was over a meter long, in his hand. Lu Meng was genuinely worried that throwing this thing to the grot would directly smash him to death. After thinking for a moment, Lu Meng picked up the orc pistol that the greenskin boys had been fighting over earlier from the ground nearby. Here, this is for you. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just point this at them and shout, don't eat the eggs my Gag lays from now on. Come and learn with me, from now on, don't eat the eggs my Gag lays. The confused grot took the orc pistol Lu Meng handed him, then pointed forward, don't eat the eggs my Gag lays from now on. No, learn from me, louder, from now on, don't eat the eggs my Gag lays. Did you learn it? The grot nodded, half understanding, and learned it again. Alright, that's it. Remember to practice singing, dancing, rap, and basketball when you have nothing to do. The grot nodded obediently. Although he didn't understand what his boss was saying, he felt it sounded very impressive. Several days later. Not knowing where he was, nor the current time, Lu Meng sat bored on a large rock, basking in the sun. Greenskins, as creatures that can survive just by basking in the sun, are truly blessed. During this time, dozens more greenskin boys grew in the mushroom farm, bringing the number of greenskin boys in the farm to over 100. And Lu Meng also gave their clan a resounding name. Compared to things like Makabaka, Teletubbies, and Bikini Bottom Warband, it was much more awesome. Their clan name was Duchin Clan. Hey, 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 what are you all doing? Stand still for me. Whoever stands to the end today, this Dadaka is theirs. Lu Meng lazily lay on the large rock, looking at the nearly 100 greenskin boys standing in a square formation in front of him. Initially, the greenskin boys refused this kind of training, but after discovering their lack of cooperation, their boss gave them their favorite old punches. And consecutively, he took out more than a dozen weapons as rewards. After lying for a while and feeling bored, Lu Meng got up from the rock. He suddenly remembered that these greenskin boys called him boss and some called him head on a daily basis, which seemed messy. So Lu Meng decided to help them unify their address. Come, come, come. Everyone look at me. I have an announcement to make. Lu Meng paused mid-sentence. Why did this line feel so familiar? Ahem, Lu Meng lightly coughed twice, catching the little one's attention. From today onwards, all of you little ones are not to call me boss or chief. From now on, you must all call me your excellency. Come, all little ones, follow me and put your hands together flat. Watching Lu Meng put his hands together flat on the stone, the crowd obediently put their hands flat in front of their chests. That's right, just like that. Then, at a 45-degree angle forward, shout, Hail, Your Excellency. The nearly 100 little ones below all obediently followed suit, raising their left hands 45 degrees to the sky and shouting towards Lu Meng, Hail, Your Excellency. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, good. Very spirited. All little ones, dismissed. As soon as Lu Meng finished speaking, the nearly 100 greenskin boys scattered like elementary school students after a drill, a chaotic swarm. But at this moment, the rumble of rotating engines was heard from afar. On the previously desolate plain, over a dozen plumes of black smoke suddenly rose. Greenskin rattle trucks, pieced together from scrap metal, carrying full loads of greenskin boys, sped towards the mushroom farm. From time to time, the excited shouts of the greenskin boys could be heard from within the roaring engines. Waik. Lu Meng, inside the mushroom farm, saw this scene but showed no panic, overbearing, seeking death. What the hell is that, daring to be more arrogant than me? Little ones, follow me and bring out the big guy. Hearing their boss's command, the greenskin boys, who were already eager for action, visibly became excited. And at the same time, they all ran towards one direction. Some Gretchen were even so afraid of falling behind that they directly latched onto the legs of the greenskin boys, becoming a sort of pendant. Soon, a group of greenskin boys stopped in front of a massive machine over 10 meters tall. Without any command, the Grot skillfully climbed into the Gao Ji King Kong's belly boiler room. Then, a Gretchen pulled out a black stone from his loincloth and vigorously smashed it against the boiler. Soon, a Mars spark splattered onto a Grot's loincloth. The Grot quickly untied his loincloth, brought it to his mouth, and blew on it. However, at the cost of one loincloth, the boiler was successfully ignited. At the same time, the other greenskin boys also climbed onto the Gao Ji King Kong. Some little ones even fought over control of the Gao Ji King Kong's rocket launcher and chainsaw greatsword. Lu Meng, enraged, went up and gave each of these little ones a big slap. Then, Lu Meng personally took hold of the rocket launcher's joystick. Rumble. Black smoke billowed into the sky as the Gao Ji King Kong's massive body, pieced together from various scrap metal, began to move slowly. At the same time, Lu Meng, in the control room, had already moved the joystick, aimed at the greenskin rattle truck furthest in the distance, and then directly pressed the button in front of him. Lu Meng didn't know why, but after entering the control room, he naturally learned how to operate it. With a boom, the greenskin rattle truck in the distance instantly lost its health bar, and the entire rattle truck was engulfed in flames. Killed, 1 truck of greenskin boys. Gained experience *200. Lu Meng felt a golden light rise above his head. His original LV0 above his head changed to LV1. While the greenskin boys were reloading ammunition, Lu Meng quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Greenskin boy, Lu Meng. Level, LV1, 200/100. Age, 8 days and 5 hours. Strength, 11. Speed, 10. Constitution, 12. Allocable points, 5. Yaaic energy, 0. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji boxing, military boxing, shooting, driving, cooking. Equipment, Dadaka, power claw, in vehicle. From LV0 to LV1, in addition to 1 point added to each attribute, he also gained 5 free attribute points. Lu Meng didn't even think and put all the points into Constitution. When playing LOL, I even build tank Yasuo. No other reason, just hard to kill. The most direct manifestation of this operation was that Lu Meng's health bar increased from 120 points to 170 points. Just at this moment, several greenskin boys beside him had already loaded a new rocket into the cannon. On the dozen greenskin rattle trucks opposite, they were now being beaten to a pulp. The excited greenskin boys on the Gao-Ji King Kong operated various strange large guns, constantly sweeping the greenskin rattle trucks in front. However, the hit rate was extremely touching, completely random. Some greenskin boys, getting carried away, had even pointed their gun barrels towards the sky. The remaining few rattle trucks turned and ran, as if they had made some kind of decision. But this only made the greenskin boys on the Gao-Ji King Kong even more excited. Even the grots responsible for stoking the fire in the boiler room sped up their rate of feeding materials into the boiler. But in the end, the Gao-Ji King Kong failed to catch the few greenskin rattle trucks that escaped. Returning to the battlefield, Lu Meng stood proudly on Gao-Ji King Kong's shoulder, watching the little ones below picking up various scrap metals from the ground. From time to time, two little ones would even fight over a seemingly intact weapon. But at this moment, Lu Meng had no time to deal with them, because Lu Meng had dropped good things from these greenskin boys who came to cause trouble. A total of 107 blue light orbs and 2 purple light orbs. The blue light orbs yielded 41 chainsaw greatswords, 56 long-barreled big guns, and 10 power claws. The 2 purple orbs yielded 2 greenskin assault tanks. At the same time, Lu Meng also noticed that after the battle ended, his little ones had all gained a few experience points, more or less. Upon returning to the mushroom farm, Lu Meng simply waved his hand, and the long-barreled big guns and chainsaw greatswords from the system warehouse appeared out of thin air on the open ground. Come, everyone come over, line up, and come get your equipment. Having weapons meant using them boldly, hiding them was not Lu Meng's character. Similarly, after a few days of training, the greenskin boys at least knew how to line up. As each greenskin boy lined up and stepped forward to choose a weapon, Lu Meng would always stand by, pat the greenskin boy's shoulder, and very smugly say, "Good boy, keep up the good work, I have high hopes for you." Instantly, the greenskin boys whose shoulders had been patted by Lu Meng straightened their backs a bit. Each of them was like Kobe back then, feeling full of strength, wishing they could immediately put on a plow and cultivate a couple of acres of land. Since the little ones were equipped with new weapons, they had been idle for several weeks straight. During this period, hundreds of greenskin boys grew in the mushroom farm. So boring. Lu Meng dangled a mushroom, looking at the hot sun in the sky. Damn it. Gather. Lu Meng scrambled up from his personal stone. When his subordinates, who were fighting each other, gathered around, Lu Meng pointed at the Gao-Ji King Kong park not far away. Ahem, little ones, what AOK. Hearing their boss's decision, the little ones also became excited. They had long grown tired of these boring days. What kind of greenskin does not go out to fight? But even so, no greenskin boy dared to challenge his boss's authority. Because whenever a greenskin boy expressed dissatisfaction, a greenskin boy, painted with black oil and wearing a power claw, would appear like a ghost. Then he would deliver a fierce elbow strike to the complaining boy's back. The Gao-Ji King Kong was activated again, with 2 greenskin rattle trucks acting as left and right guardians. The little ones were all afraid of being left behind, so they squeezed onto the 3 vehicles with all their might. Eventually, the 3 vehicles were packed to the brim, resembling an Indian train. But even so, a large number of greenskin boys still couldn't squeeze onto the vehicles and could only follow behind the Gao-Ji King Kong, listening to the taunts from the little ones above and quickening their pace to keep up. Akun, holding his pet pigeon, stood beside his boss, watching the grot chasing closely behind, and couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Alas, poor Gretchen, I don't know when a sad class divide emerged between us. But Lu Meng didn't go too far. Upon discovering that some grot couldn't keep up, Lu Meng ordered the grot responsible for stoking the furnace to burn slower and wait for the little ones behind. What a joke. Grot lives matter, too. Seriously, don't you have any conscience? And each of them is worth a chainsaw greatsword or a Dadaka plus 5 teeth, alright. Whispering, and if you personally crush them, you'll gain 5 experience points. With neither a goal nor a direction, the greenskin boys drove the Gao-Ji King Kong for half a day. Just as Lu Meng was bored and starting to teach Akun to dance the Kun dance, Kobe, who had been by Lu Meng's side, suddenly elbowed Lu Meng. He almost elbowed Lu Meng off the big head of the Gao-Ji King Kong. When Lu Meng regained his balance, he saw the damned black guy beside him looking at a loss. Boss, listen to me, I'm used to hitting since I was little, and, boss, quickly look ahead. Damn it, I'm not here to listen to your explanations. Lu Meng raised his hand and gave Kobe a punch to the face. Along with 2 flying teeth, Kobe fell from the 10-meter-high Gao-Ji King Kong. But do not underestimate the greenskin's physical quality. Kobe, who dropped to the ground with a thud, rubbed his head and got back up, continuing to follow behind the Gao-Ji King Kong. Lu Meng raised his hand and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Then he looked in the direction Kobe had pointed earlier. He saw a huge mushroom forest, approaching from a distance. What surprised Lu Meng even more was that in this mushroom forest, there was a huge garbage mountain. More precisely, it shouldn't be called a garbage mountain, but the wreckage of a warship dismantled into pieces. In addition, from Lu Meng's perspective, above this mushroom farm, there were 2 white skull symbols, similar to game-level markers, suspended in the sky above the mushroom farm. Waik. Lu Meng held his chainsaw greatsword in one hand, pointing forward, thinking, no matter what it is, let's deal with it first. The Gao-Ji King Kong beneath him began to advance at full speed. The enormous roar of the Gao-Ji King Kong was hard not to attract attention. Soon, a large group of greenskin boys and more than a dozen greenskin rattle trucks poured out of the mushroom farm. Lu Meng, standing on the Gao Ji King Kong, merely scanned roughly, holy shit, there must be over 2,000 little ones here. In contrast, on his side, even counting the Grot who had followed along, there were only about 600. I was too hasty. But at this point, it was too late to retreat, the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters, and the green-skinned boys lie on the Gao Ji King Kong began to frantically pull their triggers. Waik! Waik! The green-skinned boys holding long-barreled big guns, excited, coordinated with the various strange big guns on the Gao Ji King Kong, instantly forming a net of fire. They instantly riddled over a dozen green-skinned boys on the opposite side, who were charging at the forefront. In addition, the dilapidated greenskin rattle trucks on both sides also simultaneously spat out flames. 2 shells, one landing among the charging greenskin boys, blowing several greenskins into the air, and the other accurately hitting a greenskin rattle truck, instantly piercing it. Damn it! Don't you know to save some for your boss? Lu Meng rolled over and burrowed into the Gao Ji King Kong's control room. Fire! 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 Lu Meng aimed only slightly, then frantically pulled the trigger. Gained, experience *10. Gained, experience *10. A series of system prompts kept ringing in Lu Meng's mind, but before Lu Meng could enjoy shooting, the entire barrel of the Gao Ji King Kong's 6-barreled rotating big gun turned red. Lu Meng, not having had enough fun, pushed aside a greenskin boy beside him, snatched the opponent's launcher, and pressed the button. The huge mortar installed on the Gao Ji King Kong's arm suddenly spewed out a large stream of flames. Various metal fragments and garbage surged out of the mortar. The greenskin boys on the opposite side, who were about to rush to the Gao Ji King Kong's feet, were struck by this mortar shot, instantly resembling a large pile of ants doused with boiling water. Awesome! Lu Meng excitedly waved his hands, looking at the ground below that instantly turned red. In contrast, Lu Meng's level above his head also soared, rising from LV1 to LV4. As always, Lu Meng, without thinking, added all his free attribute points to stamina. Feeling his skin and muscles instantly become dense and tough, Lu Meng couldn't help but give a crooked smile like a dragon king. If my level hadn't increased, sooner or later, even the 4 gods would only be able to give me a massage. At the same time, over 200 greenskin boys who had been following behind the Gao Ji King Kong finally clashed with the little ones on the opposite side. Kobe, with the chainsaw greatsword in his left hand and a power claw in his right, his body smeared with black oil, led the charge with over a dozen other melee little ones similarly equipped with chainsaw greatswords and power claws, and instantly began to rampage upon meeting the opposing little ones. The huge power claw grabbed a greenskin boy who came too close, and with just a little force, the greenskin boy's head was directly crushed. For a time, severed limbs flew across the battlefield, and the roar of chainsaw greatswords echoed one after another. Although the Dujin clan's little ones had only been trained by Lu Meng for a few weeks, the things he learned in the army in his previous life, such as simple cooperation, the 3-3 system, tactical infiltration, suppressive fire, and finding cover before taking a pot shot, Lu Meng had taught to the greenskin boys with his loving fists. Waik! Watching the intense fighting below, Lu Meng, after firing a mortar round, immediately got hyped up, grabbed a chainsaw greatsword from beside him, and leaped down from the 15-meter-tall Gao Ji King Kong. Seeing their big boss so valiant, the greenskin boys who were still perched on the Gao Ji King Kong taking pot shots also got hyped up, grabbed their respective choppas and dadakas, and charged down with him. In midair, Lu Meng held his sword with one hand and sharply swung it downwards. Accompanied by the roaring spin of the chainsaw greatsword, a greenskin boy was instantly split in half from head to toe. Immediately after landing, Lu Meng's power claw swept horizontally. Several greenskins holding choppas were directly sent flying. Then Lu Meng got up, aimed in one direction, and using his power claw as a shield, executed a wild bull charge, combined with an Iron Mountain reliance. An orc big mech, also wearing a power claw and half a head taller than Lu Meng, was instantly sent flying by Lu Meng's charge. Lu Meng quickly followed up. Taking advantage of the orc big mech's unstable footing, he stepped on the orc big mech's knee and, with a fierce tiger climbing the mountain move, pounced onto the orc big mech's head. The power claw exerted force fiercely, grabbing the orc big mech's neck. Immediately, the chainsaw greatsword roared, and this orc big mech's head, along with half of his shoulder, was chopped off by Lu Meng and held in his hand. Obtained, experience points *50. Waik! Blood sprayed all over Lu Meng's head and face, but it caused the surrounding little ones to retreat a few steps in fear. All little ones, stop for me. The greenskin boys, who were still fighting, upon hearing or seeing Lu Meng holding half of the greenskin big guy's body, involuntarily stopped fighting on the heated battlefield. Lu Meng casually threw the orc big mech's corpse aside. Now, I am the big boss of all you little ones. Who among you agrees and who opposes? Lu Meng's roar was powerful and clear, audible across more than half of the battlefield. Just as Lu Meng was waiting for the system notification to recruit another wave of little ones, an orc big mech, with a huge metal jaw embedded in his chin and wearing armor welded from discarded steel plates, stood before Lu Meng with an unconvinced expression. Lu Meng showed no politeness towards such a fellow who obstructed his showing off. He sprang forward with a quick stride, followed by a knee strike. The spiked knee guard instantly struck between the orc big mech's thighs. Although greenskins reproduce via spores and do not have that kind of anatomy, this area also lacked any protective gear. The spiked knee guard on Lu Meng's knee almost instantly pierced in. The big mech, unable to react in time, stumbled directly and knelt on the ground, clutching his crotch. Everything happened so fast that many green-skinned boys didn't even react. Lu Meng took his chainsaw greatsword and patted the orc Big Mech's face, then said in a gentle tone, "Sir, the surgery was very successful. Now you are the only girl among the greenskins. Do you submit?" However, what awaited Lu Meng was not submission, but the orc Big Mech's sneak attack. The orc Big Mech, who was lying on the ground, suddenly got up, and his power claw struck towards Lu Meng's face. Lu Meng could even see the bloodstains and rust on the power claw. However, with years of martial arts experience, dealing with such a sneak attack was simply a piece of cake for Lu Meng, it's nothing at all. Lu Meng took half a step back, grabbed the orc Big Mech's power claw forearm, and pulled him down to the ground. At the same time, he kicked the orc Big Mech in his continuously bleeding lower body with one leg, and the two greenskins rolled on the ground like a wheel. But the problem was, after rolling a full circle, Lu Meng was still standing, while the orc Big Mech was thrown out. "Damn, seriously, buddy, I gave you a chance, and you're still useless, hey." Lu Meng cursed and stepped forward, kicking the greenskin big guy in front of him. "Hey? I said I gave you a chance and you're still useless." So much so that, in the end, Lu Meng felt that just kicking was not enough, and the entire greenskin boy directly stood on the orc Big Mech's body and bounced. When Lu Meng got off the Big Mech, he only felt refreshed and invigorated. He instinctively adjusted his crotch and smacked his lips, average. The orc Big Mech on the ground, meanwhile, was curled up in a ball, like a burly man who had been humiliated. Immediately after, the greenskins once again heard Lu Meng's roar, "Who else?" After roaring this, when Lu Meng's gaze swept over an area, the little ones he stared at involuntarily lowered their heads. Greenskins are just reckless, not stupid. At this moment, making eye contact with their new big boss would definitely result in being dragged out and beaten by the new big boss. They wouldn't do something that caused themselves suffering and established their big boss's authority. At the same time, a series of prompts appeared in Lu Meng's mind again. Subdued, little one *1. Subdued, little one *1. Subdued, Big Mech *1. Subdued, Tech Boy *1. Tech Boy. Lu Meng looked at the prompt on the system panel, stroked his green chin, and scanned the greenskin boys. But after looking for a long time, Lu Meng still couldn't find the target he was looking for. "Hey, you, where did you get that choppa?" Lu Meng grabbed a greenskin boy who was relatively close to him and pointed at the great sword in his hand, asking. Boss, it was made by the little ones over at the scrap heap." The greenskin boy, held by Lu Meng, was clearly very uncomfortable, and his entire speech became stuttering. Just as the greenskin boy thought he had been very obedient and the new big boss wouldn't do anything to him, Lu Meng landed a punch on the little one's face. "How many times have I told you, call me, Your Excellency the Führer?" After speaking, Lu Meng ignored the greenskin boy he had punched away and walked straight towards the scrap heap within the mushroom farm. The other little ones looked at each other for a while, suddenly hesitant. "Hey? Are we still fighting this battle?" This question simultaneously appeared in the minds of the greenskin boys. But soon someone provided the answer. Kobe, covered in black oil, threw away the chainsaw greatsword in his hand and landed a punch on the face of an orc in front of him. When the greenskins started fighting, the rest of the greenskin boys also became agitated, but this time the brawl was different from the previous life and death struggles. The greenskin boys had all thrown away their deadly weapons and begun to engage in a fist-to-fist combat among themselves. And just as the greenskin boys were fighting in a group, exchanging feelings, Lu Meng had already arrived in front of a huge garbage mountain, where there were many Gretchen sorting through the trash. Lu Meng stood there for a while and saw that whenever a Gretchen found some trash that interested him, he would take it and run to a greenskin boy sitting on the garbage mountain and put it down. Beside this greenskin boy, in addition to a small pile of strange parts, there were also more than a dozen dodaka and several boxes of various ammunition. At the same time, this greenskin boy, who had his back to Lu Meng, seemed to be busy tinkering with something, and wisps of hot steam rose from in front of him. Lu Meng curiously stepped forward to look and saw this greenskin boy suddenly stand up, grinning widely. "Ah, ha 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 ha, squig soup is ready." Hearing the tech boy's call, the Gretchen who were still picking up trash threw away the trash in their hands and ran towards the tech boy. Then, one by one, the Gretchen pulled out a pile of tattered tin bowls from somewhere and gathered around the tech boy's pot, waiting to get some food. Lu Meng looked at all this and felt incredibly surreal for a moment. This. Good heavens, a greenskin boy actually shares food with Gretchen. The truth was, Lu Meng had indeed overthought it, for the tech boy glanced at the Gretchen at his feet, directly picked up his large pot, and then blew on the oily soup. Drinking soup is such a wonderful thing. Immediately after, the tech boy guzzled it down. Because he drank too freely, a lot of the soup flowed down the tech boy's chin. At this time, the broken bowls in the Gretchen's hands finally came into play. "Holy crap, pangolin!" Hearing what the tech boy said, Lu Meng blurted it out. This startled the tech boy, who had his back to Lu Meng. However, upon seeing Lu Meng, the tech boy seemed to recognize him and immediately stood up straight and honest. "Leader." For a moment, Lu Meng was stunned. What was going on? This was probably not a tech boy, but a psychic boy. How could he even predict the future? That's right, Lu Meng had thought before that as long as this greenskin boy called him boss or leader, he would go up and elbow him. Lu Meng raised an eyebrow, somewhat uncertain. "You know me?" The tech boy shook his head. "Then you've seen me." The tech boy still shook his head. "Hiss, then how did you know I would want you to call me leader? The tech boy honestly pointed to a group of little ones standing by. They told me that we have a new leader, and the new leader wants the little ones to call him leader, or they'll get beaten. Oh, as expected of a tech boy, he's smarter than those green-skin boys who are still fighting. He even knows to cultivate Gretchen to report information to him. Lu Meng looked the tech boy up and down and nodded. What's your name? Do you have one? Hey? Name, the little ones all call me Dakachop. The tech boy said honestly. Dakachop, what a terrible name, it doesn't sound good. The boss will give you a new one. Since you like drinking soup so much and can also make weapons, I'll call you Pangolin. Ah? Oh, the tech boy let out a confused ah and then nodded honestly with an O. From beginning to end, he never understood what Pangolin had to do with drinking soup. And just as Lu Meng finished meeting this tech boy he was interested in, Lu Meng began to return the way he came, while opening his system panel to see how many good things he had gained this time. After leveling up 3 times in a row, Lu Meng discovered a hidden function of his own. He actually had an automatic pickup function. Moreover, his pickup range would expand with the increase in level. This was undoubtedly a great reduction in the time Lu Meng spent picking up light spheres. At the same time, when Lu Meng completely occupied this greenskin farm and subdued all the greenskin boys here, he was preparing to tally the spoils of war. Another prompt appeared in his mind. Dungeon, greenskin farm. Difficulty, 2 stars. Dungeon reward, I think therefore I mech. With a thought, a skill book suddenly appeared in Lu Meng's hand. Immediately after, Lu Meng silently thought, learn. A large string of memories quickly merged into Lu Meng's mind. All sorts of messy things, similar to Dadaka and Big Choppas, as well as gunpowder formulas, were crammed into Lu Meng's mind. When everything was over, Lu Meng only felt that he had become a great genius. All kinds of scrap metal and junk could be useful in his eyes, as if his meridians had suddenly been opened, so much so that Lu Meng now really wanted to build a Gundam. Several days later, after a period of rest, the Dujin clan had now expanded to over 3,500 greenskin boys. Within the clan, there was also a Gorkanaut and over 40 greenskin rattle trucks. At the same time, Lu Meng also discovered a pattern. Gretchen, after dying, would only drop Dadaka or Big Choppas and 5 teeth. The items dropped by greenskin boys after death, however, were varied and colorful. In addition to teeth, there were chainsaw greatswords, chain axe greatswords, 6-shot big guns, long-barreled big guns, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, tank hammers, sticks with missiles, and a whole bunch of other random things. Orc big mechs, on the other hand, would drop various vehicles, such as greenskin assault tanks, Gorkanauts, Kilgons, dreadnoughts, basically everything imaginable. This also made Lu Meng abandon the fantasy of equipping all the little ones with the same weapons, because it was simply too difficult. In fact, to gather enough Dadaka and Big Choppas for every greenskin boy, Lu Meng almost completely decimated the Gretchen in the mushroom farm. He killed so many Gretchen that Lu Meng even leveled up twice. In the end, Lu Meng looked at the vast mushroom farm and suddenly thought of the mob spawners in the MC world. If only he could turn the mushroom farm into. Thinking this, Lu Meng suddenly shook his head. Oh, I'm such a bad person. Gretchen are so cute, how could I persecute them like this just to level up? Let's wait until I can make mustard gas and incinerators later. The increasing number of greenskin boys meant that the clan's weapons were becoming increasingly scarce. At the same time, new little ones would crawl out of the ground every day. Lu Meng was quite helpless about this. Even if he made Tech Boy Pangolin work day and night, he still couldn't churn out many weapons in a day. So, on a dark and stormy night, Lu Meng sat by the bonfire, suddenly slapped his thigh, and made a decision that went against his ancestors. That was to teach the greenskin boys, who were always bored and only knew how to fight, their family's ancestral knowledge of greenskin machinery. So, the next day, before dawn, Lu Meng prepared an iron teaching stick, over a meter long and as thick as his forearm. Then, he charged at the little ones who were still sleeping in, giving them a good beating. By the time all the little ones were driven to the open ground, an iron plate had already been hung in front of it. On the iron plate was a drawing of Dadaka and a big choppa. Ahem, little ones, today I'm giving you a chance, Lu Meng said, tapping the drawing on the blackboard with the iron stick in his hand. Whoever can figure out how to build a big choppa, your beloved leader, I, will give him 5 teeth as a reward. The greenskin boy who can build Dadaka, I'll give him 10 teeth. With teeth as a reward, almost instantly, the little ones' spirits were roused. Then this group of little ones swarmed to the garbage mountain, starting to gather the materials they needed, during which Lu Meng also taught the little ones how to mix gunpowder and a whole host of other knowledge. But the truth was, the little ones' interest came quickly and went just as quickly. Many little ones lost interest in Dadaka after a few attempts. They began to make big choppas from the iron scraps and garbage they found. Another week passed in a blink of an eye, and the garbage on the garbage mountain was rapidly consumed during this time. Various bizarre, abstract, and ferocious big choppas were built by the greenskin boys. During this period, through Lu Meng's loving punches, more than a dozen tech boys who could build Dadaka were indeed cultivated. At the same time, Lu Meng was not idle during this period. With a large amount of knowledge about greenskin machinery, Lu Meng led several hundred greenskin boys to build more than a dozen greenskin big trucks in the past week. These massive, boiler-driven vehicles, resembling muck trucks, could transport over 100 little ones at a time. And in the past week, Lu Meng's clan gained over 400 new subordinates. These greenskin boys came from the Garbage Mountain Mushroom Farm, and also from the original Dujin clan Mushroom Farm. Now, Almost every day, greenskin rattle trucks travel back and forth between these two farms. As a result, no matter how hard Lu Meng tried, he still couldn't manage to equip every single one of his little ones with a big choppa and dodaka. After leaving Tech Boy Pangolin and the other dozen tech boys to guard the home, Lu Meng finally embarked on his journey again after more than half a month. A month later, on the desolate plain, a convoy of nearly 100 greenskin vehicles, kicking up clouds of dust, sped across the endless plain. At the very front of this convoy, Lu Meng, wearing a black German SS military overcoat and with his squig hanging below his nose, was frantically playing an electric guitar. We, Waik. We, Waik. We Waik from south to north. We, Waik. We, Waik. We, Waik through east and west. The noise like death metal rock, coupled with Lu Meng's full of emotion, utterly unacted loud voice, echoed throughout the entire convoy. The excited greenskin boys screamed and cheered all the way, eating hot pot and singing songs. They were simply incredibly high. As Lu Meng moved further and further away from his old lair, a few days ago, a small map icon suddenly appeared on Lu Meng's system interface. Clicking it, whoa, guess what, it really was a small map. However, this small map was still completely black until Lu Meng zoomed in, and zoomed in again. Only then did a very faint bright spot appear on the black minimap. Then Lu Meng zoomed in more than a dozen times consecutively, and the minimap finally displayed Lu Meng's current location. The areas Lu Meng had passed through, which were originally black on the map, had now all turned into observable areas. More than a month of continuous travel made Lu Meng somewhat suspect whether there were no other greenskin boys or other races on this planet besides them. And it was with this suspicion that the convoy drove for another 3 days. Finally, a skull icon appeared on the minimap. But unlike the 2 white skulls on the previous Garbage Mountain mushroom farm, this time they encountered 2 greenskin armies, several times larger than their own. Lu Meng quickly climbed onto Gao Ji King Kong and looked at the 2 greenskin armies on the move. Roughly estimated, these greenskins numbered at least 40,000 combined. And their weapons were also very well made. While they couldn't dual-wield dodaka and big choppas, every greenskin boy could get one weapon. In addition, these greenskins also had a large number of vehicles, such as garbage tanks cobbled together from scrap, and artillery trucks, all readily available. Stop. Everyone stop. Lu Meng stomped on Gao Ji King Kong. Inside the boiler room, the Grot who were still stoking the fire, hearing the thud, instinctively began to extinguish the flames. Then, the entire convoy began a frantic 10-minute period of chaos, which made Lu Meng's teeth ache. It takes so long, it seems the training is still too light, Lu Meng thought to himself, secretly deciding that after this battle, he would definitely give these greenskin boys a good drill. However, just as Lu Meng's greenskin boys were shutting down and stopping their advance, the 2 greenskin tribes in front of the convoy had already begun fighting. The greenskin boys wielding big choppas, under the cover of the little ones with dodaka, charged frantically, then engaged in a chaotic melee with the little ones on the other side. At the same time, the leaders of both clans were already wrestling with each other, one wielded a chainsaw sword, the other a chainsaw axe, both clad in heavy steam-powered armor, and for a time, it was impossible to tell who was winning. However, just as the greenskin boys under Lu Meng were eager to rush forward, Lu Meng made an astonishing decision. We are greenskins, we just like Waik. But that doesn't mean we only know how to Waik. We must not only be as fierce as Gork, but also learn to be as cunning as Mork. So, little ones, I'm going to take you to raid their base. Waik. With that, Lu Meng began to direct the little ones to turn around, and the greenskin rattle truck started up again. Then, under the gaze of the 2 clans opposite, it sped further and further away. This left some greenskin boys, who had been looking at the Gorkanaut and wanted to cause trouble for Lu Meng, completely bewildered. But they quickly gave up thinking and turned back, charging towards the battlefield. At the same time, Lu Meng, standing on the Gao Ji King Kong, couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his quick wit. The greenskin boys might not have noticed anything, but Lu Meng, who had the ability to see health bars, clearly saw that the 2 orc bosses opposite both had LV20 levels above their heads. Although he couldn't see their attributes, their level 20 compared to his current level 6 was too great a difference. Can't fight at all, run quickly. The convoy traveled eastward for about 2 hours. Just as Lu Meng decided to let the little ones stop and rest, and check if the rattle truck's boiler was overheating, a faint red corner on the minimap caught Lu Meng's attention. Drive south. Lu Meng's loud voice instantly reached the greenskin boy driving the Gao Ji King Kong. Then, this greenskin boy violently pulled the joystick and stomped on the accelerator. Then the Gao Ji King Kong drifted like a car, turning half a circle on the spot and accelerating wildly. Soon, after the greenskins turned, the red corner on the minimap quickly turned into 2 red skulls. At the same time, what appeared before the greenskin boys was a mushroom farm dozens of times larger than the Trash Mountain mushroom farm. Boss, what should we do next? Looking at the huge mushroom forest in the distance, Kobe looked at Lu Meng with an innocent face, almost sucking his thumb. Are you effing trying to be innocent like me? Lu Meng went up and gave Kobe's innocent big face an elbow, then rubbed his chin and said, I reckon this must be the lair of those greenskin boys from earlier. They all went to fight, so there must be no little ones in their lair now. Damn it, what are we thinking, let's just charge. On the big head of the Gao Ji King Kong, Lu Meng kicked Kobe down. Waik. Little ones, charge for me. Charge. Charge. The huge speakers installed on the Gao Ji King Kong transmitted Lu Meng's roar to every little one's ear, causing the already speeding greenskin rattle trucks to pick up even more speed. At the same time, Lu Meng, standing on the Gao Ji King Kong, had already picked up an electric guitar stuck on the head of the Gao Ji King Kong. Buzz buzz buzz. The piercing death metal rock music sounded again, directly boosting the morale of the greenskin boys to max. Then, the greenskin boys charged into the huge mushroom forest. Suddenly, a rocket flew in, instantly blowing up the greenskin rattle truck at the very front into a ball of flames. More than a dozen greenskin boys sitting on the rattle truck turned into a pile of charred minced meat before they could even walk. At the same time, the greenskin boys on the other rattle trucks also discovered the enemy, raising their big guns and beginning to fire at the target area. Even some little ones without Dodaka jumped directly from their rattle trucks and charged towards the enemy's location. Then Lu Meng saw that among the few little ones who ran out, one of them stopped first, and then a 10-meter-long stream of fire spewed out. Accompanied by the excited walk of the pyromaniac little ones, this area, which had already been heavily targeted by the little ones, instantly turned into a large patch of charcoal. Moreover, the fire showed a tendency to intensify. Seeing this, the other little ones carrying flamethrowers also followed suit, jumping off their vehicles and setting fires everywhere. Seeing this, Lu Meng poked Kobe, who had climbed back onto the Gao Ji King Kong, with his elbow. Keep a close eye on these little ones for me. When we return to our territory, we'll take their stuff. In short, after dealing with several waves of sneak attacks, the greenskin boys successfully rushed into the mushroom forest. Just as Lu Meng had thought, there weren't many greenskin boys here, but there were quite a few grots. By the time Lu Meng's greenskin boys had circled the entire mushroom forest, almost all the greenskins inside had been rounded up. Among them were greenskin boys and Gretchen who had just been born and didn't know what was happening, and also greenskin boys holding big choppas or Dodaka, who clearly looked like they were responsible for staying behind. At this moment, these greenskin boys and Gretchen had all been surrounded by Lu Meng's greenskin boys responsible for driving, using greenskin big trucks and greenskin rattle trucks. Standing inside the Gao Ji King Kong, looking at the surrounded greenskins, he picked up the microphone. Ahem, listen up, all of you, your boss has been defeated by us. Now, I am your boss. Who agrees? Who objects? Lu Meng's lies came out effortlessly. Lu Meng wasn't afraid of these greenskins seeing through him. We've already charged into your home, and your boss hasn't returned, so you must be thinking your boss is dead, right? Lu Meng thought to himself. Then, the greenskin boys, who were originally hesitant, immediately had a portion of them throw down their weapons upon hearing that their boss was dead. As for the grots, they had already thrown away their stones, poop, wrenches, screwdrivers, and whatever else they had before Lu Meng even spoke. Everything happened so smoothly that Lu Meng felt a bit unnatural. Nobody objects. Lu Meng looked down, but the surrounded greenskin boys avoided eye contact with Lu Meng. Even among them, there was a strangely dressed big mech who smiled at Lu Meng and muttered with a laugh, laughing my ass off, our boss was killed by you. If we object now, do you really think we're stupid? We're all cunning as hell. However, Lu Meng's gaze just happened to fall on this big mech, and he checked this guy's level. Level 5, a soft target. Hey, you, yes, you, I ask you, your boss went out to fight, who's in charge now? The strangely dressed greenskin boy looked around and found that the new boss was staring at him, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no, it's coming for me. It wasn't surprising that Lu Meng noticed this greenskin boy, the main reason was that this guy really stood out. A pair of Gretchen-made shorts woven from mushroom mycelium that wasn't a big deal, as even Lu Meng had ordered the little ones to make him a set of SS officer's attire. But besides those shorts, this guy also had a squig chain to his waist, and a steel fork in his left hand and a leather whip in his right, which was truly bizarre. Yes, don't look away, I'm asking you. Tell me quickly, or I'll come down and beat you up. Startled by Lu Meng's threat, the strangely dressed greenskin boy quickly reacted. The greenskin boy in charge of staying behind has already been burned to death by your little ones, boss. Good heavens, this greenskin boy's survival instinct is sharp, he's even learned to use honorifics. Lu Meng looked at the oddly styled greenskin boy with some appreciation. Then what are you in charge of doing? With greenskin boys, the stranger they dress, the more brutal their actions tend to be. Greenskin boys who only focus on Dodaka and big choppas are a dime a dozen among the greenskin boys. Hey? Me, I'm in charge of managing the little ones and taking care of the mushroom farm. Lu Meng looked around at the vast mushroom forest. Wow. A talent. Though he thought so, Lu Meng still asked uncertainly, so, this entire large mushroom farm is under your responsibility? Yes, boss, I take care of it with the little ones. Upon receiving confirmation from this greenskin big guy, Lu Meng immediately brightened. What is this? This is clearly an internal affairs talent among us YAAIKBUS. Lu Meng cleared his throat and looked at this eccentric greenskin big guy with an extremely appreciative gaze. Do you have a name? Our bosses all call me Gretchen Boy. No, that won't do. From now on, you'll follow me. I want you to help me manage all the mushroom farms, and I'll even give you a large group of greenskin boys to be your subordinates. How can you be called Gretchen Boy? Although he didn't know if drawing a pie existed in the greenskin boy world, Lu Meng certainly drew one for this Gretchen Boy right then and there, in front of all the greenskin boys. The effect, well, it was surprisingly good, making the other greenskin boys, who had been quiet, begin to stir. Lu Meng rubbed his chin again. I reckon, since you can manage a farm, and you're holding a fork, and you also have a Boing Grot Boundarts, why don't you be called Run 2? And your Boing Grot Boundarts will be called Cha. Run 2. The eccentric greenskin big guy mumbled a few words, seemingly not very fond of it. He felt the name somehow conflicted with his Boing Grot Boundarts. Then, Run 2 had a flash of inspiration, seeing the whip in his hand, and his incredibly intelligent brain quickly processed, "Ah, boss, but I also have a whip." Looking at the leather whip in Run 2's hand, a mischievous idea formed in Lu Mang's mind. "Ah, right, I forgot, you also have a whip, don't you? Some little ones, go catch some white paint squig for me, and paint Run 2 white. Oh, and also catch some oil jug squig and paint all the little ones under him black." Hearing their boss's command, a few green-skinned boys quickly ran off to find the squig their boss needed. Lu Mang then looked at Run 2 again. "How about it, Run 2, are you satisfied now? From now on, you can wield your whip and continuously lash the lazy little ones under you, shouting, 'Hey! Work faster, you black ones! If you don't grow mushrooms well, you won't have fried chicken and watermelon to eat tonight.'" Although he didn't know what his new boss was talking about, Run 2 obediently nodded. He had a feeling that if he said anything more, his new boss might beat him up. Seeing Run 2 nod, Lu Mang waved his hand in satisfaction. "Kobe, take them all down for now. Remember to find some little ones to watch over them and make sure they don't run around." Soon, with Run 2's cooperation, Kobe quickly led nearly 1,000 green-skinned boys to the center of the mushroom farm and kept them under supervision. To prevent these little ones from causing trouble, Lu Mang even gave each of these green-skinned boys a big tooth as a reward. After settling these green-skinned boys, whom he had temporarily persuaded to join him, Lu Mang immediately led the rest of his little ones to ambush the orc boss on his inevitable return route from the battle. Then Lu Mang waited and waited, until the next morning, when the green-skinned boy driving a green-skin rattle truck in the distance finally returned to report that a large group of Yaaiikbos was approaching. Not long after, Lu Mang, sitting on a mushroom tree, saw a large horde of green-skinned boys. Although they had been through a major battle, Lu Mang, with just a quick glance, found that there were at least over 10,000 green-skinned boys, plus a level 20 Yaaiikbos on the opposing side. This is a bit tricky. Suddenly, Lu Mang noticed a blind spot. These green-skinned boys were all walking back, and some green-skinned boys were even carrying vehicles and dragging heavy artillery trucks. Lu Mang's brain worked at high speed at that moment. From quadratic equations to the Big Bang, he thought of everything, and finally, he came up with a feasible idea. So Lu Mang flipped over, jumped off the mushroom tree, dragged Kobe, and together they climbed onto a greenskin rattle truck and drove towards the opposing orc army. Initially, the opposing side was wary when they saw a greenskin rattle truck approaching them, but after observing for a moment and realizing there was only one, they relaxed and continued on their way. It wasn't until the greenskin rattle truck stopped in front of the orc army that Lu Mang flipped out, quickly jumped off the greenskin rattle truck, and in a few strides, arrived in front of the Yaaiikbos. "Boss, you're finally back. The little ones have prepared a squig feast while waiting for your return." The Yaaiikbos looked at the greenskin boy who had suddenly appeared in front of him, a head full of question marks, his mind filled with, "Who is this? Do I know him? I don't remember our clan having a greenskin boy like this." However, Lu Mang was betting on the Yaaiikbos not remembering what all his little ones looked like. After all, greenskin boys were born every day on the mushroom farm, and many orc bosses didn't even know how many greenskin boys they had under them, let alone remember their appearances. Glancing over, the Yaaiikbos had only 1/3 of its health bar remaining. Lu Mang proactively helped the Yaaiikbos open the greenskin rattle truck door. "Boss, you must have overturned the other side and made their little ones run in fear. To welcome your triumphant return, the little ones have specially prepared for you roasted squig, spicy squig, squig stew, squig thick soup." Lu Mang rattled off more than a dozen dishes, not only making the Yaaiikbos hungry but also making the other little ones drool with desire. Sensible. Under Lu Mang's rapid-fire flattery, the Yaaiikbos gradually lost himself and sat down in the greenskin rattle truck. Just as the Yaaiikbos was thinking about whether to give some reward to the smooth-talking greenskin boy when he returned, the greenskin boy saw a strange greenskin boy climbing into the back of the rattle truck with their boss. A chainsaw greatsword suddenly appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then, accompanied by the roar of the chainsaw greatsword, the Yaaiikbos' entire head was chopped off. For a moment, all the greenskin boys were dumbfounded. What happened? Why was their boss suddenly chopped to death? Almost all the greenskin boys' brains crashed at this moment. At the same time, Lu Mang quickly picked up the Yaaiikbos' head that had fallen into the back of the truck, then, facing the stunned greenskin boys, he held the head high in his hand and roared, "Yaaiik!" After that, Kobe, who had been ready for a long time, stomped on the accelerator and shot out. By the time the greenskin boys realized what was happening, Lu Mang was already driving the greenskin rattle truck nearly 100 meters away. "Yaaiik! Yaaiik! Yaaiik!" A big mech, who was the first to react, angrily raised the big gun in his hand and sprayed in the direction Lu Mang had fled, but the accuracy of the bullets was deplorable. The other greenskin boys who came to their senses also angrily emptied their magazines and chased wildly after the greenskin rattle truck. Damn the humiliation! In front of so many greenskin boys on their side, their boss was just killed by someone, and the opponent even provocatively walked away. Now all the greenskin boys had one thought, to kill these two little ones who killed their boss. Unlike the greenskin boys chasing Lu Mang himself was overjoyed, and the reason was simple, the Yaaiikbos had dropped something extraordinary. Killed, YAAI was level 20. Obtained, teeth * 20,000. Obtained, experience * 5,000. Obtained, steel body passive. Steel body introduction, the thicker your health, the higher your defense, similarly, the higher your defense, the thicker your health. Do you want to learn steel body now? Yes, learn. Lu Meng only hesitated for a moment before choosing to learn it directly. Immediately after, Lu Meng felt his body suddenly fill with power. His original body attributes also underwent massive changes. Green skin big guy, Lu Meng. Level, 10, 5000/1697. Age, 2 months. Strength, 20. Speed, 19. Constitution, 51 plus 20. Allocatable points, 20. YAAI energy, 0. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji boxing, military boxing, shooting, driving, cooking, steel body passive. Equipment, Dadaka. The original attribute panel only had 51 points of constitution attribute, but after learning steel body, Lu Meng's constitution attribute instantly gained 20 points. The most direct manifestation was that Lu Meng's original 510 health points on his health bar became 710 points. Just a passive skill increased constitution by 40%, if I had a body full of passive skills, wouldn't I take off? But what Lu Meng didn't quite understand was that although he felt his body's defense increase, there was no defense attribute entry on the system panel. I guess it's all counted in constitution. Looking at the 20 free attribute points gained after leveling up 4 times from killing the YAAI boss, Lu Meng unhesitatingly put them all into constitution again. With 20 attribute points added, Lu Meng's health directly broke through the 1000 mark. And while Lu Meng was studying his attribute panel, Kobe had already driven the greenskin rattle truck into the mushroom farm. Behind him was a massive horde of nearly 10,000 greenskin boys. The greenskin rattle truck stopped abruptly, and Lu Meng quickly climbed onto Gao Ji King Kong. Little ones, the enemy's boss has been taken care of by me. YAAIK. Now, little ones, it's your turn to tear apart the other side. The greenskin boys looked at the huge greenskin head in Lu Meng's hand, still dripping blood. Each greenskin boy instantly became as if injected with adrenaline, their blood boiling. What could be more morale boosting than their own boss charging to the enemy's front lines and tearing apart the opposing boss in front of all the greenskin boys? Lu Meng once again gave these already fanatical greenskin boys a strong dose of encouragement. Good little ones. After we tear apart all the enemies, boss will give each of you 5 big teeth as a reward. This directly boosted the morale of the greenskin boys to the max. When the opposing greenskin boys rushed forward and approached the mushroom farm, they were immediately met with a fierce attack from Lu Meng's greenskin boys before they could even catch their breath. The Gorkanauts mounted mortar and particle gun fired simultaneously, instantly blasting the greenskins at the forefront into dust. This was followed by Dadaka fire from all directions and greenskin rockets. Under such dense firepower, the opposing greenskins were utterly stunned. Some greenskins with low morale immediately turned around, preparing to flee. However, Lu Meng, who had been prepared, would not let these greenskin boys escape. From both sides of the mushroom farm, 2 greenskin rattle truck convoys drove out, circling around to flank and surround these greenskin boys. Immediately after, the huge Gao Ji King Kong, under Lu Meng's command, charged directly into the chaotic greenskin army formation. The enormous chainsaw greatsword mounted on Gao Ji King Kong's left arm, with just one sweep, sliced a dozen terrified greenskin boys in half. At the same time, Lu Meng sat in Gao Ji King Kong's abdomen, controlling a never-before-used scorch slag flamer, wildly venting his fury. Tongues of flame, mixed with various viscous agents and flammable debris, would instantly turn a greenskin boy into a greenskin boy torch if they merely licked his body, until he was burned to cinders. A full tank of fuel was completely expended by Lu Meng. The entire area within a dozen meters of Gao Ji King Kong had been reduced to scorched earth. Ha 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 ha. Lu Meng, thoroughly exhilarated, pounded on the metal observation window. Seeing that the enemy's morale was all but broken, Lu Meng could no longer restrain himself. The greenskin tribe genes within him were surging, urging him to charge out and wreak havoc. He he, ha 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 ha. Lu Meng kicked open the small door on Gao Ji King Kong's side and squeezed out. Then, Lu Meng was seen holding a roaring chainsaw greatsword in each hand, his arms flying up and down, hacking from west to north, then from north to east, without even blinking an eye, his eyes not even dry. A physique attribute exceeding 100 points meant Lu Meng felt no fatigue whatsoever. Even small caliber bullets and big choppas striking Lu Meng's body failed to cause even a scratch. Ultimately, what stopped Lu Meng was not a lack of stamina, but the chainsaw greatsword ceasing its roar. He wiped the bloodstains from his face and removed a section of intestine from his head. Then, Lu Meng was seen dropping the 2 chainsaw greatswords in his hands, spreading his arms, and standing in place in a Shawshank Redemption-like pose. Surrounding Lu Meng were scattered limbs and broken bodies, which made Lu Meng, standing in the middle of the corpses with open arms, appear like a demon. This scene also caused a fear-critical hit to the enemy little ones who were busy dodging. And in the eyes of his own little ones, their big mech was simply too cool, too YAAIC, making the greenskin tribe go wild. YAAIC. One of the little ones suddenly shouted. Instantly, the battlefield, which had gradually quieted down, ignited like a powder keg. One by one, the greenskin boys roared, raising their weapons high, cheering and applauding their big mech's overwhelming presence. The encircled enemy greenskin boys trembled in fear amidst the YAAIC cries of their own greenskin boys. Perhaps due to overwhelming fear, one green-skinned boy suddenly joined in the YAAIC. It proved that if you can't beat them, join them. It was truly satisfying, and so, more and more little ones joined in. At the same time, a notification once again appeared in Lu Mang's mind. Subdue, minion *1. Subdue, minion *1. Subdue, minion 6369. It wasn't until the cheering of the green-skinned boys gradually subsided that Lu Mang's mouth curved up in satisfaction. Then suddenly, a World War II German visored cap appeared in Lu Mang's hand. He bowed and held the cap to his chest, taking a curtain call. After Lu Mang thoroughly cleaned off the bloodstains and changed into a brand new World War II German military uniform. It must be said that there were indeed talents among the grot. For example, his military uniform was something Lu Mang casually mentioned when he was teaching A Kun to sing, dance, and rap in his spare time, and then a group of Gretchen cobbled it together. It was also at this moment that Lu Mang's mind suddenly received another notification. Dungeon, Mushroom Farm. Difficulty, 20 stars. Dungeon Reward, Legendary Orc Power Axe *1. Legendary Orc Power Axe Introduction, a legendary weapon that accompanied YAAICBO's big gold tooth throughout his life, having chopped orcs, xenos, and even chaos demons, with an attached effect, plus 15% true damage. Lu Mang looked at the power axe rewarded to him, frowning, with true damage attached. Is this trying to make me go chop demons now? He put away the weapon, although it didn't feel as good as the previous Greenskin tribe mechanical knowledge. A legendary weapon should still be quite rare, right? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lu Mang quickly rushed to a greenskin rattle truck, and then, under the gaze of all the little ones, drove out of the mushroom farm. Although the little ones behind him didn't understand where their big mech was going, they all hurried to follow, afraid that their big mech would abandon them. Then, across the desolate plain, a greenskin big guy drove a greenskin rattle truck, charging ahead. And behind him, a group of greenskin boys drove various vehicles, chasing madly. It wasn't until Lu Mang stopped the greenskin rattle truck he was driving at the battlefield where the two greenskin tribe had previously engaged in a major battle. Looking at the greenskin tribe corpses scattered haphazardly across the battlefield, and the various glowing orbs strewn everywhere, Lu Mang instantly beamed with joy. Then he stomped on the accelerator again and charged down, until he picked up the last glowing orb. Only then did Lu Mang open his system inventory again to tally his gains from this trip. Teeth 593,469, Big Choppas 2,137, Dadaka 1,369, Chainsaw Greatsword 7,634, Long-barreled Big Guns 4,638, Chainsaw Axes 1,256, Six-barreled Big Guns 635, Greenskin Tribe Flamers 276, Rocket Launchers 157, Tank Hammers 527, Power Claws 338, Greenskin Rattle Trucks 149, Greenskin Tribe Big Trucks 50, Kill Guns 61, Dreadnoughts 27, Def Dreads 12, Gao Ge King Kong 4, Mork King Kong 5. Seeing these diverse gains, Lu Mang was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. It was simply a massive windfall. Old Lu, in this life, I've never fought such a rich battle. Looking at the little ones catching up to him, Lu Mang waved his hand. Today, Big Mech is happy. Each of the little ones gets 2 big teeth as a reward. Hearing that their Big Mech was giving the little ones teeth again, the greenskin boys following behind instantly cheered. Even those recently joined greenskin boys were incredibly excited. Their Big Mech giving the little ones big teeth for no reason. They couldn't even dream of such a thing. Before, they used to have to pay teeth to their Big Mech monthly. So, compared to Lu Mang, these greenskin boys instantly felt that their former Big Mech was no longer appealing. Upon returning to the mushroom farm, Lu Mang then ordered the greenskin boys to catch some squig and stomp some mushrooms. He even brought out all the mushroom wine that the original YAAICBOs had ordered the Gretchen to brew, and directly had a carnival with all the little ones. Finally, after the little ones had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Mang completely subdued all the greenskin boys with a classic greenskin tribe free-for-all. At noon, Lu Mang woke up from a night of heavy drinking. He rubbed his throbbing head, moved a stinky foot draped over him, and gave its owner a direct kick. This mushroom wine really has a kick. It made me black out. Lu Mang swayed as he took a couple of steps. Then, he bent over and vomited directly onto a greenskin boy's face. Ugh. Everyone, get up. Get up. Lu Mang, much more awake after vomiting, began providing wake-up service to the still sleeping little ones. Of course, there were a few who had morning tempers, but under Lu Mang's loving punches, their eyes became clear. Then, these little ones, woken by Lu Mang, began to imitate him, also providing wake-up service to the other little ones. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that all the greenskin boys gathered together, looking dispirited. Lu Mang looked at the lazy little ones with some helplessness. Who would have thought that the bubbly, sweet, and sour mushroom wine would have such a powerful after effect? Ahem, everyone, sober up. I have something big to announce today. That is, I've decided to go look for trouble with those little ones we fought yesterday, tomorrow. However, even with that, the greenskin boys remained dispirited. Go, everyone disperse, disperse. Lu Mang, feeling bored, waved his hand, dismissing the little ones. Then he found a spot and lay down, resuming his snoring. As night fell, with the moon hanging high, Lu Mang, who had slept all day, groggily woke up. He found that he had already been lifted onto a greenskin big guy by the greenskin boys. What happened? Why am I here? Lu Meng looked at the greenskin boys around him, all heavily armed and excited, utterly bewildered. His mind was filled with, wait. Who am I, where am I? But fortunately, a greenskin boy soon noticed Lu Meng waking up. Boss, you're awake. Lu Meng nodded in response, then tentatively asked, where are we going now? Where? Boss, did you forget? Didn't you say yesterday that you'd take us to overturn those greenskin boys we fought the day before yesterday? Ah. Lu Meng looked at the speaking greenskin boy in surprise. What time is it now? Suddenly, a voice came from the dark shadow of the greenskin big guy. Boss, it's 2 in the morning. Holy crap. A sudden voice from the shadow beside him clearly startled Lu Meng, and then Lu Meng's fist landed heavily on Kobe's face. Only after seeing that it was Kobe, covered in black oil, who had replied, did Lu Meng awkwardly chuckle, not forgetting to wipe his hand on a nearby greenskin boy. But how did you know where their mushroom farm is? Facing Lu Meng's question, Kobe honestly shook his head. We don't know, but some of our greenskin boys are from their tribe. They're spies sent by the other side. Kobe still shook his head. No, when they were fighting, they felt that the previous boss, who you chopped to death, was more Yaoic than their own boss, so they followed us back. Lu Meng was silent for a long time. He could only say that this was truly greenskin. They actually switched sides mid-fight. Getting up and looking at the greenskin boys running behind the greenskin big guy, Lu Meng knocked on the iron sheet of the driver's cabin, signaling to stop. Soon the entire convoy stopped. Lu Meng stretched, jumped down from the greenskin big guy, then with a wave of his hand, a large pile of weapons appeared before the greenskin boys, even stacking into a small mountain. Inside were chainsaw greatsword, 6-barrel rotary guns, power claw and flamethrowers, all available, making many of the greenskin boys, who currently only had big choppas and dadaka, drool. Each boy can only take 2. Hearing their boss giving them weapons, the greenskin boys excitedly stepped forward, ready to swarm. However, as soon as a few little ones got close, Lu Meng gave them a good beating. Everyone, get in line. If anyone dares to take more, I'll stuff them into a can. Instantly, the few little ones who were beaten and scurrying around stood in a line. The other little ones who were a step slower also quickly followed, nearly 10,000 greenskin boys forming 10 long lines. Once all the greenskin boys had suitable weapons in hand, Lu Meng took out 5 Gao Ge King Kong and 4 Mork King Kong, plus 50 greenskin big guy. With these, it was enough to transport all the little ones at once. By the time Lu Meng arrived at the opponent's mushroom farm, more than an hour had passed, and the sky in the east was gradually turning a pale white. No tactics were needed, nor was there any disdain for sneak attacks. The big mech combat group, composed of Gork and Mork King Kong, charged directly into the mushroom farm. Behind them were lines of greenskin big guy. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the greenskin boys, a group of steel behemoths charged into their home and began to wreak havoc, like a bunch of mischievous kids visiting during the new year. The greenskin boys wanted to resist, but the opposing firepower was too fierce. Almost as soon as a greenskin boy showed their head with a weapon, they would be directly torn to shreds by the opposing large-caliber firearms. So, seeing that the situation was not good, the greenskin boys quickly went to find their boss. At this moment, the boss of this greenskin tribe was sound asleep, hugging a large barrel of greenskin mushroom wine. Beside him, a group of greenskin big guy were also sprawled out, drunk on the ground. Boss, wake up, quickly wake up. A greenskin boy grabbed his boss's shoulder and shook him frantically, but the greenskin Yaoic, who was dead asleep, showed no sign of waking up. So, the greenskin boy gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and directly gave his boss several big slaps. And surprisingly, this method really worked. The greenskin Yaoic, who had been slapped by his subordinate, glared furiously at the greenskin boy who was holding him. Just as the greenskin Yaoic was about to directly crush this greenskin boy who dared to disturb his sleep, the greenskin boy quickly spoke, Boss, it's bad, greenskins are attacking. What did you say? The greenskin Yaoic, still a bit muddled from drinking, couldn't quite believe his ears. It's true, boss, look over there, our territory is being attacked. As he spoke, this greenskin boy didn't forget to turn the greenskin Yaoic's head to the side. Yaoic opened his mouth wide, staring at the mushroom farm that was already engulfed in flames. And with over a dozen Gorkanauts still rampaging inside the mushroom farm, Yaoic's entire mind temporarily crashed. How did his home get burnt down just because he and the little ones had some mushroom wine and went to sleep? But very quickly, Yaoic reacted, picked up the chainsaw greatsword beside him, and stood up, then let out a powerful Yaoic. Suddenly, within the entire mushroom forest, the greenskin boys, who had been leaderless, scurrying around, and fighting independently, heard their boss's call and began to gather towards the source of the sound. Over 200 orc big mechs who had been drunk with Yaoic last night also woke up to their boss's roar. Upon seeing the mushroom farm already ablaze around them, they too were utterly bewildered. Before these greenskin big guys could figure out the situation, they saw their boss charge out with his chainsaw greatsword. At the same time, Lu Meng, who was commanding the Bigfoot combat group to encircle and suppress the greenskin boys, also heard Yaoic's roar. But just as Lu Meng was directing the Bigfoot combat group to turn towards the source of the sound, Yaoic, clad in greenskin power armor welded from scrap metal and wielding a chainsaw greatsword, charged out through a hail of bullets from the greenskin boys. Then, this nearly 3-meter tall behemoth, with a wild bull charge, slammed into the Gao Ge King Kong's steel-plated belly. Its immense brute force not only dented the iron plating on the Gao-Ji King Kong's belly but also caused this more than 10-meter-tall Gao-Ji King Kong to retreat half a step. Waaik. The furious Waaik was his eyes widened as he began to wrestle with the Gao-Ji King Kong. Upon seeing this, the green-skinned boys, who had been perched on the Gao-Ji King Kong, continuously firing, stopped their attacks. Then they all waved the weapons in their hands, roaring and cheering, boosting their Gao-Ji King Kong's morale. At the same time, more green-skinned boys from the opposing side, led by ORK Big Mechs, also emerged from the surrounding mushroom farms. Among these green-skinned boys, there were even over a dozen dreadnoughts. But when these green-skinned boys and ORK Big Mechs, armed with weapons, ran out wanting to fight to the death with the other side, they saw their boss wrestling with the opponent and, with great tacit agreement, stopped to cheer for their boss. The two factions of greenskins, who had been fighting to the death, suddenly became fanatical supporters, waving flags and shouting for their idol. Everything seemed both fantastical and reasonable. Although Waaik's initial barbaric charge did indeed make the Gao-Ji King Kong retreat half a step, as the grot frantically added fuel to the boiler, Waaik's clearly felt the strain. Just as Waaik's felt he was about to lose, Waaik's power claw suddenly grabbed the Gao-Ji King Kong's belly, and the entire greenskin boy climbed onto the Gao-Ji King Kong like an ape. Immediately after, accompanied by the roar of the chainsaw greatsword, several greenskin boys who couldn't react in time were instantly cut in half by the chainsaw greatsword. Upon seeing this, the greenskin boy responsible for operating the mortar immediately controlled the mortar to attack. However, after slaughtering several greenskin boys, Waaik's, facing the mortar that was about to point at him, took a big leap and pounced onto the Gao-Ji King Kong's arm that carried the mortar. The humming chainsaw greatsword struck dazzling sparks on the Gao-Ji King Kong's arm, gradually heating up and turning red. Waaik. Finally, amidst Waaik's roar, the Gao-Ji King Kong's mortar-mounted arm was forcefully chopped off by the chainsaw greatsword. This sight greatly boosted the morale of the greenskin boys on the other side who were still cheering for their boss. Meanwhile, Lu Meng, on another Gao-Ji King Kong, frowned as he watched the cheering greenskin boys on the other side. He then glanced at the health bar above Waaik's head, which was only 2/3 full. Lu Meng snorted coldly, showing off, seeking death. With that, Lu Meng flipped and climbed onto the top of the Gao-Ji King Kong's head, firing a shot at the still roaring Waaik's. The Dodaka's bullets struck Waaik's power armor, sparking a few times, causing no damage except for scratching Waaik's power armor. Although this shot did little damage, it was extremely insulting, and at the same time, Lu Meng successfully caught Waaik's attention. Then, under Waaik's angry gaze, Lu Meng threw away the Dodaka in his hand. At the same time, the power claw worn on his other hand was also removed by Lu Meng. Gradually, under the gaze of all the greenskin boys, Lu Meng threw all his equipment, except for his pants, onto the ground. Then, bare-chested and with a body full of muscular physique, Lu Meng took a deep breath, hooked his finger at the Waaik's who was still looking at him, and let out a Waaik. Instantly, upon hearing their boss's roar, Lu Meng's little ones also began to roar and cheer excitedly. Even some greenskin boys on the opposite side couldn't help but cheer, but they were quickly beaten up by the ORK Big Mech who heard their cheers. But Waaik's could understand Lu Meng's meaning. After sizing up Lu Meng's height, Waaik's came to a conclusion: this kid isn't as tall as me, isn't as strong as me, I have the advantage. Then, under the gaze of both sides' little ones, Waaik's also threw away the chainsaw greatsword in his hand. This single action instantly ignited wild cheers from the surrounding little ones. Gradually, the greenskin boys, who had been fighting to the death, automatically formed a circle, clearing an open space for their boss. And amidst the cheers and applause of both sides' little ones, Lu Meng was the first to jump off the Gao-Ji King Kong and walk towards the dual circle. Not long after, the Waaik's, who had taken off his heavy greenskin power armor, walked into the dueling circle amidst the cheers of the little ones. The two orc bosses looked at each other. Today, the victor would get everything. Waaik, the Waaik's roared first and charged at Lu Meng. At the same time, Lu Meng also took big strides and charged towards the Waaik's, who was nearly a meter taller than him. Bang! With the collision of a large and a small fist, Lu Meng felt as if he had been hit by a dump truck, and then his entire body was uncontrollably sent flying backward. Looking at Lu Meng, who had been sent flying by his punch and then rolled twice on the ground, the Waaik's looked at his fist in disbelief, then looked at Lu Meng not far away. Is that all? Did I get stronger again? Hee ha ha, Waaik, the Waaik's let out a disbelieving, silly laugh, raised an arm, and roared at the little ones who had formed a circle. However, just as the Waaik's was proclaiming his victory, Lu Meng, who had fallen to the ground, got up as if nothing had happened. This action caused the greenskin boys under Lu Meng's command, who had initially fallen into despair, to burst into cheers again. Lu Meng, meanwhile, looked up at his health bar, 1080/1100. Good heavens, he knocked off 20 health with one punch. After comparing with this punch, Lu Meng roughly understood the strength of the Waaik's opposite him. His strength stat should be more than double Lu Meng's, between 40 and 50 points. Then, amidst the cheers of the greenskin boys, Lu Meng got up and charged at the Waaik's again. In response, the Waaik's no longer had his previous caution and seemed quite disdainful. Although, normally, his punch should have rendered a greenskin big guy unable to get up. But in the Waaik's view, it was nothing more than the opposing green-skinned boy being more durable. Lu Meng admitted that if the Yaoi was wearing equipment, Lu Meng would definitely not be his opponent. He could completely use the advantage of his power armor and strength to overcome all obstacles, but without equipment, Lu Meng could only let this brute taste the power of Kung Fu. The two sides clashed again, but this time, Lu Meng did not continue to exchange punches with the Yaoi. Instead, he suddenly bent down into a squat and performed a sweeping kick. The Yaoi, whose punch was halfway through, only felt his center of gravity unstable before he fell down. Humph, humph, you think I'll still compete with you in strength? Do you think I've practiced martial arts for nothing all these years? Before the Yaoi could get up from the ground, Lu Meng, without any martial ethics, delivered a direct kick to the Yaoi's temple. One kick directly dealt a critical hit, instantly knocking off over 50 health from the Yaoi. Then, when the Yaoi got up from the ground, Lu Meng went up with a flying kick, followed by a knee strike, plus a smooth combo of eye gouge, groin kick, chokehold, and knee kick, directly dazing the Yaoi. At the same time, amidst the Greenskin Boys' rising cheers, the Yaoi's health bar also plummeted. With two bosses fighting one-on-one for them, the Greenskin Boys felt that their lives were worth it. Only after finishing a smooth combo did Lu Meng make a pose indicating he was done. He waited for the Yaoi's, who had already been knocked to the ground, to get up. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, the Yaoi's finally got up from the ground, but the miserable state of the Yaoi's made his little ones unable to cheer. At this moment, one of the Yaoi's eyes had been gouged out by Lu Meng, with blood continuously flowing out. At the same time, his throat had also been punched by Lu Meng, so much so that now, when the Yaoi tried to roar, he could only vomit a large mouthful of blood and couldn't even make a sound. Under the Yaoi's angry gaze, Lu Meng stepped back half a pace and bowed with clasped hands in a very showy manner. In response, the Yaoi opened his arms and charged fiercely at Lu Meng. In the Yaoi's view, this green-skinned boy was too cunning, first feigning weakness, then taking advantage of his carelessness to unleash treacherous moves. As long as I can grab this damned green-skinned boy, I can choke it to death too. Lu Meng easily dodged the Yaoi's pounce by sidestepping, slipping under his armpit, while simultaneously extending a leg to trip the Yaoi's, then sat on the Yaoi's back. Then, under the gaze of a group of green-skinned boys, Lu Meng, sitting on the Yaoi's back, suddenly produced a huge power axe in his hand, and amidst the green-skinned boys' either excited cheers or terrified screams, he swung it down fiercely, completing a beautiful execution. Lu Meng only felt a sinking sensation beneath his backside, and the Yaoi's corpse, which had been supported by his hands, collapsed. Getting up and picking up the Yaoi's head, Lu Meng was about to raise it to intimidate the surrounding green-skinned boys when he surprisingly discovered that even with only his head left, this Yaoi was still not dead. There was still a sliver of health on his head, slowly depleting at a rate of 1 health point every 10 seconds. If there was a pain boy on site right now, then this Yaoi might actually be saved. But Lu Meng would not be so kind as to save his enemy, especially when this enemy's level was higher than his own. While the Yaoi's head was still fresh, Lu Meng held it high, declaring his victory, Yaoi. At the same time, amidst the cheers of the green-skinned boys, the Yaoi's last drop of blood drained away. Killed, Yaoi level 20. Gained, teeth * 20,000. Gained, experience * 5,000. Gained, high-speed regeneration passive. High-speed regeneration introduction, your injury recovery speed will be several times that of other little ones, and some fatal injuries will no longer be fatal to you. Holy crap, another passive skill. Lu Meng excitedly checked the passive content, high-speed regeneration. This couldn't help but remind Lu Meng of the scene where the Yaoi's head was cut off earlier, but it still stubbornly lived. High-speed regeneration plus steel body, this is going to take off. Lu Meng didn't even think and directly muttered in his heart, learn. As a strange power spread throughout his body, Lu Meng also took the opportunity to glance at his attribute panel. Greenskin big guy, Lu Meng. Level, 12, 697/12,000. Age, 2 months. Strength, 22. Speed, 21. Constitution, 73 plus 29. Allocatable points, 10. Yaoi energy, 0. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji boxing, military boxing, shooting, driving, cooking, steel body passive, high-speed regeneration passive. Equipment, none. With 2 passive skills exclusive to tanks, Lu Meng's belief was further strengthened, and he once again poured all 10 extra free attribute points into Constitution. At the same time, a series of prompts echoed in Lu Meng's mind. Subdued little one *1. Subdued little one *1. Subdued big mech *1. But just as Lu Meng was about to celebrate with the newly subdued little ones, a gunshot suddenly rang out from among the still cheering greenskin boys. A greenskin big guy holding a long-barreled rifle pulled the trigger during the lull in all the greenskin boys' cheers. A huge 20mm diameter bullet instantly shot out of the barrel, then irresistibly struck Lu Meng's chest, splattering a burst of blood. Immediately after, before the orc big mech could fire a second shot, he was tackled by his companions next to him. The big mech in his hand was also snatched away by other orc big mech. At the same time, the cheers of the greenskin boys, which had been ongoing, seemed to have been paused, all abruptly stopping. For a moment, the entire mushroom farm was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and some green-skinned boys even unconsciously held their breath. However, under the gaze of all the green-skinned boys, Lu Meng, who had stumbled from the kinetic bullet, steadied himself and then straightened his back again, roaring loudly at the surrounding green-skinned boys, "Waaik!" And on his chest, the 20mm bullet head was firmly stuck in Lu Meng's muscle, unable to advance an inch, and gurgling fresh blood dripped from the chest wound onto the ground, forming a small puddle. "Waaik!" Seeing that their boss was fine, the green-skinned boys, who had been worried, once again erupted in waves of cheers, each louder than the last. But at this moment, Lu Meng was filled with lingering fear. Damn it, who said greenskins were simple? This backstabbing is no less than that legendary mail gun from far off Japan. He wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, and then glanced at his health bar above his head. Holy crap, one shot took 70 points of my health. However, Lu Meng then discovered that his health bar had recovered by 1 point, changing from the original 1130/1220 to 1131/1220. So Lu Meng quickly dug out the bullet from his chest, to prevent the wound from scabbing over and staying in his body. Only after all this was done did Lu Meng turn his gaze to the orc Big Mech, who was being held down by several other orc Big Mech. Facing the guy who wanted his life, Lu Meng was too lazy to waste words with him. He just walked directly in front of the orc Big Mech, then swung his power axe in a full circle, and chopped straight down. Instantly, the entire head of the orc Big Mech, who was still struggling on the ground, was split in two by the battle axe, dead beyond dead. Killed, Greenskin Orc Big Un *1. Gained, Teeth *200. Gained, Experience 50. Gained, Deaf Dreads *1. Lu Meng casually waved his hand, and the other greenskins who were originally responsible for holding down the orc Big Mech all stood up. Then Lu Meng used his battle axe to hoist the orc Big Mech's body high, while beating his chest and roaring, "Waaik! Little ones, quickly go and bring out the delicious mushroom wine, today we must celebrate properly." The sun gradually rose above the horizon, and the dazzling sunlight once again dispelled the darkness, illuminating this land. And the two groups of greenskins, who had been fighting to the death not long ago, were now drinking heartily. Lu Meng, holding a huge mushroom wine barrel, stood on top of a mork gorkanaut, first chugging a dozen mouthfuls with a thump 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 sound, then scattering handfuls of teeth. "Ha ha ha, little ones, here, eat. This is all the boss's reward for you." The scattering of large handfuls of teeth pushed the already lively atmosphere to its peak, so much so that many greenskin boys who didn't pick up any teeth began to fight amongst themselves. Seeing a new greenskin brawl about to begin, Lu Meng once again thump 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 drained the mushroom wine in the barrel in one go, then picked up the electric guitar that Grot Akun had already prepared for his boss. "We are, greenskins, we are very Waaik." The buzz 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 of death metal music, along with his boss's haphazardly sung lyrics, rang out, reaching the ears of every little one, making the reveling little ones swing their fists at their companions while starting to dance wildly. Some greenskin boys, who thought they also had great singing talent, even climbed onto the mork gorkanaut where Lu Meng was, and began to snatch the microphone from Lu Meng. In response, Lu Meng delivered a left front kick with his left foot, a right whip kick with his right foot, and swung his electric guitar, unleashing a lightning 5-strike combo, sending all those little ones who dared to snatch the microphone from him flying. And while the greenskin boys and their boss were reveling, in the mushroom farm, the miserable Grot were busy putting out fires everywhere under the command of Run 2, who was chugging wine from a barrel. "Don't be lazy, you damned Grot." Whenever Run 2 found a Grot slacking off, he would unhesitatingly crack his whip, striking the lazy Grot precisely on the back. And for some reason, Run 2 felt that whenever he shouted, "Don't be lazy, you Grots," his body would fill with strength, and he couldn't help but want to crack the whip a few more times. Half a month passed in the greenskin boys' playful bickering. During this time, Lu Meng first had the tech tyrant kids make several communicators, which were sent back to the Dujin clan's old lair in the Garbage Mountain mushroom farm. This unified the 4 widely separated mushroom farms under his command. He also had the Grot Akun lead a group of Grots who could make mycelial clothes to build 2 clothing factories in the 2 large mushroom farms. At the same time, Lu Meng dispatched several teams of greenskin boys with communicators to search for other greenskin mushroom farms in the surrounding areas. During this period, Lu Meng even had a whim to try and calculate how many greenskin boys each mushroom farm produced in a day. Then, Lu Meng understood why many greenskin Waaik boys didn't even know how many little ones they had under them. Because the greenskin boys' birth mechanism within the mushroom farms was extremely chaotic, with no fixed number. And having too many greenskin boys was also a bother. The next day, Lu Meng, as usual, lay on a large rock, deep in thought. But a tree desires tranquility, yet the wind will not cease. Soon, the noisy voices of the greenskin boys shattered Lu Meng's handsome sleeping posture. With a punch and a kick, he sent 2 greenskin boys who were wrestling in front of him flying. Lu Meng rubbed his temples with a headache, feeling like he was a kindergarten principal now. For these greenskin boys who might even fight each other on the battlefield, other greenskin Waaik boys must also have headaches, he thought. After all, besides being able to crush the little ones they found displeasing or troublesome, greenskin Waaik boys had no other way. Suddenly, Lu Meng remembered an imperial experimental article he had once read as a cloud hammer, a term likely for a tabletop wargamer. That was, the Imperium had once captured some greenskin orcs and confined them in sealed rooms. After a period of time, these warlike greenskin boys would begin to become lazy and obese. Then, after being confined for another period, the greenskin boys would fall into depression due to excessive boredom and eventually die of melancholy. Lu Mang stroked his smooth green chin. It's time to give the little ones some Dujin shock. So, under the curious gaze of a crowd of greenskin boys, a dozen greenskin tech tyrant kids, leading a group of Gretchen, began to build rectangular small houses resembling mobile toilets. What the greenskin boys didn't know was that this would be the beginning of their nightmare. Nearly 1,000 tin houses were built in just 1 week. As soon as Lu Mang received the tech boys' notification, he immediately excitedly gathered all the greenskin boys. Greenskin big mechs opened the cargo beds of their trucks, loaded with military uniforms, and distributed the military uniforms, imbued with a Dujin flavor, to every greenskin boy. However, Lu Mang still underestimated the number of greenskin boys. He had originally prepared 30,000 sets of military uniforms. By the end, more than 10,000 greenskin boys didn't receive clothes. This indicated that in just the past half-month, nearly 20,000 greenskin boys had grown in the 4 mushroom farms. Just as Lu Mang was preparing to have the greenskin boys pull more military uniforms, the greenskin boys waiting at the back started to quarrel, snatching clothes from the other greenskin boys. Seeing this, Lu Mang was furious. He gave a look to Kobe, who was standing quietly beside him. Kobe then rushed out with over 200 orc big mechs, giving a good beating to the troublesome greenskin boys they caught. After knocking out these troublesome greenskin boys, this time the orc big mechs didn't leave them. Instead, they locked all these greenskin boys one by one into small dark rooms. Not long after, once all the little ones had received their military uniforms, the greenskin boys who had fought alongside Lu Mang from the Dujin clan began to teach the new little ones how to stand at attention. It didn't even take 10 minutes, only half a minute, before a greenskin boy felt bored and tried to sneak away. However, just as this greenskin boy was about to slip away, Kobe appeared silently behind him, and Kobe unceremoniously gave this greenskin boy an elbow strike. The greenskin boy, ambushed and about to get up and resist, felt his vision go dark before he could even stand. Kobe, with 6 orc big mechs, had already surrounded this disobedient little one. Then, without hesitation, the 6 orc big mechs simultaneously raised their feet and proceeded to kick this greenskin boy in a circle for 10 minutes. Kobe grinned, imitating his boss's movements, pulled out a mycelial cigarette that a grot had given him, lit it, took a deep puff, squatted in front of the greenskin boy who was covered in injuries from the kicking, and exhaled smoke onto the greenskin boy's face. You dare to defy the boss's orders, who do you think you are? The greenskin boy, with smoke blown in his face, fearfully recoiled and dared not speak. Seeing this, Kobe became even more arrogant, reaching out to pat the greenskin boy's big face, and casually breaking off a large tooth from his mouth, which made the greenskin boy wince in pain as Kobe spoke. Oh, so you're just a lowlife, take him away, lock him in the concentration camp. Hearing Kobe's command, the 6 orc big mechs immediately stood at attention, and involuntarily raised their right hands 45 degrees towards the sky. Long live the Führer, Yura. However, just as Kobe stood up, preparing to put on another grand display, the mycelial cigarette in his hand suddenly shot out a puff of white smoke and exploded with a pop. Kobe, who was halfway through standing up, was startled. By the time Kobe reacted, several orc big mechs had already escorted the severely injured greenskin boy far away. Instantly, Kobe felt his old face flush with embarrassment, but fortunately, his face was covered in black oil, so others couldn't tell. By the time Lu Mang announced dismissal, it was already late at night, and the greenskin boys, who had stood for an entire day, groaned in misery. Some little ones even decided that if they had to stand at attention again tomorrow, they would rather let the big mechs kick them in a circle and go slack off in the small dark room. As night fell, Lu Mang lay on a Gao-Ji King Kong, sound asleep. Having had half a barrel of mushroom wine in the evening, Lu Mang slept very soundly. However, the greenskin boys, who had been standing at attention all day, couldn't sleep at all. Because, at some unknown point, the iron boxes that their boss had ordered the tech tyrant kids to weld together began to emit spine-chilling cries of pain. And from inside, there were also bang-bang sounds of hitting the walls. Thus, the greenskin boys spent the night listening to the cries. When Lu Mang stretched lazily and woke up on top of the Gao-Ji King Kong, he heard the cries of the greenskin boys in the concentration camp. Assemble, Lu Mang said to Akun, the grot guarding him, and then began to put on his gear by himself. The grot, meanwhile, excitedly picked up the microphone he had already prepared and shouted with his sharp voice, Assemble! 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 Whenever this happened, Akun, the grot, looked at the greenskin boys gathering around him, feeling especially satisfied, as if all these greenskin boys were his own subordinates. After putting on his gear, Lu Mang said no more and led a group of greenskin boys to the concentration camp where the greenskin boys were held yesterday. He motioned for Kobe to open these small, single-person concentration camps, and what greeted the greenskin boys' eyes was a group of greenskin boys huddled in corners, weeping bitterly. With these greenskin boys returning to the ranks, Lu Mang immediately felt that today's greenskin boys were much more obedient. At least, when standing at attention, there were no more little ones swaying back and forth or whispering to each other. Lu Mang was completely unaware of how terrifying it was to make a group of greenskin boys weep bitterly. Because, unless they encountered something extremely sad, even if the greenskin boys were severely injured, they generally wouldn't cry. For a period of time thereafter, the Dujin clan entered a long period of calm. And the greenskin boys, through day and night training, began to become familiar with the discipline of the Dujin clan. So much so that subsequent newborn greenskin boys would deliberately imitate these greenskin boys who had undergone long periods of training. Aboard Lu Meng had also sent out convoys more than once to search for new mushroom farms, but unfortunately, they all came back empty-handed. It was as if, apart from their 4 mushroom farms, there were no others on this planet. Half a year later. On the desolate plain, hundreds of various greenskin rattle trucks sped along, driven by a group of greenskin boys in grey military uniforms. And around this convoy, tens of thousands of greenskin boys, holding various squig delicacies and mushroom wine, were drinking heartily while cursing their hired drivers for falling behind by several positions. Just as Lu Meng thought this would also be a very ordinary day, the scorching sun hanging high above was suddenly obscured by something. When Lu Meng looked up, he saw a warship with an exaggerated shape, like a giant mountain of junk, hovering in mid-air. Suddenly, the little ones, who were still cheering, looked at the giant ship in the sky and fell silent. Even the greenskin rattle trucks still speeding on the racetrack flipped over a few times due to the sudden appearance of the giant ship. It wasn't until this giant ship, over 10 kilometers long, slowly moved away that the greenskin boys dared to discuss it loudly. Immediately after, all the greenskin boys looked in the direction the giant ship had left, and they all began to boil with excitement. Clap, 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 Lu Meng's clapping sound echoed from the surrounding loudspeakers, stopping the greenskin boys' discussions. Ahem, I've decided, we're going to build a big ship like that too. Our goal, Lu Meng said, raising his hand to point at the sky, is the Sea of Stars. Waik. As his words fell, the greenskin boys, who had been awestruck by the giant ship, became excited again. But no little one had the mind to watch any more rattle truck races. Almost all greenskin boys now harbored a dream of building a giant ship. When Lu Meng returned to the mushroom farm with a group of greenskin boys, his expression was very grim. The past half-year of leisure had indeed made Lu Meng lower his guard, making him forget that this was a Warhammer world where all sorts of strange beings were showing off. At the same time, Lu Meng once again dispatched a convoy, instructing these greenskin boys to track in the direction the giant ship had left. That kind of strangely shaped, gigantic junk ship could only be built by greenskins, not by any other race. Damn it, some sneaky fellow is maliciously climbing the tech tree, Lu Meng grumbled as he gathered his tech tyrant kids and began discussing the construction of their own giant ship. But after discussing for a long time, Lu Meng realized, your humble servant cannot do it. Firstly, they couldn't even gather the materials needed to build a giant ship. Even if the greenskins started mining and smelting iron now, it would still take over a decade to build a giant ship. My lord, why don't we just go and snatch it? Pangolin, the tech boy, noticing his boss's silence, couldn't help but become a king of ideas and suggested to his boss. Snatch? Lu Meng looked at Pangolin, who had power claws on both hands, with an expression like he was looking at an idiot. Yes, we'll go snatch it. As long as we win, that big ship will be ours, and the little ones on the other side will also become the boss's little ones. I have to say, Lu Meng was really tempted and wanted to rush in. Damn it, when in doubt, rush first. If it really doesn't work and we can't win, then join them. Anyway, the one who rushes first enjoys it first. After Lu Meng made his decision, the greenskin boys, who were already somewhat restless from seeing the giant ship, became excited once more. Nearly 3,000 various greenskin rattle trucks, greenskin big trucks, artillery trucks, roaring tanks, and gorkanauts, forming a convoy, plus 180,000 greenskin boys, chased in the direction the giant ship had left. At the same time, 2,000 kilometers east of the Duchin clan, there was a mushroom farm that spread across the entire continent. If one were to look down at this planet from space, one would see it. Besides this mushroom farm that spread across the entire continent, there were also scattered green dots representing other greenskin tribe mushroom farms on this planet. However, this planet was too vast, so the little ones Lu Meng had previously sent out to scout had only managed to travel a maximum of 1,000 kilometers, which was why they missed these other smaller greenskin tribes. 2 months later. Fire! Fire! Standing on a greenskin big truck, Lu Meng roared frantically into a walkie-talkie. And behind Lu Meng, over 200 artillery trucks continuously poured shells onto the mushroom farm 1 kilometer away. The bombing lasted for half an hour, so much so that the barrels of the artillery trucks had turned red. Boom! Suddenly, an artillery truck could no longer withstand such high-intensity work and directly detonated while a greenskin boy was loading shells. The flames instantly enveloped the greenskin boys controlling this artillery piece, blowing them and the artillery truck itself sky-high. Seeing this, Lu Meng stopped shouting into the walkie-talkie. Instead, a power axe suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stepped on the truck's hood, pointing forward. Waik. Almost at the same moment Lu Meng roared, the big mech battle group composed of gorkanauts charged forward, leading the way. At the same time, the opposing Waik boys quickly responded. Hundreds of kilgons, clamoring, burst out from the mushroom farm. These greenskin mechanical constructs, each housing the brain of a Gretchen, were equipped with a violent killer saw and a scattered missile flamethrower on their respective hands. Missiles, like a rain of flowers, shot from the mechanical arms of these kilgons, but few landed on the gorkanauts. The reason was simple, these little ones, with only brains, fired them without much aiming. But it was precisely this unpredictable attack method that rendered many of the Imperium of Man's interception weapons useless. And these errant missiles did indeed cause some harassment to Lu Meng's little ones. For instance, a few missiles fortunately flew over the gorkanauts and landed behind them, among the greenskin boys who were using the gorkanauts as cover. Lu Meng couldn't figure out if this was Gork and Mork manifesting or just bad luck for these little ones. But if it came to firepower, Lu Meng believed he would never lose. As nearly 100 kilgons finished releasing this wave of missiles and prepared to charge, Lu Meng's 30-odd roaring tanks had already locked onto their targets and let out their roars. Almost instantly, more than a dozen kill guns were torn to shreds by the shells. At the same time, more greenskin boys riding greenskin rattle trucks also launched the shoulder-mounted rockets they carried. Coupled with the huge mortars and plasma laser emitters mounted on the Gorkanauts, just one volley wiped out half of the opposing force. It almost scared the grots inside the kill guns away. Following that, with the cooperation of the roaring tanks and Gorkanauts, Lu Meng's greenskin boys continuously pressed forward. However, just when Lu Meng thought victory was assured, a peculiar spatial distortion suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a large group of greenskin boys suddenly appeared around Lu Meng. Even among these greenskin boys, some of them, as soon as they appeared, had their brains explode entirely. Waaik. And among these greenskin boys, a Waaik was holding a strange metal staff and with two auxiliary mechanical arms mounted on his shoulders suddenly roared. He raised the staff, inlaid with saw blades and gears, and smashed it towards Lu Meng's head. At the same time, the greenskin boys who had been suddenly teleported next to Lu Meng, after understanding the situation, immediately raised their big choppas and hacked at Lu Meng. Who would have thought? Lu Meng was playing a midnight ambush, carpet bombing and then combined arms. But the opponent didn't play by the rules, directly teleporting and launching a decapitation strike against Lu Meng. Clang, clang, clang. Big choppas and chainsaw greatswords struck Lu Meng's thick greenskin power armor. The brute force of just over 10 orc big mechs caused Lu Meng to stumble. Stumbling, Lu Meng instinctively ducked into the embrace of a big mech beside him, then grabbed the big mech's neck with one power claw and his thigh with the other, exerting force to lift him up. In response, the other greenskin big guys showed no mercy, chopping at their weapons along with the orc big mech Lu Meng was holding above his head. Amidst the thud, thud, thud of blades and axes entering flesh, Lu Meng suddenly exerted force, flinging the dead orc big mech from his shoulder. But before Lu Meng could react further, the opposing Waaik staff struck Lu Meng squarely on the head. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged through Lu Meng's entire body, causing him to involuntarily tremble. Damn it, you little piece of trash, you can't play fair, you play dirty. Lu Meng cursed while trembling, then pulled out a 6-shot revolver from his system space, enduring the numbing sensation of the current, and emptied the clip at the opposing Waaik. However, the Waaik neither dodged nor flinched, instead looking mockingly at the 6 kinetic bullets firmly held in place by a psychic shield in front of him. However, just as the Waaik was about to deliver the final blow to Lu Meng, a roar suddenly echoed from mid-air. Waaik. A completely black figure leaped down from a Gao Ji King Kong. And, with a graceful 9 heavens thunder double kick posture, he kicked the shield in front of the Waaik, directly causing the Waaik to stumble. At the same time, the surrounding greenskin boys, realizing their boss was under focused attack, also charged over with their chainsaw greatswords. Freed from the electric paralysis, Lu Meng had no time to think. He quickly wielded the power axe in his left hand and the chainsaw greatsword in his right, beginning to hack at the surrounding orc big mechs. In an instant, Lu Meng wielded both weapons so seamlessly that no one could get close, executing moves like crook crotch break, 3-split mountain gate, and tiger's head turn with ease. But just as Lu Meng was enjoying the fight and preparing to go after the opposing Waaik, a shell suddenly landed less than 5 meters to Lu Meng's side. Almost instantly, Lu Meng was blown away by the air blast. Meanwhile, a greenskin boy driving a roaring tank cheered and stomped on the accelerator, charging towards where the shell had just landed. The death roller mounted on the front of this roaring tank began to spin wildly, crushing all greenskin boys in its path indiscriminately, heading straight for the Waaik not far from the crater. Facing the roaring tank charging directly at him, the greenskin Waaik suddenly waved his hand, a motion like sweeping away trash. The roaring tank, which was less than 10 meters from the greenskin Waaik was as if brushed by an invisible large hand, and an invisible Waaik energy lifted the entire roaring tank sideways. Ha 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 ha. The greenskin Waaik held his stomach and laughed heartily, watching the greenskin boy thrown out of the tank. Tui. Lu Meng, who had eaten a mouthful of dirt, cursed and scrambled to his feet, only to see the greenskin Waaik with his back to him. Damn it, you're going to electrocute me, hey? Die. His power axe slashed fiercely towards the back of the greenskin Waaik's head. Seemingly sensing the threat, the greenskin Waaik suddenly ducked, barely dodging Lu Meng's horizontal slash. He glanced at the greenskin Waaik's head, where the blue bar was almost depleted. Lu Meng spat a mouthful of saliva mixed with dirt and blood onto the greenskin Waaik's power armor, which was glaring furiously at him. Then he raised his power axe. Are you the one called Thunder King Yang Yangzin? I'll freaking chop you to death. Lu Meng took a few strides and came before the greenskin Waaik, then, holding the power axe with one hand, he slashed downwards diagonally. Waaik. The greenskin Waaik roared furiously, also swinging the staff in his hand, which was sparking with arcs, towards Lu Meng's power axe. But what the greenskin Waaik didn't expect was that when his staff collided with the power axe, Lu Meng instantly let go of the power axe, and then, in a shrunken, cowering posture, directly crashed into the greenskin Waaik's embrace. But soon, a chainsaw greatsword roared out from the greenskin Waaik's back. Waaik. Blood flowed along the chainsaw greatsword, staining Lu Meng's hands red, making the chainsaw greatsword's grip somewhat slippery. Immediately after, Lu Meng exerted force downwards with both hands, and amidst Lu Meng's roar and the chainsaw greatsword's rumble, the power armor on the greenskin Waaai's body, along with his entire belly and lower body, was split vertically. As the chainsaw greatsword carved a deep scratch on the ground, the greenskin Waaai's health bar above his head suddenly dropped by half. However, facing such horrifying injuries, the greenskin Waaai's ignored them, raising the staff in his hand and stabbing it towards Lu Meng's back. Perhaps due to the use of Waaai's energy, the sharp spike at the end of the staff directly pierced into Lu Meng's back, emerging from his chest. Aga! Lu Meng, half lying on the ground, suddenly vomited a large puddle of blood from his mouth, wanting to struggle to his feet, but found that the greenskin Waaai's was holding the staff firmly, and as soon as Lu Meng moved his body, it would pull on the staff, aggravating the injury in his chest. I wonder how long you can stand. Lu Meng looked at the intestines flowing from the greenskin Waaai's belly, dangling before his eyes. Lu Meng supported himself on the ground with one hand, and with the other hand, tightly gripping the chainsaw greatsword, he chopped towards the greenskin Waaai's thigh. Finally, the greenskin Waaai's, with his legs severed, collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Lu Meng, meanwhile, let the staff remain impaled in his chest and let out a victorious roar towards the greenskin boy still fighting. Waaai. Kill, greenskin Waaai's level 16. Obtained, teeth * 16,000. Obtained, experience * 3,000. Obtained, Waaai energy talent. Waaai energy talent introduction. This is an ability only mastered by a Waaai energy kid. With it, you will feel the Waaai energy constantly emanating from the little ones, but be very careful not to let too much Waaai energy burn out your brain. Learn now, Waaai energy talent. Learn. Lu Meng spat out the blood in his mouth and silently thought. The reason he was injured this time was entirely due to carelessness. If it weren't for Kobe's sudden rescue, perhaps, after being electrocuted, he would have been jointly beaten to death by the orc big mechs. Hey? By the way, where did Kobe go? He didn't die, did he? Just as Lu Meng was about to search among the nearby corpses, he saw Kobe suddenly crawl out of a pit. Boss, I'm here. Looking at Kobe's power claw, which was full of scars from being cut by the orc big mech, and the torn grey Dujin military uniform on his chest. Lu Meng's eyes reddened involuntarily, and he rushed over, wanting to give Kobe a hug. My brother. However, as soon as Lu Meng ran 2 steps, the staff piercing his chest poked Kobe's chest, simultaneously causing both Lu Meng and Kobe to wince in pain. Damn it, I was careless. Forcibly pulling the staff out of his chest, Lu Meng looked at the 1/3 of his health bar that had dropped from his head and let out a long breath. Phew, good thing my health bar is thick enough. Before long, 2 pain boy, equipped with auxiliary mechanical arms, ran over, intending to treat Lu Meng. But seeing the huge scalpels in their hands, which might have been used to cut people not long ago, Lu Meng decisively refused. Who knew if these pain boy would stuff some metal parts into his body when they were bandaging him? As dawn gradually broke, the green skin boy in the mushroom farm, who had fought all night, were also somewhat tired. Especially after Lu Meng hung the opposing Waaai's corpse on Gao Ji King Kong, the morale of the other side directly dissipated. After successfully occupying this mushroom farm, Lu Meng immediately gathered all the green skin boy. First, he routinely distributed a wave of teeth as a reward. Then, as all the green skin boy waited for their boss to announce the delicious mushroom wine for a big green skin brawl, Lu Meng, standing on Gao Ji King Kong, cleared his throat. Ahem, I'm announcing something. Today, all of you little ones performed very well, you are all my good little ones. Upon hearing their boss's encouragement, all the green skin boy wearing grey military uniforms puffed out their chests and raised their heads, like roosters that had won a fight. Looking at the green skin boys, whose backs were no longer bent, Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction and said, although you are all good little ones, I have decided to select 100 of the strongest little ones from all of you to follow me into battle from now on. These 100 little ones will each receive 10 big teeth from me every day, and in addition, I will equip them with the best Dodaka and big choppas. Hearing Lu Meng's words, all the green skin boys below began to breathe heavily. Some of the green skin boys even started to look around impatiently, finding everyone else irritating. Not to mention the 10 big teeth a day and the best weapons in the clan, just the fact that they could fight in Waaai alongside their boss on the battlefield was enough to drive all the green skin boys crazy. Seeing that the enthusiasm of the surrounding green skin boys had been ignited, Lu Meng grinned widely, ha 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 ha, but before that, let's party. Only the little ones who can still stand tomorrow are qualified to fight alongside your boss, me, Waaai. Amidst Lu Meng's roar, barrels of pre-prepared mushroom wine were brought out. However, since Lu Meng had brought over 100,000 little ones with him this time, plus the green skin boys he had just incorporated today, Lu Meng's army, after a major battle, not only did not decrease in number but instead surpassed the 200,000 mark. With so many green skin boys, many of them would certainly not get mushroom wine, plus the promise their boss had made earlier. As a result, all the green skin boys were like powder kegs, ready to explode at a touch. They hadn't even had a few sips of wine before they directly started fighting the other green skin boys next to them. But Lu Meng, tonight, was surprisingly not accompanying his little one's big brawl. Instead, he embraced a barrel of mushroom wine alone and climbed into a Gao Ji King Kong. At this moment, Kobe, whose face was smeared with black oil, was honestly staying in the control room of the Gao Ji King Kong. Lu Meng handed the wine barrel in his hand to Kobe. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Kobe, who received the wine barrel, drank like a cow, directly finishing half a barrel, and then let out a loud burp burp. Kobe, I want you to be the head of my guard team from now on. I want you to be responsible for managing the strongest little ones under me, understood? Hearing Lu Mang's command, Kobe stood up excitedly, then raised his right hand 45 degrees to the sky. Yes, leader. Lu Mang was not sure whether it was Kobe's inherent temperament or because Kobe's face was painted black. In any case, Kobe's personality was 9/10 unlike a greenskin, but rather like a black orc with extremely strong discipline and obedience. Lu Mang still had a very good impression of this orc who had followed him the longest and had even saved his life today. I heard that the human emperor has a group of emperor champions, and they are the little ones most loyal to the emperor. Kobe, I think you are no worse than them, so from now on, you will be my champion boy. This power axe is for you. Tomorrow, make sure you knock down all the little ones who dare to challenge you. Lu Mang drank a lot of wine and said a lot of words that night. The next day, amidst the noisy chatter of a group of green-skinned boys, Lu Mang woke up, rubbing his head. He glanced at Kobe, who was still sprawled on the ground sleeping soundly, and Lu Mang raised his leg and kicked Kobe's butt. Get up quickly. When Lu Mang climbed out of the control room of the Gao Ji King Kong and stood on top of the Gao Ji King Kong, he saw green-skinned boys sprawled all over the ground. After a night of green-skin brawling, fewer than 1,000 little ones were still standing. Without exception, all of the little ones who stood until the end were big mech. Lu Mang secretly decided that even if these big mech could not become his personal guards, he would make good use of them, preferably by forming a big guy warband, specifically to tackle tough nuts. Under Lu Mang's command, these big mech quickly divided themselves into groups of 5, then began to fight without hesitation. Soon, over 200 victors emerged. Looking at the 200 scarred big mech, Lu Mang hesitated for only a moment before waving his hand and declaring that all these little ones would be his guards from now on. Immediately after, Lu Mang pulled over Kobe and announced that Kobe would be the head of these big mech from now on. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among many orc big mech, but Lu Mang did not mind. Instead, he allowed anyone who was unconvinced to challenge now. Whoever could defeat Kobe now would become the head of the guard team. Hearing Lu Mang's shameless statement, even the orc big mech felt their intelligence was insulted. Good heavens, we fought all night, one by one, until we were exhausted. You want us to challenge now, humph? Do you really think we are fools? After this little interlude, Lu Mang took his little ones and rested for half a month in this mushroom farm. During this period, Lu Mang also received a reward for occupying the mushroom farm, which was a staff that could amplify Yaaoic energy. Lu Mang felt it was useless, so he didn't bother with it, planning to reward it to one of his little ones when a Yaaoic energy kid appeared in his clan later. In addition, Lu Mang also discovered a grot in this mushroom farm whose roasted mushrooms were exceptionally delicious. Moreover, the white spiral mushrooms roasted by this grot closely resembled the grilled gluten Lu Mang often ate in his previous life. So Lu Mang, on a whim, hired this grot, who was excellent at roasting mushrooms, at a price of 1 big tooth per month, to specialize in making barbecue for him from now on. Hey, yes, just like that, don't stop your body when you're roasting, you have to twist. Listening to his master's command, the grot roasting mushrooms began to awkwardly twist his body. Sing, have you forgotten again? Roasted gluten, my roasted gluten dot. He dot. Lu Mang looked at the grot who was roasting mushrooms and awkwardly dancing and singing with satisfaction. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. As the death metal rock music started again, the green-skinned boys, who were originally inspecting their vehicles, quickly climbed onto the vehicles at their fastest speed. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the loud noise from the steam boilers and turbines, the green-skin convoy, which had expanded to over 3,000 vehicles, set off again. But this time, Lu Mang did not continue to chase in the direction the giant ship had left. Instead, he turned left and drove in another direction. If one were to ask what the Duchin clan lacked most before, Lu Mang would surely grab the clothes of the other tech tyrant kids and loudly demand, "Can you guys finally figure out how to make a satellite? It's really hard for me to explore maps by just wandering around." But when Lu Mang saw the low Earth orbit satellites designed by the tech tyrant kids, he fell silent. That's not a satellite at all, it's clearly a giant space station, you bastards. What made Lu Mang even more helpless was that, with the knowledge inheritance of the big mechs, Lu Mang tried to design one himself, but after a whole night of work, he also came up with something like this. Equals black diamond, I forgot I only know how to build greenskin technology. Over a dozen combat bombers circled in the sky, guiding the greenskin convoy on the ground. These big guys, emerging from the red light spheres of the Kilgons, possessed a terrifying range of 6,000 kilometers and could fly in both atmosphere and space. Although they violated aerodynamics, they could still fly under the greenskins' I think so power. They were one of the few dogfight class units the greenskin orcs had that could be used for long-range atmospheric bombing and space combat against enemy spacecraft and starports. These behemoths, with diameters exceeding 100 meters, were usually equipped with many big guns, as well as Gretchen bombays and super rockets. However, due to their super long endurance, they had now become the aerial reconnaissance units of the Duchin clan. Charge, Yaaoic. For the next 6 months, with the added vision, Lu Mang led his little ones to move around various locations. It was like punching the nursing home in the South Mountain and kicking the kindergarten in the North Sea. He swept through all the mushroom farms within a 10-mile radius with a difficulty below 15 stars. For a time, Lu Mang could pick on any soft target he wanted, living a very comfortable life, undefeated by anyone in the vicinity. In continuous annexation operations, Lu Mang's strength also steadily climbed to level 19, just one step away from level 20 and becoming a ORK boss. Similarly, Lu Mang's green skin boys also expanded to over 700,000 through these annexations. Besides that, Lu Mang's greatest gains were a set of blue rare grade equipment and a skill called Iron Lung. Customized Mega Pistol Rare, a proud creation of the Tech Tyrant kids, it can fire plasma laser currents, with attacks dealing an additional 15 points of damage. Greenskin Storm Power Armor Rare, the exclusive power armor of the Storm Boys, the jetpack on the back allows you to fly. Wearing it grants, strength plus 30, speed plus 40, defense plus 80. Chainsaw Great Sword Rare, a weapon an orc big mech can get from a Tech Tyrant kid by saving up his teeth, but it has followed its master in tearing down a dreadnought, attacks deal 15 points of armor penetration. Greenskin Hydraulic Power Claw Rare, a more ferocious and more ORK Power Claw is a good power claw. Wearing it grants, strength plus 40. Iron Lung, a unique skill of an orc boss who has held his breath for many years, allowing you to hold your breath for 36 hours without oxygen. Perhaps because Lu Mang only picked on soft targets, there wasn't a single decent orc boss in these mushroom farms. The knowledge gained from defeating them was also mostly useless, such as mushroom farm cultivation improvement, Dadaka maintenance, squig farming, and so on. At the same time, Lu Mang also discovered the difference between his own little ones and the little ones in other mushroom farms. That is, although the greenskin boys in other mushroom farms also had a level setting above their health bar, their upgrade mechanism was completely different from the Dujin clan's kill for experience system. The leveling up of these other mushroom farms greenskin boys was very casual, they might grow in size and become a level 5 orc big mech if they won a big brawl or did something very ORK, and were admired by other greenskin boys. However, this process was often quite long, even the healthiest greenskin boy would need 1 to 2 years to become an orc big mech, which was far less direct than the Dujin clan's greenskin boys who gained experience simply by fighting. In the early morning, Lu Mang woke up from a night of heavy drinking, put on his pants, and smacked his lips, average. Behind him was a group of drunken orc big mechs and a pile of crooked mushroom wine barrels. Counting the newly occupied mushroom farm, Lu Mang now had 14 mushroom farms under his control. The number of greenskin boys under him had also surpassed 1 million. With more little ones, naturally, they couldn't just rush in like before. After all, Lu Mang couldn't bring his million little ones to attack a small mushroom farm with only tens of thousands of people. The cost of ammunition and fuel for one such attack would be a huge loss for Lu Mang. So Lu Mang divided these increasingly numerous greenskin boys into greenskin warbands and logistics units. First to be introduced, of course, was Lu Mang's orc boss guard. The number of guards had now surpassed 500, and Lu Mang had kept his word, equipping these orc big mechs with the finest weapons and his meticulously designed power armor. Unlike the iron and spiked armor made from scrap steel plates and iron pieces worn by other greenskin boys, the power armor designed by Lu Mang was entirely black and used heavy ceramite as the armor material. Its power system was composed of the greenskin's unique ORK energy field collectors and 15 solid-state batteries. Normally, these ORK energy field collectors, installed within the ceramite armor, would collect the ORK energy inadvertently emitted by the greenskin boys and store it as an energy reserve. In addition, this stored ORK energy could also form a ORK energy shield through the ORK energy shield generator. Their weapons were a power axe and a hydraulic power claw equipped with a 6-barreled rotary big gun. The remaining greenskin boys were divided into 4 warbands by Lu Mang. These were the Tongloan warband, which had the most greenskin boys, the Blitzkrieg Poland warband, which had the most ground vehicles, the Bikini Bottom warband, which had the most aerial units, and the Hwakyong gang, which was composed entirely of orc big mechs. In addition, there was the Ministry of Industry, responsible for producing weapons and vehicle equipment, the Ministry of Agriculture, which took care of the mushroom farm, and the Bear-style Medical Department, which had mastered various male-style old remedies and was willing to help the greenskin boys treat their injuries. And there was the Gretchen Brotherhood, made up of grots. Just as Lu Mang opened the mini-map to check on the situation of the greenskin boys and other warbands, a sudden shadow enveloped the entire mushroom farm. Lu Mang initially thought it was still that greenskin behemoth, but then he noticed a monster's cartoon icon suddenly appear on the mini-map, directly overlapping with his own icon. Hey? It's not a greenskin junk ship? What the hell is this? Lu Mang looked up, peering through the large mushroom's cap. A grotesque, seemingly endless biological hive ship was reflected in Lu Mang's eyes. Its surface was covered with sharp, protruding bone spurs growing wildly, and pulsating nodes and mucus-secreting tubes constantly undulated and writhed. Under the protection of thick chitinous armor, dense holes were exposed all over the hive ship's body. Then, under Lu Mang's gaze, tyrannid spores, like raindrops, were sprayed out from these holes. Holy crap, tyrannids! Lu Mang was stunned by the sight. It wasn't until a giant flesh spore exploded beside him, and tyrannids with blades emerged from within, that Lu Mang reacted. Bang bang bang, he fired his custom-made mega pistol repeatedly, splattering the brains of several blade tyrannids that were frantically rushing him. Lu Mang didn't have time to think, directly using ORK energy, he roared skyward, ORK. An invisible wave of ORK energy, carrying his boss's roar, reached the ears of every greenskin boy. This woke up many of the little ones who were still sound asleep from a hangover the previous night, and they began to converge on Lu Mang's location. The first to arrive, naturally, were Lu Mang's boss bodyguards, these little ones, wearing black ORK energy power armor, also encountered many Tyranid sneak attacks along the way. But in front of these champion boys, these low-level Tyranids weren't even enough for them to chop down. Leader Sir Kobe, wearing a suit of pitch-black Yaoic energy power armor, used his hand to cut a blade Tyranid that had lunged from a mushroom patch on one side in half, then stood in front of Lu Meng and performed a standard salute. The rest of the champion boys silently guarded Lu Meng in their midst. First, contact the other warbands and the mushroom farm and ask them about their current situation. Hearing his boss's command, a champion boy carrying a communicator immediately began to operate it on the spot. Soon, the roars of other greenskin boys came through the radio. Yaoic! Yaoic! Charge, little ones, chop them to death for me. Listening to the sound of gunfire coming through the communicator, Lu Meng had a very bad premonition. But very quickly, Lu Meng's premonition came true. After contacting all the connectable warbands and mushroom farms, Lu Meng bitterly accepted the fact that this planet had begun to suffer a large-scale invasion by the Tyranids. In his fury, Lu Meng snatched the communicator, and using the full frequency band, roared into the communicator, "I am your boss. Your leader, sir. Now I command you, do not entangle with the enemy for too long, use everything you can to break through or defend in place for me, Yaoic." Immediately, whether it was the mushroom farms scattered in various places, or the several greenskin warbands currently engaged in external combat, all heard this command from their boss. "Boss, where do we go next?" Looking at the increasing number of orc big mechs around him, Kobe nudged Lu Meng with his elbow. He glanced at the dense Tyranid gargoyles overhead. "We break through. North, first to rendezvous with the Blitzkrieg Poland warband." The Tyranids came too suddenly, staying put would only lead to being heavily surrounded. Yaoic! After speaking, Lu Meng roared and charged out, leading the champion boys behind him. With Lu Meng leading the way, the greenskin boys instantly found their backbone and began to break through in the same direction. The roar of chainsaw greatswords, the sweeping fire of various big guns, and the hissing of Tyranids converged into a hellish tableau. Lu Meng snapped the neck of the gargoyles that swooped down to ambush him, then wearily wiped the blood from his face. Around him, the more than 20,000 orc big mechs he had brought out had already lost a third. Every time he thought of this, Lu Meng felt a painful constriction in his chest. Damn it, these are all the elites of my Xiang warband. In addition, they had lost a large number of vehicles, as well as 2 Gorkanauts. Nightfall. The roaring Gao-Ji King Kong advanced without pause, followed by a series of monstrous roaring tanks. Facing this Tyranid invasion, Lu Meng dared not be careless and directly took out all the best weapons from his backpack. Kill, Tyranid Blade Worm *1. Gain, Experience *10. Gain, Biomass *100. Gain, Tyranid Bone Blade *1. Sitting on the big head of the Gao-Ji King Kong, Lu Meng silently looked at the prompts that appeared after killing the Tyranid. Damn it, what good is this trash Tyranid besides providing 10 experience points? This crappy Tyranid Bone Blade, is that equipment a greenskin can even use? Just as Lu Meng was grumbling, the previously dark sky in the distance suddenly erupted in brilliant light. Then, the giant Tyranid hive ship, over 20 kilometers long, was seen to have suffered some kind of attack. Its hundreds of feet thick chitinous armor was blasted with countless large and small craters. And on one side of the hive ship's abdomen, a large hole had been blasted through by the massive solid cannon of a greenskin battleship. Thousands of death dreads were circling in the sky, their whip-like ammunition belts strafing the Tyranid gargoyles in the air. At the same time, a large number of greenskin assault boats were launched from the greenskin battleship, flying directly towards the breached abdomen of the Tyranid hive ship. The attack on the greenskin frigate actually occurred over 100 kilometers away. In the darkness, Lu Meng, standing atop Gao-Ji King Kong, could only see the constant flashing explosions in the sky and the streaks of trajectories tearing through the night. He glanced at the minimap and found that he was now less than 2 hours away from the Polish warband. Lu Meng was not in a hurry to leave at this time. Instead, he let the little ones, who had been tired all day, recover their strength first. This was because, around the Polish warband, there were dense red dots, encircling and intercepting them. It was predictable that another fierce battle would soon ensue. However, after resting for less than half an hour, Lu Meng discovered that Tyranids were chasing them from behind, so he had no choice but to let the greenskin boy continue on their way. Yaoic! The leaders of the Polish warband were 2 orc bosses named Shu K and Beta. They were considered elders of the Duchin clan. Earlier, when Lu Meng fought the Yaoic Energy Kid, it was they who were driving the roaring tank. At this moment, these 2 orc bosses were wielding their chainsaw greatswords. They commanded their respective tank and vehicle formations, utilizing their superior mobility to maneuver and circle the battlefield. They ensured their convoy and tank formations were always on the flank of the Tyranid advance and never directly clashed with the Tyranids. Just as the 2 orc bosses consumed a small wave of Tyranids and were about to repeat their tactic, several Tyranid lictors with chameleon scales suddenly leaped out of the dark shadows. Their massive and sharp claws instantly lunged towards the neck of the orc boss Shu K, who was standing on the tank directing. In the nick of time, a Yaoic energy barrier suddenly condensed in front of Shu K, blocking the lictor's attack. Immediately following, Lu Meng's roar echoed across the entire plain. Hey, 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 little ones, I'm here. Yaoic! The rumbling Gorkanaut and roaring tank, like road rollers, crushed any Tyranid that dared to stand in their way into meat paste. Seeing this, a warrior bugs holding 2 swords on a nearby hillside roared towards the sky. The Tyranids, who were still attacking, began to retreat in a dense swarm. But when these Tyranids left, there was not even a single corpse left on the ground, only some bloodstains from the battle. For the next few days, Lu Meng was busy rounding up his greenskin boy, and although everything went smoothly. However, Lu Meng knew that there were definitely kind greenskins helping their Dujin clan carry the burden forward. At the same time, Lu Meng also discovered that after this baptism, the number of greenskin big guy within his clan began to skyrocket. The greenskin boy of the Dujin clan might have previously needed to chop down 100 little ones from other clans to reach LV5 and become a big mech. But now, they only needed to chop down 100 low-level Tyranids to level up. And the Tyranids on this planet now numbered in the billions. The only thing that bothered Lu Meng was that the little ones had chopped down so many bugs, but the items they dropped were all useless junk. For example, the bone knives dropped by blade bugs, which are weapons that only unleash their power when in symbiosis with the Tyranids, were completely useless in the hands of the greenskins. They were even less convenient than using a big choppa. Yura. On the battlefield, Lu Meng, briefly airborne using his jetpack, aimed at a level 15 warrior bugs with 2 swords in a swarm, and with a jet accelerated slash, he brought down his chainsaw greatsword like a splitting mountain. In response, the warrior bugs raised its arms to block with its swords, while cunningly aiming its venom cannons and its 2 secondary appendages at Lu Meng. The distance between them grew shorter and shorter, but just as the warrior bugs aimed with its 2 secondary appendage holes and its muscles twitched to unleash a corrosive strong acid, Lu Meng suddenly vanished from mid-air. He reappeared behind the warrior bugs. Then Lu Meng's chainsaw greatsword slashed down fiercely, and the warrior bugs, originally nearly 3 meters tall, was instantly split in half by the roaring chainsword. Killed, warrior bugs *1. Obtained, biomass *1000. Obtained, experience *200. Obtained, scything talons *1. The moment the warrior bugs was slain, the blade bugs that were swarming towards the greenskins from all directions began to rapidly disperse. At the same time, as a golden light rose above Lu Meng's head, after slaying this warrior bugs, Lu Meng's level successfully upgraded to 20. But just as Lu Meng thought that reaching level 20 would simply mean 5 more attribute points, his attribute panel suddenly popped up. Greenskin YAAIBUS, Lu Meng. Level, 20, 697/12,000. Age, 1 year and 8 months. Strength, 30 plus 70. Speed, 29 plus 40. Constitution, 141 plus 136. Hereafter, Constitution only represents health bar and stamina. Defense, 110 plus 80. To make it easier for everyone to see more clearly, Defense has been separated from Constitution here. Allocatable points, 15. YAAIC Energy, 800/1000. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji Boxing, Military Boxing, Shooting, Driving, Cooking, Steel Body Passive, High-Speed Regeneration Passive. YAAIC Energy Talent, Iron Lung, Mushroom Farm Cultivation, Squig Rearing. Equipment, Storm Power Armor Rare, Special Mega Pistol Rare, Chainsaw Greatsword Rare, Hydraulic Power Claw Rare. Selectable Passive, 1, Uncontrollable Rage. Description, when angry, your strength will multiply, and as long as you remain angry, your strength will continue to increase. Selectable Passive, 2, Precision Strike. Description, I figure, as long as my bullets hit 100% of the time, then I am the strongest dirty gun boss. Selectable Passive, 3, Soul Forge. Description, you gain 1 to 12 health bonus for every enemy you kill. Looking at the selectable passive abilities at the end of the personal panel, and the 15 free attribute points, Lu Meng realized the difference between a YAAIBUS and other greenskin boy. Perhaps other orc bosses also have such passives, but my passive abilities are datafied and I can choose them myself, while others cannot. Stroking his chin, Lu Meng didn't hesitate much when looking at the 3 selectable passive skills, he simply chose 3 without thinking. No one can stop my determination to be a blood tank. No choice, my senior brother told me since I was young that if I want to deal damage, I must first be able to stand firm. Unlike Lu Meng, who was still gathering his greenskin boy from each mushroom farm. At this time, 2,000 kilometers away from Lu Meng, within the Bloodhowl clan, hundreds of millions of greenskin boys were engaged in fierce combat with the Tyranids. Countless combat formations composed of Death Dreads, combat bombers, and storm boys, like locusts, were continuously exchanging fire with the Tyranid gargoyles. Within the YAAIC energy field formed by the greenskins' excitement, some strange aircraft that originally defied the logic of flight were also manufactured by the tech tyrant kids and continuously sent to the battlefield. Then, after a greenskin boy successfully took off, due to the YAAIC energy field, this airborne vehicle, which should not have been able to fly, exploded with 200% of its combat performance. YAAIC. In the cockpit, the greenskin boy roared madly, sweeping all enemies he could see in front of him at his fastest speed. After killing more than a dozen gargoyles, this greenskin boy eventually exploded into a ball of fireworks in the sky under the desperate assault of a group of Tyranid gargoyles. In the sky, scattered metal parts fell to the ground and would soon be collected by the grots, then casually handed to any tech boy, and before long, these parts would again be manufactured into Dadaka, or Dachapa, as well as parts and ammunition for other vehicles. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground was equally fierce. Flamethrower boys laughed as they incinerated swarms of Tyranid blade worms, only to be cut in half by an invisible Tyranid lictor. 4 megagargants, each over 100 meters tall, unleashed all their firepower, blasting a similarly massive Tyranid Titan class Bio Titan, making it stumble. Surrounding these giants were greenskin boys and Tyranid like a tide. Led by their respective orc boss and tyrannid lords, they engaged in a never-ending war of attrition. At the same time, in space, hundreds of hive fleets were also engaging the greenskin ships. 2 greenskin cruisers, with a diameter of over 4 kilometers, looked like an adult and a baby in front of the enormous tyrannid mothership. But they relied on their ORK energy shield to charge recklessly through the tyrannid fleet. Hundreds of greenskin small vessels were even more desperately preparing to board these tyrannid behemoths. At the same time, a large number of tyrannid razor fiends were also closely pursuing the 2 greenskin cruisers. The strong acid fired from these razor fiends attacked the greenskins cruisers, and although they had ORK energy shields, they always managed to cause some damage to the greenskins. The Bloodhowl clan ORK boss, Gao Ge King Kong, who was in charge of commanding these 2 greenskin cruisers, angrily slammed the control panel in front of him. This great greenskin pirates felt a sense of powerlessness when facing these massive tyrannids. His proud greenskin cruiser could only flee like a stray dog within their fleet. Broadcast to the entire sector for me, tell them there's a very ORK fight here now, and any interested greenskins can come join the fun. At the same time, on the planet's surface, Lu Meng, with his now reduced 250,000 greenskin boy, rested in a valley surrounded by mountains. Although the surrounding greenskin boy were all very tired, each of them was highly excited. It could be said that the past half-month was the most exhilarating period of their lives. Every day they didn't have to think about anything, as long as they woke up, there was a fight to be had. But Lu Meng felt like he was losing money rapidly. If it weren't for Lu Meng's foresight in having Pangolin lead a group of tech tyrant kids to form a manufacturing department, they might not even be able to afford weapons and ammunition now. After all, kill rewards never included separate ammunition. Moreover, the little ones of his clan were incredibly picky. As soon as a battle started, if they could use cannons, they would never use big guns to Daka. For this reason, Lu Meng had sent these prodigal things into the small dark room many times during this period. Sitting by the burning bonfire, Lu Meng took a small sip of mushroom wine, opened the system backpack. Teeth 27682116, De Choppas 12137, De Dakas 23698, Chainsaw Great Swords 32634, Long-barreled Big Guns 12638, Chainsaw Axes 6256, 6-barreled Big Guns 7355, Greenskin Flamethrowers 6576, Rocket Launchers 1457, Tank Hammers 2527, Power Claws 1338, Greenskin Rattle Trucks 849, Greenskin Big Trucks 678, Greenskin Gun Trucks 341, Roaring Tanks 369, Kill Guns 1977, Dreadnoughts 3627, Def Dreads 510, Combat Bombers 33, Gao Ge King Kong 15, Mork King Kong 30, Bone Knives 112, 6537, Acid Cannons 776, 2847, Biomass 23698108000. Every time Lu Meng saw over 200 million biomass in his backpack, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. Lu Meng had also taken out some of this stuff to study, but after fiddling with it for a long time, besides discovering that it looked like melted dark brown flesh, there was nothing special about it. Lu Meng even found a few Gretchen to try it, and the conclusion was that it wouldn't kill anyone either. Alas. Lu Meng closed the system backpack. Although they didn't lack weapons, they really lacked ammunition. Along the way, many firearms in the hands of the little ones had almost become disposable. They would just throw them away after running out of ammunition and then go find their orc boss for new ones. Before long, a scout boy, manipulating a storm jetpack, jumped down from the mountaintop. Your Excellency, the Tyrannid have followed us again. Hearing the scout boy's report, Lu Meng rubbed the dirt mixed with blood on his hands and stood up. Let's go. Boom boom boom, the vehicle started again and drove out of the canyon. Facing the threat of the Tyrannid, Lu Meng would not be so foolish as to hide somewhere and pray that these Tyrannid would not find him. Fighting these Tyrannid is a matter of life or death. Therefore, the direction the Duchin clan was heading was precisely the territory of the Bloodhowl clan. In such a critical juncture, fighting separately would only lead to a dead end. Since the fighting was most intense here, Lu Meng, of course, had to come and help out. Of course, it would be best if I could pick up some drops from the corpses of the greenskin boys on the other side. The closer they got to the Bloodhowl clan, the more excited the Duchin clan's little ones became. This was because there were endless Tyrannid to fight, so much so that the little ones could walk almost 24 hours a day without interruption. When they were less than 10 kilometers from the Bloodhowl clan, what Lu Meng encountered were no longer groups of Tyrannid, but an even greater, dense, tide-like number of Tyrannid Ripper swarm. These multi-legged, crawling Tyrannid, with sharp teeth and only the size of a medium-sized dog, frantically devoured all organic matter they could see. After they were full, they would crawl into the nearby Tyrannid digestion pools, and eventually, the digestion pools would convert these Tyrannid Ripper swarm, along with everything they had eaten, into biomass to supply the Tyrannid fleet. As a benevolent and well-intentioned Class A war criminal from P Society, facing these hundreds of millions of Tyrannid Ripper swarm, the Duchin clan's greenskin boys quickly reacted under Lu Meng's command. The nearly 100 Gorkanaut leading the charge simultaneously opened their belly-mounted sky-burning sea-boiling flame slag ejectors. These large-caliber flamethrowers, modified by the tech tyrant kids, had larger fuel tanks and more powerful pumping devices. As for why they renamed this thing the sky-burning sea-boiling flame slag ejector, it was, of course, because the tech tyrant kids thought this name had more power and was more YAAIC. Also, it adds a few more words. Ha ha ha, today is roasted tyrannid. Inside the Gao Ji King Kong's belly, Lu Meng operated the sky-burning sea-boiling flame slag ejector in front of him, charring the tide-like approaching tyrannid ripper swarm. Even through the thick armor plates, Lu Meng could smell the acrid odor of burning chitinous carapaces. Nearly 100 Gorkanauts simultaneously spewed out pillars of fire, intertwining to form a firewall several meters high. Any tyrannid ripper swarm or tyrannid digestion pools daring to stand in front would be completely charred. The continuous high temperature even caused the outer thick armor plates of the Gorkanaut to reach over 200 degrees Celsius. As a result, the Greenskin boys and Gretchen working in the boiler room, seeing the gradually reddening boiler room armor plates, began frantically stuffing more fuel, wanting to leave this high temperature area as quickly as possible. Some dizzy Greenskin boys even directly threw the nearby grot into the boiler as fuel. Under the desperate work of the steam boilers, the massive tracks beneath the Gorkanaut began to accelerate forward. Whether it was charred tyrannid ripper swarm or tyrannid digestion pools oozing green slime, all were crushed into charred mud under the advance of the metal tracks. And on both sides of the convoy, thousands of pyromaniac little ones carrying flamethrowers were also having their own carnival. They howled, wantonly spraying flames. Any tyrannid daring to approach the convoy would be chopped into minced meat by the cheering and roaring Greenskin boys with their chainsaw greatsword, and then burned to charcoal. As a result, under the scorching flames and high temperatures, the bodies of the tyrannid ripper swarm and their chitinous carapaces were burned to ash, swept into the sky by the heat wave, and finally, these floating ashes fell onto the Duchin little ones and their rattle trucks, accumulating in a thick layer. The excited Greenskin boys were unwilling to stop for a moment. When their chainsaw greatsword got tired, they would pick up at a dock nearby and shoot some pot shots, and after recovering, they would pick up the chainsaw greatsword and go out to chop for a while. Although, in this process, some Greenskin boys might not return. But the Greenskin boys who managed to fight back became more and more YAAIC, and their bodies also began to grow larger. In fact, the aerial threat was greater than that on the ground. Swarms of gargoyles fired clusters of green slime encased, sharp-toothed boring worms from the flesh borers linked to their bodies. These disgusting little things, even when hitting the metal roof of a greenskin rattle truck, could quickly gnaw and corrode a hollow. In response, the Greenskin boys retaliated with various long-barreled guns in their hands and quad-mounted docket cannons installed on the Greenskin big trucks. If they could, the Greenskin boys would want to keep fighting like this until the end of the world. If there was anyone unhappy among these joyous Duchin little ones, it would definitely be the Bikini Bottom Warband Greenskin boys, who had the most flying vehicles. Their pitiful flying vehicles were already struggling against the locust-like swarm of gargoyles. A while ago, a large group of tyrannid harpies arrived and completely wiped out the pitiful planes the Bikini Bottom Warband little ones had. The three unfortunate leaders of the Bikini Bottom Warband, Yellow Square, Pink Starfish, and Octopus, ran to their boss to complain, wanting to get more big planes from him. However, they were met with their boss's merciless refusal. As a result, these Bikini Bottom Warband little ones, now holding Dodaka and frantically sweeping, always unconsciously aimed their muzzles at the flying tyrannid gargoyle in the sky. The Duchin clan's convoy had been traveling through the tyrannid swarm for nearly 10 kilometers. During this time, the notifications in Lu Meng's mind never stopped. The death drops within 100 meters were so numerous that Lu Meng couldn't pick them all up. Fortunately, Lu Meng had now leveled up to 20, and everything within 20 meters around him was his automatic pickup area. As for other drops, forget it, who cares, it's all useless junk anyway. Lu Meng was too lazy to pick them up, they were just some biomass and tyrannid weapons. If he wasn't afraid that throwing away these weapons in his backpack would allow the tyrannid to pick them up, Lu Meng really wanted to just discard this trash. After breaking out of the tyrannid digestion zone, the Duchin clan convoy was now less than 10 kilometers from the Bloodhowl clan's mushroom farm. They could clearly see the green ocean that formed a horizon on the land. And two megagargants standing in the green ocean, constantly being harassed and attacked by a group of tyrannid harpies and tyrannid gargoyle. However, the acid cannons of the harpies and the flesh borers fired by the gargoyles, which shot corrosive acid and sharp-toothed boring worms, hit the megagargants' layered iron armor plates, seemingly having no effect. And the various large guns, rocket launchers, and machine cannons of various calibers installed on the two megagargant formed a terrifying net of firepower, mercilessly shredding the tyrannid constantly flying and circling in the sky. And on the outskirts of the Bloodhowl clan, a large number of tyrannid ripper swarm were frantically devouring everything they could see, whether it was the corpses of greenskins or the corpses of tyrannid, or even the entire mushroom farm, all were their targets for consumption. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Bloodhowl clan, Lu Meng discovered that the tyrannids here, both in quantity and quality, were far superior to the warrior bugs they had encountered on their journey. Deep within the dense forest, in a place Lu Meng couldn't see, a tyrannid hive tyrant, evolved from a tyrannid warrior, watched the metal behemoth continuously firing overhead, protected by a group of tyrannid tyrants. Hiss-ha! The hive lord, wielding two bone blades, suddenly roared towards the distance. Immediately after, massive biovores crashed through the surrounding giant mushroom trees, appearing before the hive tyrant. These monsters, whose bodies were covered in dozens of layers of chitinous armor, carried a massive symbiotic weapon on their backs. These living tank organisms, specially mutated by the tyrannids, had only one mission. That was to blow up everything that stood in the way of the swarm. The rupture cannons on their backs could fire two types of shells at once. The first was a tick-like creature that would envelop the target in acidic fluid, and the second was a sac-like tumor. This sac, upon contact with the acid, would instantly corrode. Then, its internal substances would react chemically with the acid, causing a violent chemical explosion. Under the control of the hive tyrant, these living tanks, known as biovores, began to unleash their gunfire on the mega gargant above them. At the same time, the green skin boy, who had been wielding chainsaw, greatsword and various large guns, cutting down the swarm, let out an envious wa'ik. When they saw the two gigantic mega gargant, and as the Dujin were looking at the giant mega gargant, letting out a chorus of wa'ik, the little ones of the Bloodhowl clan, who were on the mega gargant, also discovered these green skin boy who had appeared out of nowhere. But at this moment, who cared where these green skin boy came from? As long as they were also cutting down bugs, they were now allies. At this moment, Lu Meng, who was operating a Gao Ji King Kong, looked at the dense array of light spheres on the battlefield ahead, his mouth stretched into a wide grin. Ha ha ha, I really came to the right place this time. Little ones, charge for me. Charge in, that'll be our home turf. Wa'ik. Listening to his boss's hearty laughter and commands over the communicator, the green skin boy, already excited from killing, accelerated again and plunged into the mushroom farm. Obtained, Dadaka *1*1*1. Obtained, 6-barrel revolving big gun *1*1*1. Obtained, green skin assault boat *1*1. Obtained, biomass *100*100. Listening to the various and sundry equipment acquisition prompts in his mind, Lu Meng was all smiles. Just as Lu Meng was wondering whether he should lead his subordinates to fight the Tyranids here first, or delve further into the mushroom farm. Dozens of tick acid projectiles fired by biovores struck several Gorkanaut nearby. Immediately after, there was a loud boom, and the Gorkanaut that were hit shook violently. When the smoke cleared, large craters, each over 3 meters in diameter, were visible on the bodies of these Gorkanaut. Some of the little ones who were operating the big guns, missile launchers and giant cannons on these Gorkanaut were directly turned into a bloody mess by this sudden attack. In addition, more Tyranid blade bugs surrounded them from all directions, mixed with a large number of Tyranid gun bugs and warrior bugs. Looking at the several Tyranid warrior bugs roaring at him within the swarm, Lu Meng twisted his neck. Ha ha ha, it seems these dead bugs have already made the choice for us. I'm gonna shoot them all. With that, Lu Meng picked up a massive 6-barrel revolving big gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the Tyranid warrior bugs roaring at him. For a moment, the Tyranid gun bugs guarding the warrior bugs were directly riddled with holes to protect the warrior bugs. Ha ha ha, open wide, Keep opening wide, watch me shoot it all over your face. Listening to the constant stream of crude remarks from his boss, Akun, the Grot standing beside Lu Meng, busily linked trays of ammunition belts together so his boss could shoot to his heart's content. Lu Meng only threw away the revolving big gun in his hand when all its barrels turned red. Then, with a disdainful tug at his pants, he took a fungal cigarette offered by Akun, took a deep drag, and said, mediocre. At this point, the several warrior bugs that had been roaring earlier, despite their thick chitinous armor, had been reduced to a pile of shredded flesh under the continuous barrage of 20mm kinetic armor-piercing rounds. Looking at the several Gorkanaut that had been blasted into scrap metal by the previous round of attacks, Lu Meng picked up the communicator on his waist. Damn it, open fire for me. No need to save ammunition now, fire the cannons until they smoke. Let these bugs see the full might of our Dujin clan. Under Lu Meng's command, the Dujin clan's little ones, whose numbers had now dwindled to 150,000, began to rapidly construct fortifications. Lu Meng took out over 200 more Gorkanaut, directly using these 10-meter-tall behemoths to form a circular defense. Then came a large number of greenskin artillery wagons, greenskin quad-barrel anti-aircraft guns, and various greenskin individual rocket launchers. Ahem, once everything was ready, Lu Meng held his walkie-talkie, looking at the greenskin boy standing by, ready to open fire at any moment. Suddenly, a gargoyles responsible for reconnaissance flew overhead, stirring up a gentle breeze. Today's wind is quite noisy. Lu Meng sniffed the gunpowder and blood in the air. Open fire! Open fire! Open fire! Open fire! Boom boom boom. For a moment, tens of thousands of cannons roared simultaneously, and Lu Meng felt the ground he stood on begin to tremble and sink. One by one, grotesque cannon shells and greenskin individual rockets arced in long parabolas, landing within the surrounding mushroom farm, blasting all the Tyranids within a 2-kilometer radius, as well as the Bloodhowl clan's greenskin boy who were still fighting the Tyranids, into the sky. Coupled with the super big mech combat group composed of over 300 Gorkanaut, the firepower here suddenly became even more intense than that of 2 Mega Gargant. Wa'ik! 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 The little ones of the Dujin clan roared madly amidst the cannon fire that could deafen a person. These elites, who had survived from over 1 million greenskin boy, were all equipped with the finest full-body armor, and each little one carried at least 4 weapons. Moreover, among these little ones, the number of Ork Big Mech was even twice as many as the greenskin boy. Even the lowest-ranking greenskin boy had LV-4 displayed above their heads. The artillery fire lasted for more than an hour, not because Lu Meng was reluctant to use ammunition. Instead, in that hour or so, the Tyranids' digestion pool area on the outskirts of the mushroom farm had been completely disfigured by the greenskin boy's artillery. The Tyranids were helpless against this. The moment the digestion pool was attacked, a large number of Tyranid warriors, bringing with them a tide-like swarm of Tyranids, came charging over. But facing an iron wall formed by over 300 Gorkanauts, various large-caliber artillery, and the suppressing fire of greenskin big guns, these Tyranids made several probing charges, only to retreat in a hurry after leaving behind a trail of corpses. Meanwhile, the 2 Mega Gargants nearby discovered, These little ones who appeared out of nowhere have such fierce firepower. Then, with a tacit understanding, they formed a stable triangular formation with the Duchin clan's super big mech combat group. And those green-skinned boys who were still inside the mushroom farm, following behind various orc bosses looking for a fight, also began to move towards the direction of the Duchin clan after hearing the cannon fire. However, when these Bloodhowl clan little ones ran over, ready to chop up some Tyranids, they didn't encounter a single Tyranid blocking their way. Finally, these Bloodhowl clan little ones were all numb after listening to the artillery fire for over an hour. Even an orc boss responsible for leading the team, listening to the artillery fire, had an illusion. Could it be that our clan is actually very teefy? Explanation here, teef are the currency in orc society, so teefy roughly means having a lot of money. After the artillery fire subsided, these green-skinned boys, who had been outside the range of the artillery, saw the Gorkanauts, which had been forming a circle, begin to move and leave the area. Then, after the Duchin clan left, various green-skinned gun wagons and all sorts of messy rocket launchers were casually discarded by the Duchin clan's little ones. The Bloodhowl clan little ones, who had come here and found no fight, looked at these wildly styled green-skinned gun wagons and the weapons casually thrown on the ground, and all became excited, then rushed forward in a swarm, starting to fight over them. At the same time, as Lu Meng was moving his little ones to a new position, preparing to continue collecting drops in other areas, a piercing howl came from a distance. Lu Meng looked up towards the source of the sound. However, accompanying this howl was also a huge biopulse plasma cannon shot. Immediately after, Lu Meng saw a Tyranid Titan-class creature, a Tyranid hive tyrant, with long limbs and over 100 meters tall, charging from a distance. The large array of living weapon artillery mounted on its back also spewed out corrosive acid at the same moment Lu Meng looked at this giant beast. An endless stream of Tyranid spores flew out from the carapaces on its body, mixing into the atmosphere. Boom! The biopulse plasma cannon accurately struck a megagargant several kilometers away, which was still continuously pouring out firepower. And before the other megagargant could twist its body to provide fire support, the massive Tyranid hive tyrant had already reached the vicinity of the two megagargants. Large amounts of corrosive acid were sprayed onto the megagargants by the hive tyrant's living weapon array on its back, and behind this Tyranid hive tyrant, a swarming mass of Tyranids followed. In just a short moment, the once unyielding and arrogant greenskin megagargant was brought down by the Tyranid bio-titan. But very quickly, Lu Meng was pleasantly surprised to find that the fallen megagargant had actually dropped equipment. And the color of the dropped light orb was yellow, a color Lu Meng had never seen before. But without even thinking, Lu Meng knew that whatever the megagargant dropped would certainly be good. Why hesitate? I've already made a killing from that last wave, okay. After only a moment's thought, Lu Meng immediately changed direction and led his green-skinned boys towards the area where the megagargant had fallen. When Lu Meng was less than 5 kilometers from the megagargant, the corpses of Tyrannofexes, like living tanks, lay scattered on the ground. And a greenskin boss, clad in greenskin power armor, was pulling his power claw out of a hive tyrant's brain. Lu Meng only took one look and gasped, his holy crap. Because the level displayed above the greenskin boss's head, in Lu Meng's eyes, was a staggering 42. Good heavens, this must be a big boss level existence, Lu Meng thought to himself, not daring to be careless, and quickly had his greenskin boys responsible for driving take a detour. However, a tree desires calm, but the wind won't stop. Perhaps Lu Meng, such a rare handsome guy in a pile of greenskins, was simply too eye-catching. The orc boss on the other side, who was leading the greenskin boys in cleaning up the battlefield, suddenly roared at Lu Meng, "Stop!" Amidst the orc boss's deafening roar, the big mech combat group, composed of over 300 Gorkanauts, slowly came to a halt. The orc boss looked at Lu Meng, who was standing on top of a Gao Ji King Kong, and then cursed, "You little pissant up there, get down here." Facing this level 40 orc boss, the level 24 Lu Meng, though a little flustered, remained unmoved. Holy crap, what a joke, don't I have face? Telling me to get down, are you kidding me? I'm the boss of the Duchin clan, if I get down, how am I supposed to mix in the future? For a moment, Lu Meng grew angrier the more he thought about it. Although in this world, those with higher levels certainly had better physical attributes in all aspects than those with lower levels. Lu Meng had found over time that these things could also be compensated for with equipment and such. Just as Lu Meng was about to pick up the walkie-talkie on his waist and order his little ones to open fire and blast this old geezer half to death, a Gretchen with a broken leg suddenly ran out. Then, without hesitation, he kicked the orc boss's ankle. Ahem, then, this grot cleared his throat and waved to Lu Meng on the Gao Ji King Kong, "Our boss means, which warband's little ones are you?" "We're from the Duchin warband, and I'm the boss." "What, you got a problem, wanna fight?" Lu Meng casually made up a warband name for himself and spoke with a displeased expression. Hearing Lu Meng's tone, as if someone owed him 5 million, the orc boss below immediately flared up in anger, But just as the orc boss was about to speak, he was kicked again by the grot at his feet. "Then where are you going?" Looking at the orc boss, who was completely controlled by the grot, Lu Meng couldn't help but feel curious about what kind of combination this was, so his tone softened, and he pointed with his hand. "We saw a big Tyranid over there, and we're going to go fight it." "What, you guys want to go too?" "Ha ha ha, if it's convenient, please take us along as well." The grot laughed somewhat lewdly. "I can see that you little ones are not from our Bloodhowl clan, but we don't care now. There are so many Tyranids here, and our greenskin boss said we can walk. Together. Alright, then let's walk. Together. Come on up. Lu Meng was not surprised by this Grot's intelligence. After all, Gretchen are actually quite versatile, apart from their weak combat power. For example, the Gretchen from the Gretchen Brotherhood of the Duchen clan, they not only repair weapons, make clothes, brew mushroom wine, raise squigs, tend to mushroom fields, but also know how to set up factories and a bunch of other miscellaneous things. With Lu Meng's consent, the greenskin boss climbed onto a Gaoji King Kong in a few strides, and his little ones also merged with the little ones of the Duchen clan. When Lu Meng and the other greenskins arrived at their destination, the Mega Gargant, which had been knocked down by the Tyrannid Hive Tyrant, was completely crippled, and its power system was also damaged. However, the numerous artillery arrays and large gun arrays on the Mega Gargant were still stubbornly unleashing their firepower. Above and around this Mega Gargant, it was surrounded by a large number of Tyrannids, and not far away, the Tyrannid Hive Tyrant that had originally knocked down this Mega Gargant was already fighting another Mega Gargant. On the other side, greenskin boys, like a tide, were frantically reinforcing this direction. Seeing this, the Bloodhowl clan greenskin boss, who had been staying on the head of the Gaoji King Kong, directly jumped down from the Gaoji King Kong. As soon as he landed, a roar that echoed across the battlefield erupted, Waik. At the same time, Lu Meng picked up his electric guitar, which he hadn't used in a long time. This electric guitar, after multiple modifications by the Tech Tyrant kids, now had sharp power blades installed on both sides of its body, and a Waik energy amplifier was also installed inside. Then, on this blood-soaked battlefield, a sudden buzzing sound like a current microphone rang out, followed by the greenskins' favorite death metal rock. Because Lu Meng had blessed it with Waik energy, almost instantly, all the greenskin boy who heard the rock music, whether from the Bloodhowl clan or the Duchen clan, began to quickly become excited. Hey, little ones, let me give you a boost, Waik. Accompanied by Lu Meng's roar in the music, the greenskin boy of the Duchen clan were like wild horses that had broken free, forming combat units with greenskin big trucks and roaring tanks, and began to charge into the battlefield. Suddenly, a psychic attack came towards the Gaoji King Kong where Lu Meng was, but it was blocked by Lu Meng's Waik energy shield. Not far away, a huge brain bug, whose head was larger than its body, was suspended in midair. Beside it, there were nearly 100 guardian bugs, tearing any greenskin orc that dared to approach the brain bug into pieces. After boosting the greenskin boy, Lu Meng didn't waste any more time. He directly picked up the electric guitar in his hand and charged towards the brain bug that had just attacked him. On the battlefield, hundreds of sharp-toothed drilling bugs hit the Waik energy shield in front of Lu Meng, but they could not stop Lu Meng even half a step. As the electric guitar swung widely, ordinary blade bugs fell in droves. At the same time, prompts like obtained, experience points *10*10*10 kept appearing in Lu Meng's mind. And, obtained, health *1*1*1. But what interested Lu Meng the most was the huge yellow orb of light that fell beside the Mega Gargant. Obtained, teeth *10 million. Obtained, greenskin cruiser *1. After the yellow orb of light was picked up, Lu Meng, who was still waving his electric guitar, froze completely as he listened to the prompts in his mind. Did I open a cheat? This. I was originally thinking, if I can't beat the Tyrannids, forget it, given the current scale of the Tyrannids, I definitely can't beat them. I was originally thinking about how to escape, and now they've sent me a big ship. Oh, you should have said so earlier. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the little ones and blown up these two Mega Gargants myself. The battle on the battlefield was still fierce. Before long, an aerial formation consisting of Def Dreads, greenskin combat bombers, and a large number of various greenskin aircraft arrived over the area, and began to entangle with the Tyrannid gargoyles and Tyrannid flyers. And those shot down Def Dreads and Tyrannid flyers exploded into red orbs of light, falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Meng, the entire greenskin, was once again overjoyed. At the same time, the Hive Lord, who was in charge of commanding the swarm, was also numb. He had managed to get a Tyrannid Hive Tyrant from the Hive Mind, wanting to completely take over this area of the greenskins. Who would have thought that as soon as one Mega Gargant was destroyed, so many Gorkanauts would suddenly rush out? Now, under the super big mech combat group formed by these more than 300 Gorkanauts, even the Tyrannid Hive Tyrant, whose size exceeded 100 meters, could only be surrounded and kicked. The Gorkanauts' huge mortars and plasma laser beams could cause considerable damage to the Tyrannid Hive Tyrant, not to mention that on the other side, there was another Mega Gargant chasing the Hive Tyrant, fiercely attacking it from behind. In desperation, the Tyrannid Tyrant could only let out a roar and issued a retreat order. Watching the Tyrannid retreat like a tide, the Bloodhowl clan's little ones instinctively wanted to chase after them. But when they had chased less than 100 meters, they suddenly noticed something unusual around them. Where are the big mechs who were leading us to chop Tyrannids just now? And those Dadaka, why didn't they follow? When these greenskin boy ran back excitedly, they found that the big mechs who had been leading them to fight Tyrannids had already begun to gather, preparing to leave. Seeing this, many greenskin boy instinctively followed, because in the eyes of the greenskin boy, these greenskin boy were clearly more Waik than them. As for these greenskin boy who voluntarily followed, Lu Meng naturally would not refuse. After successive major battles, the Duchen clan indeed needed to replenish some fresh blood. And Lu Meng shamelessly upgraded the equipment of these greenskin boy who had voluntarily followed, right in front of the Bloodhowl clan's little ones. When these green-skinned boy threw away their big choppas or dadaka in their hands and put on the Dujin military uniforms personally handed to them by the Dujin boss, plus a chainsaw greatsword and a long-barreled big gun, they were all so excited they wanted to cry. Not to mention, after getting so many good things, that Dujin boss, who looked very Wadaik, would also pat them on the shoulder and say to these green-skinned boy, I can tell, you are a very Wadaik. Good boy. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Lu Meng's actions. In the eyes of the green-skinned boys, it was like this. Qin Shi Huang invited you to come out of seclusion, begging you to help him sweep across the 6 states. Emperor Wu of Han sent you to conquer the Xiang in the north, while also handing Wei Qing and Huo Qubing into your hands. Zhejiang gripped your hand tightly, entrusting the Chu Shibiao and Lu Shan to you. The great man called out, little comrade, and asked if you wanted to start a career with him. It was equally exhilarating. Which green-skinned boy could resist this? Some green-skinned boys, whose shoulders Lu Meng had patted, even felt their bones soften by Tu Liang, and their breathing rate began to quicken. However, the orc boss Bloodclaw of the Bloodhowl clan, who was standing nearby, saw this scene, and instantly, his anger flared up to the top of his head. Hey, this pissing tiger-brained little ones, he's actually poaching our Bloodhowl clan's people right in front of me. Orc boss Bloodclaw, with a face full of rage, was about to rush over and give this green-skinned tribe orc boss, who had appeared out of nowhere, a big slap. But he was stopped by a look from the one-legged grot standing beside Lu Meng. The one-legged grot just stared blankly as Lu Meng continuously pulled out various weapons from behind him, wood tank hammers, 6-barrel rotating guns, multi-barrel rocket launchers, chainsaw greatswords, and long-barreled guns. I didn't see any little ones handing weapons to the orc boss. Where did these all come from? The curious short-legged grot quietly and discreetly moved behind Lu Meng. Then the short-legged grot was surprised to see that every time Lu Meng put his hand behind his back, a weapon would suddenly appear out of thin air in his hand. Even after thinking for a long time, the one-legged grot couldn't figure out what principle this was. After a long wait, seeing the number of green-skinned boys coming up to receive equipment gradually decrease, the short-legged grot stealthily ran behind Lu Meng, and then, imitating Lu Meng's movements, fumbled behind his own back. Ayo, what are you doing? You're not digging like that, you have to dig like this. Lu Meng, who had long noticed this grot, saw him stealthily imitating him. He couldn't help but turn around, then pulled out a dadaka. *_, and threw it into the one-legged grot's arms. Ah, this? How did you do this? This is simply too yaaic energy. Holding the dadaka in his arms, the short-legged grot was momentarily incoherent. In response, Lu Meng merely smiled faintly, then leaned back on the greenskin big truck and said, it seems that you greenskin boys of the Bloodhowl clan don't understand at all. Actually, we greenskins are really strong. Besides our I reckon power, every greenskin boy among us actually has a skill, and that is our dimensional butthole. Back then, the first time I led my little ones to fight in the medieval world, the Shrimp Empire on the other side hid in their city. Guess what? Listening to Lu Meng speak with such enthusiasm, the one-legged grot couldn't help but echo, what happened? Humph. At that time, my little ones rushed to the bottom of the city, and just when the shrimp thought we had no way, we directly pulled out our siege ladders from our butts and climbed up. As he spoke, Lu Meng pulled out a large pile of weapons from behind him again. For a moment, not only the one-legged grot, but even the other greenskin boys of the Bloodhowl clan were stunned. After all, the history of the greenskins is passed down orally, so no one knows if what Lu Meng said is true or not. Some greenskin boys of the Bloodhowl clan even unconsciously reached their hands behind their backs and scratched around. Some greenskin boys who didn't scratch anything out felt that this Dujin clan orc boss was deceiving the greenskins. After all, greenskins are essentially large mushrooms that can photosynthesize, so it's normal for them to have nothing in their intestines. But some greenskin boys, who might have eaten mushrooms or squigs earlier, looked at their sticky hands and fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, the fun truly began. Smelling the foul odor on their hands, these greenskin boys instinctively wanted to find a place to wipe it off. Some little ones chose the ground, while others chose to wipe it on the bodies of other greenskin boys nearby. The greenskin boy whose body was smeared with excrement immediately raised his hand and gave the greenskin boy who smeared him a punch to the face. Gradually, more and more greenskin boys were fighting, and in response, the greenskin boys of the Dujin clan were uncharacteristically silent, not mocking them. Because that's how their orc boss had deceived them back then. At the same time, Lu Meng was earnestly advising the one-legged grot, hey, seriously, believe me, everything I say is true. If you don't believe me, try stuffing the big gun in your arms into your butt. The bewildered one-legged grot looked at the dadaka in his arms, which was almost taller than himself, and then at Lu Meng's sincere face, remaining silent. He wasn't stupid, how could he not tell that Lu Meng was talking nonsense? Finally, the grot figured out an explanation for himself, this must be some kind of blessing from Gork and Mork, or perhaps it's a direct transmission of yaaic energy. It's definitely not some dimensional butthole, definitely not. Thinking this, the grot awkwardly smiled. He, no need, we Gretchen probably don't have this ability. After speaking, the grot threw down the dadaka and jumped off the greenskin big truck where Lu Meng was. Then he scurried away to the side of the Bloodhowl clan's orc boss Bloodclaw. After giving the last greenskin boy who joined the Dujin clan his equipment, Lu Meng, who felt there was no more fun to be had here, started the vehicles with these newly joined little ones. And those greenskin boys who had not joined the Dujin clan, or who were hesitating whether to join, saw that these greenskin boys who had just joined the Dujin clan immediately got upgraded, sitting in greenskin big trucks with brand new weapons, shouting "Waaaaak energy" as they left. They couldn't help but glance at the crude blades in their hands, made from scrap steel plates, and the machine guns with barrels less than half the size of the others. The joy of winning the fight instantly vanished, and some greenskin boys even threw away the crude blades in their hands and chased after the Dujin clan in the direction they left. In the following days, Lu Meng, driven by the desire to scavenge wherever there was a battle, led his clan's little ones to wander the battlefields between the Bloodhowl clan and the Tyranids all day long. During this process, Lu Meng also deliberately collected the Bloodhowl clan's greenskin boys scattered across the battlefields. At the same time, a legend gradually spread among the Bloodhowl clan's little ones. It was said that wherever a major battle occurred and the little ones were at a disadvantage, a group of orc big mechs with super excellent weapons would come to their aid. Their artillery was like volcanic eruptions, and the bullets from their Dadaka were as dense as raindrops. Moreover, after they finished fighting, they would generously leave their used weapons behind. Regarding this legend, some orc bosses of the Bloodhowl clan were utterly confused. Are these little ones' brains fried? Our clan doesn't have little ones like that. Also, where did these little ones get their weapons? How are they better than mine? The next day. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen war motorcycles, adorned with various metal patches and mounted with a 6-barreled rotary heavy gun at the front, sped across the land under the control of the greenskin boys. 20mm kinetic bullets, amidst the little ones' revelry, shot into the battlefield ahead, riddling the Tyranid that were still fighting the greenskin boys. Behind these war motorcycles, assembled from various scrap metal parts, was a greenskin convoy led by numerous Gorkonauts, followed by various greenskin big trucks adorned with greenskin decorations. Seeing the greenskin boys on the battlefield gradually being surrounded by the Tyranid, Lu Meng didn't even need to give orders. Hundreds of dreadnoughts charged forward first. These massive machines, with bodies resembling large oil drums, piled with various sheet metal armor, and with numerous rockets welded to their heads and backs, each stood nearly 4 meters tall. Their 4 mechanical arms on either side were equipped with constantly rotating whirring saw blades, clanking power claws, and either 2 6-barrel rotary heavy guns or individual rockets. Initially, Lu Meng was not very keen on using these big guys, so much so that for a long time, these greenskin mecha vehicles could only gather dust in Lu Meng's backpack. But as time went on, more and more greenskin boys of the Dujin clan became severely disabled due to combat, which made Lu Meng take these big guys out of his backpack. After being welded into the dark iron cans, these severely wounded orc big mechs and greenskin boys initially appeared extremely agitated. But fortunately, at their most disgruntled moment, their boss, holding a large tank hammer, patiently enlightened them. And after beating them into a pile of scrap metal, he stood before them and said, "Although you have lost your limbs, and some little ones now only have a brain, barely clinging to life in this damned iron can. But in my eyes, you are all still the good little ones I was proud of. Although you will lose a lot by staying in the can, your Führer, I, promise to take you to the most Waaaaak battles and equip your cans with the best choppas and the most powerful Daka." It could be said that Lu Meng's sincerity moved these irritable greenskin boys, so much so that these still unaccustomed greenskin boys accepted their current predicament. Waaaaak. Amidst Lu Meng's roar, these dreadnoughts charged directly into the Tyranid swarm, their mechanical arms constantly rotating whirring saw blades frantically sweeping back and forth, slicing through swathes of Tyranid gaunts in front of them. Behind these dreadnoughts followed thousands of Kilgons. These fellows, only half the size of a dreadnought, and even not much taller than an orc big mech, were covered in various clanking iron plates, and their 2 mechanical arms were equipped with a rocket launcher nest and a kill saw respectively. This steel army, made by the Gretchen Brotherhood's Grot who voluntarily sacrificed themselves, plus the tech boy and pain boy who worked overnight, was a crucial part of the Dujin clan's mid-range firepower when facing the swarm. It ensured that the greenskin boy and orc big mech's charges always felt the artillery support from friendly forces in the rear, and although some greenskin boys were occasionally hit by these wildly firing Grot, it was negligible compared to the abundant firepower they provided on the chaotic battlefield. With a violent vertical chop of his chainsaw greatsword, Lu Meng directly cut a Tyranid warrior to its knees, then raised his power claw and crushed its head. In the rear, the Gorkonauts' mortar and plasma beams also simultaneously targeted the distant biovore, and after a round of concentrated fire, the area where the biovore had been was directly blasted into scorched earth. Although the Tyranid win by numbers, they will also choose to retreat when facing unfavorable situations, and clearly, now was such a very unfavorable situation. And after these Tyranids scattered and fled, Lu Meng's expression was very helpless. Because compared to a few days ago, the Bloodhowl clan's mushroom farm had shrunk by nearly 2/3. The fierce battle between hundreds of millions of greenskin boys and billions of Tyranid on this planet, though tragic, was only a minor inconvenience on a planetary scale. What truly made Lu Meng feel suppressed were the massive Tyranid tentacles piercing the sky and plunging into the earth. They were plundering the planet's biomass, water resources, and any valuable minerals at a speed Lu Meng could not imagine. Some of these massive tentacles had even deeply penetrated the Earth's crust, continuously drawing geothermal energy. This thermal energy would then be converted into transferable biomass within the enormous Tyranid biofactories on the surface. It was predictable that before long, this greenskins planet would soon become a cold, lifeless rock Death Star. The Tyranids' gluttonous feast also meant that the war in space had ended. It was no surprise that greenskin boys like Lu Meng, who were left on the planet's surface, had effectively become expendable. Before the Tyranids completely devoured this planet, Lu Meng's goal was to prepare as many supplies as possible for his first interstellar journey. He also wanted to fill his backpack to the brim. Under this greedy for more mindset, Lu Meng persisted on this planet for another 3 days. At the same time, the Dujin clan, which originally had fewer than 100,000 orc big mechs, rapidly expanded to over 800,000 under Lu Meng's greedy approach. Although this number might be a drop in the ocean compared to the hundreds of millions of green-skinned boys originally on this planet, these green-skinned boys who had survived until now were undoubtedly the strongest and most capable green-skinned boys in the entire Bloodhowl clan. To be precise, among these greenskins, true ordinary green-skinned boys were a minority. More numerous were orc big mechs, as well as orc big mechs who mastered various skills, tech boys, pain boys, and some rare psyker boys. Within a mountain range located in the Bloodhowl clan's mushroom farm, the Dujin clan was now trapped by the sky-darkening tyrannid gargoyles and the tide-like tyrannid swarm on the ground. And in a valley within this mountain range, a large number of green-skinned boys were gathered around a massive cruiser, 4 kilometers in diameter, beginning to board it. As for the origin of this cruiser, almost all the green-skinned boys couldn't explain it. Some little ones said it should have been hidden here by their Bloodhowl clan originally. Some green-skinned boys also believed it was a contingency plan of the great leader, but only Kobe, wearing a black power armor and holding a power axe in one hand, knew how this massive cruiser came to be. So much so that this orc big mech, who had always followed behind Lu Meng, would constantly look at Lu Meng's backside. Then, under Lu Meng's puzzled gaze, Kobe finally asked what was on his mind. Boss, how did you manage to stuff such a huge thing into your butt? Hearing Kobe's simple yet wise question, Lu Meng, for once, felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Do you want me to stuff this thing back in for you to see? Can you? Oh, if you can, then I really would like to see it. Hearing his boss's suggestion, Kobe was still as sincere as ever. I'm going to. Lu Meng was exasperated by the green-skinned boy's straightforwardness, so he casually waved his hand, telling the fellow to scram. However, Kobe misunderstood, thinking his boss was about to perform right now and wanted him to stand a bit further away first. Boss, are you going to perform now? But the little ones have already gone onto the ship, won't this be a bit inconvenient? Instantly, Lu Meng, unable to bear it any longer, directly turned around and landed a power claw on Kobe's head, scratching the black paint off his helmet. Then, Lu Meng clapped his hands, let out a long breath, and looked at Kobe with concern, saying, Oh, Kobe, your power armor coating accidentally got scratched. You should quickly go find the tech tyrant kids to recoat it. But boss, this isn't. Just as Kobe was about to continue, he suddenly heard a clang, as if something had struck the power armor on his ankle. When Kobe looked down, he saw the Grot-A-kun frantically winking at him. Even if Kobe's reaction was slow, he should have understood what his boss meant by now, so Kobe turned and left without another word. And after Kobe had walked a few steps, his boss's shout came from behind him, remember to come back quickly. If you're late, I'll stuff this big guy into your ass. After the green-skinned boys had all boarded the cruiser was now completely surrounded by a large number of tyrannids. Inside the massive cruiser's control room, tech boys and big mechs were busily tinkering with various instruments. Suddenly, a tech boy pulled a lever, and then, on the back deck of the entire greenskin cruiser, a section of the deck suddenly popped open, and a huge rocket was launched. The control room was in chaos for quite a while, until finally, an orc big mech pressed a green button, successfully activating the cruiser's ignition system. Immediately after, the massive thrusters at the stern of the cruiser erupted with violent blue-purple flames. This directly vaporized the tyrannids within nearly 1,000 meters behind the cruiser. Gradually, the massive ship began to ascend, breaking free from Earth's gravity. But at the same time, countless tyrannid gargoyles in the sky had no intention of letting go of this biomass they had obtained and began frantically attacking the greenskin behemoth. At the same time, the greenskin boys inside the massive ship also began to quickly familiarize themselves with the ship's environment and started to counterattack the tyrannids in the air. Among these greenskin boys, the most excited were undoubtedly the greenskin boys of the Baiji treasure wardrobe, because their boss had personally said that this super YAIC ship would be piloted by their Baiji treasure navy from now on. Although the tyrannid interception was fierce, merely the gargoyles could not stop the greenskin warship's advance. After a slow acceleration to escape Earth's gravity, the tech boy in charge of controlling the speed suddenly pushed the joystick in front of him, and all the greenskin boys on the entire warship felt a strong push against their backs. In just a few seconds, the massive warship broke through the atmosphere and appeared in the vastness of space. However, space did not offer this cruiser any goodwill, but rather several massive tyrannid bioplasma blasts, and 3 tyrannid razor fiend cruisers, whose size was comparable to that of the greenskin cruiser. Watching the massive bioplasma blasts hurtling towards him, Lu Meng gripped the warship's helm tightly, his YAIC energy surging within him, and then roared out towards the bioplasma blasts, YAIC. And inside the massive ship, the greenskin boys, hearing their bosses roar, though they didn't know what was happening, were similarly infected by their boss and YAIC head out. Amidst the roars of Lu Meng and the greenskin boys, the YAIC energy field collectors installed on the massive ship began to operate frantically. This YAIC energy, after being converted, was released by the YAIC energy shield generator, forming a YAIC energy shield around the massive cruiser. At the same time, the bioplasma blasts launched by the tyrannid razor fiend also struck the YAIC energy shield at this moment, creating layers of psychic ripples. Accompanying a tremor of the cruiser, Lu Meng dared not be careless and violently spun the helm in his hand, beginning to turn. Compared to the tyrannid hive fleet, which could move freely in space, the Greenskin's cruiser appeared very clumsy. But with the amplification of YAAIC energy, the Greenskin cruiser still grazed the massive fangs of a Tyranid Razor Fiend and broke out of the 3 Razor Fiends' encirclement. Just as Lu Meng broke out of the encirclement and was about to order the tech boy beside him to accelerate the battleship to sublight speed and escape, a notification suddenly popped up for Lu Meng. Gained, Teeth *1 billion. Gained, Combat Moon *1. Hey! Lu Meng, utterly bewildered, listened to the sudden notification. But soon, Lu Meng figured out what had happened, because at this moment, inside the cruiser's control room, the monitors hanging on the walls were displaying the situation in space. And at this moment, the area where Lu Meng was located was filled with a large amount of battleship wreckage and various metal scraps. If Greenskin Pirates King Kong was still here, he might recognize that this battleship wreckage was one of the Bloodhowl clan's only 2 Greenskin cruisers. As Greenskin Pirates King Kong, who had once served under the legendary Greenskin pirate Scarface, he had also experienced the climactic battle between the Greenskin ORK and the Tyranid Hive ship in Octorius. But the outcome, as everyone knew, was that although Captain Scarface was cunning and cruel, he still fell into a Tyranid ambush due to carelessness. After Octorius fell, many Greenskins chose to leave, and King Kong was one of them. So, when the Tyranids suddenly appeared, this equally cunning and cruel Greenskin pirate first engaged in a direct battle with the Tyranids. After losing a large number of green leather submarines and 1 cruiser, which was destroyed by the Tyranid escort ship, King Kong, realizing he was no match, immediately ordered his flagship to retreat into the warp and leave the star system. Ha 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 ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Meng, who was still at the helm, looked at the combat moon in his system backpack, his laughter growing increasingly wild. But fortunately, Lu Meng had not lost his mind. After a bout of laughter, he quickly regained his composure. Then, under the gaze of a group of Greenskin tech tyrant kids, Lu Meng suddenly became serious. All little ones, listen up. Now, accelerate to sublight speed and leave the Tyranid's psychic interference field first. Oh, and by the way, help me change the ship's communication to full band frequency, you know, the kind of signal frequency that other alien races can also receive. Understand? Hearing their boss's command, the surrounding tech tyrant kids quickly began to work. One tech tyrant kid even pulled out his welding torch and began welding some previously disassembled wires. After escaping the Tyranid's psychic communication interference, not long after, Pangolin, who had become a big mex, walked up to Lu Meng with a walkie-talkie. I reckon I've got it tuned, boss. Now, all little ones in this star system can receive our message. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, then snatched the communicator from Pangolin's hand. Damn Tyranid. Screw you. The signal, mixed with a YAAIC energy roar, first spread throughout the entire cruiser, and then diffused through the communication equipment to the entire star system. The first to capture this Greenskin communication was naturally the Tyranid Hive ship fleet closest to the Greenskin cruiser. Since the Tyranids had consumed a large number of Greenskin corpses, and many Tyranid lictors had devoured Greenskin brains and read some information from their lives, it was not difficult for the Tyranids to decipher the message from this Greenskin cruiser. However, after the Tyranids finished translating, the entire Tyranid race was utterly bewildered, because according to the Tyranid Hive ship's translation, the Greenskin on the other side was actually sending a message saying that he wanted to mate with their Tyranid Hive ship. Even the Tyranid Hive ship's will, which could issue different commands to tens of millions of Tyranids within a second, paused for 0.1 milliseconds after receiving this message. And within that 0.1 millisecond, the Hive ship's will instantly completed a review of its gene pool and confirmed that Greenskins were indeed a single-sex reproductive organism before it stopped paying attention to the message. But at this moment, Lu Meng, holding the communicator in his captain's quarters, was still spouting trash talk. Ah! Damn Tyranid, you just wait. You dare to come to our galaxy? You won't have good fruit to eat later, guaranteed. 300 years east of the galaxy. 300 years west of the galaxy. Don't bully a poor Greenskin. We will definitely return. After saying all this in one breath, Lu Meng let out a long sigh. Phew, the buff should be stacked now. Little ones, full speed ahead, enter the warp, and shake off these stinky Tyranid behind us. At their boss's command, the various instrument panels in the control room lit up brightly, entering an overload state. However, the tech tyrant kids were completely unconcerned about these dangerous warnings, and at the same time, the space where the entire Greenskin cruiser was located began to twist, finally gradually engulfing the entire Greenskin battleship. And at the last moment before the Greenskin cruiser entered the warp, the final communication signal from the Greenskin cruiser was transmitted. 20,000 light-years of battle in one lifetime. One ship can stand against 1,000,000 troops. Hi, Galaxy, here we come. YAAIC. More than a month after the Greenskin cruiser entered the warp, many factions in Ultramar received several communications from the Greenskins. Initially, the various races were not very concerned. After all, Greenskins everyone understood their broken things, and no one understood what Greenskins were thinking, or whether these messages were sent intentionally or accidentally. However, the communication departments of various intelligent races located in Ultramar of the galaxy still translated these Greenskin communications. The first one, of course, goes without saying. All intelligent races could understand that it was a Greenskin trying to court a Tyranid Hive ship. Wait. Court what? The translators of various races looked at this message again and again. Perhaps it was a translation issue. It might also be because Greenskins reproduce by spores, and their vocabulary simply doesn't have a verb similar to the human fuck. After all, the Greenskins' big mix-up refers to a group fight, not an orgy, so Lu Mang's vulgarity, the pronunciation of fuck, was completely different from the fuck in big mix-up, instead sounding like a word for mating. As a result, for a moment, all intelligent life forms who saw this communication were stunned. Courting a Tyranid hive ship, this Greenskin really is. A translator from an ARK world looked at the translation for a long time without speaking, even feeling that his own path was somewhat disturbed. As for Lu Mang's subsequent messages, they were all translated as well. Especially the line, 300 years east of the galaxy, 300 years west of the galaxy, don't bully a poor greenskin. In the translations of various races, it was simply explosive, because it was understood by other intelligent races as the Tyranid hive ship rejecting the Greenskins' mating request, deeming the Greenskin too poor and unworthy, and then the Greenskin, enraged and humiliated, spouting angry words. I never thought the Greenskins would possess such literary talent. Inside the Titan Empire's message exchange center, a water-caste translator clicked his tongue as he read the message. Lu Mang's final communication was also intercepted by other races, but all races felt that, literary considerations aside, this sentence indeed sounded like something a Greenskin would say, extremely arrogant, boundless in its arrogance, even claiming to fight across 200,000 light years. Was that fighting across? That was practically mobile crime. Therefore, many intelligent races didn't quite believe that this was something a Greenskin could say. After all, when had the Greenskins ever cared about the size of the galaxy? Then, these intelligent races, by common accord, deleted these messages from the Greenskins as useless garbage from their devices. Located in Ultramar, in the 500 worlds of Macrage, an Ultramarines warrior, however, greatly admired the Greenskins' last sentence, believing it perfectly depicted the Regents and their commander Robert Kleiman's indomitable expedition. Of course, this Ultramarines warrior, responsible for squad communications, despite his thoughts, still deleted these translated messages. After all, if he truly used the Greenskin self-description to describe the Regent, he wouldn't even need the Inquisition to intervene, his own warband commanders would blast his head off with a meltagun. What Lu Mang didn't know was that his first appearance in the galaxy had become a joke. Unless there was a civilization that, upon entering the space age, had madly broadcasted explicit images and adult films to surrounding star systems. Otherwise, no one could surpass the sheer outrageousness of Lu Mang's stunt. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Mang, still navigating through the warp, was so bored he was practically farting. He glanced at the personal panel, where the small map remained pitch black regardless of the navigation route, and felt a wave of frustration. After all, if he truly got lost in the warp, he might be trapped there forever. At best, he'd be stuck for decades. Or, even worse luck, encounter a group of chaos demons. Then it would truly be a case of the late Emperor's grand enterprise half finished, only to collapse midway. Damn it, who chose this destination in the first place? Just as Lu Mang was monotonously pounding on the control room's desk, a bizarre, twisted creature with tentacles suddenly appeared in the control room without any warning. This humanoid creature was nearly 2 meters tall, with a pair of curved horns on its forehead, scaly, pinkish-purple skin, and nipple piercings on its chest. Additionally, this monster's feet were hooves. The bewildered tech tyrant kid stared at the suddenly appearing Slaanesh demon, and the Slaanesh demon likewise stared blankly at its surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? But Kobe, who had been standing beside Lu Mang, was the first to react. Kobe roared, "Waik!" Then, without another word, he charged forward, wielding his power axe. At the same time, hearing Kobe's roar, the other champion boys standing at the control room door, hearing their boss's roar, swarmed into the control room and began chasing and hacking at this poor Slaanesh demon. For a moment, the entire control room was in chaos. Even the tech tyrant kids responsible for operating the warship pulled out their greenskin Daka guns and positional tractor demolition cannons. Kobe, who was the first to reach the Slaanesh demon, delivered a champion elbow strike, directly knocking the still bewildered Slaanesh demon to the ground. Immediately after, a group of champion boys in black greenskin power armor surrounded the Slaanesh demon that Kobe had elbowed to the ground. This scene made Lu Mang feel more and more like a group of black men surrounding a white girl. At the same time, and to make matters worse, after taking an elbow from Kobe, this Slaanesh demon actually felt pleasure and even smiled. Instantly, the visual impact was maximized. Just as Kobe's power axe was about to strike the Slaanesh demon, cleaving it in two, Lu Mang quickly shouted to stop him, "Wait, Shadow Mat." Hearing his boss's call, Kobe, who had swung his power axe halfway, abruptly reined in his strength. But the legendary power axe, with its percentage-based true damage, still accidentally cleaved open a large part of the Slaanesh demon's shoulder. In the warp, where Slaanesh demons should have extremely high immunity to physical attacks, after being struck by Kobe's legendary power axe, its LV-15 health bar was sharply cut by 1/3. From the original 300/300 it became 200/300. At the same time, the Slaanesh demon's original pleasure was instantly replaced by terror. This kind of fear, the Slaanesh demon had never felt before. It was the most primitive instinct of death. For demons, death was merely returning to the warp to await rebirth. But the Slaanesh demon felt that the attack it had just sustained was completely different from previous ones. Because the Slaanesh demon sensed that if it died this time, it would have no chance of resurrection, literally, it would be erased from this world forever. Thinking of this, the Slaanesh demon, still bleeding, began to tremble slightly. As Kobe pulled his power axe from the Slaanesh demon's shoulder, Lu Mang was already standing beside the Slaanesh demon, having simultaneously cast several layers of Warhammer energy shield on himself to prevent a sneak attack. But ever since this Slaanesh demon was struck by Kobe's axe, the entire demon became extremely well behaved, lying on the ground, not daring to move, slowly waiting for its injuries to recover. However, unfortunately, most of the warp energy was blocked by the greenskin's Warhammer field, causing the Slaanesh demon's critical injury to heal extremely slowly. After observing for a while and finding that the Slaanesh demon had no aggressive tendencies, Lu Meng also grew bolder. After all, this was a demon, and one associated with lust. Lu Meng's large hand first curiously touched the Slaanesh demon's pinkish-purple skin. Upon discovering that the skin felt cold and had a scaly texture, but otherwise was no different from ordinary flesh, he lost interest. Because, frankly, this Slaanesh demon's appearance was truly hard to describe. Inside the greenskin cruiser, Crab Castle, the boring warp journey made every greenskin boy feel bored out of their minds. Even with the superior weapons and cool vehicles that other clans' greenskin boys didn't have, it couldn't erase the emptiness in the greenskin boys' hearts. Moreover, to prevent these energetic little ones from blowing up the Crab Castle, which he personally named, due to overexcitement during brawls, Lu Meng strictly forbade any little ones from brawling inside the spaceship. As for those greenskin boys who didn't listen to their boss, they were all stuffed into cannon barrels and shot into the warp half a month ago because their boss was bored. As a result, the greenskin boys nowadays can only gather around and watch two grot fighting with wrenches all day long. Just as an orc Big Mech, with his ingenious idea, was preparing to weld a missile launcher onto a long-barreled gun, the display screens hanging in various corridors and ship rooms on the Crab Castle suddenly lit up. At this moment, their boss, dressed in an apron made of unknown squid hide, stood within the screen. Just as the bored greenskin boys were looking at the monitor, wondering what their boss was going to do, the tech boy carrying the camera suddenly turned the lens, and then all the greenskin boys saw a pink-skinned humanoid creature with a metal spike ball gag in its mouth and its limbs bound to a large cross-shaped metal platform. Two Warhammer energy kid holding iron chains firmly restrained this poor Slaanesh demon. As the Slaanesh demon struggled, Lu Meng took out a sharp spatula from the small pocket of his apron. Then, witnessed by the greenskin boys of the entire Crab Castle, he walked towards the Slaanesh demon bound by iron chains on the metal platform. At the same time, after Lu Meng stood on the metal platform, three Gretchen, dressed in loose mycelial clothes that were originally white but now grey, stood in a row and began to whistle. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, woo woo woo, a sound similar to the ode to the banana from his previous life on Blue Star, came from the mouths of the three grot. Hey hey hey! Little ones of the Dujin clan. To pass the boring and long journey, your boss, which is me, the Führer of the Dujin clan, has specially prepared a special program for you today. At the same time, to make the little ones happy, I also specially invited a lost Slaanesh demon to be the special guest for this program. Let's first turn the camera to our guest for this program. After Lu Meng finished speaking, the camera twisted and focused on the Slaanesh demon on the metal platform. However, the camera only turned for a few seconds before Lu Meng's big hand pulled it back. Oh, alright, everyone just take a look, this thing is ugly, just a quick glance is enough, now let's look more at your handsome and cool boss. As for our program today, I believe some little ones have already guessed it, that's right. It's trimming donkey hooves for the Slaanesh demon with Ode to the Banana as background music. After Lu Meng finished speaking, the camera began to move with Lu Meng's figure. Then, the green-skinned boys standing in front of the monitor saw their boss, holding that huge spatula, explaining while trimming the hooves of the Slaanesh demon, who was restrained by the Warhammer energy kid. The magical background music, plus their boss's hard work, made the green-skinned boys in front of the monitor very engrossed for a while. Large chunks of excess hoof shavings were trimmed off, and considering that the opponent was a Slaanesh demon, Lu Meng even embedded two glass gems the size of pigeon eggs on its hooves, they were really made of glass. Soon, almost half an hour passed, and finally, amidst a puff of green smoke, a horseshoe was nailed to the Slaanesh demon's hoof, and Lu Meng looked at the camera and said, "How about it, little ones, have you learned?" Finally, with Lu Meng's question, the monitor went black again. But the group of greenskin boys looked at each other, then quickly resumed their busy work. After all, their boss seemed to be a Warhammer energy kid too, so it was probably normal for him to be a bit crazy at times. At this moment, Lu Meng, who had been busy for more than 10 minutes trimming the Slaanesh demon's hooves, looked at his work with satisfaction and nodded. Not bad, I've always wanted to try trimming donkey hooves, thank you very much. Lu Meng took off his gloves and poked the Slaanesh demon, who was now in a daze. But unfortunately, Lu Meng didn't get any response. Because at this time, the Slaanesh demon was already almost numb. Chaos demons are essentially projections formed by the interweaving of the thoughts of intelligent life in the real world, making them difficult to comprehend. Therefore, chaos demons also possess considerable intelligence. But the Slaanesh demon had thought of countless possibilities, but it never expected that this greenskin would trim its hooves. Wait! Why would this greenskin trim my hooves? Although it didn't know much about greenskins, the Slaanesh demon roughly knew what kind of species greenskins were. Previously, it was struck by Kobe's legendary power axe, which had percentage true damage. This caused the Slaanesh demon to feel a kind of fear, that these greenskins seemed to have mastered a kind of psychic weapon that could completely kill warp creatures. As a result, the Slaanesh demon instinctively thought it was doomed this time. But even the Slaanesh demon didn't expect that the greenskins would be so perverted, capturing it just to trim its hooves, but it had to be said that the greenskin's technique was quite good. Soon, a sharp-eyed tech boss unfastened the gag from the Slaanesh demon's mouth. Almost instantly, a long tongue, like a snake's, shot out from the Slaanesh demon's mouth. It lunged towards the Yaoic energy kid on its side. Wow, such a long tongue. If those rich women saw this, what would happen? Take you to. Then, before the Slaanesh demon's tongue could touch the Yaoic energy kid, Lu Meng sliced its entire tongue into 2 pieces with one stroke. Looking at the still wriggling tongue on the ground, Lu Meng waved his hand with a hint of disgust. Had enough fun, take it out and chop it. All right, boss. Kobe, who had been standing by, bored and wanting to doze off, immediately perked up when he heard his boss's command. Then he strode to the Slaanesh demon, raised his power axe, and chopped off the Slaanesh demon's head. As the Slaanesh demon's health bar above its head emptied, its body began to gradually turn transparent and vanish, just like a monster defeated in a game. But what puzzled Lu Meng was that this Slaanesh demon didn't drop any loot after death. Hey! Looking at the now empty metal platform, Lu Meng pondered, it didn't drop anything at all. Isn't that a huge loss? What kind of trashy mob is this? Not even a dog would bother farming it. Time flies in the warp, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Meng had been navigating the warp for half a year. At this moment, the Crab Castle was unusually quiet. Because today was their Greenskin boss's monthly storytelling session. Greenskins were gathered around monitors, looking just like children who, after school, would wait in front of the TV for cartoons. Time passed bit by bit, and just as the Crab Castle's clock reached 12 o'clock, all the monitors on the Crab Castle suddenly lit up. And on the monitors, their Greenskin boss, the leader of the Dujin clan, was wearing a loose, robe-like garment, sitting on a sofa by the fireplace, holding a thick, heavy book. Pushing up his non-existent glasses, Lu Meng opened the large book in his hand and began to narrate. Last month, I told the little ones the story of Gork and Mork. So today, I'm going to tell the little ones the story from before Gork and Mork. Listen closely, little ones. Long, long ago, there were no greenskins in this universe. Suddenly one day, WAGE and XIGE felt bored and wanted to create some minions. So they created some little ones, which is us. Originally, our greenskin bosses were not Gork and Mork, but Yan Ji and Huang Ji. Yan Ji was both cunning and violent, and Huang Ji was both violent and cunning. Yan Ji would, when Gork couldn't see him after a fog, hit Gork hard on the back of the head with a club. Huang Ji would, when Mork couldn't figure things out, ram Mork's face with his Xiang and click-clack car. After giving Gork and Mork a good beating, all the little ones thought Yan Ji and Huang Ji were awesome, so they recognized them as their greenskin bosses. Moreover, at that time, we weren't actually called greenskins, because back then, we were still yellow. At that time, our greenskin bosses called us ox horses. But about 5,000 years after the greenskins, the greenskin bosses suddenly discovered that the little ones were no longer having babies. So, to ensure that more little ones could serve the greenskin bosses, we became greenskins. After about half an hour of storytelling, Lu Meng closed the book in his hand while the greenskin boys were engrossed in listening. The book clearly had the Chinese characters for greenskin official history written on it, but next to the character for official, there was a crossed-out character for wild. Just as the greenskin boys felt they hadn't had enough, the Crab Castle, which had been navigating the warp, suddenly shook violently. Then it broke free from the warp and returned to the physical universe. But before Lu Meng and the greenskin boys could cheer, an anti-ship torpedo struck the Crab Castle's Yaoic energy shield. At the same time, directly in front of the Crab Castle, a small ship of an unknown race was directly sent flying by the massive Crab Castle's collision. A large amount of warship wreckage flew from the collided ship. Lu Meng, still wearing his pajamas, sitting in front of the fireplace, holding the greenskin official history, looked at the two factions constantly exchanging fire around him. Damn, where did this bring me? Is this still Ultramar? However, there was no time for Lu Meng to think too much. The moment the Crab Castle suddenly appeared on the battlefield, it was simultaneously targeted by both warring factions. Under the attack of dozens of biological fission bombs and anti-ship missiles, the Crab Castle's Yaoic energy shield immediately went into overload, and the entire ship's alarms blared. Ultimately, after intercepting all biological fission bombs and most of the missiles, 2 anti-ship missiles still hit the Crab Castle's stern. The scene before him was like eating hot pot and singing songs, only to be suddenly robbed by bandits. At this point, the greenskins weren't going to stand for it. Groups of greenskin boys, who had been bored to death in the warp, immediately grabbed their gear and ran to their battle stations the moment the Crab Castle was attacked. Then, massive cannons with calibers exceeding 500 mm popped out from the Crab Castle's hull, while greenskin boom-homing missiles, mounted on the Crab Castle's back, were fired out as if they were free. In an instant, the entire Crab Castle became like a porcupine, almost every inch of its hull unleashing firepower. Almost immediately, several spacecraft closer to the Crab Castle were engulfed in artillery fire, directly torn to shreds by the greenskins' no-holds-barred fighting style. At the same time, from the bottom of the Crab Castle's hull, green leather submarines, filled with greenskin boys, were also launched. These green leather submarines, packed with greenskin boys, equipped with a high-power thruster, and 2 16-barrel rotary autocannons. They were designed by the greenskin boys specifically for boarding actions. While the greenskin boys were furiously unleashing the warship's firepower, Lu Meng also quickly changed into his power armor and hurried into the bridge. Have you figured out who the enemy is? Lu Meng asked the greenskin boss, Yellow Square, who was responsible for piloting the Crab Castle. Hey! The green-skin boss, Yellow Square, who was asked, looked bewildered. I don't know. Damn it, how could I forget, we're just a bunch of natives who just entered space. Lu Meng slapped his face, then silently opened his mini-map. Soon, the Q version icons of the opposing factions appeared on the mini-map. But after just one glance, Lu Meng frowned. Batman. This wasn't Lu Meng speaking nonsense, because, at this moment, there really was an orphan among the forces fighting in this star system. More precisely, it should be the exiles from the Imperium of Man, the traitors of the Raven Guard, the Ashes Claws Warband. During the Great Crusade, the 18th chapter of the Raven Guard Legion was once known as the Ash Claw. This name originated from the Eric tribe, which provided the first batch of recruits for the 18th chapter. Before the Legion reunited with the Raven King Corvus Corax, these traitors of the Imperium, famously known as Batman, had served under Horus, the leader of the 25th. Horus had once ordered the Ash Claw to be cannon fodder in a war, luring the enemy deeper so that Horus's troops could attack the enemy's flank. It was like in World War II, the Americans took German scientists, the Soviets moved German machines, and the Jews picked up Mein Kampf from the ground. The Ash Claw became masters at being used as cannon fodder by Horus. In the subsequent Iron Fists of Hell, the Ash Claw used this strategy. These Ash Claw, with their strong slave owner style, first indiscriminately bombed all the Imperial army and enemies who were engaged in battle. Then, they ordered the Imperial army on the ground not to retreat, but to hold their ground with all their might. It is imaginable how tragic the sacrifices of the mortal troops were at that time. It was precisely this practice of the Ash Claw, treating their comrades as less than human, that greatly displeased the Raven King. After that came the famous Battle of Gate 42. At that time, due to Horus's radicalism, the Raven Guard suffered heavy losses. After that, an enraged Corax swore that he would never again fight alongside War Master Horus. Many of the Raven Guard at that time were veteran Terrans who had followed Horus. Thus, someone in the Legion suggested that these individuals might love Horus more than their original body. At the same time, due to the heavy losses of veteran Terrans in the Battle of Gate 42, Raven King Corax gained dominant control over the discourse within the Raven Guard. So Corax directly packaged the remaining veteran Terrans in the 19th Legion, plus some precious individuals from the Legion who did not meet his standards, forming an expedition fleet and sending them to the Ghoul Stars. At that time, this fleet consisted of approximately 4,000 Ash Claw members, along with 13 capital ships and 20 frigates. It can be said that although Raven King Corax disliked these fellows, he was truly very generous. However, these Ash Claw were enraged, they believed they had been abandoned. In the end, these Ash Claw made their own choice, they no longer pledged allegiance to the Imperium or their original body. And during Horus's rebellion, they attacked their original body's home world, plundering a large amount of weapons and ammunition, as well as STC templates and construction matrices. Then these Ash Claw also attacked the Night Lord's heavy cruiser, killing the Night Lord's commander at the time. Compared to the Blood Raven's not-so-clean hands and the man-eating shark's forceful plundering, the Ash Claw actually had their own pocket world. However, the ruling method of these precious Ash Claw was still slavery. Now that Lu Meng recognized the Ash Claw, he roughly knew where he was. However, what was currently engaging the Ash Claw was something Lu Meng had never seen before. Their display on Lu Meng's minimap was very abstract, crimson eyes, wrinkled skin, and a grotesque body like a fat zombie. What the hell is this thing? However, just as Lu Meng was racking his brain, trying to recall information from those Warhammer videos in his previous life, an assault boat from the Ash Claw, taking advantage of the Crab Castle's YAIC energy shield's disappearance, directly crashed into it. The meltagun mounted at the front of the assault boat instantly blasted a large hole in the Crab Castle, and the entire assault boat smashed into the Crab Castle. Immediately after, a group of Astartes Space Marine wearing Ash Claw power armor rushed out of the assault boat. However, just as these Ash Claw Astartes were about to unleash a massacre, they found themselves blocked front and back by a surging mass of greenskins. As their bolt guns fired continuously, several Orc Big Mech who had rushed to the front were directly blown apart. Seeing this, the Greenskin boys, who had intended to engage in a righteous group brawl, also took out their long-barreled big guns, and their 6-barreled rotary cannons began to return fire. There were even a few Grot pushing a contraption similar to a siege crossbow, aiming it at the Ash Claw hiding inside the assault boat. And on this Gretchen-made boom boom ballista, a huge rocket with a steel pipe welded to its tail was clearly mounted. Although the weapons Lu Meng gave to the Greenskin boys were indeed varied, the quality of the drops was still guaranteed. For example, a Dodaka made by a Greenskin might not even have rifling, but Lu Meng found that the weapons dropped by killing enemies, although the decorations on the outside of the gun body might be slightly different, still looked like the same weapon, and the weapon, both internally and externally, was brand new. But looking at the weapons in the hands of the Greenskin boys now, they were truly an eyesore. Various tooth decorations and iron plates directly welded to the guns made it impossible to distinguish which weapons were identical. At the same time, the Ash Claw, who were using the assault boat as cover, were also very surprised by the Greenskins' firepower, because ever since the Greenskins on the opposite side opened fire, they had been spraying bullets as if they were free. Suddenly, an Ash Claw seized an opening, pulled out the meltagun from his waist, and prepared to fire a shot, enduring the Greenskins' ammunition. However, just as this Ash Claw warrior popped his body out from cover, he saw a muscular Orc Big Mech holding a huge flamethrower aimed at him. YAIC. Amidst the pyromaniac little one's roar, surging flames directly sprayed onto the face of this Ash Claw. Instantly, as the ceramite power armor helmet rapidly heated up, the Ash Claw warrior quickly pulled the trigger. Perhaps because the flames obscured his vision, this melted gunshot did not cause the desired damage that the Ash Claw warrior intended. But it still melted through the bodies of several green-skinned boy. However, at this moment, the previously dense rain of bullets suddenly disappeared, and the roaring greenskin orcs also quieted down. This suddenness immediately caught the attention of the Ash Claw. An Ash Claw exchanged glances with his teammate beside him, then was the first to pop half his body out from cover. After this Ash Claw warrior saw the situation outside, he walked out directly. At the same time, the remaining Ash Claws looked at each other and also walked out from behind cover. Standing opposite them now were no longer swarms of greenskins. Instead, there were more than a dozen greenskin orcs, also wearing strange power armor. It is worth mentioning that these greenskin orcs' equipment looked very high quality at first glance. At this scene, the Ash Claws naturally understood the greenskins' intentions. An Ash Claw warrior drew the chainsaw greatsword from his waist and immediately lunged forward with a crouch. The roar of the chainsaw greatsword and the sound of power armor stepping on the steel deck echoed. The distance of less than 100 meters was covered in an instant, and the chainsaw greatsword was already in front of a champion boy. However, the imagined scene of the chainsaw greatsword tearing through the orc's armor and cutting him in half did not occur. Because a huge hydraulic power claw firmly gripped the still roaring chainsaw greatsword. The orc's barbaric strength momentarily made this Ash Claw space marine difficult to parry. But after only a moment of hesitation, the Ash Claw directly abandoned his chainsaw greatsword, suddenly drew the dagger from his waist, and stabbed towards the connection point at the orc's power armor's neck. This move was too fast, and the two were so close that it was impossible for the champion boy to effectively block it. At the critical moment, the champion boy's body suddenly lunged forward, then his power claw swung, and as the dagger pierced the champion boy's neck, he directly flung this Ash Claw away. Crimson blood gushed from the champion boy's neck, but compared to a human whose severed artery would quickly lead to death from insufficient brain blood supply. For the greenskins, this was not a serious injury. Immediately after, the orc charged forward, swinging his power axe in a full circle, intending to cleave down on the Ash Claw's head. Lu Meng, standing in front of the other champion boys, had witnessed the entire brief exchange of blows. It must be said that, compared to the greenskins' savagery, Astartes' warriors were more like cold-killing machines. Every one of their attacks was a fatal strike, and every one of their movements seemed to have been refined through countless trials. Bang! The power axe struck the warship's deck, but the Ash Claw who should have fallen there had already rolled away. At the same time, he thrust his dagger towards the orc's back neck, seemingly intending to directly pierce the champion boy's spine with a single blow. However, within the cold ceramite helmet of the Ash Claw Space Marine, a pair of emotionless eyes suddenly dilated and began to rapidly bloodshot. Because just as the dagger was less than a dozen inches from the orc, an invisible Xiang energy shield directly blocked the champion boy. At the same time, this axe-wielding orc suddenly gathered strength, spun around, and swung his arm, and the power axe in his hand easily sliced through the Ash Claw warrior's ceramite power armor, embedding his axe into his chest. Immediately after, under the gaze of the other Ash Claws, this wounded Ash Claw couldn't even move before a gush of blood overflowed from his power armor's helmet. Then this space marine directly collapsed limply. He, the Xiang was champion boy, looking at his trophy, first grinned hideously, then directly lifted the space marine's corpse high, flung it aside, and roared provocatively at the other Ash Claws, Xiang. Get lost! Before this cunning champion boy could finish roaring, Lu Meng directly stepped forward and kicked him over. Then, under the gaze of all the Ash Claws, he brandished his chainsaw greatsword and beckoned to the other Ash Claws. The remaining 7 space marines exchanged silent glances, then simultaneously moved in an instant. 3 roaring chainsaw greatswords simultaneously struck towards Lu Meng's head, waist, and thigh. The remaining 4 simultaneously retreated, drew their bolt guns, and fired rapidly at Lu Meng and the 3 Ash Claws. The clang 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 of shell casings hitting the ground, accompanied by high-velocity bolter rounds, and 3 chainsaw greatswords, all attacked simultaneously. Lu Meng, who had intended to show off, his expression darkened, looking at the bolter rounds halted in front of him by the Xiang energy shield. Lu Meng cursed under his breath, damn it, these old men don't play fair. Then he swung his blue rare power claw, and with one punch, shattered the head of an Ash Claw warrior's greatsword. Gained, experience points *2000. Gained, throne guild *15,000. Gained, dreadnought *1. As this notification sounded, a golden light once again rose above Lu Meng's head, and he leveled up from 25 to 26. After using his chainsaw greatsword to kill the other 2 Ash Claws, Lu Meng greedily eyed the remaining 4 Ash Claws who had already taken cover. Although the Ash Claws didn't play fair, as weapons of war, their strategy just now was undoubtedly the most reliable. After all, who could have imagined that they would be so unlucky, encountering the opposing greenskin Xiang was just after completing their boarding action. Furthermore, their communicators were now receiving distress calls from other squads. At the same time, in other areas of the Crab Robun, there were also many champion boys engaging the Ash Claws. Although there were wins and losses on both sides, the little ones of the Dujin clan still held the advantage in numbers and home ground. At the same time, in space, the sudden appearance of the greenskin forces indeed disrupted the deployments of both commanders. Moreover, the Ash's Claws warband's ships were also subjected to greenskin boarding actions. As for the forces currently engaged with the Ash's Claws, the same was true. The 3 factions thus fell into a strange free-for-all, but soon, some of the Ash's Claws warband's raider warships began to turn around and leave the star system. The Ash Claw warriors who remained within the Greenskin and Sesso demon fleet were directly abandoned. Also abandoned was an entire mortal auxiliary force, who were ordered to stay behind and cover the retreat. This was not because the Ash Claws were not strong enough, but because it was not worth the cost. Because their current operation was originally a low-force raid and plunder mission. The original intention was to grab some things from the Sesso demon and then flee. Now that they were in a stalemate, continuing to fight was meaningless. It was better to cut their losses in time to avoid being surrounded by other Sesso demon biological fleets. After repelling the Ash Claw, the Sesso demon's bio-battleships all aimed at their final enemy, the Greenskin cruiser that had suddenly appeared. However, to the Sesso demon's surprise, just as they turned to unleash heavy firepower upon the Greenskins, the Greenskin cruiser, which had been previously cruising in a straight line and unleashing fire, suddenly accelerated and changed course, heading directly for their main battleship. This reckless, suicidal tactic truly startled the Sesso demon's Gestalt consciousness. Ha ha ha, come on, little ones, let your big boss teach you how to board. After clearing the Ash Claw from his ship, Lu Meng returned to the control room and ordered his battleship to ram the enemy. It has always been the case that the poor fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't value their lives. Space warfare is no exception. At this, the Sesso demons, who had originally intended to annihilate these Greenskins, truly panicked. The panicked Sesso demon Overmind main battleship began an emergency turn, but turning a massive bio-battleship was no easy feat. Under the friction of the YAIC energy shield and the Sesso demon battleship's bioforce field, the two colossal ships, both over 3 kilometers in diameter, collided. A large amount of battleship debris drifted into space from the collision point, becoming unclaimed space junk. At the point of impact between the two battleships, nearly 100 pyromaniac little ones took the lead. Their flamethrowers, originally used for incineration, were all reconfigured by the pyromaniac little ones into cutting flame blades emitting high-temperature blue flames. Under the cutting of these pyromaniac little ones, layers of battleship wreckage were sliced open. Soon, a huge breach connecting the Crab Castle and the Sesso demon Overmind main battleship was opened. Waik. After cutting through the blocked metal debris, the pyromaniac little ones roared and charged out first. The Greenskin boys, who filled the entire battleship corridor behind them, saw the pyromaniac little ones charge into the Sesso demon's main battleship, and likewise raised their weapons, surging forward with a clamor. At the same time, the Sesso demon's main battleship was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a humanoid monster with long claws that dragged on the ground leaped down from the tunnel ceiling. Its two sharp, long claws stabbed into a Greenskin boy in the tunnel. Pfft! As a Greenskin boy's chest was pierced by the Sesso demon, the other Greenskin boy still fumbling in the dark immediately spotted this hideous monster. Waik! The orc big mech closest to the Sesso demon roared, immediately raised his chainsaw greatsword, and chopped down. Instantly, the sound of tearing flesh and the Sesso demon's screams echoed through the passage. The other Greenskin boys around also swarmed forward, bringing their weapons down on the Sesso demon's body. In an instant, the muzzle flashes of long-barreled guns and the cleaving of chainsaw greatswords directly tore the Sesso demon, who didn't know its place, into pieces. At the very front of the Greenskin boys, the pyromaniac little ones, carrying volcano eruption flamethrowers, saw by the light of the flames that on the other side of the corridor, pairs of crimson eyes were frantically surging towards the Greenskin boys' position. Seeing this, the pyromaniac little ones, carrying volcano eruption flamethrowers, grinned widely. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of fire streams were shot out by the pyromaniac little ones, and instantly, flames filled the corridor in front of the pyromaniac little ones. However, under the scorching flames of the pyromaniac little ones, these charging Sesso demons seemed to feel no pain, still wildly pouncing despite the high-temperature flames. At the same time, the other Greenskin boys also began to rampage throughout the Sesso demon Overmind main battleship. The surrounding Sesso demon bioships received distress calls from the main battleship the moment the Crab Castle collided with the Sesso demon Overmind main battleship. But no matter how these Sesso demon escort ships attacked, the Greenskins didn't care in the slightest, merely returning fire silently, as if to say, if you don't kill me today, I'm not done with you. At this moment, Lu Meng had already led his over 500 champion boys through the upper passages of the Sesso demon Overmind main battleship, advancing into its interior. And because Lu Meng also observed with a mini-map, there was almost no possibility of getting lost. The resistance encountered along the way was almost negligible in front of the champion boys. The only thing Lu Meng was more concerned about was that these monsters were simply too deformed, making it impossible to understand how their grotesque bodies could control spaceships and use tools. Moreover, their technology was completely different from that of the Greenskins and humans. A large number of biological organs combined with metal formed the main body of this mothership. Buzz! The chainsaw greatsword roared, dissecting a monster whose lower body resembled a metallic spider's abdomen, and whose upper body was a humanoid creature with abnormally developed forearms and huge claws. Killed, Sesso demon. Gained, experience points *500. Gained, biomass *2000. Lu Meng listened to the prompt in his mind, somewhat disdainfully shaking off the green slime on his feet. Although he knew that some units dropped very trashy items, Lu Meng never expected these so-called Sesso demons to be so worthless. If it weren't for the fact that these things also rewarded some biomass, they would be comparable to the Slaanesh demon that Kobe had killed. Accompanied by 500 champion boys, Lu Meng quickly arrived at the main battleship's main control room. However, what Lu Meng didn't expect was that just as Lu Meng led the Greenskin boys in, Sesso demons were busily transporting several bloated and hideous monsters. Lu Meng certainly wouldn't be polite with these guys. He immediately rushed forward with his chainsaw greatsword, and at the same time, the champion boys behind him followed closely, starting to fire and hack wildly among these Sesso demons. Suddenly, a powerful psychic shock instantly enveloped the entire hall. Some champion boys who were still hacking and slashing immediately felt their bodies sink. However, even so, the champion boys' bodies only lagged for a moment. After their YAIC energy shields opened, they continued their feast. Punching away a Sesso demon that lunged at him, Lu Meng ran a few steps, then leaped, his jetpack activating behind him. Lu Meng charged straight towards the bloated Sesso demon Overmind. The chainsaw greatsword struck the Sesso demon Overmind's psychic shield, but the hand wielding the chainsaw greatsword was abruptly pushed back. But this was already all the Overmind could do. Bang, 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 a 6-barreled rotary gun suddenly appeared in Lu Meng's hand, and he pulled the trigger. The bolt rounds drilled into the Sesso demon Overmind's brain, and with a boom, the huge brain was blown to smithereens by the bolt rounds. At the same time, Lu Meng, who had been suspended in midair, regained his freedom. And after this Sesso demon Overmind died, the Sesso demons who had been fighting as if they had suddenly lost their backbone, began to flee in all directions. This chaotic situation quickly spread among these Sesso demons, gradually spreading throughout the entire Sesso demon Overmind main battleship. Kill, Sesso demon Overmind level 22. Obtained, experience * 7000. Obtained, biomass * 15,000. Obtained, Gestalt biology complete solution knowledge. After being splattered red, white, and green by the Sesso demon, a monster resembling an Overmind, the 2 Sesso demon escort ships, which had been attacking relentlessly, gradually ceased their suicidal assault. After a moment of silence, the Sesso demons seemed to suddenly regain their sanity. They discovered that while the Greenskins' massive cruiser was also heavily damaged, a large number of Greenskin boy had already begun to climb out of the battleship and were starting to patch up the exterior of the Crab Castle cruiser using various metal scraps. Even during this repair process, the massive vessel continued to retaliate and unleash firepower. The 2 Sesso demon escort ships remained in a stalemate, exchanging fire with the Greenskins for several hours, before finally abandoning their main battleship and directly turning to leave the star system. In fact, at this point, they couldn't stay, because after Lu Meng successfully hunted down the enemy's Overmind. Not long after, the Sesso demon creatures on the entire Sesso demon Overmind main battleship were purged by the Greenskins. What truly made the Sesso demons decide to leave was their discovery that, in just the past few hours, the Greenskins had used their YAIC energy shield as protection and had already repaired their massive cruiser by 70 to 80%. Even materials from some Sesso demon creature ships were dismantled by these Greenskins and welded onto their battleships. After the 2 Sesso demon escort ships departed, the Crab Castle did not rush to pursue them, because the Greenskins were busy collecting their spoils of war. Similarly, after completely clearing out the alien creatures on the entire Sesso demon Overmind main battleship, Lu Meng also received the prompt he desired. Dungeon, Sesso demon Overmind main battleship. Difficulty, 25 stars. Dungeon reward, Bio Solar Sail *1 includes complete knowledge. In addition, Lu Meng also piloted a small green leather submarine and cruised through the battlefield of the Sesso demon and the Ash Claw. Obtained, biomass * 75436942. Obtained, bolter * 73294. Obtained, power armor * 23410. Obtained, dreadnought * 47. Obtained, Ash Claw escort ship * 13. Obtained, chainsword * 69745. Looking at the bolter and chainsword equipment provided by the human auxiliary forces, Lu Meng grinned. After us Greenskins, I finally found another race with an astonishing drop rate. I wonder what the Eldar and Necron will drop. By the way, if I remember correctly, there should be a Necron dynasty in the Ghoul Stars. I think it was called something like Drazak. If I can get Necron weapons, wouldn't that be taking off? Thinking to himself, Lu Meng returned to the Crab Castle cruiser's control room and first checked the star map that the Tech Tyrant kids had copied from the enemy's main battleship. After all, without a star map, relying solely on the Greenskins' aimless free navigation, who knows where the Tech Tyrant kids would steer the Crab Castle? Although the Sesso demon Overmind main battleship's star map was not complete, there were still several nearby star systems suitable for the Greenskins to settle down. After casually choosing a star system closer to him, Lu Meng, having nothing else to do, began to browse the data from the Sesso demon Overmind main battleship. At the same time, outside the Crab Castle control room, as Lu Meng was reviewing the data, a large number of Tech Tyrant kids began to lead their Gretchen and Greenskin boy to speed up the repair of the hull. Various metal scraps floating in space were dragged by the little ones piloting green leather submarine to the vicinity of the Crab Castle, and then Greenskin boy and Gretchen, wearing crude spacesuits and tied with ropes around their waists, continuously jumped into space and dragged pieces of metal scrap onto the Crab Castle. Several big mechs even temporarily welded a platform out of metal scraps not far from the Crab Castle, and began to gradually piece together 2 small Greenskin escort ships using the wreckage of battleships and damaged engines, propulsion devices, and various other parts they had collected from the battlefield. The Greenskins stayed in this area for more than half a month. The frugal Tech Tyrant kids almost welded all the metal scraps they could collect from the battlefield onto the Crab Castle. As a result, the Crab Castle is now more bloated than before, looking like a giant garbage mountain. In addition, 2 Greenskin escort ships, each with a diameter exceeding 500 meters, appeared on both sides of the Crab Castle. As the Crab Castle's stern thrusters reignited and propelled it forward, many of the poorly welded metal plates on the hull directly detached. And the 2 escort ships that the tech tyrant kids had pieced together using the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship and battlefield debris were even worse, to the point where their entire hulls began to shake and tremble. But the tech tyrant kids were not flustered by this. The Grot and Greenskin Boy, led by the tech tyrant kids, began to patch up these 2 escort ships from within. And in this continuous repair process, the 2 escort ships shook and began to accelerate, following behind the Crab Castle. And those Greenskin Boy who were staying inside these 2 escort ships, in their busy work, found that their big ship did not fall apart immediately, and began to roar excitedly, "Waaaaik!" At the same time, after reviewing the Sesso Demon creature ship's log, Lu Meng also understood what kind of race this was. Unlike other star systems, the Ghoul stars are composed of worlds illuminated by the cold light of many dying suns. To be precise, this star system is actually slowly dying naturally. Perhaps it is this kind of world, where sunlight is rarely seen year-round and the brightest state on the surface is only twilight, that is too despairing, causing the alien intelligent races in the Ghoul stars to be extremely grotesque and twisted. In fact, in Lu Meng's opinion, these aliens are so bizarre. The life structure of these creatures is more like supernatural beings from European medieval times, such as vampires. Of course, it might also be because these creatures themselves have been corrupted by the warp. Because the alien creatures here have an astonishing talent for psychic powers. This is very similar to the situation that would only occur after being corrupted by an evil god. But none of this interested Lu Meng at the moment. What truly surprised Lu Meng was the Sesso Demon race. From the drops that burst from the Sesso Demon Overmind, the complete solution to Gestalt organisms, and some information from the Sesso Demon main biological ship, Lu Meng finally unveiled the mystery of this alien species living in the Ghoul stars. This alien biological civilization, named Sesso Demon, possesses a Gestalt consciousness similar to the Tyrannid's hive mind. Unlike the Imperium of Man, which follows a technological path, the Sesso Demons have embarked on a completely different path. Their biology is extraordinarily developed. It can be said that their entire race has undergone biological and genetic re-editing. Among the Sesso Demons, the most powerful intelligent individuals form the apex of the Sesso Demon social pyramid, the ruling class. They are responsible for formulating tactical strategies, allocating resources, and determining the evolutionary direction of their entire race. Besides them are the soldiers whose bodies have been weaponized, forming the combat class. Most of their bodies possess various mutated organs, stronger physical qualities, and biological weapons specifically specialized for combat. They will wage war and expand under the command of the Sesso Demon rulers, while also being responsible for guarding the Sesso Demon's pocket worlds. Every Sesso Demon army is commanded by one or more Sesso Demon ruling class members. At the lowest level of the Sesso Demon hierarchy are the Ceto Demon worker bees, entities that no longer resemble life, but rather unintelligent biological machines that only know how to work. They are not only responsible for the production and construction of biological factories but also for tasks such as resource collection, nest building, tool manufacturing, and being mutated into biological weapons. Their hive consciousness, while depriving the lower levels of creativity, is unexpectedly efficient. Organs similar to telepathic links make their communication and collaboration more convenient. Individuals within the race can quickly share information and coordinate actions, allowing the upper-level Sesso Demons to concentrate limited resources for the most effective planning. Sesso Demons are diverse, which depends on their evolutionary mechanisms and living environment. They continuously evolve and mutate according to survival needs, allowing them to quickly adapt to the harsh environments on colonized planets. Half a month later, in a star system marked as Purgatory on the Sesso Demon star chart, the Crab Castle, protected by 2 Plankton-class greenskin frigates, sailed towards a solid planet closest to the star in that system. The massive Crab Castle broke through the atmosphere and landed on this desolate planet. The dying star emitted its last residual heat, illuminating the solid planet in a dim yellow hue. When Lu Meng's 60-yard large foot stepped out of the Crab Castle cruiser and onto the ground, an immense feeling of pride suddenly welled up in his heart. He bent down and grabbed a handful of the yellowish-brown, organic matter-free sand from the ground, letting it scatter through his fingers, smearing Kobe's face nearby. If Guillemon can establish 500 worlds in Ultramar, there's no reason why we greenskins can't. And I reckon we greenskins should have a physique more suited for farming. Subsequently, under Lu Meng's command, the bodies of greenskin boys who had died in the Star Wars were carried out one by one. These bodies, which had been frozen into ice blocks in space, were first cut into palm-sized pieces of meat by the greenskin boys. Then, they were buried in the dry soil by the greenskin boys. The greenskin's vitality is so tenacious that these pieces of meat, once buried, do not even need a single drop of water. Although the greenskin's life form does indeed resemble a group of intelligent fungi, they are not as fragile as mushrooms. While the greenskin's spores, once planted, do have a characteristic of disliking direct sunlight, their mushrooms also do not require a humid environment like humus or what is necessary for mushroom survival. Once the greenskin spores are planted in the soil, they will absorb energy from the soil and air. This absorbable energy includes organic matter, thermal energy, and free-floating substances in the air. Lu Meng also followed the busy little ones, burying a piece of flesh into the soil. But just as Lu Meng finished filling the soil, a countdown pop-up suddenly appeared on the piece of flesh he had just planted. Harvest countdown, 24 hours. Status, growing fertilizable. Hey. Originally, he just thought it was fun and felt that personally planting a mushroom belonging to the Dujin clan would have more of a ritualistic feel. Oh, I didn't expect that I actually have a farming talent. Muttering to himself, Lu Meng looked up at the areas where the other greenskin boys had planted. Upon seeing this, it was not trivial. The meat chunks that the little ones had planted in the soil also showed pop-up notifications at this moment. Ah, this. Oh, this function probably requires me to personally plant the first mushroom to unlock. By the way, I wonder if I have any other unlockable functions. System, Lu Meng tried to call out, but received nothing. However, Lu Meng was not disappointed. Instead, he let out a long breath. To be honest, if a system had truly appeared at this moment, Lu Meng would have had to consider whether he had been targeted by some strange entity. Lu Meng looked at the countdown on the soil mound, pondered for a moment with his arms crossed, and then said to Kobe, who was following behind him, Kobe, go over to that soil mound and take a big dump. Hey! Kobe, wearing heavy power armor and holding a shovel-like tool, looked bewildered upon hearing Lu Meng's absurd command. And he muttered to himself, hey, boss, what kind of talk is that? Asking me to take a big dump in front of so many little ones, don't I deserve some dignity? How could you even think of that? But boss, I haven't eaten anything for half a year, I can't even squeeze out a little. Perhaps having been with Lu Meng for a long time, Kobe had also picked up some of Lu Meng's catchphrases. Turning to look at Kobe's resentful little eyes, Lu Meng felt a pang in his heart and patted Kobe's shoulder, you've worked hard during this time. It's my fault for not taking good care of you. Go eat something to get things moving, then come back and take a dump. Upon hearing Lu Meng's first two sentences, this orc, whose height was almost 3 meters, was quite moved. But upon hearing the latter half of his boss's sentence, the emotion called moved instantly vanished from his heart. However, Lu Meng did not care about Kobe's feelings. Instead, he shouted to the green-skinned boys still busy around him, who has eaten recently. Almost instantly, Lu Meng received a response. Because at the same time Lu Meng spoke these words, Akun, the grot who had been following at his feet, directly jumped in front of his boss. Boss, I have eaten. Looking at the grot Akun hopping in front of him, Lu Meng was about to speak, but the grot interrupted him directly. Boss, I heard what you just said. Don't worry, I'll definitely make a big one. Saying that, the grot lifted his childlike Dujin military uniform, stuck out his butt, and ran to a nearby dirt mound. Immediately, the grot Akun, under the gaze of the green-skinned boys and other Gretchen, settled his chi in his dantian, exerted force with his legs, and let out an N. With Akun's effort, the chunk of meat that had been planted quickly entered a fertilized state. At the same time, the countdown on the dirt mound instantly changed from 24 hours to 12 hours. Lu Meng was astonished at this sight. What Akun produced wasn't just some ordinary fertilizer, it was simply the greenskins' exclusive super fertilizer. Hey! Super fertilizer, 1 bag is as good as 2. With super fertilizer for the greenskins, the mushroom farm will be even more prosperous. For a moment, Lu Meng had already decided that if he ever traded with other alien races in the future, he would definitely promote this greenskin super fertilizer. This was a game changer. Under Lu Meng's command, some of the greenskin boys who had eaten began to squat on the dirt mounds and exert their power. Some Gretchen even pushed out carts of aged excrement from the crab castle, and there was even one grot who ran past Lu Meng holding a pile of small black balls. Just the smell nearly made Lu Meng faint. What the heck, what kind of grot fart bombs are these? They're absolutely putrid. Lu Meng fanned the air in front of him and quickly retreated. At the same time, seeing the aged excrement being pushed out from the crab castle, his heart crumbled. Darn it, what have you little ones done to my battleship? During this period, Lu Meng did not forget to take Run 2, his group of other slave little ones, and the Gretchen, to experiment with the feasibility of other fertilizers. Soon, Lu Meng discovered that the biomass in his backpack also had a fertilizing effect. At this, Lu Meng looked at the hundreds of millions of biomass in his backpack and was delighted. A large amount of biomass was taken out by Lu Meng, even forming a small black-brown lake in a low-lying area. Green-skinned boys, holding various containers for liquids, collected this biomass and mixed it into the dry soil of the planet. In just over half a day, the greenskins had finished planting spores across a kilometer of land. Under the dim yellow sky, Lu Meng wore a straw hat that Akun had dug out from somewhere. He carried a shovel and an iron bucket, like an old farmer returning home from the fields, leading a group of little ones back to the crab castle to rest. At the same time, green-skinned boys who had finished their work were also returning from other directions. The tech tyrant kids who remained on site had already begun to assemble several massive tracked plowing machines using parts from the 2 Plankton-class frigates, as per Lu Meng's request. The closer they got to the crab castle, the more the spores that had been planted earlier had grown into a patch of mushrooms that reached above their ankles. Seeing this, not only Lu Meng, but even the other green-skinned boys who had been busy all day, felt a sense of harvest joy. But what puzzled Lu Meng was that on these mushroom patches, which only reached above their ankles, the countdown now had less than 10 minutes remaining. What can such small mushrooms grow? Lu Meng sat in confusion in front of the first dirt mound he had planted, watching the time on the small mushroom patch tick away. Harvest countdown, 5 minutes. Harvest countdown, 1 minute. 10, 8, 4, 2, 1. Just as the last second on the small mushroom patch passed, Lu Meng suddenly received a notification in his mind. Acquired, Dadaka ammunition *200. Listening to the notification in his mind, as Lu Meng was still trying to figure out the situation, a massive amount of information notifications instantly rang out in his mind. Acquired, Dadaka ammunition *200. Acquired, Dadaka ammunition *200. Ah, so our ammunition is grown. Lu Meng, realizing what was happening, looked absurd, yet it also felt somewhat reasonable. After all, Lu Meng had previously found it strange why killing enemies only dropped equipment but no ammunition. Initially, Lu Meng thought it was related to the type of unit killed, and for this, Lu Meng even secretly pinched a few snotlings and squigs to death during the night. At the same time, Lu Meng also noticed that after the countdown on these mushrooms ended, a new time countdown appeared. But this time, the harvest countdown was no longer 24 hours, but had changed to 3 days. For the next period, with the plowing machines built by the tech tyrant kids, the little ones' planting speed significantly increased. This land changed almost every day. By the time all the corpses in the spaceship were consumed, 5 days had passed. 2 days ago, Lu Meng had also received another wave of planting notifications. But the drops from the second stage mushrooms were no longer ammunition, but Dadaka. At the same time, next to these second stage mushrooms, more first stage mushrooms emerged from the soil. This situation truly shocked Lu Meng at the time, because it meant that if enough time passed, he might even be able to grow cruisers. That was simply too outrageous. Lu Meng also discovered that after these mushrooms entered the second stage, some small creatures, even thinner than Gretchen, crawled out from the base of these large mushrooms, which were only as thick as an adult's calf. These small creatures, dazed and foolish, wandered around the mushroom fields, resting on the ground when tired, and eating some mushrooms when hungry. Holy crap, pests! This was Lu Meng's first thought when he saw these small creatures, and he even wished he could just kill them with a shovel. But Lu Meng quickly noticed the key point: these small creatures were only eating the mushrooms from which snotlings had crawled out. At the same time, these snotlings, who idled around every day, would unconsciously spread greenskin spores and take care of the newly grown small mushrooms. And these small creatures were almost always smiling silly, even if Gretchen bullied them, they wouldn't get angry. At this point, Lu Meng's damnable fatherly instincts suddenly kicked in. Almost every time Lu Meng saw Gretchen and greenskin boys bullying these small creatures, Lu Meng would stride forward and point at these little ones, cursing, "What the f***ck?" Then, these Gretchen and greenskins who had been cursed by Lu Meng would be ordered by their boss to buy something called melon seeds. And if they couldn't buy back the melon seeds within the time limit set by their boss, these Gretchen and greenskin boys would be severely beaten by their boss. These little snotlings are like beneficial insects spreading spores in a mushroom farm, and also like the foolish sons of a landlord. After Lu Meng severely punished the little ones who bullied the snotlings, even the Gretchen knew not to bother these poor little fellows when they had nothing to do. The snotlings are like the scavengers of the mushroom farm, they eat the mushrooms that have already given birth to little ones, clearing the land and inadvertently leaving behind spores. This allows the land to nurture new little ones. Furthermore, the fertilizer produced by these snotlings after they eat can be used to enrich the fields. Whenever Lu Meng thought of these things, he found it amusing. Because, if the future Duchin clan little ones were to ask him how they came to be, Lu Meng would kindly tell these little ones, "Ha ha ha, you guys, in fact, were raised by us with great care." Moreover, perhaps because these snotlings are too close to fungal organisms, after eating a large amount of mushrooms, their own bodies will once again turn into a large mushroom. At this point, the greenskin boys can take these snotlings, which have already turned into mushrooms, back home based on their size, and make them into furniture like tables or stools. Besides that, these little fellows are not completely useless. For example, the tech tyrant kids' weapon factories also recruit some snotlings. Although snotlings cannot do most of the work on the assembly line, such as assembling guns, proportioning gunpowder, or polishing rifling, they can handle simple tasks like tightening screws and pressing bullet heads into casings. Although this work is relatively hard for these little fellows, compared to other snotlings who wander aimlessly in the mushroom farm all day, facing the risk of turning into a big mushroom or being eaten by a squig at any time, the factory is undoubtedly much safer. And some more generous tech tyrant kids will also give these little fellows some food and teeth as compensation. Of course, if it were in other clans, the compensation in the hands of these little fellows would definitely be quickly snatched away by the Gretchen. But in the Duchin clan, there is truly no little one willing to risk being severely beaten by their boss to snatch those two pitiful big teeth from the snotlings. It's not that they don't dare, but that they disdain to. Because in the Duchin clan, even the most ordinary Gretchen, if they want to achieve a class leap, only need to work in the factory for a few years to save up 150 big teeth. After that, these Gretchen can take the teeth they painstakingly saved from screwing in screws to buy a brand new kill gons, and then spend 50 big teeth to find a pain boy at Xiang clan medical hall to stuff themselves into the gons. In addition, some Gretchen who know life skills such as breeding, weaving, and repairing can also choose to join the Gretchen Brotherhood to achieve their class leap. A few more days passed in a flash. Today, the greenskin boys were uncharacteristically not busy, because today was their routine, the boss's storytelling session. Because greenskins have no written language, everything relies on thinking and word of mouth. This led to many greenskin boys believing Lu Meng's words implicitly. Even some little ones who had been following Lu Meng since the very beginning of the Duchin clan were successfully brainwashed by Lu Meng's bizarre stories. As a result, many greenskin boys in the Duchin clan now began to believe in Yan Ji and Huang Ji, abandoning Gork and Mork. This is not uncommon in greenskin society, because it is said that in areas closer to the Imperium of Man, some greenskin boys even believe in the human emperor. Just as greenskins, although they believe in Gork and Mork, cannot actually distinguish between Gork and Mork, greenskins also do not believe that the emperor is a holy and flawless saint as humans say. In the greenskins' view, the emperor should be a golden big mech, both violent and cunning, shining with golden light all over, and 100 meters tall. Ahem, welcome everyone to listen to today's Greenskin official history. As everyone knows, we Greenskins were created by WAGE and XIGE. But later, we recognized Yan GE and Huang GE as our bosses. But after that, we actually had other bosses. For example, the YAAIC Energy Kid, the bosses they used to worship were called Kong GE and Meng GE. Kong GE is courteous, wise, and benevolent, and Meng GE is benevolent, wise, and courteous. The YAAIC Energy Kid, the more they worship Kong GE and Meng GE, the stronger their abilities will be, and even if they suffer a psychic shock, their heads will not explode. Then Lu Meng said a lot more, even including the story of the ORK YAAIC boss Xiang GE, who swept across the 6 major clans and became himself. The Greenskin boys who listened were extremely excited. At the same time, after the story was finished, the Greenskin boys, who had endured more than half a year of warp travel and had been tired for several days, rarely started a carnival again. Piles of mushrooms roasted by the Gretchen were brought out. Besides that, there was also some mushroom wine mixed with water. Although each little one could only get a little, it did not hinder the little ones from fighting each other. Amidst the sound of metal rock music, the Greenskin boys quickly got into a brawl. Suddenly a roar sounded from afar. Then Lu Meng saw Run Tu, leading a group of Gretchen, rushing back from afar. Seeing his painstakingly planted hope being eaten by other Greenskin boys, Run Tu threw an old punch and sent a little one who was still gorging himself flying. Then, under the quiet gaze of a group of Greenskin boys, he walked forward, sniffing the fragrant mushrooms. What you're eating here isn't mushrooms, you're eating my Run Tu's career. Saying that, Run Tu also picked up a mushroom skewer, eating and cursing, and you didn't even bring me. However, Lu Meng walked forward indifferently and patted Run Tu's shoulder. We've been fighting our whole lives, why can't we enjoy ourselves? Keep the music going, keep fighting. With his boss's signal, this little interlude quickly passed. Deafening metal rock music blared from the music boy's electric guitar. Just as Lu Meng was celebrating with the music, some Greenskin boy, who had gotten carried away, punched Lu Meng. That's when things got chaotic. On the battlefield of the Great Melee, Lu Meng took the lead, knocking down the little one in front of him with an old punch, then roared, "Waik!" Facing their boss's provocation, the other little ones were not to be outdone and rushed towards their boss. Facing the Greenskin boys who were constantly rushing towards him, Lu Meng instinctively struck a starting pose. Then he engaged in a brawl with the rest of the Greenskin boys. When Lu Meng woke up again, he was already lying on a pile of Greenskin boys. And beneath him, those little ones who had been knocked out were sleeping soundly. Time passed for another half a year in this rare tranquility. During this period, Lu Meng acquired another batch of long-barreled rifles and their corresponding universal ammunition. The mushroom farm, under the efforts of Run Tu and a group of grot overseers, expanded to 100 kilometers in radius. Now, many mushrooms have grown to the 4th stage, and according to the calculations of the grot overseers, it won't be long before these 4th stage Big Mech grow into orc boys. Currently, hundreds of grot crawl out of the ground almost every day. Compared to the previous Greenskins casual planting, the Dujin clan's mushroom farm, designed by Lu Meng, appeared more organized. Every square kilometer of mushroom field was individually divided into a yellow square, and within it, besides some grot responsible for daily mushroom care, there would also be 100 Greenskin boys plus 10 orc Big Mech patrolling. They would be responsible for capturing squid useful to the Dujin clan, and incidentally sending the newly born grot to the outskirts of the clan to participate in cultivating the mushroom fields. Unless these grot had a special skill, they would need to plant 10,000 mushrooms before being allowed to gain freedom. At the same time, in the mountains and valleys on this planet, factories and mines spewing black smoke were built. The grot recyclers responsible for collecting resources would throw any ore they found into a geothermal blast furnace to see if anything useful could be smelted from it. On the assembly lines inside the factories, various machines needed by the Dujin clan were continuously produced by the grot. Tens of thousands of gigantic steam plows, spewing thick black smoke, dyed this world, which originally only had a sunset, black. If viewed from above, the presence of these massive machines could be seen on almost any large-scale plane on this planet. They turned over the dry sand layers, and behind them followed tank cars welded from scrap metal. Grot stood on the tank cars, using rubber squid-made hoses to spray biomass from the tank cars into these plowed furrows. Once all of this was done, grot wearing children's Dujin military uniforms would drive Gretchen bumper cars, specially designed for grot by the tech boy, to plant mushroom plant seedlings, harvested from the mushroom fields, onto the biomass. In addition, to expand the Greenskins population in the Ghoul Stars. Lu Meng also ordered the Greenskin boys of the Baichi treasure war group to take the bodies of Greenskin boys who had been killed in a Greenskin melee to nearby star systems for seeding. Receiving the order, the 3 leaders of the Baichi treasure war group, Yellow Square, Pink Starfish, and Octopus, each led a group of Baichi treasure war group's little ones, driving a cruiser, and departed from the planet Lu Meng had renamed Moscow. As for where the other cruisers came from, Lu Meng could only open his system backpack, looking at the large ships that dropped from 14 Megagargant, and smiled. 100 years, on a cosmic scale, may truly be but an instant, but for ordinary humans, it is enough to live an entire lifetime. During the Imperium of Man's Great Crusade, the Emperor, in just 1,000 years, established a vast empire for humanity that spanned half the galaxy and encompassed millions of stars. Such a massive inheritance was enough for humanity to squander for 10,000 years and still have the strength to stand in the galaxy. But these were things Lu Meng could not envy, because compared to humanity's Great Crusade, which was the reconquest of past territories, Regardless of whether the Imperium of Man reconquered these past human star systems, human footprints had already been laid there. But the greenskins were different. When the greenskins on a planet reached a certain number, they would suddenly awaken, then use everything they could find to build their own warships, fly into space, and then wander and fight freely in the galaxy. Even the 6 major clans of the greenskin orc today are not keen on expanding their territory. Or rather, their expansion is more out of their innate pugnacious instinct. This means that if Lu Meng wanted to expand quickly, he must first have his own base, completing the transformation from 0 to 1. But fortunately, greenskins, as a species, do not seem to have to worry about lifespan. So, in the day-to-day farming, 10 years passed in a flash. Inside a huge space fortress, built from piled steel, Lu Meng was sweating profusely, sparring with his champion boys. After punching the champion boy he was fighting with, sending him flying, Lu Meng, shirtless and wearing only a pair of shorts, took the mycelial towel handed to him by Akun, a grot, and wiped the sweat from his body. At the same time, on the floor of the training room, more than 30 champion boys had all fallen over and passed out. In the past 10 years, Lu Meng had completely transformed Moscow Star into a home for the greenskins. Now, almost every day, millions of greenskin boys crawl out of the mushroom fields. At the same time, on Moscow Star, located in the mountains named Kremlin, towering greenskin factories, spewing black smoke, continuously produce various vehicles and planetary defense weapons. And above Moscow Star, a combat moon with a diameter of over 500 kilometers, along with the space fortress, now guarded Moscow Star from both sides, like horns. Greenskin-style warships and transport ships shuttled back and forth within the Inferno Star system, sending the newly born greenskin boys, who had nowhere to expend their energy, to the undeveloped planets within the Inferno Star system. However, the rapid development of the greenskins would inevitably squeeze the living space of other alien races in the Ghoul stars. For example, on a planet less than 200 light-years away in the Inferno Star system, there lived an alien race called Toglin Blood Elves. Their appearance was almost identical to humans, and it was even highly possible that they were originally a variant of humans. But after a long evolution and the influence of the Ghoul stars, these Toglin Blood Elves are now more like a psychic species, similar to medieval vampires. In the history of the Imperium of Man, humanity did indeed carry out large-scale colonization in the Ghoul stars. A significant portion of the humans within the Ash Claw's pocket worlds, for example, were originally natives of the Ghoul stars. The Toglin Blood Elves, an alien race whose origins are likely untraceable. Unlike other races that are keen on expansion, they are a relatively reclusive race. Aside from occasionally traveling to other star systems to capture some alien races as blood slaves, this race generally does not interact much with other forces. But just a few years ago, a small spaceship from the Greenskins entered their star system without them noticing. Then, after circling each planet, it left again. Due to a lack of understanding of the Greenskins, no one initially paid attention to this small ship. After all, as a race with psychic talents, the Toglin Blood Elves had reason to be proud. However, in the past 2 years, a large number of green creatures began to appear on the planets that the Greenskins had visited earlier. Initially, the Toglin Blood Elves even captured these greenskins to use as blood slaves. But good times didn't last. In less than half a year, these greenskin creatures began to appear everywhere. And the greenskins, who originally only used sticks and stones, suddenly started driving vehicles and picking up guns. Some greenskin orcs have even begun to manufacture things similar to gyrocopters. In response, the Toglin Blood Elves realized the danger and began a plan to exterminate these greenskin creatures. However, when the Toglin Blood Elves warships flew to the near orbit of these planets, preparing to directly use a psychic extermination bomb to blow these greenskins into the sky, the greenskins on the surface also discovered the Toglin Blood Elves warships. It can be said that at the moment they saw the warships, these greenskins, who should have been fighting on that planet for decades or even hundreds of years until a Wadaic boss emerged before considering space, prematurely awakened their desire for space. So, one by one, dilapidated and patched gyrocopters began to take off, rushing towards the Toglin Blood Elves warships. In response, the Toglin Blood Elves warships unleashed fierce psychic beams, directly sweeping these approaching gyrocopters into fragments. At the same time, under the strike of a psychic tremor bomb. On that planet, the massive mushroom farm, which had originally spread for hundreds of kilometers, was directly leveled. After this, the Toglin Blood Elves also dispatched their ground forces, intending to clear out all other small greenskin tribes on that planet. But at this step, the Toglin Blood Elves encountered significant resistance. Initially, the greenskins were indeed beaten helplessly by their superior weapons. But what the Toglin Blood Elves could not understand was that during this kind of combat, the greenskins' weapons were almost constantly being updated every day. And in nearly a year of ground combat, the greenskins' combat genes were completely unleashed, and various war machines incomprehensible to the Toglin Blood Elves were created by the greenskins. Furthermore, what terrified the Toglin Blood Elves was that these greenskins' weapons actually had their own style. In other words, these greenskins were able to fight back and forth with their army by imitating their weapons. Ultimately, the Toglin Blood Elves had no choice but to convene a high-level bloodline council to discuss whether to completely use extermination weapons to cleanse all planets with large-scale greenskin infestations within that star system. "Alright, gentlemen, ladies, I think everyone should know why we are holding this council," said an old man with a slicked-back hairstyle, who bore a 9/10 resemblance to humans but had fangs and pointed ears, looking at the other 8 people at the conference table. However, after the old man spoke, the conference room fell into a silence. Until a middle-aged man with blood-red eyes and a face covered in what looked like cuticles spoke, extermination bombs, every one we use means one less. These weapons left by our ancestors are almost impossible for us to replicate now. Shouldn't we, let the blood slaves under our command try again? That's very difficult, Mr. Petinan. In the past year, we have launched large-scale ground cleansing operations more than once, the old man sighed wearily at this point. Alas, just look at the battle report from the past year, everyone. After the old man finished speaking, he handed a stack of paper documents to a humanoid machine beside him. When the other 9 Toglin blood elves received the battle report from the robot, they all felt a sense of bewilderment. Mr. Wolf, I can't believe that after all these years, you are still using such an outdated method to record messages, a female Toglin blood elf who had received the paper said with a headache, looking at the dense text on the paper. You could clearly use photon to transmit this information directly to our smart brains. Ha ha ha, Nagasha, please forgive my old-fashioned persistence. I think we should look at the battle report first. However, before Nagasha flipped the paper, she looked at the alarming casualty figures on the paper and exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? The other Toglin blood elves also looked at the elderly wolf with disbelief, seemingly waiting for a definitive answer. In response, the elderly Toglin blood elf wolf could only sigh again, these data are all real. If you don't believe me, you can directly ask the photon. Finally, in the dimly lit but extremely ornate conference room, after about half an hour of silence, a decree similar to the Imperium of Mans Exterminatus was passed unanimously. And after this proposal was passed, this reclusive race seemed to have been slapped awake, becoming active. The huge starport, originally hidden in a cloaking field and dormant for tens of thousands of years, began to operate again, and a continuous stream of supplies began to be transported from the Toglin Blood Elves' home world to the starport. And 3 days after the extermination decree was issued. Within that star system, except for the Toglin Blood Elves' home world, all other planets were subjected to bombardment by the Toglin Blood Elves' warships. And after this cleansing, which almost burned the surface of all planets in that star system into glass spheres. On a planet located on the outskirts of the Tok'ran star system, deep within a dark tunnel 2,000 meters underground, a greenskin orc Big Mex felt the tremor of the earth, his face filled with rage. At the same time, after the earthquake that swept across the entire planet, this greenskin orc cut off one of his fingers and buried it in a mushroom farm carefully tended by the grots. In fact, the trouble the Toglin Blood Elves encountered was not an isolated incident. Because, in the past 10 years, Lu Meng also didn't know how many planets the greenskin boys of the Baichi treasure wardrobe had sown. But even if he did know, Lu Meng wouldn't care, because that wasn't his problem to worry about. These scattered seeds were essentially meant to tie down other alien races within the ghoul stars. At the same time, these scattered greenskin spores, in the future, after Lu Meng's fleet sets sail, these guys will be wild recruits and material supplies. However, just as Lu Meng was suppressing the natural instincts of the greenskin boys and focusing on development, a massive fleet consisting of 15 main battleships and 36 frigates was silently sailing through space. And its destination on the star chart was precisely the Inferno star system. Meanwhile, Lu Meng was currently leading a team of champion boys, looking at the biological solar sails that had taken thousands of large and small ships 5 years to arrange and fix, filled with pride. This loot, dropped from the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship dungeon, was a kind of biotechnology that combined solar photovoltaic panels in a Dyson sphere. Its operation process was very simple, just arrange these soft, honeycomb-like hexagonal bioplates regularly around the sun. And after that, these biological solar sails would absorb the heat energy emitted by the sun and continuously grow until they enveloped the entire sun, at which point this growth process would end. After that, the fleshy walls of these biological solar sails would continuously thicken and calcify, growing a layer of bone plates on the outside. And the internal biological fleshy walls could convert the heat energy emitted by the sun into electrical energy, magnetic energy, and all other energy sources that the greenskins needed. Even when the sun's lifespan was about to end, Lu Meng could directly recharge the sun by throwing nuclear bombs at it. However, just as Lu Meng was watching the solar sails grow, an alarm suddenly sounded within the battleship. Immediately following, on the outskirts of the Inferno star system, an unknown fleet suddenly broke through the warp surface and appeared within the Inferno star system. Then, without a word, this unfamiliar biological fleet immediately launched a fire strike against the nearby greenskin warships and the defensive starports on the planets. Almost instantly, greenskin warships within 20,000 kilometers of this battleship were subjected to varying degrees of attack. Those greenskin transport ships without a YAIC energy shield were instantly torn to shreds by the enemy's firepower. Even during this process, several Plankton-class frigates, due to their close proximity to the enemy fleet, were specifically targeted and annihilated along with them. The losses this time were truly severe. It could be said that ever since Lu Meng came to the Ghoul Stars, he had never suffered such a great loss. Moreover, the enemy fleet had a very high degree of recognition, because this kind of biological warship was the only one of its kind in the entire Ghoul Stars. Sesso Demon. However, compared to Lu Meng's anger, the Sesso Demon fleet at this moment only felt a sense of relief. Ever since their main battleship was destroyed by the Greenskins 10 years ago, this race, which possessed 15 pocket worlds in the Ghoul Stars, had held a grudge against this group of Greenskins. To vent this anger, they spent several years building this new fleet and breeding nearly 5 billion Sesso Demon warriors. Not long ago, they finally captured the biological signal of the main battleship that had been captured by the Greenskins 10 years ago. It was laughable, because the Sesso Demon's main battleship biological signal device had always been treated as useless parts by the tech tyrant kids and welded onto the Crab Castle. Due to the YAIC energy shield's interference, it took the Sesso demons 10 years to find the whereabouts of the Dujin clan. The exposure happened because Lu Meng felt that the Crab Castle, as the first cruiser of his clan, looked too shabby with a large pile of useless metal junk hanging on it, plus the Dujin clan was now rolling in wealth, so Lu Meng ordered a complete renovation of the Crab Castle. But now Lu Meng was too lazy to care about these things. What Lu Meng wanted now was to kill this Sesso demon fleet. Damn it, who understands, my little ones? We greenskins are honestly building our home and farming here. These Sesso demons just came in and burned our home, I can't tolerate it at all. Today, we must send these bastards offline. Little ones. Moscow is behind us. Grab your weapons. Yura. Yaik, Lu Meng's roar spread throughout the entire battleship. Then, a sensible tech boy used the information transmission device on the battleship to transmit it to the starport, and finally to the entire Inferno star system. At that moment, almost all the greenskin boys in the entire Inferno star system heard the roar of their great leader. Yaik. 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 Suddenly, the originally somewhat silent Inferno star system erupted with greenskin roars that swept across the entire system. Even in the vacuum of space, due to the fluctuations of Yaik energy, the roars of the greenskins could be heard. A greenskin boy who was still installing tires in the factory, hearing his boss's summons, turned and threw his tools on the ground. Ha ha ha. Wawa, the factory, which had been rather dispirited, instantly burst with vitality. Some greenskins, too impatient, directly tore off their work clothes, and inside these bulky clothes, they were wearing grey Dujin military uniforms and heavy iron armor. Then, these greenskin boys, picking up the chainsaw greatsword and big guns placed at their workstations, rushed out of the factory like a tide. It's funny to say, even when these greenskin boys were forced to work, they were unwilling to take off their iron armor and grey military uniforms, and their weapons had to be kept by their side at all times. Lu Meng had no way to deal with this. And as the greenskin boys on the surrounding planets gathered, the Greenskin Space Station Fortress and the combat moon in orbit around Moscow Star also began to operate amidst the roar of their great leader. Just as the Sesso Demon fleet launched its second wave of attack, at the same time, a large number of Sesso Demon drop pods and small Sesso Demon biological attack ships flew out from the lower abdomen of more than a dozen Sesso Demon motherships like a swarm. Immediately following, as the biological plasma cannon on the Sesso Demon biological warship fired a plasma beam, the Dujin clan's combat moon and starport fortress also began to pour their artillery fire onto the Sesso Demon fleet. Billions of Sesso Demon small attack craft, flying out from the mothership, quickly formed 13 formations. They began to advance separately towards the spaceport and the other greenskin fleets around it. Meanwhile, the bio-airdrops launched by the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship and escort ships simultaneously plummeted towards several surrounding planets. Inside these airdrop pods, the Sir's biochemical soldier, who had been forcibly put into hibernation by the Sesso Demon hive mind to conserve resources, were reawakened by the stimulant secreted within the pods the moment they were launched. Furthermore, this unique Sesso Demon awakening technology could temporarily amplify the Sir's biochemical soldier's strength, pushing them into a battle frenzy. Concurrently, on the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship, located at the very front of the main battleship, the massive bioplasma cannon, over 5 meters in diameter, had once again completed its energy convergence and fired. Several plasma beams shot out from these main battleships, making these colossal battleships, in that instant, look like giant laser pointers firing lasers. Almost instantly, these bioplasma beams, traveling at 300,000 kilometers per second, slammed into the Yaik energy shield of the spaceport fortress. The focused high-temperature plasma energy impact struck the Yaik energy shield. In less than a breath, it directly penetrated the Yaik energy shield in the focused area, leaving several 5-meter diameter holes, melted through by the high temperature, across the entire greenskin spaceport. Simultaneously, the secondary cannon arrays on the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship and escort ships were reloaded at this moment, unleashing a storm of biochemical projectiles like a metal storm. They shot out from cannons made of a mixture of flesh cell walls and specialized metal. The shells of these launched bioprojectiles were inlaid with metal and bone, but internally, they were biological weapons very similar to the Tyrannid. More directly, these projectiles were alive. They were products created by the Ceto Demon Worker bee through complex biomutation engineering. The greatest advantage of these self-aware projectiles was that, once launched and given their basic initial cosmic velocity, they could use their fish fin-like biological organs on both sides, and the metal pump devices installed on them, to adjust their flight trajectory and direction. It can be said that each of these mutated worker bee weapons is an artificial intelligence-guided, tracking missile. Furthermore, inside these mutated worker bee projectiles, there are also chemical fission strong acids and biological degradation gene viruses, capable of making the Sesso Demon's enemies disappear completely from the galaxy, both physically and genetically. As the Sesso Demon fleet opened fire, the dense, honeycomb-like artillery arrays on the Moscow Starport Fortress, which had been penetrated by plasma beams, also aimed at the Sesso Demon fleet. Yaik! Fire! Fire! Yaik! The excited Bikini Bottom Warband little ones, waving their chainsaw greatsword, roared excitedly. How could they not be excited? Since the spaceport fortress was completed, these giant cannons had almost been worn smooth by the eagerly awaiting little ones. It can be said that almost all the greenskin boy and grot at the spaceport wanted to fire these giant cannons. The heavy metal cannon barrels spewed dazzling flames amidst the excited cheers and roars of the greenskin boy. Tens of thousands of massive solid lead bullets, accompanied by the flames, burst out of the muzzles. Compared to the precise tracking bioprojectiles fired by the Sesso demon battleships, the Greenskins' giant cannons relied entirely on faith and yield. The dense cannon barrels firing simultaneously created a metal storm, like an iron wall, smashing towards the Sesso demon fleet. Huge solid projectiles, moving at near light speed, slammed into the Sesso demon fleet's bioforce field. Almost instantly, 2 Sesso demon escort ships were riddled like sieves in the dense hail of bullets. Meanwhile, compared to the cannon duel, the battle in space was equally fierce. Countless billions of Sesso demon small biological attack ships, after tearing apart over a dozen greenskin transport ships that dared to countercharge the Sesso demon fleet, began to quickly reform, attempting to effectively bombard the spaceport fortress. However, before these swarm attack ships could approach the spaceport fortress, 2 greenskin cruiser, the Jellyfish and the Recorder, each over 4 kilometers in size, sailed out of the smoke-billowing spaceport fortress's docking port. At the same time, large numbers of greenskin rotorcraft, greenskin assault boats, and combat bombers, equipped with the to die for 3,000 autocannons, swarmed out from the combat moon, the spaceport, and various planets. Even among these combat aircraft, there were a large number of greenskin transport vehicles, and the number of these combat aircraft and spacecraft even temporarily exceeded the number of Sesso demon small biological attack craft. Furthermore, what made the Sesso demon masterminds on the Sesso demon Overmind main battleship feel their scalps tingle was that various types of greenskin medium and small battleships were still flying out from these planets. The dense number of greenskin medium and small-sized ships, along with the assault boats, were almost completely filled with greenskin boy. Even on the planet's surface, a large number of greenskin boy began to fight each other to secure a spot on a ship. But soon, the little ones found a new target for their rage. That was the sky, where Sesso demon airdrop pods rained down like a dense meteor shower. Before these airdrop pods crashed into the planet, assault forces composed of hundreds of Sesso demon small biological attack boats had already broken through the atmosphere. They began to bomb effective units on the surface. Now, these Sesso demon small biological attack boats must have been out of their minds. Almost the moment these attack boats appeared, countless Def Dreads and greenskin storm boys targeted them. Also targeting these attack boats were the numerous 16-barreled anti-aircraft machine guns installed in the greenskin factories. For a time, countless dense bullet rains tore the sky into pieces. On the ground, a greenskin boy who hadn't boarded a spaceship excitedly sat in front of a 16-barreled anti-aircraft machine gun, gripping the handle tightly and holding down the firing button without letting go. Waik! 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 Amidst the cheers and roars of this greenskin boy, Sesso demon small biological assault boats were shot down one after another. While this greenskin boy was enjoying himself, an orc big mech ran over, and then directly slapped the greenskin boy, who was still operating the anti-aircraft machine gun, across the face. Then, before the greenskin boy could get angry, the big mech kicked him to the ground and took over control of the anti-aircraft machine gun. Da-da-da, as the anti-aircraft machine gun continuously roared, bullet casings of various colors were spit out. At the same time, more ammunition was constantly transported around the anti-aircraft gun by the busy little ones, who were more concerned that the machine gun would stop due to lack of ammunition than about fighting for control of it. Because for the greenskin boy and Grot, the deafening roar of the anti-aircraft machine gun was simply music to their ears. In the sky, a large number of Def Dreads and Storm Boys also engaged in aerial dogfights with these Sesso demon small biological assault boats. Although in terms of performance and speed, the Sesso demon small biological assault ships were far superior to the little ones' Def Dreads. However, the number of these Def Dreads, which were almost composed of a small engine, a tin box, and a pair of propellers, was simply too large. Even the Sesso demon's assault boats, which usually prefer to win by quantity, had no advantage in terms of numbers. The Sesso demon's small biological assault boats are also a type of weapon that has been transformed from worker bees. They are all uniformly controlled by the psychic signals of the Sesso demon masterminds in the hive mind. These bioweapons controlled by the Sesso demon masterminds are mostly equipped with 2 types of weapons, a strong acid chamber firing tube connected to something similar to a biological stomach, and 2 biological launch nests loaded with biochemical missiles. Compared to these Sesso demon small biological assault boats, the Greenskins' aerial vehicles are quite diverse. The price of these small single-person aerial vehicles within the Dujin clan is even less than that of a Kilgon's. As a result, Greenskin boy with some financial means can afford one. After all, which Greenskin boy doesn't want to drive his own vehicle into the sky and find some excitement? Among these vehicles, the Def Dreads equipped with 6-barreled rotary cannons directly in front are the most numerous. Besides that, there are the assault close combat types with huge chainsaw greatsword installed on the head of the Def Dreads. Almost every time a Sesso demon small assault boat gets entangled in a dogfight with the Greenskins, a Greenskin boy will cheer and roar, Waik! Then, he will drive his Def Dread, which is equipped with a huge chainsaw greatsword, and directly crash into it. The huge chainsaw greatsword in front of him will instantly break open the Sesso demon assault boat's biological carapace, and then amidst the roar of the chainsaw greatsword, they will make a forced landing together with the Sesso demon assault boat, or directly detonate together in the air. Only a very small number of Greenskin boy with relatively high skills can control the chainsaw greatsword on the Def Dreads to cut the opposing Sesso demon assault boat in half. Although in this process, a Greenskin boy driving a Def Dread might accidentally crash and die, every time a Greenskin boy accomplishes this feat, it will cause a burst of cheers from the other little ones. At the same time, on the surface, from the fallen Sesso demon airdrop pods, swarms of Sir's biochemical soldier began to attack the Greenskins' factories and surface weapon clusters. Waik! Little ones, come with me to chop them to death. If the sky was the territory of the Baichi treasure war group, then ground combat was the home ground of the Tongloan warband. The swarming Tongloan warband, each with a chainsaw greatsword in one hand and a big gun in the other, charged directly towards the landing Sir's biochemical soldier without hesitation. Under the cover of the continuously firing big guns in the hands of these green-skinned boy, both sides rapidly approached each other. What followed was a brutal close-quarters melee battle, where the roaring chainsaw greatsword collided with the various mutated organs on the Sir's biochemical soldier, bringing forth waves of bloodshed. Just as the green-skinned boys throughout the Inferno Star system were reveling in war due to the sudden arrival of the Sesso Demon fleet, Lu Meng, accompanied by a squad of champion boys, boarded a greenskin assault boat and launched a boarding action against the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship. Compared to other alien intelligent species, the greenskins' method of warfare doesn't require precise command. Because even the most exquisite combat command requires someone to execute it. But after nearly 10 years of interacting with the greenskins, Lu Meng came to a conclusion. Trying to get the greenskins to complete an orderly battle was simply as difficult as ascending to heaven. Perhaps when his clan only had a few 100,000 little ones, Lu Meng could still lead the greenskin boys to execute tactics similar to artillery bombardment followed by infantry charge. But if the battlefield is expanded to an entire star system, and the number of greenskins is increased to 20 billion. Under such a vast scale of war, it's impossible for anyone to truly strategize from behind the scenes. Because, on this massive battlefield, there will be countless small and medium-sized battlefields, and a large amount of information needs to be processed every minute and every second. Therefore, in this situation, it's simply impossible to control the overall situation. Even the strongest commander can only provide reinforcements when an area falls into a disadvantage, and nothing more. The rest must be fully handed over to the lower-ranking orc bosses for command. Under the protection of the YAIC energy shield, Lu Meng's greenskin assault boat, after a violent shaking, accurately plunged headfirst into a Sesso Demon mothership. Bang! Lu Meng kicked open the assault boat's door. Kill, Sir's biochemical soldier *1. Obtain, 10 experience points. Obtain, 100 biomass. Hey! As soon as Lu Meng stepped out of the assault boat, he heard the information prompt in his mind, looked down in confusion, and saw the head of a Sir's biochemical soldier that had already been crushed by the assault boat, which he happened to step on and completely shatter. Ah, this? No, buddy, you're a bit too unlucky, aren't you? Shaking off the bloodstains on his foot, Lu Meng took the lead and walked into the tunnel of the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship. At the same time, on Lu Meng's mini-map, a large group of Sir's biochemical soldiers were rushing towards the assault boat's landing point directly ahead. Suddenly, the champion boys following behind Lu Meng felt a blur before their eyes. Then, accompanied by a spatial distortion, the champion boys found themselves suddenly appearing amidst a large group of Sir's biochemical soldiers who were still frantically running. YAIC. Before the surrounding Sir's biochemical soldiers could react, Lu Meng, who had used YAIC energy to perform a short-distance teleportation with his champion boys, roared. At the same time, he held 2 chainsaw greatswords in his hands and began to slash left and right through the surrounding Sir's biochemical soldiers as if mowing grass. Obtain, 100 biomass. Obtain, 100 biomass. Obtain, 100 biomass. For a moment, in the crowded passage filled with Sir's biochemical soldiers, Lu Meng and the champion boys seemed to have transformed into fiends crawled out of hell, their bodies covered in blood. And as their chainsaw greatswords and power axes swung, the surrounding Sir's biochemical soldiers were either cut in half or split vertically. The battle lasted only a few minutes, and the 6-meter-wide corridor was already piled high with the corpses of Sir's biochemical soldiers. However, just as Lu Meng was leading his champion boys in a wanton slaughter, deformed monsters with shriveled bodies and crawling limbs suddenly appeared behind the Sir's biochemical soldiers. And on the backs of these deformed Sir's crawling monsters grew huge, constantly squirming, cyst-like tumors. When these Sir's crawling monsters discovered Lu Meng and the champion boys, who were continuously slaughtering among the Sir's biochemical soldiers, their shriveled bodies suddenly erupted with a speed that even greenskins found difficult to comprehend, frantically pouncing towards Lu Meng and the champion boys among the Sir's biochemical soldiers. Immediately after, when one Sir's crawling monster was less than 5 meters away from a champion boy, with a bang, the huge tumor on the back of this Sir's crawling monster suddenly exploded. A foul stench instantly filled the entire tunnel. At the same time, a large amount of dark green viscous liquid, like a fragmentation grenade, splattered in all directions, coating the surrounding Sesso Demon soldiers and greenskin champion boys from head to toe. Just as the champion boys didn't know what was happening, more Sir's crawling monsters pounced forward and successively exploded. Lu Meng instinctively felt something was wrong and deployed his YAIC energy shield. Seeing their boss act this way, the other champion boys around him also followed suit, activating their own shields. Then, Lu Meng discovered that the Sir's biochemical soldiers contaminated by the Sir's crawling monsters' viscous liquid began to rapidly collapse, rot and melt. Then they turned into puddles of the same dark green viscous substance as found inside the Sir's crawling monsters. Holy crap, this stuff is way more effective than the mustard gas we used when we helped Europe exterminate the Jews back then. However, just as Lu Meng was about to say a few more sarcastic remarks, Lu Meng suddenly discovered that the dark green viscous liquid flowing at his feet actually began to corrode the power armor on his feet. Even the power armor that accidentally got contaminated with the viscous liquid began to emit wisps of white smoke. At that moment, Lu Meng couldn't stand still. His blue-grade equipment had been worn for over 10 years, and he had almost developed feelings for it. Saying that, Lu Meng performed a YAIC Energy teleportation, taking his little ones away from the area. Looking at the large area of power armor on his feet that had already been corroded, damn Sesso demon. How dare you? It's one thing to burn down my home in my territory, but you even dared to ruin my power armor that I've worn for over 10 years. Damn it, I'm not done with you. You guys just wait for me. I'm not playing anymore. Saying that, Lu Meng activated ORK energy teleportation again with his champion boys. When Lu Meng and the champion boys reappeared, they had already left the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship and appeared in the control room on the combat moon. Inside the huge control room, thousands of Grot were busily relaying various commands. The sudden appearance of their boss certainly startled these little fellows. But upon realizing it was their boss, these Grot immediately resumed their busy work. Ahem, looking at the busy Grot around him, Lu Meng lightly coughed twice, wanting to attract the attention of these little ones. It turned out that the Grot were much more perceptive than the Greenskin Boy and Orc Big Mech. If Lu Meng had coughed twice in front of a group of Orc boys, those Greenskin Boy probably wouldn't have bothered to respond. Some Greenskin Boy might even have stared blankly at Lu Meng and replied, "What do you want?" But the Grot were different. After Lu Meng coughed twice, the previously chaotic control room quieted down, and the Grot all became silent, waiting for Lu Meng's speech. "Little ones, now get the combat moon started for me. Your great leader is taking you to board." After Lu Meng finished speaking, he clearly felt the breathing of the surrounding Grot intensify a bit, and soon, the massive combat moon began to operate under the command of the Grot. At the same time, inside the combat moon, hundreds of millions of Greenskin Boy began to get busy. Immediately following that, on the backside of the combat moon, groups of massive thrusters, resembling meteorite craters, began to spew out high-temperature flames nearly 10,000 meters long. Then, to the utter astonishment of the Sesso Demon masterminds, the colossal combat moon began to accelerate, crashing straight towards the Sesso Demon fleet. Any battleship daring to stand in the path of the combat moon would be captured by its gravity and then crushed into dust. Almost instantly, the Sesso Demon small biological assault ships, which were previously dogfighting with greenskin combat bombers and gyrocopters in space, began to rapidly withdraw. At the same time, upon detecting the movement of the massive combat moon, the greenskins excitedly charged towards the Sesso Demon fleet. However, compared to the high morale on the greenskins side, upon discovering that another massive satellite, over 500 kilometers in diameter, was suddenly charging towards them mid-battle, the Sesso Demon masterminds were clearly in a panic. Moments later, the Sesso Demon masterminds made a decision. 13 Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships simultaneously changed direction, and at the cost of enduring a round of fire from the Moscow Starport Fortress and a concentrated volley from the giant cannon array, they launched a combined attack on the combat moon. The bioplasma laser cannons of the 13 Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship converged into a single point, striking the combat moon. Instantly, a massive crater over 30 kilometers in diameter and more than 200 meters deep formed on the entire combat moon. But even with such power, for a gigantic satellite over 500 kilometers in diameter, it was still considered insignificant. After enduring one round of attack, the dense array of artillery and laser arrays on the combat moon also began to fire simultaneously. In an instant, 4 frigates were shattered by the dense iron rain, sacrificing themselves to protect the capital ships. On the other side, the Moscow Starport Fortress also unleashed a volley of gunfire, striking a Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship on one flank. In an instant, this Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship, stripped of its frigate protection, was riddled with holes by the dense hail of bullets. While not completely scrapped, it was clearly beyond repair. The Sesso Demon Overmind on the other Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship, seeing this scene, immediately abandoned any thought of continuing the battle. This time, they had clearly underestimated the strength of the greenskins. They had thought that with 13 Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship, they would be foolproof, but they never expected the greenskins' growth rate to be so astonishing. To be honest, when the Sesso Demons saw the combat moon move, they felt despair. Because they believed that given 10 years, they could create a construct similar to the combat moon by pouring the strength of their entire race into it. However, that would require the Sesso Demons to use 13 pocket worlds of their entire race for sustenance, which was far less cost-effective than building a few more Sesso Demon fleet. Yet, the greenskins only took 10 years, not only spreading their existence throughout the entire Inferno star system but also building a combat moon with resources from just one star system. No matter how the Sesso Demon Overmind on the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship calculated, they couldn't understand how these greenskins had managed it. But as the combat moon continued to accelerate, it was clear that the Sesso Demon masterminds were running out of time. If you think that the combat moon, possessing the mass of an entire satellite, would move slowly, then you are absolutely mistaken. Greenskin's equipment can never be viewed according to common sense. Back then, when Lu Meng took out this combat moon from his backpack, it caused quite a few incidents, almost causing the entire combat moon to crash onto Moscow Star. Although this massive satellite weapon was not as large as the one destroyed by the Imperium of Man, the Salamander's Chapter, and the Lord of the Fire Dragon back then, its internal armament and equipment were in no way inferior to that of the Orc Empire's Octorius. The propulsion rockets behind it, operating at full power, not only allow this combat moon to travel at sublight speeds, but it can even undertake short-term warp surface travel. However, just as the Sesso Demon fleet was preparing to retreat and escape the Inferno star system, a greenskin cruiser, painted entirely in yellow, suddenly appeared behind the Sesso Demon fleet. And around this yellow greenskin cruiser, there were also 2 Crab Boss class greenskin battleships and 4 Plankton class greenskin frigates. At the same time, Yellow Square, one of the three giants of the Baichi treasure wardrobe, who had been cruising around for over a year in the Crab Castle, had originally planned to wander outside for another month or so before returning to the Inferno Star system. But suddenly, the fleet received a request for assistance from the Moscow Starport Fortress. So, the entire Crab Castle fleet immediately made a warp jump and returned to the Inferno Star system. Inside the Crab Castle's command room, the green-skinned boss Yellow Square, wearing a pirate hat and with a chainsaw greatsword at his waist, reacted in just a moment. Then he abruptly took off his pirate hat, drew the chainsaw greatsword from his waist, and began to roar excitedly at the green-skinned boy in the surrounding control room. "Yaik!" When their boss shouted, the other tech boy and green-skinned boy instantly understood what their leader meant. Immediately after, sharp alarm bells began to blare throughout the Crab Castle. The Grot, who had been listlessly cleaning the deck, and the green-skinned boy, who had been huddled in corners wiping their weapons or sleeping in, instantly became energized. An orc big mech, not even wearing pants, rushed out from a corner on one side, yelling and shouting, "Hey, hey, hey! Work's here! Let's go, brothers!" Yaik! The green-skinned boy immediately abandoned all the work they were doing. They rushed towards the nearest artillery array, ammunition depot, and assault craft. Under the horrified gaze of the Sesso Demon masterminds, the massive combat moon, moving at near light speed, slammed into one of their Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships at the very front. The magnetic traction generator installed at the front of the combat moon had already locked onto this main battleship from 1,000 kilometers away. As a result, this Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship, over 3 kilometers long, couldn't even make an emergency escape. When the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship was less than 100 kilometers from the combat moon, it began to uncontrollably plummet towards the combat moon. Moreover, before the two collided, the artillery array mounted on the combat moon even launched a round of bombardment at this Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship. The moment the two made contact, the bioreactors on the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship exploded violently. As a result, a large hole was once again blasted into the surface of the combat moon. But when the Sesso Demon masterminds used Chinook communication to clearly see the last piece of information transmitted by the Sesso Demon Overmind on that plummeting main battleship, they all felt a renewed sense of dread. Because they clearly saw that at the bottom of the explosion crater of the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship, there was a thick metal armor plate melted by high temperature. What this meant was self-evident. However, after this Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship was crushed into a pile of biomass and metal fragments, the Greenskins combat moon still continued to crash into another Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship without losing speed. At this point, the Sesso Demon masterminds on the other Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships truly couldn't sit still and began to command their own main battleships and escort ships to turn around and flee backward at all costs. But just as the Sesso Demon masterminds, through rapid Chinook communication, decided to jointly charge the Crab Castle Greenskin fleet behind them and then escape. The Greenskins piloting the Crab Castle also began to launch boarding actions and artillery strikes against them. But it was at this moment that betrayal occurred. Within the 12 Sesso Demon main fleets that were originally charging the Crab Castle together, several Sesso Demon main battleships suddenly abandoned their escort ships and fled to the sides. Traitors, inside a Sesso Demon Overmind main battleship at the very front, a Sesso Demon Overmind, over 10 meters tall and too bloated to move freely, let out an enraged Chinook roar. However, despite the Sesso Demon Overmind's anger, there was nothing it could do now. It couldn't possibly turn its cannons to eliminate these guys, could it? Moreover, if they really started fighting, they wouldn't be able to eliminate these traitors in a short time. The Sesso Demon fleet, which originally had hope of breaking through the Crab Castle Greenskin fleet's encirclement, found that after a large portion of its main battleships suddenly fled, a breakthrough was almost impossible. Furthermore, because there was only one combat moon, Lu Meng would instinctively attack those closest to him who were trying to force a breakthrough. We've become bait. For a time, the Sesso Demon masterminds, growing angrier the more they thought about it, immediately sent a list of the defectors to their home star system. Lu Meng also knew that he couldn't keep all these Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships, and as soon as the Sesso Demons left the battlefield, they could travel at super light speeds, facing the vast universe, not even Greenskins could find them. Moreover, before these Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships retreated, they issued suicide attack missions to all SIR's biochemical soldiers and Sesso Demon small biological attack craft within the Inferno Star system. As a result, the remaining two Greenskin cruiser fleets are currently putting out fires and encircling those Sesso Demon small attack craft throughout the star system. But just as the Sesso Demon masterminds inside the Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships despairingly thought that the Greenskins combat moon would ruthlessly crash into them, Lu Meng, piloting the combat moon, commanded the Greenskin boys to stop the combat moon. Honk honk, suddenly, 4 Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships, which had almost fallen into despair, received a communication from the Greenskins. This made the Sesso Demon masterminds, who were ready to self-destruct the Sesso Demon biological main battleships at any moment, stop their actions. The higher the intelligence of a creature, the greater its fear of death. This statement holds true for any race. There is even a living example in the galaxy, the current Necron. Before they became a pile of metal lumps, the Necron were called the Dread. The Dread were born on a planet in the galaxy that orbited a toxic star, and their toxic star released deadly ionized solar winds and radiation storms. In this harsh environment, the Dread's bodies would be ravaged by cancer and other diseases by middle age. At the same time, due to long-term exposure to the strong radiation environment of their home planet, the Dread's genes were also severely damaged and altered. Even after the Dread left their home planet, the flaw of their short lifespan remained with the race like a curse. The Demon masterminds, although they didn't understand why the greenskins didn't directly charge them. But for these Demon social pyramids top tier, even an extra second of life was good. After all, although they specialized in biology, they were still far, far behind the Tyranids. For example, the Tyranids have a technology similar to consciousness uploading, which the Demons do not possess. This Tyranid consciousness uploading technology allows Tyranids, like warrior bugs, to upload all of their consciousness to the Tyranid hive ship. It can be said that every time you kill a warrior bug by some means, it won't be long before the Tyranid hive ship recreates an identical warrior bug. Moreover, this warrior bug will possess all the combat skills and knowledge of the deceased Tyranid warrior. ORK. Can you hear me? Inside the combat moon, Lu Meng held the communicator and shouted at the Demon fleet. The Demon masterminds, who received the greenskin communication, first confirmed with each other using Xiang communication, and then one Demon overmind tentatively responded. Although he thought it was somewhat absurd for the greenskins to be reasonable, this overmind's will to survive still made his tone as respectful as possible. Respected greenskin Yaakbus, what would you like to say to us defeated ones? After saying this Demon overmind even felt like slapping himself. Because this was probably the first time the Demons had communicated with the greenskin race, and given the current situation, he didn't even know how to convey their submission to the greenskins on the other side. Compared to the caution of the Demon masterminds, Lu Meng clearly had fewer reservations, saying, I know, you might not believe us, but even though we greenskins smoke, drink, and fight, we are actually a very friendly race. Even though you attacked us for no reason, we felt that this fight was very satisfying, so I decided to let you off this time. Several Demon overmind main battleships simultaneously received this communication from Lu Meng. To be honest, the ghoul stars were not without traces of greenskins, and many races had even dealt with them. But if you were to say that greenskins are a very friendly race, then the entire ghoul stars, and even all alien races in the entire galaxy that have dealt with greenskins, would unhesitatingly spit in your face. If every race were given a fixed impression, then in the eyes of the Demons, greenskins were probably the type of brutes who carried big choppas, and whose lives revolved around either wanting to chop people or being on their way to chop people. However, it was precisely this fixed impression of greenskins that the Demons had. It made the Demon masterminds believe that these greenskins, whose brains were either fungi or muscle, might actually be telling the truth. After all, they couldn't figure out what in the world was going on in the greenskins' minds. Respected warlord Yaakbus, I think you must require something from us, right? Although they didn't understand, the Demon masterminds, after a moment of discussion, still responded. Of course. We are the victors, so of course we need some benefits. So we've decided to kidnap you and then demand a hefty ransom from your race. And all these big ships of yours are our spoils of war, you can't take them. Hearing Lu Meng's greedy and direct statement, the Demon masterminds, who had been a little nervous, suddenly felt their hearts drop. Although they found the greenskins' idea quite absurd, the Demons actually believed their words. All right, honored warlord, as long as you can guarantee our personal safety, we are very willing to pay you the ransom. For the Demon masterminds, nothing was more cost-effective than spending some resources to save their own lives. So much so that they didn't even consider bargaining with the greenskins, as the risk was too high and might enrage these greenskin muscle-bound brothers. Very good, then quickly send someone to notify your people to send us the ransom, we want lots and lots of big choppas and lots of Dodaka. Also, now, all of you get off our big ships, they are all ours now. However, upon hearing Lu Meng's demand, the Demon masterminds, who had initially been relieved to have saved their lives, fell into hesitation. Respected warlord, it's not that we don't trust you, but if we leave our main battleships, where are we supposed to go? A sudden silence fell over the communication, and the Demons instinctively thought that the greenskin on the other side must be thinking about how to accommodate them. However, at this moment, Lu Meng was gleefully looking at the Demon's small biological attack craft that had been gradually annihilated within the star system, as well as the hundreds of millions of blue light spheres floating in space. Oh my god, this is truly a huge haul this time. These Demons are really good people, they not only helped me level up twice but also sent so much biomass fertilizer. Ahem, he cleared his throat, bringing his attention back to the communicator. We will give you an undeveloped satellite to set up a base, there are houses we've built there where you can stay and wait for your people to send the ransom. But, just now, my greenskin boy said that to prevent you from secretly escaping, we should watch you from the outside. I think my greenskin boy is right, so I will also send a group of little ones to be stationed outside your perimeter. Also, if you need food, we can provide it, but you'll need to work for it. Hearing the greenskins' reply, although the Demon masterminds were not very willing to leave their main battleships, they were even less willing to die. Thus, under the escort of a large group of various greenskin transport ships, green leather submarines, greenskin combat bombers, and 3 greenskin fleets, 4 Demon overmind main battleships, plus 7 Demon escort ships, were escorted to a satellite located on the outskirts of the Inferno star system. As soon as the Demon overmind main battleships landed, the greenskin boys who had been farming and mining on this planet immediately surrounded these main battleships with their weapons. Among these greenskin boys, many were covered in blood or had holes in their bodies from being shot by corrosive biological strong acids. The Demon masterminds inside the Demon overmind main battleships looked at the murderous aura of these greenskin boys, clearly not having had enough killing and wanting another round. So much so that for a time, these Sesso demon masterminds were too scared to open the main battleship's hatch, fearing that these green-skinned boys would rush in and chop them to death. After all, they had already surrendered, and to be chopped to death at this point would truly be too unjust. But soon, the greenskin escort ships following their main battleships also landed. A swarm of greenskin boys, clad in yellow, pink, and blue iron armor, rushed out of the escort ships. Get out of the way, get out of the way, all of you get out of my way. These are the boss's spoils of war, what are you little ones doing? An orc big mech wearing yellow iron armor roughly pushed away the greenskin boys crowding around the Sesso demon overmind main battleship's hatch. Behind him, a large group of greenskin boys, whose equipment was all painted yellow, followed. However, just as this orc big mech was about to squeeze to the front of the Sesso demon overmind main battleship's hatch, some greenskin boy suddenly elbowed this orc big mech. The Baichi treasure wardrobe orc big mech, who had been hit, was furious and roared at the surrounding crowded greenskin boys, Who hit me? But when this orc big mech looked around, he found that the surrounding greenskin boys all had blank expressions, even revealing a kind of clear stupidity. But just as the orc big mech was about to turn around and continue pushing the crowded greenskin boys in front of him forward, a rock suddenly slammed hard onto this orc big mech's helmet. That blow was not light, even the orc big mech, who was 2 meters tall and a head taller than the surrounding little ones, was sent reeling, seeing stars. At the same time, a loud roar suddenly came from among the greenskin boys, beat him up. Instantly, the greenskin boys, whose eyes had originally shown clarity and foolishness, swarmed forward, punching and kicking the greenskin boys of the Baichi treasure wardrobe and this orc big mech. It wasn't until these greenskin boys from the Baichi treasure wardrobe were beaten beyond recognition that an orc big mech, leisurely smoking a fungus cigar, walked out from among the greenskin boys. In fact, whenever this orc big mech walked by, the surrounding greenskin boys would actively make way for him. The orc big mech first glanced at the Baichi treasure wardrobe little ones on the ground, whose weapons had been stripped clean, leaving them exposed. Then he exhaled a smoke ring and shouted at the surrounding greenskin boys, Hey, whose hands are so dirty? You even snatched their weapons. Hurry up and return them. When has our leader ever lacked weapons for you? If the little ones from other war groups see this, they'll think we can't afford them. At the command of this orc big mech, several little ones holding yellow painted weapons reluctantly threw their weapons onto the ground. That's right. If our leader saw you like this, he'd think I gave you too few weapons. After speaking, the orc big mech nodded contentedly, then once again turned his attention to the Baichi treasure wardrobe little ones lying on the ground. He took a deep puff of the fungus cigar and blew the white smoke onto the face of the leading orc big mech. Humph. You dare to bully our Tongloan Warband's little ones? Who are you? The orc big mech, who had smoke blown in his face, was furious, wishing he could get up and bite this guy to death right then and there. But looking at his own little ones, who had already been beaten down, he still suppressed his anger and said, My name is Pikachu. If you don't know me, then my boss is Yellow Square. Also, my name comes from our boss's Dujin Boys naming holy word record, Baichi treasure wardrobe little ones exclusive edition. However, the orc big mech crouching in front of the orc big mech Pikachu just smiled indifferently, then stretched out his large hand and patted Pikachu's blood-stained green face. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just a little punk. After he finished speaking, the surrounding greenskin boys burst into wild laughter, almost enraging the orc big mech named Pikachu to death on the ground. However, that wasn't all. Just as the surrounding greenskin boys were laughing wildly, the orc big mech who had previously patted Pikachu's face raised his hand, signaling the surrounding little ones to be quiet. Remember, my name is Tazy, and I am the double flower red stick of our Tongloan Warband. From now on, when you see our Tongloan Warband's little ones, behave yourselves. After the orc big mech named Taza finished speaking, the surrounding greenskin boys once again cheered. At the same time, the orc big mech named Taza was also very pleased, because the scene before him was an idiom Taza had learned from his leader's greenskin official history. It was said that back then, Kong Ji led 3,000 little ones to challenge the surrounding clans. Once, the boss of a greenskin tribe angered Kong Ji, and Kong Ji grabbed that boss by the collar and gave it 60 big slaps. Then he said the words he had just spoken. However, just as the surrounding greenskin boys were cheering and laughing, and Taza felt he had put on a great show today, no one noticed an orc, over 3 meters tall, unusually burly and without a hunchback, walking towards Taza. Immediately after, a huge iron fist struck Taza's chin, sending Taza flying more than 10 meters away, even knocking out 2 of Taza's large teeth. But when the cheering greenskin boys saw who had hit their leader, they all scattered in terror like birds and beasts. Not a single little one even spared a glance for Taza, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Damn it, as soon as I arrived, I saw you showing off. Don't you know I hate it most when people show off in front of me? Lu Mang said, still not appeased, and gave the Pikachu on the ground another kick. Although Lu Mang had tried his best to make the Dujin clan's little ones like a family, there were always some little ones who had their own ideas. With more little ones, the team becomes harder to lead. Lu Mang sighed, telling a few champion boys who were following him to carry away the Baichi treasure wardrobe little ones who were sprawled on the ground. At the same time, compared to the unexpected events here, a large number of Ceto demon worker bees and Surs demon biochemical soldiers had already disembarked from the other Sesso demon overmind main battleships and escort ships. In addition, on each Sesso demon overmind main battleship, there was one or several Sesso demon overminds, shaped like mountains of flesh, being carried out by hundreds of pseudo-demon worker bees. Then, these defeated ones, surrounded by a large group of green-skinned boys, walked towards the concentration camp, temporarily constructed with iron sheets and iron fences, not far from them. Perhaps sensing the unfriendly gazes of the surrounding green-skinned boys, the Sesso demon masterminds requested to retain some armed forces when the Circe demon biochemical soldiers were asked to hand over their weapons. Lu Meng just smiled and readily agreed. This made the Sesso demon masterminds, who had been somewhat nervous after disembarking from the spaceship, feel much more relaxed. It seems the greenskins aren't that unreasonable after all. But soon, the Sesso demon masterminds couldn't smile anymore, because the concentration camps the greenskins built for them were less like concentration camps and more like giant iron boxes. Moreover, next to these iron cans, there was also a huge steel boiler factory constantly smelting molten iron. The environment was extremely harsh. At the same time, the greenskins didn't provide food, so the pseudo-demon worker bees and Circe demon biochemical soldiers under the Sesso demons had to be forced to work to earn food. Of course, the Sesso demon masterminds didn't care about this. As for the Sesso demons, both pseudo-demon worker bees and Circe demon biochemical soldiers were merely their consumables. But as time passed day by day, the Sesso demon masterminds became numb. We can't wait any longer. Our pseudo-demon worker bees and Circe demon biochemical soldiers are dying every day due to high-intensity work. And according to our calculations, our rescue ship should have already returned to the Sesso demon galaxy by now. Could it be that our spaceship encountered some danger halfway, like the Ash Claw bandits? Then we should talk to that greenskin warlord and ask him to allow us to send out a few more rescue ships. On Hill 4 satellite, located on the outskirts of the Inferno star system, next to Vienna Art Star. Just as over a dozen Sesso demon masterminds, confined in their individual tin boxes, were discussing through psychic communication how to persuade the greenskins to allow them to send more messenger ships, Lu Meng, on Moscow Star, was currently with Kobe and the Grot Akun, squeezed in front of a fence made of wooden mushroom strips, along with a group of greenskin boys. Inside this massive fence, a Grot wearing a loincloth and holding a dagger was engaged in a fierce battle with a Boing Grot Boundarts. The Boing Grot Boundarts, only the size of a medium-sized dog, was entirely crimson and had two well-developed hind legs. Moreover, the Boing Grot Boundarts looked very arbitrary, appearing like a meatball with two toothpicks stuck in it. But one should never underestimate these little ones, because aside from their comical large meatball bodies, they also possessed a large mouth capable of swallowing a Grot in one bite. Their terrifying biting force meant that even if greenskin boys were bitten by these little ones, a large chunk of their flesh would be torn off. These little ones, unique to the greenskin biome, usually possessed considerable intelligence and were just as aggressive and prone to bullying the weak and fearing the strong as the greenskins. Therefore, many greenskin boys would raise a Boing Grot Boundarts as their pet. Go. Go. Boing Grot Boundarts. Open your big mouth. Just one bite, and you can bite off half of that Grot's body. Good boy, be brave. Tackle him. Come on, Grot. Climb onto his back, then use the small dagger in your hand to stab the Boing Grot Boundarts' backside hard. Come on, Oli give. Amidst the noisy shouts of the surrounding greenskin boys, the Boing Grot Boundarts inside the fence suddenly charged forward, opening its large mouth and pouncing towards the Grot. At the same time, the Grot, who had been holding a dagger and staring intently at every move of the Boing Grot Boundarts, also moved at that moment. The Grot ran a few steps towards the Boing Grot Boundarts, then performed a slide tackle, pressing the dagger in his hand firmly against his chest. The upright dagger sliced directly under the Boing Grot Boundarts' belly, causing a large amount of blood to flow, and at the same time, the Boing Grot Boundarts' body softly fell down. Then, amidst the cheers of the greenskin boys, the Grot laboriously pushed away the squig pressing on him and stood up. At the same time, he let out his victorious roar towards the cheering greenskin boys watching the spectacle. Yaik. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere reached a climax amidst the Grot's hoarse roar. A large number of teeth were thrown into the fence, to reward this brave Gretchen. Seeing this, Lu Meng, who had watched the entire process, was equally generous, waving his hand and scattering a large handful of teeth as a reward. Hey, well done, little one. This type of greenskin game, similar to ancient Roman gladiator arenas, was commonplace in greenskin society. However, in the Duchin clan, it became a way for Grots to get rich overnight, provided, of course, that the Grot could survive. But just as Lu Meng was acting as the generous benefactor, scattering money freely, a champion boy suddenly rode over on a greenskin motorcycle. Immediately after, this champion boy, wearing black power armor, walked up to Lu Meng, who was still excitedly giving rewards, and loudly said, "Boss, our little ones who were tracking the Sesso demon spaceship are back. The little ones said they found the Sesso demon's lair. Boss, when are we going to make our move?" However, just as this champion boy stood by, waiting for Lu Meng's praise, an old punch landed on this champion boy's upper jaw. "Don't you know? When we're out, you call me handsome boy," said Lu Meng, annoyed that his mood had been disturbed. "Hey? Boss, when did you say that?" The champion boy was utterly bewildered by his boss's request. Although he didn't understand, the champion boy still said, "Handsome boy, we." However, this champion boy hadn't finished speaking. Another old punch landed on this champion boy's solar plexus. It directly knocked this champion boy to the ground. "How many times have I told you, address me by my title when working?" At that, the champion boy, who had been punched twice by his own head of state, completely settled down. At the same time, he quietly reminded, "Head of state, our little ones have found a Sesso demon star system. In addition, those Sesso demon masterminds on Hill 4 satellite also want to see you." After hearing the champion boy's report, Lu Meng nodded, then walked directly into the fence and picked up the squig, which was now lying on the ground, dead beyond dead. "Since our guests want to see me, how can I not bring some gifts, right?" Lu Meng said, then threw the dead squig in his hand to the champion boy beside him, saying, "Go tell Pangolin to make soup out of this squig." When Lu Meng stepped onto Hill 4 satellite again, he found that the Hill 4 satellite was now vastly different. Mushroom farms, crisscrossing and intertwined, were neatly arranged around the concentration camp. The green-skin boys who were originally supposed to be busy in this area had been replaced by Ceto demon worker bees and Circe demon biochemical soldiers. At the same time, the Sesso demon masterminds who were originally supposed to be imprisoned within the concentration camp had now been carried out by the worker bees. "Respected warlord, the reason we invited you here is because we have an unwelcome request." Upon seeing Lu Meng, over a dozen large, bloated Sesso demon masterminds quickly bowed their heads, indicating their submission. However, Lu Meng laughed heartily and waved his hand. Hey, hey. Don't be so polite, we're all brothers. I've seen the contributions you've made to our greenskins, no need to be nervous. So, what exactly do you want from me?" The dozen Sesso demon masterminds clearly hadn't expected Lu Meng's attitude to be so good. For a moment, they were still a bit unaccustomed, but still spoke. "It's like this, the spaceship we sent back to deliver the message still hasn't sent any news. We suspect that some unpredictable accident may have occurred, so we humbly request that you allow us to send more ships back. This way, our people can prepare the ransom you require, warlord, as quickly as possible." However, just as the Sesso demon masterminds voiced their request, the surrounding air suddenly fell silent, making the Sesso demon masterminds, who weren't particularly nervous before, suddenly feel a jolt in their hearts. Just as the Sesso demon masterminds were pondering if they had said something wrong, a green-skinned boy wearing a gas mask and carrying a large pot ran over. "Ahahaha, squig soup is here. The person who arrived was none other than Pangolin, and at the same time, Lu Meng held his breath and said, Hey. Don't rush about the spaceship, let's first look at the gift I've prepared for you." However, when Pangolin brought the large pot before the Sesso demon masterminds, the overwhelming stench made all their expressions freeze. "What the heck is that smell? Why is it so foul? Could it be excrement?" One Sesso demon overmind asked the others via psychic communication. "Impossible. Based on our understanding of greenskins, although greenskins are a fungus-like organism, they do not eat excrement." "Then what exactly is this? How would I know? I haven't studied the greenskins' diet." Just as the Sesso demon masterminds were rapidly conversing using psychic communication at a frequency of thousands of times per minute, Lu Meng stepped forward and served each of these Sesso demon masterminds a bowl of the contents from the pot. Hey, this is a delicacy we greenskins specially prepared for you. You should hurry and try it while it's hot, otherwise, it won't taste good once it cools down." However, the Sesso demon masterminds, looking at the disgusting, yellow-green, bubbling concoction in the bowl before them, all fell silent. One Sesso demon overmind tentatively extended a tentacle and picked up the iron bowl in front of him. However, no matter how this Sesso demon overmind tried, he couldn't associate this thing with food. Esteemed warlord, may I ask what exactly you have given us?" One Sesso demon overmind courageously asked. "Oh, this? It's just ordinary squig thick soup. However, when preparing the ingredients, we deliberately preserved some of its original flavors so that you can taste that it's squig thick soup and not something else," Lu Meng replied righteously, looking at the hesitant Sesso demon masterminds. "Hey. No, why aren't you eating? Could it be that you look down on me?" Seeing Lu Meng about to flare up, one Sesso demon overmind, without thinking much, directly poured the contents of the bowl into his mouth. Ugh! At that moment, a taste of metallic rust and strong sulfuric acid, plus some indescribable flavors, instantly exploded in this Sesso demon overmind's mouth. Immediately after, this Sesso demon overmind vomited directly. Ugh! At that, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The remaining Sesso demon masterminds looked at the miserable, lifeless expression of the one who had drunk the stuff and all hesitated. However, Lu Meng also became displeased. "Damn it, I kindly had my little ones make soup for you, and you actually vomited in front of him. You're simply not putting us in your eyes. Someone! Drag this ungrateful fellow out and chop him up for fertilizer." Following Lu Meng's command, a dozen or so champion boys around them activated the power axes in their hands, looking as if they couldn't wait to chop this Sesso demon overmind into pieces right there. Hey, please wait a moment." Finally, it was the largest Sesso demon overmind who spoke up, stopping the champion boys who were about to charge forward, and respectfully said, "Esteemed warlord, please forgive our rudeness just now, but please understand us. After all, we are not the same species, so we may not be able to digest your food. Moreover, if you kill my clansmen, then you will lose a ransom, which doesn't seem very cost-effective for you." Silence was the bridge of Kong in the night. Just as the leading Sesso demon overmind thought he had successfully persuaded the greenskin in front of him, Lu Meng, as if deep in thought, slapped his palm with his fist. "I understand. Not only do you not give us face, but you even dare to threaten me." Hearing Lu Meng's interpretation, all the Sesso demon masterminds were stunned. "Someone! Chop them all down, However, just as Lu Meng feigned anger and ordered the surrounding champion boys. Suddenly, a voice came from the Sesso demon overmind who was still on the ground, vomiting profusely. Wait a moment. This Sesso demon overmind, whose stomach should have been empty, struggled to prop himself up with his tentacles and said, before you kill me, can I ask what exactly you put in the pot? Hearing this Sesso demon's question, Lu Meng also curiously looked at Pangolin beside him. Yeah, I'm also very curious, little one, what exactly did you add to the pot? Boss, according to your request, I added palladium, polonium, iron filings, grot poop balls. Pangolin's explanation became more and more outrageous. By the end, he was even reciting the periodic table. At the same time, with each sentence Pangolin spoke, the expression of the Sesso demon overmind who was originally pleading became a shade darker. Until Pangolin had said everything he could think of, Lu Meng was also speechless. Hey! No, you really live up to your name. I told you to get some poisonous things to kill them, and this is how you do it. But boss, all these things I added are poisonous. Lu Meng wiped his face, speechless, then punched Pangolin squarely in his large face, sending him flying over 30 meters away. Damn it, I've tolerated you for a long time. Remember to call me my Führer from now on. After dealing with Pangolin, Lu Meng turned around again, looking embarrassed. Ahahaha, I'm sorry, my subordinate made a mistake. I'll immediately have my little ones prepare another bowl of squid-thick soup for you. I think it's no longer necessary, Greenskin. We are not fools, we heard your loud conspiring just now, the leading Sesso demon overmind said with a grim face. We have already agreed to give you ransom, so what exactly do you want to do? Looking at the dozen or so glaring Sesso demon masterminds, Lu Meng remained completely unperturbed and said, nothing, because we greenskins are good. Lu Meng's single sentence, because we are greenskinned good, truly silenced everyone present. The Sesso demon masterminds looked utterly bewildered. They even wanted to pry open the head of this green-skinned creature to see what was inside. But facing Lu Meng, who was fearless, the Sesso demon still didn't dare to offend him too much. The leading Sesso demon overmind took a deep breath of the foul-smelling air, calming his impending rage, and said, I don't understand why, because of you, green-skinned good, you would poison us to death. You know, this way you'll lose a large sum of ransom. Of course, we know that, but I found you Sesso demons to be too squiddy. Ever since you surrendered and entered the concentration camp, you actually, for the sake of enjoying yourselves, inhumanely demanded that your Ceto demon worker bees and Sirs demon biochemical soldiers work 20 hours a day. Furthermore, even the food they earned through their hard work was partially exploited by you wicked capitalists. Do you know? Your kin are dying every minute, every second, due to overwork. But look at you, doing nothing all day, just staying in the concentration camp, and someone will bring you food. Doesn't your conscience ache at all? And look at these poor creatures around you. They are born to work for you, and they are also made into biological weapons and experimental materials by you. Your actions. They are even more detestable than those guys who sold bread for 500,000 marks back then. However, just as Lu Meng was giving his impassioned speech, the leading Sesso demon overmind interrupted Lu Meng's speech. Esteemed warlord, may I say a few words? Oh? What do you want to say, you damn squid? Are you trying to quibble now? Lu Meng said righteously. I must interrupt. Our Ceto demon worker bees and Sirs demon biochemical soldiers working 20 hours a day was actually set by you. Although we don't know what you mean by squid, perhaps it's another alien race, the food you provided us with is indeed 500,000 teeth per serving. Furthermore, although our Ceto demon worker bees and Sirs demon biochemical soldiers originate from our genetic sequence, they are clone lives conceived in bio-wombs, so they have no human rights in our society at all. Finally, I'll add that we Sesso demons abandoned the currency system 7,000 years ago. This. Hearing the Sesso demon overmind's flawless rebuttal, Lu Meng was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Lu Meng's expression hardened, and he looked at the Sesso demon masterminds, then silently took out a wide-brimmed hat from his system space and put it on his head. Then he angrily pulled out his chainsaw greatsword and roared, who told you not to wear hats? Little ones, come on, cut them down. Waik. The roaring chainsaw greatsword cut towards the leading Sesso demon overmind with unstoppable force, but the opponent was clearly prepared. A dozen Sesso demons simultaneously used their Chinook powers, instantly forming a hard Chinook shield. No matter how long Lu Meng chopped, it was useless. Damn it. Call the little ones who burn the boilers. Soon, nearly 100 little ones carrying small sky-burning sea-boiling flame slag sprayers ran over. Then, without Lu Meng's command, these boiler-burning little ones, carrying their sky-burning sea-boiling flame slag sprayers, surrounded the Sesso demon masterminds. Immediately after, hundreds of high-temperature flames shot out, directly enveloping the Sesso demon masterminds within the Chinook shield. No matter how strong the Chinook shield was, it couldn't completely block the high temperature. As a result, large blisters quickly formed under the skin of these bloated Sesso demons due to the high temperature. Finally, one Sesso demon overmind could no longer withstand the scorching heat and tried to escape using Chinook teleportation. However, as soon as this Sesso demon disappeared from within the Chinook shield, he suddenly appeared in front of Lu Meng. Oh! Delivered right to me. Saying this, Lu Meng directly swung his chainsaw greatsword, cutting down the Sesso demon under its terrified gaze. Kill, Sesso demon overmind level 2-3. Gained, 7,000 experience. Gained, Biomatter * 20,000. Gained, Greenskin C-section technology. Hey! Looking at the third reward, Lu Meng was stunned. Greenskinned can also have C-sections. Amidst Lu Meng's confusion, the remaining Sesso demon masterminds trapped within the Shinik shield began to beg for mercy. But Lu Meng was unmoved by this. Instead, he ordered the surrounding Shinik little ones to seal off the main space to prevent these guys from escaping. Damn Greenskinned, you don't keep your word. Finally, the enraged Sesso demon overmind roared furiously. Humph, you attacked our galaxy without a word, and you expect us to show mercy? I just didn't want you to blow up my battleship, that's all. Once I deal with you, I'll take the little ones to your Sesso demon territory. By then, I'll split even the earthworms vertically for you. I'll shake your eggs until the yolks are broken. We'll fight you to the death. Seeing that they were certain to die today, the remaining Sesso demons finally became ruthless, accompanied by the extreme compression of Shinik energy within their bodies. Then bang! Instantly, a Shinik shockwave, mixed with the splashing flesh and blood of the Sesso demon masterminds, erupted. The boiler-burning little ones, who had been enjoying the burning, were all either killed or injured by the Shinik shockwave. But the real trouble was yet to come. The Ceto demon worker bees and Circe demon biochemical soldiers, who had been working around the concentration camp, seemed to fall into a frenzy after being hit by the Shinik shockwave, and began to surge towards the concentration camp like mad. Looking at the Circe demon biochemical soldiers and Ceto demon worker bees, who were like a zombie horde outbreak in Resident Evil, Lu Meng excitedly licked the blood of the Sesso demon overmind that had splashed on his face earlier. ORK. Let's go, brothers. Waik. With that, Lu Meng grabbed two chainsaw greatswords and roared as he charged out. Behind him, 500 champion boys also gripped their power axes and followed. Lu Meng, who was charging at the front, merely brushed against a Circe demon biochemical soldier, and with an iron mountain lean, he caved in its chest, sending it flying backward. Immediately after, Lu Meng, who had charged into the Sesso demon horde, started with a tornado destroys parking lot, spinning his arms 2.5 times in the densest part of the Sesso demons, letting the roaring chainsaw greatswords saw the surrounding Ceto demon worker bees and Circe demon biochemical soldiers in half. As Lu Meng continued to hack and slash, the prompts in his mind never stopped. Kill, Circe biochemical soldier *1. Gain, experience points *10. Gain, biomass *100. Kill, Ceto demon worker bee *1. Kill, Circe biochemical soldier *1. Kill, Circe biochemical soldier *1. Although the experience points and spoils provided by these low-level Sesso demons were pitifully small for the current Lu Meng. However, they compensated by being plentiful and continuously increasing his passive health. Gradually, more and more greenskin boys joined the frenzy. By the time Lu Meng cut down the last Circe biochemical soldier in front of him, 3 days had passed, and at Lu Meng's feet, the Sesso demons' corpses had piled up into a small mountain. After the Sesso demon fleet's previous sneak attack and this current mowing down operation, Lu Meng's level, which hadn't increased for nearly several years, once again jumped up by 2 levels. Yaaigbus, Lu Meng. Level, 38, 6,979/320,000. Age, 12 years and 6 months. Strength, 66 plus 70. Speed, 65 plus 40. Constitution, 424 plus 136. Health, 30,678/31013. Defense, 406 plus 80. Assignable points, 15. Yaaiog energy, 3,800/5,000. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji boxing, military boxing, shooting, driving, cooking, steel body passive, high-speed regeneration passive, Yaaiog energy talent, iron lung, mushroom farm cultivation, squig rearing, soul furnace passive, biological solar sail. Equipment, storm power armor rare, special mega pistol rare, chainsaw greatsword rare, hydraulic power claw rare. Wiping off the blood, even with his strong physique, Lu Meng was still panting, exhausted from 3 days and 2 nights of continuous hacking. Perhaps due to the greenskin's combative genes, despite his fatigue, Lu Meng also felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and joy. Immediately after, Lu Meng let the 2 chainsaw greatswords in his hands fall freely. And at the same time, he let out a long roar to the sky, so satisfying. Several days later, on the fortified spaceport of Moscow Star, which had endured a barrage of firepower, traces of the battle from 2 months ago were still visible. The wounds caused by the Sesso demon overmind main battleship's main cannon had now been converted by the tech tyrant kids into several greenskin bomber production lines. Destroyed ships and various floating metal scraps in space were collected here by the greenskin boys, then, under the careful selection of a group of scavenger little ones, all usable parts were sent to the assembly line. Then, under the assembly of a group of tech tyrant kids and grot, they were transformed into greenskin bombers and def dreads of various bizarre designs. And on the outskirts of the Inferno Star system, a large number of damaged foundries were being urgently repaired under the leadership of the big mechs. At the same time, on Moscow Star, greenskins began to gather in droves. Medium and small greenskin transport ships, like honey-gathering female bees, landed on the surface of Moscow Star, transporting away batches of assembled greenskin boys. Inside the greenskin factories within the Inferno Star system, which had not yet been destroyed, various war machines and space vehicles were being produced from the assembly lines without regard for cost. And above Moscow Star, 29 greenskin cruisers, 17 Mr. Krabs class battleships, and 176 Plankton-class frigates were quietly docked in space. A large portion of these warships were spoils of war Lu Meng had acquired from the Bloodhowl clan. To plan this expedition, Lu Meng had truly brought out all his assets. At the same time, alongside these warships, 4 Sesso Demon Overmind main battleships and 6 Sesso Demon escort frigates were also quietly docked nearby. But by this time, these Sesso Demon ships had been completely disfigured by the greenskin big mechs. Biological tissues on the ships had been entirely removed and replaced with a large amount of steel plating and artillery arrays. Greenskins are considered the race in the galaxy that utilizes takeism to the extreme. Almost any race's weapons, once in their hands, could have a use found for them by the tech tyrant kids. For example, the Bloodhowl clan possesses a large amount of Imperial equipment captured from battlefields. From a small laser rifle to a damaged Imperial Titan, as long as the Greenskins wished, they could make these weapons operate in both reasonable and unreasonable ways. An expedition spanning several star systems is never a journey that can simply set sail at the command of a single important figure. It will be a long campaign, requiring the combined efforts of thousands of Greenskin boys and months, even years, of preparation. A grand plan composed of countless long-term sacrifices and the diligent labor of the Greenskin boys. 175 light-years is the distance between the Inferno star system and the Sesso Demon pocket dimension. Without warp travel, if the Greenskins only used sublight speed travel, it would take nearly 200 years to reach the Sesso Demon's pocket star system. Lu Meng did not want to be like the Trisolarans, traveling for hundreds of years on the way. When the last Megagargant was driven out of the factory by the Greenskin boys and transported into the combat moon by a Greenskin transport ship, the half-year-long war preparations were finally complete. After a spatial distortion, the massive Greenskin fleet, in another stretch and twist, vanished. When the Greenskins' massive fleet exited the warp and returned to the physical universe, more than half a month had passed. By this time, they had already reached the Sesso Demon's Soda system. What Lu Meng didn't expect was that as soon as they arrived in the system, they saw Changwei beating Lifu. Not really. Dozens of warships from Ashclaw were currently pummeling the Sesso Demon's planetary defense system. And the arrival of the Greenskins instantly caught the attention of both warring parties. No, does it have to be this coincidental? In the warship's command center, Lu Meng looked at the fiercely fighting sides with a hint of speechlessness. Equally dumbfounded were Ashclaw and the Sesso Demons. Are these Greenskins doing this on purpose? Every time we fight until we're half dead, these Greenskins come out to snatch the spoils. A pocket world often needs to span one or several star systems. Only a world with complete industrial, agricultural, and scientific research foundations, and one that is entirely self-sufficient, can be called a pocket world. At the same time, a pocket world is a huge temptation for any faction. When the Ashes Claws Warband discovered that this Sesso Demon world had almost 2/3 of its warships from within its star system transferred at once, how could they not be tempted? So, after making some preparations, the Ashes Claws Warband first dispatched several Ashclaw teams to quietly infiltrate the Soda system and assassinate the Sesso Demon masterminds. At the cost of 2 Astartes teams, the Ashes Claws Warband successfully crippled one of the Sesso Demon's industrial planets and one breeding planet. Then, the Ashes Claws Warband, dragging their mortal auxiliary forces, directly drove their warships forward. It can be said that, barring any accidents, the Ashes Claws Warband's raid this time could completely take over the Sesso Demon pocket world. But the appearance of the Greenskins undoubtedly disrupted everyone's plans. On the contrary, upon seeing the battle situation in the Soda system, Lu Meng was delighted. Hey! We Greenskins are here. Double the enemies, double the fun, little ones, let's YAAAIK. Amidst Lu Meng's excited roars, Greenskin fleet ships began to unleash their firepower. A large number of Greenskin bombers also flew out of the Greenskin cruisers, with the excited Bai Chi treasure war group little ones piloting these dangerous aerial vehicles, almost chasing after the shells as they charged into the battlefield. At the same time, lines of information prompts appeared in Lu Meng's eyes as he stood before the observation window. Instance, Sesso Demon Industrial Planet. Difficulty, 80 stars. Instance, Sesso Demon Agricultural Planet. Difficulty, 60 stars. Instance, Scythian Fiends Breeding Planet. Difficulty, 100 stars. Hint, something seems to be hidden on this planet. With the sudden interference of the Greenskins, the Sesso Demons and Ashes Claws Warband, who had been fighting to the death, had no choice but to divert some of their energy to deal with the Greenskins' attacks. Meanwhile, on the Ashes Claws Warband's main battleship, Nerat Kyrene, the Ashes Claws Warband commanders, angrily picked up his power armor helmet from the command table. He then strode out of the conference room. Almost without any communication, a dozen Ashclaw Astartes warriors guarding the conference room door silently followed their Warband commanders' footsteps. As an assault boat detached from the battleship, Nerat Kyrene silently began to load his bolt gun. However, just as Nerat Kyrene and the Ashes Claws Warband were preparing for a boarding action, after releasing all the Greenskin bombers, green leather submarines, and Greenskin airdrop pods at once, the Greenskins' warships began to move again. Little ones, let them see what boarding is. We are the ancestors of Blitzkrieg. YAAAIK. Then, under Lu Meng's command, the massive combat moon directly crashed into the battlefield. At that moment, the two sides, who had been locked in a stalemate on the battlefield, immediately separated as if they had seen a ghost. At the same time, Nerat Kyrene, who had originally intended to board, had not gone far when 4 Plankton-class frigates, as if possessed, charged towards his direction. The meltaguns installed on the Ash Claw assault boat instantly fired as one Plankton-class frigate collided with it, melting through the Plankton-class frigate's deck and plunging inside. But as the Ash's Claws Warband's assault boat slowly stopped, a violent shaking sensation came. Immediately after, 4 Plankton-class frigates directly crashed into the Ash Claw battleship. At the same time, Lu Meng was not idle. Surrounded by a group of champion boys, Lu Meng also boarded an assault boat and charged directly towards an Ash Claw battleship. Simultaneously, tens of millions of greenskin airdrop pods began to break through the atmosphere, plummeting into the planets closest to the greenskin fleet at the edge of the Soda system. These simple airdrop pods, consisting of an iron box with a few rocket propulsion tubes installed at the bottom, were almost entirely filled with greenskin boys. In addition, large numbers of Kilgons, Dreadnoughts, Gorkanauts, and roaring tanks were continuously transported by the greenskins' transport ships to the surface of various planets. The Ash Claw Mortal Slave Army and Sir's biochemical soldiers, who had been engaged in ground combat, were almost instantly put at a disadvantage after the arrival of the greenskins. Most of the Sesso Demon's weapon arrays installed on these peripheral planets had been crippled during the Ash's Claws Warband's earlier raid. As a result, the greenskins' airdrop descent was unusually smooth. Soon, on these planets, rampaging hordes of tens of thousands of Kilgons and Dreadnoughts, surrounded by dozens to hundreds of Gorkanauts, formed greenskin steel torrents and launched fierce attacks on the nearest enemies. And within this steel torrent, there were even dozens of greenskin dreadnoughts mixed in. At the same time, large numbers of Polish Wargrope Little Ones, driving roaring tanks, greenskin war motorcycles, and various artillery trucks, also poured their gunfire onto the enemy's positions as if it were free. They almost swept away everything in their sight, blowing enemies into the sky and then crushing them. Death dreads and combat bombers in the sky continuously circled like swarms of bees. In less than a day, several planets and satellites on the outskirts of the Soda system fell under the greenskins' flat advance. Meanwhile, on an Ash Claw battleship, Lu Meng punched through the chest of a slave soldier holding a laser rifle. Blood uncontrollably gushed from the Ash Claw slave soldier's mouth. However, even so, at the last moment, the soldier still pulled a ring on his body with all his might. Instantly, a dozen plasma fragmentation grenades blew the slave soldier's body into pieces. At the same time, the electromagnetic shrapnel hitting Lu Meng's power armor also sparked. Killed, Ash Claw slave soldier *1. Gained, experience 10. Gained, throne guild *15. Gained, bolter *1. However, just as Lu Meng shook his hand, preparing to throw off the corpse hanging from his forearm, a series of bolter shots suddenly rang out. 3 Ash Claw Astartes warriors simultaneously opened fire from 3 directions at Lu Meng and the champion boys beside him. At the same time, a large number of slave soldiers, carrying rocket launchers and meltaguns, poured out from the surrounding corridors. But when a series of bolter rounds were less than a meter away from Lu Meng, a YAAIC energy kid holding a metal staff suddenly slammed his gear metal staff into the ground. Then an invisible YAAIC energy shield expanded, enveloping the dozen or so champion boys around him. And the champion boys within the YAAIC energy shield simultaneously raised the 6-barreled rotary cannons on their power claws and opened fire on the surrounding Ash Claw slave soldiers. At the same time, Lu Meng, with the YAAIC energy teleport, appeared behind an Ash Claw, and then his chainsaw greatsword chopped straight down onto the Ash Claw's head. In the nick of time, the Ash Claw crouched down, simultaneously drawing the chainsword from his waist, and parried upwards. But the moment the chainsword collided with the chainsaw greatsword, the Ash Claw felt an irresistible force. It caused the chainsword in his hand to be uncontrollably pressed down by the chainsaw greatsword, and then, accompanied by the roar of the chainsaw greatsword, a splash of blood splattered onto Lu Meng's power helmet. Ha ha ha. YAAIC. After cutting open half of the Ash Claw's head, Lu Meng, disregarding everything, grabbed the Ash Claw's corpse and roared at the slave soldiers in the hall. At the same time, a wave of YAAIC energy spread out, causing the heads of some slave soldiers with weaker psychic strength to explode like watermelons, splattering the other slave soldiers around them with gore. At that moment, the slave soldiers, who had originally possessed some courage, completely lost their morale, throwing away their weapons and fleeing into the depths of the corridor. However, the truth was, the Ash Claw had never expected these slave soldiers to delay the greenskins for long. After all, the Ash Claw's most skilled tactic was their Ash Claw tactic, which treated allies as expendable. As these slave soldiers retreated, nearly 100 Ash Claw simultaneously emerged from various corridors around the hall and from the upper walkways, completely surrounding Lu Meng and his dozen or so champion boys. Then, without another word, these Ash Claw simultaneously raised their bolt guns, meltaguns, and plasma pistols, and opened fire on the champion boys. Instantly, nearly 100 streams of bullets formed a net of fire, striking the YAAIC energy kid's YAAIC energy shield. For a time, facing such dense attacks, even the YAAIC energy champion boy was a bit overwhelmed. Almost instantly, several bolter rounds simultaneously struck the same point on the YAAIC energy shield, successfully sending one bolter round inside the shield. The warhead, made of high-density metal, instantly struck a champion boy's chest, and the high explosive inside the warhead spontaneously ignited upon impact and exploded. The force of the explosion was no less than that of a grenade, causing a large hole to be blown directly into the chest power armor of the champion boy who was hit. At the same time, more than a dozen shattered fragments also pierced into the champion boy's chest. Gurgling blood flowed from the champion boy's wound, simultaneously igniting the champion boy's combative nature. His spray-painted backpack suddenly emitted a burst of blue flame, and then the champion boy charged directly out of the YAAIC energy shield, heading to kill an Ash Claw, Yaik. However, as soon as the champion boy charged out, he immediately became the target of concentrated fire. The psychic shield generated by the psychic generator on the champion boy's body only lasted for a moment before being shattered by a barrage of bolter rounds. Immediately after, bolter rounds rained down directly on the champion boy. So much so that in just the blink of an eye, the champion boy's body was already riddled with holes. But even so, the champion boy did not stop, his power claw on his right hand tightly protecting his head. After charging to the Ash Claw closest to him, he directly abandoned all defense, then swung his power axe in a wide arc down at the Ash Claw in front of him. Chain sword and power axe collided, and the champion boy's brutal strength nearly made the Ash Claw opposite him stumble. At the same time, a melt-a-gun shot accurately struck the champion boy's head, melting the champion boy's helmet, along with most of his brain, into a mess. But then, the champion boy, missing most of his head, roared fiercely, Yaik. The power claw on his right hand fiercely grabbed the power armor on the Ash Claw warrior's chest. Then, accompanied by the continuous firing of the 6-barreled rotary cannon mounted on the power claw, the Ash Claw's stomach was instantly turned into a puddle of flesh by 20 mm large caliber bullets. But even with his stomach churned into a pulp, an Astartes who had undergone 19 modification surgeries was still not so easy to die. And it was at this moment that a barrage of bullets suddenly shot from behind the Ash Claw. Immediately after, a dozen or so champion boys, wielding power axes, charged ahead, plunging into the Ash Claw's encirclement. Then more champion boys arrived, and soon, the champion boys, who had originally been at a disadvantage, outnumbered the Ash Claw. At the same time, on the walkway above the hall, Lu Meng exerted force with his power claw, crushing the head of the last Ash Claw on the walkway, along with his power helmet. Kill, Ash Claw Astartes *1. Gain, experience 2000. Gain, Throne Guild *15,000. Gain, Dreadnought *1. At this moment, the battle below simultaneously entered a white-hot stage. But Lu Meng did not want to intervene, after all, his little ones should also learn to stand on their own. At the same time, Lu Meng did not forget to glance over the heads of these Ash Claw. After confirming that the Ash Claw's levels were similar to those of the champion boys, Lu Meng confidently began to watch from the side. Go. Little ones, kick those orphans' butts hard. Use the power axe to hit his crotch, you idiot. Step on his toes. Finally, amidst Lu Meng's cheers, more than 400 champion boys, at the cost of losing 15 champion boys, annihilated nearly 100 Ash Claw below. Although Lu Meng was not very satisfied with such a record, the fact was that if it were green-skin boys from other clans, even with double the numbers, they might still be torn apart by the Astartes. If you're bad, you have to practice more. Lu Meng smacked his lips and jumped down from the walkway. Bring the bodies of the little ones, this ship is ours now. Hey little ones, do you know? Actually, in the past, these Ash Claw were all ass peddlers. Inside the corridor, the metallic power armor walked, and the sound of footsteps echoed. More than 400 champion boys quietly followed behind Lu Meng, listening to their boss tell them stories. Otherwise, think about it, why would these guys be driven to such a god-forsaken place by their own original body? It's because the price they sold their asses for was lower than their original bodies, which is malicious competition. And, little ones, look at these big ships. Why do you think these Ash Claw, after only a few hundred years in the Ghoul Stars, managed to accumulate such a large fortune? That's naturally because even after coming here, they didn't stop selling their asses. Just as Lu Meng was spewing constant nonsense, leading the champion boys to the battleship control room, the previously quiet warship corridor suddenly blared with alarms. And those slave soldiers who had escaped earlier, looking at the dazzling red warning lights in the corridor, fell into despair. No one knew better than these slave soldiers what the red warning lights meant. We're finished. A slave soldier collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with the will to die. The warship protocol, exclusive to the Ash Claw, was activated by the Ash's Claws warband Astartes warriors the moment the Greenskins assault craft breached the warship. This protocol, which required a new key to be entered at regular intervals, ensured that even if the Ash's Claws warband were annihilated, their warships would not be captured by the enemy. At the same time, deep within the battleship's core, the platinum element drive furnace began to rapidly fission, releasing immense energy. Boom! The 1.5 km diameter Ash's Claws warband Marauder class battleship exploded in space with a brilliance like a newborn sun. And little ones, do you know? Holy crap! Facing the explosion flames that suddenly surged from the opposite side of the tunnel, in the nick of time, Lu Meng instantly drained the Yaik energy from his body, urgently anchored a coordinate, and teleported himself and over 400 champion boys to the combat moon. Meanwhile, in space, the combat moon, which had gone berserk, chased a group of Sesso demons and Ash's Claws warband warships like a hungry shark in the ocean. The artillery array on the front of the combat moon, with just one volley, destroyed thousands of small frigates and biological assault craft. Yaik! 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 Art is Patrick. The Baichi treasure wardrobe little ones controlling the artillery on the combat moon roared excitedly. At the same time, on the Ash's Claws warband's main battleship, Nerat Kyrene, the Ash's Claws warband commanders, raised his hand, punched, and his power gauntlet slammed into the neck of a greenskin boy holding a chainsword in front of him. Instantly, the greenskin boy's head flew off. At the same time, a fountain-like column of blood spewed from the greenskin boy's carotid artery, splashing all over Nerat Kyrene. However, before the Ashes Claws warband commanders could rest for a moment, several green-skin boy rocket projectiles, spewing tail flames, shot out from one side of the warship corridor and landed directly beside Nerat Kyrene. Deafening explosions and fire reverberated in the corridor, and Nerat Kyrene was also affected by the aftershock of the explosion, staggering back 2 steps. Immediately after, a dozen noisy Killgons rushed out from a side corridor and lunged at Nerat Kyrene. Facing the seemingly endless greenskins, even Nerat Kyrene's heart was bleeding with pain. Originally, according to the Ashes Claws warband's previous combat plan, this operation would at most incur a 15% loss of forces to take down the entire Soda system. But now, with these greenskins stirring up trouble, the number of Space Marine losses alone would at least double. At this moment, Nerat Kyrene wished he could grab the head of the opposing YAAIBOS right now, shake it wildly from side to side, and cordially greet his family. Nearly 35% casualties and fleet losses were already enough to be considered a crippling blow for the Ashes Claws warband. In addition, the 3 outer planets in the Soda system had now fallen into the hands of the greenskins. The greenskins had established their foothold in this star system. This meant that, even if it came down to a war of attrition in the Soda system, which spans over 15 light-years in diameter, the greenskins could still rely on these planets to produce their necessary war materials on site. The final straw that broke the Ashes Claws warband's back was the self-destruction of a Marauder-class battleship. Damn greenskins! Nerat Kyrene raised his hand and smashed the Killgons into scrap metal parts. Although the Sesso demons had more than one pocket world, the vastness of the universe meant that even if they called for reinforcements, friendly forces could not arrive suddenly. Just mobilizing soldiers, drawing escort fleets from within the star system, and preparing war materials would take several months or even half a year. Nerat Kyrene was certain that the Sesso demons could not withstand the greenskins' attack, just as the Sesso demons could not withstand the Ashes Claws warband. Breaking off the clattering saw blade on the mechanical arm of the last Killgons that lunged at him and inserting it into the Killgon's body, Nerat Kyrene had to admit this defeat and simultaneously used the communication device on his wrist to issue a retreat order. At the same time, on the battlefield, the Ashes Claws warband's small Marauder-class battleship, which had been chased frantically by the combat moon, began to accelerate anxiously after receiving the retreat order, wanting to escape the combat moon's gravitational pull. But in front of the combat moon, which could also perform sublight speed travel, no matter how these small ships tried to escape, it was useless. And, whenever these Warhound-class small warships came within 1,000 kilometers of the combat moon, their warships would be captured by the combat moon's own gravity and the magnetic traction devices installed on the combat moon's surface. Then these small warships would uncontrollably plummet towards the combat moon. The slave commanders on these Warhound-class small frigates, piloted by Ashes Claws warband slave soldiers, watched as more and more Ashes Claws warband warships on the outskirts of the battlefield began to turn their hulls and flee the combat zone. While secretly cursing their bad luck, they also fiercely made up their minds. Right 15 degrees. We'll use the gravity of that Scythian fiend's breeding planet to shake it off. The order was quickly carried out by the slave soldiers responsible for controlling the frigate. Then this small fleet, consisting of several Warhound-class frigates, unhesitatingly rushed towards the Scythian fiend's breeding planet, which was less than 50,000 kilometers away. The pink starfish, one of the 3 Bichibeo giants, who was already caught up in the thrill of the chase in the combat moon's control room, immediately piloted the combat moon in pursuit when he discovered the tiny flies he was hunting suddenly changed direction. The star orbit biochemical giant cannons, suspended on the ring of the Scythian fiend's breeding planet, quickly turned their barrels and fired at the combat moon upon seeing this. Biochemical giant cannons with a caliber of only 8 meters were more than enough to attack battleships, but when facing a satellite with a diameter of 500 kilometers, the biochemical plasma shells they spewed out appeared somewhat insignificant. Ha 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 ha. Boarding, we're YAAIC. Amidst the greenskins' roars, the combat moon instantly crushed these biochemical giant cannons. At the same time, several Warhound frigates piloted by Ashclaw slave soldiers were also affected by the explosion. And in an instant, they were captured by the combat moon's magnetic gravitational field. Just as these Warhound-class frigates were pulled to the combat moon's surface and exploded into a ball of fire, the massive combat moon and the Sesso demon breeding planet began to attract each other. Phew, that was a close call, a close call. Lu Meng, who had used YAAIC energy to teleport with a group of champion boy, suddenly appeared in the combat moon's command room, but before Lu Meng could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the Sesso demon breeding planet rapidly enlarging on the observation screen. Holy crap! Instantly, Lu Meng had no time to think, he ran in a few strides to the helm used to control direction, then without a word, with a right roundhouse kick, he sent the orc boss Pink Starfish, who was already in a frenzy, flying over 10 meters away. At the same time, he snatched the steering wheel and instantly refined it. It was a full right rudder. As the helm rapidly spun, the planetary rocket thrusters on the far side of the combat moon began to slowly adjust direction. But even so, it was already too late. The combat moon, which had been directly charging, spun and collided with the Sesso demon breeding planet. Back in the day, when the little Earth was hit by a meteor with a diameter of 15 kilometers, the dinosaurs disappeared. And now, the Sesso demon breeding planet was hit by a satellite with a diameter of 500 kilometers, the power of that impact can only be imagined. So much so that the entire planet, like a glass marble, collided and then bounced off each other, simultaneously shifting from its original trajectory. The Sesso demon incubation factories, towering into the clouds and spanning entire continents, were instantly wiped from the planet, and hundreds of meters high tsunamis and massive earthquakes erupted simultaneously from the impact point of the combat moon and the breeding planet. Some urban debris was even carried into space by the shockwave. At the same time, the greenskins on the combat moon were also in a bad way. Almost instantly, 45% of the entire combat moon's frontal artillery array was transformed into a pile of scrap metal in this collision. In addition, the green skin boy on the surface of the combat moon, responsible for transporting ammunition and firing cannons, were either shaken to death or directly vaporized by the heat and shockwaves generated by the impact. Even inside the combat moon, Lu Meng felt a dizzying sensation. When Lu Meng struggled to stand up from one side of the command room wall and looked around, he found that the original command room was a mess. Fortunately, the greenskins' weapons are notoriously tough and durable. After only a moment, the gravity inside the entire combat moon returned to normal. At the same time, through the observation screen, Lu Meng also saw the tragic state of the Sesso demon breeding planet outside the combat moon. Rivers flowing backward and continents fracturing were nothing compared to the scene before him. Yet, even so, on the Sesso demon breeding planet, after enduring this wave of satellite impact, a small number of structures, similar to doomsday fortresses, still stood firm. And at the moment the impact ended, large numbers of Sir's biochemical soldier and Sesso demon biochemical beasts, and Ceto demon worker bee, surged out from these structures. They began to build and excavate trenches and construct defensive fortifications around these doomsday fortresses. Lu Meng, dizzy from the collision, watched the scenes on the screen. He grabbed a tech boy and shoved his communicator into the tech boy's hand. "You, for me, try to persuade them to surrender." After saying that, Lu Meng walked towards the orc boss, who was wearing a flashy pink power armor, standing nearby. And the pink starfish, sitting on the ground, instinctively shrank his neck when he saw his boss walking towards him. "Boss, can you not hit my face?" Seeing his boss standing aggressively in front of him, Pink Starfish spoke weakly. However, Lu Meng's response was a punch to his face. "You wasteful piece of junk. Don't you know we only have this one combat moon? And call me leader. I'm telling you, if my combat moon breaks, I'll take Jesus off the cross and nail you up there." After hitting him for a while, Lu Meng still felt unsatisfied, so he directly stripped off his power armor. "Go. Roll yourself and put on black oil, report to run 2. Don't come back until you've planted at least 50,000 mushrooms." Just as Lu Meng was kicking the pink starfish while he was down, the tech boy whom Lu Meng had previously grabbed aside and asked to make an announcement, silently pulled out a copy of his leader's book, My Struggle, from his power armor. Then he quickly flipped to page 17, pondered for a moment, slightly modified the sentence above, and began to read, Ahem, Sesso demon, I'll screw your ancestors, give me a straight answer. Surrender or not? Sesson, do you still remember the rivers of your hometown? The cherry blossoms of your homeland are blooming again, hurry up and surrender. As he spoke, this tech boy also began to sing a piece of music that, in his opinion, was very sad. At the same time, this surrender message was cleverly broadcast by this tech boy throughout the entire Soda system. The Sesso demon masterminds on the Sesso demon breeding planet, who had been actively directing the Ceto demon worker bee and Sir's biochemical soldier to reinforce defensive fortifications, had their brains briefly freeze after receiving the greenskins' surrender message. Hey! What on earth are those greenskins opposite saying? Why do I always feel like something is about to grow under my nose? But just as the Sesso demon masterminds were wondering what these greenskins wanted to do, a notification suddenly appeared in Lu Meng's mind. Dungeon, Sesso demon breeding planet. Difficulty, 100 stars. Hint, hidden dungeon has been activated. Hidden dungeon, the Wrath of Drazak. Difficulty, 500 stars. Hint, you have awakened a sleeping Necron tomb world, now, you must endure their morning grumpiness. At the same time that Lu Meng's mind received the prompt, a series of green warp portals began to open across the entire Scythian Fiend's breeding planet. The first to fly out of these portals were Necron Canopetex scarabs, each only the size of a fist. These intricate, drone-like devices had multi-legged arthropod limbs like a beetle and a glowing eye. They were equipped with anti-gravity engines inside, allowing these little ones to move quickly. Every Canopetex scarab was an intelligent 3D printer. They would quickly construct the weapons and facilities needed by the Necron according to their requirements. At the same time, these Canopetex scarabs could also use their 3D printing technology to repair damaged Necron. In addition, the heads of these little ones were equipped with a precise particle disassembler, capable of breaking down any substance into the most basic primordial energy in the universe. This allowed the Canopetex scarabs to quickly build a Necron army. Not only that, but these Canopetex scarabs could also rapidly self-replicate. It could be said that if just one scarab infiltrated a planet, it wouldn't be long before they could quickly build a new tomb world through continuous self-replication. Following closely behind these Canopetex scarabs were a group of Necron flayed ones, adorned with various grotesque flesh and biological hides. It is well known that the reason the Necron lost their soul projections in the warp and became their current appearance was entirely due to the star gods. After that, most of the star gods were shattered by the Necron, imprisoned, and turned into large batteries for the Necron. However, there was one exception. The star god Rangigol received special treatment from the Necron and was completely erased from the galaxy. However, at the brink of death, this star god cast a terrifying curse upon the Necron. His god essence, similar to endless hunger, defiled the bodies and sanity of the Necron. Those infected would gradually lose their minds and develop an abnormal craving for flesh, and even more terrifying, this curse was also highly contagious. The Necron flayed ones no longer carried gauze rifles like the Death Guard, but instead had two sharp, razor-like claws. Their lower limbs also mutated, becoming recurved like canines, which granted the flayed ones greater speed. After these flayed ones rushed out of the dimensional portals, their craving for flesh caused them to immediately target the Sir's biochemical soldier and other Sesso demons who were still constructing defensive fortifications. The Sesso demons' biochemical weapons were naturally at a disadvantage against these metallic lumps. Even as the strong acid weapons in the Sir's biochemical soldiers' hands continuously struck the Necron flayed ones, they could only corrode small holes in their bodies. Only high-power biochemical plasma cannons and electromagnetic pulse weapons could cause effective damage to these rapidly approaching foes. At the same time, a large number of Necron flayed ones also appeared on the surface of the combat moon using dimensional portals. Before long, inside the combat moon, ORK big mechs, clad in full metal armor, began to gather. These little ones of the Huaqiang warband were considered Lu Mang's trump card. Nearly a million ORK big mechs, their equipment was second only to the champion boy by Lu Mang's side. A chainsaw greatsword or chain axe, along with various big guns and power claws, were standard for these big mechs. In addition, a small number of these ORK big mechs were also equipped with sky-scorching sea-boiling flame slag sprayers and greenskin-style shoulder-mounted buzzing beehive rocket launchers. When adversaries meet, the brave prevail. Little ones, now is our time to draw our swords. Inside the combat moon, on the gigantic metal plaza, Lu Mang, full of vigor, looked at the greenskin elites he had cultivated for 10 years. All bayonets fixed. Waik, amidst Lu Mang's roar, these ORK big mechs, led by ORK bosses, entered the corridors around the plaza and rushed towards the surface. However, just as Lu Mang led his big guy warband to the surface of the combat moon, preparing to go on a rampage and harvest some Necron equipment, another dimensional portal opened on the Scythian Fiend's breeding planet. But this time, what emerged was no longer a Necron flayed one, but a Necron lord clad in magnificent and highly technological power armor, adorned with ancient runes of glory and markings. This Necron lord first quickly scanned the internal structure of the entire Sesso demon planet. Immediately after, he silently pulled out a square box from his dimensional pocket. As this Necron lord threw the box, which began to glow with a green shimmer, onto the ground, another dimensional portal opened, and the Necron lord walked into it without looking back. However, just as the dimensional portal closed again, the black square box that had been thrown on the ground quickly sprang open. Immediately after, from within this black box, an egg-sized fragmented black hole rapidly expanded after losing the box's restraint. A large amount of matter and energy quickly diffused, as if the Big Bang had been reenacted on this planet. In less than 0.01 seconds, the Necron flayed ones and Sir's biochemical soldier, who had been fighting on the surface, were instantly disintegrated into fundamental particles by this immense energy. Immediately after, the entire Scythian Fiend's breeding planet began to collapse and crack, ultimately exploding into shattered fragments. And the Necron flayed one's tomb world inside the Sesso demon planet was also obliterated into nothingness by this black hole weapon. Under this world-destroying power, Lu Mang and his greenskins, who were originally fighting the Necron flayed ones on the combat moon, fared no better. Lu Mang, who had been leading his little ones to hack and slash at the flayed ones, suddenly felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. Even Lu Mang's unsparing Yaoic energy shield was useless. A certain unknown galaxy. Master, the infection source has been destroyed, and the mission is complete. A mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, emanated from the Necron Lord's mechanical vocalizer. Standing before this Necron Lord was Anrakir, the Necron Overlord who styled himself as a traveler. Facing his subordinates' hard work, a mime-like expression of joyful dancing suddenly projected from Anrakir's green mechanical eye, indicating his inner feelings. Then, a mechanical electronic voice simultaneously rang out, to prevent the virus from spreading to other tomb worlds, this was a necessary choice. You've worked hard, you may withdraw. As you command, my master. At the same time, while Anrakir was conversing with his subordinate, Lu Mang, who had been blown away by the massive energy impact to an unknown distance, awoke from his coma. First, he glanced at his health bar above his head, health, 2689/31554. Looking at his health bar, which was less than 1/10 full, Lu Mang took a deep breath of the synthetic air inside his power armor. Perhaps it was the wound pulling at his internal organs, but before Lu Mang could exhale the air from his lungs, a large mouthful of fresh blood gushed out of his mouth. Immediately after, Lu Mang tried to move his body, only to find that, apart from one arm, which could still move, all his other limbs were now unresponsive. With effort, he managed to roll over and lie on the surface of the combat moon. Floating in space were construction debris, metal scraps, and planetary fragments ranging from a few kilometers to hundreds of kilometers in size. In the distance, greenskin custom piston fighters and fighter bombers, far outnumbering the Sesso Demon small bio-assault boats, continuously fragmented the Sesso Demon bio-fleet. At the same time, a large number of greenskin strategic bombers continuously took off from the greenskin cruisers and then headed towards the nearest planet. One by one, Gretchen-guided missiles, piloted by Grots, flew out from the bellies of these strategic bombers. Then, amidst the excited roars of the Grots, they plunged into the Sesso Demon's defensive fortifications. And even further away, beyond the Soda system. After witnessing the explosion of the Scythian Fiend's breeding planet, the Ashclaw fleet, which had originally been cruising on the outskirts of the Soda system, considering whether to wait for the greenskin orcs and Sesso demons to fight each other to a standstill before entering, left without looking back. Under the recovery of high-speed regeneration, Lu Mang's health bar above his head rapidly recovered at a rate of 3 health points per second. After staring blankly at the battlefield in space for nearly 5 hours, Lu Meng once again did a carp jump and got up from the ground. Hey, hey, hey. Hu Han-san, am back again. Although he had anticipated it, Lu Meng was still shocked by the terrifying scene on the battlefield when he returned to the previous battleground. The Scythian Fiend's breeding planet, shattered into countless pieces by the explosion, formed an asteroid belt. If the combat moon had not been pushed a certain distance away by the planet's explosion, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And on the surface of the combat moon, the elites Lu Meng had painstakingly assembled over 10 years were now almost entirely either shaken to death by the impact of the planetary explosion or crushed by planetary fragments. How bitter. So bitter. Lu Meng knelt halfway, heartbroken, looking at the green-skinned boys and grots who had run out of the tunnels to collect the bodies. 10 years of hard work, back to square one in an instant. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Lu Meng's mind. Dungeon, Scythian Fiend's breeding planet. Difficulty, 100 stars. Dungeon rewards, Epic Biological Armor *1, Scythian Fiend's Biology Encyclopedia *1. Epic Biological Armor. Initial Defense plus 200. Initial Strength plus 240. Initial Speed plus 210. Initial Constitution plus 400. Description, a technological product of the Lost Wise Boys, it is a set of equipment that once shone brightly in an extragalactic system. It can be neurologically linked with the wearer, allowing for consciousness control. It possesses abilities similar to biological cell regeneration, allowing for rapid self-repair after damage. At the same time, it has extremely strong adaptability and can continuously evolve based on the environment and combat intensity. Scythian Fiend's Biology Encyclopedia. Description, this is a crystallization of wisdom from the alien civilization of the Sesso demons, containing all of the Sesso demons' scientific research achievements in biology, as well as a complete technological tree framework. Before Lu Meng could even take out the biological armor, another prompt arrived. Dungeon, the Wrath of Drazar. Difficulty, 500 stars. Dungeon rewards, Combat Moon Blueprint *1, Red Empire Planetary Colonization Idiot Expansion Pack *5 with blueprints, Nomad Clan Talent. Combat Moon Blueprint. Description, the pinnacle war weapon from the Greenskin Orc Empire, Octorius. On it, you can find almost any known greenskin technology. Red Empire Planetary Colonization Idiot Expansion Pack. Description, a pinnacle colonization technology from an extragalactic system, sold by the ancient Red Empire to races just beginning space colonization. It requires no precise control, simply drag them near the planet you wish to colonize with your warship, then activate them with one click. Nomad. Description, the Bad Moon's little ones grow teeth fast and do the best business, the Blood Axe's little ones are more disciplined and good at ambushes, cooperation, etc. I reckon our little ones should also have their own characteristics. Greenskin boys with the Nomad talent will possess traits such as plunder, animal husbandry, military literacy, resilience, and the ability to pack up and leave. Looking at these generous dungeon rewards, Lu Meng suddenly felt that things were looking up again. Especially the last clan talent, which practically gave the Dujin clan's little ones several passive skills at once. But when he saw the Orc Big Mech corpses transported into the combat moon by the Greenskin boys, Lu Meng still took a sharp intake of breath. In this battle, the Orc Big Mechs of the Hwakyong Warband alone suffered nearly 4/5 losses. The original nearly 1 million Orc Big Mechs had now shrunk directly to 120,000. The remaining nearly 70,000 Orc Big Mechs, although their vitality was tenacious, their dilapidated bodies could no longer be repaired, and what awaited them were cold dreadnoughts. As a result, the tech boys and pain boys inside the combat moon suddenly became busy. In addition, Lu Meng's personal guard, too, suffered heavy losses. Of the original nearly 400 champion boys, more than 300 were directly killed, and the remaining champion boys were all injured. As a result, for a time, Lu Meng didn't know whether to be happy or heartbroken. When an orc in black power armor was carried before Lu Meng by the Greenskin boys, Lu Meng could no longer hold back. Boss. At this moment, Kobe looked extremely miserable. Blood was seeping out from within his badly damaged power armor. His right arm, which had originally been equipped with a power claw, was also gone. Bear 1. Bear 2. Get your asses over here and heal Kobe first. As the head honchos of the Dujin clan's Bear-style medical center, Bear 1 and Bear 2 were undoubtedly the most skilled among all the pain boys. We're coming. Originally, they were busy stuffing an Orc Big Mech, who had been reduced to a human stick, into a kill can, but Bear 1 and Bear 2 directly threw the Orc Big Mech they were carrying onto the ground and ran towards Lu Meng's location. At the same time, Lu Meng looked at Kobe's health bar above his head, 100/2200, which was on the verge of death, and silently kept deducting 1, deducting 1, deducting 1 in his heart. Soon, the black power armor that Kobe was wearing, which had already been deformed, was removed under the rough cutting of Bear 1 and Bear 2. Looking at Kobe's twisted legs and sunken chest, Lu Meng suddenly felt that his emotions were in place. So he opened his mouth with a slightly sad tone, hang in there, boss, don't let me, bald greenskin, send rainbow-colored hair. Lu Meng was halfway through his words when Kobe's helmet was also taken off by Bear 1 and Bear 2. And after seeing Kobe's head, the emotions that Lu Meng had originally brewed instantly vanished, and he even pfed and laughed unkindly. Kobe, trust me, your boss here has received professional training and usually won't laugh no matter how funny it is. Looking at Kobe, who was sporting a rainbow mohawk after his helmet was taken off, Lu Meng couldn't hold back even after thinking about the most painful things in his life. Unless, can't help it. Soon, under the treatment of Bear 1 and Bear 2, all kinds of messy steel plates and iron nails were inserted into Kobe's body. During this period, Bear 2 even left for a moment. When he returned, he had an orc big mech arm in his hand, which he didn't know where he got from. Bear 1 and Bear 2, just like tech boys repairing cars with wrenches, repaired Kobe's parts to a presentable state. Head, healed, nothing else, we'll go first. After fixing the last iron plate on Kobe's calf, the two pain tech bosses directly got up and ran towards the kill-can assembly line not far away. When Kobe woke up again, it was 2 days later. The champion boy responsible for guarding him reported the news to Lu Meng at the first opportunity. At the same time, in the past 2 days, the entire soda system had almost completely fallen. The few remaining scattered Sesso demon spaceships could only use the asteroid belt in the star system to avoid the greenskins' encirclement and annihilation, eking out a meager existence. When Lu Meng walked into the resting room where Kobe was, those metal splints and steel nails that had been welded onto Kobe's body had already been taken away by the pain boys. So, when did you get this mohawk? Looking at the colorful mohawk that danced in the wind as Kobe kept eating while lying on the hospital bed, Lu Meng couldn't help but ask. How is it, head, is my hairstyle handsome? Kobe wiped the grease from his mouth after drinking the remaining half pot of squig thick soup. This is a trendy hairstyle that I specially designed by a stylist from the Gretchen Brotherhood before I set off. You little rascal, if you weren't injured, I really want to beat you to death. At the same time, whenever he saw Kobe's colorful mohawk, a melody would always play unconsciously in Lu Meng's mind. Sunshine, rainbow, little white horse, tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, just as Lu Meng was distracted, he noticed that Kobe's attribute panel had an additional passive skill. Orc Boss, Kobe. Level, 20, 6200/90,000. Age, 13 years and 2 months. Strength, 80. Speed, 78. Constitution, 110. Defense, 68. Available points, 0. Yaaic energy, 0. Skills, Old Driver, Shooting, Greenskin Fighting, Black Mamba Passive. Equipment, none. When Lu Meng focused his attention on Kobe's suddenly appearing passive skill, a prompt quickly came to Lu Meng's mind. Black Mamba Introduction, Stealthy, Fierce, Decisive Killer, launching an attack from behind will deal critical damage to the enemy. This. Although he felt that the passive ability that Kobe awakened after level 20 was very ridiculous and more like it was specially created for special operations. But Lu Meng didn't think much about it. After instructing the pain boys to take good care of Kobe, Lu Meng got up and left. At the same time, throughout the entire soda system, hundreds of millions of greenskin boys were busy cleaning up the battlefield. All kinds of spaceship wreckage and construction waste were collected by the greenskin boys, and under the collaboration of a group of tech tyrant kids, they were quickly assembled into a steel fortress floating in space. Similarly, this kind of space building made of metal garbage piles was not the only one in the entire soda system. And inside these greenskin space buildings, groups of greenskin boys were beginning to use various warship wrecks that could be found in space to piece together spacecraft with a very greenskin style, and huge transport ships. In addition to this, Lu Meng was not idle. First, he studied the knowledge of the dungeon rewards, such as the Combat Moon Blueprint and the Sesso Demon Biology Encyclopedia. I have to say that some of the peak biological technologies of the Sesso Demons are quite advanced. Compared to the greenskins' heavy artillery battleships, the weapons of the Sesso Demons were undoubtedly more science fiction-like. Among these knowledge, the most helpful to Lu Meng was undoubtedly the Sesso Demons' biological breeding factory technology. This kind of technology similar to gene cloning and then ripening is similar to the cloning technology of the Imperium of Man. Alright, let's begin. Standing in front of a huge glass culture dish, wearing a white coat, Lu Meng looked at the large tank filled with grey nutrient solution and spoke. Soon, 4 tech boys climbed onto the big steel tank and simultaneously used a large iron hook to drag a large mushroom out of the glass tank. After Lu Meng nodded in agreement, Bear 1, who was standing next to Lu Meng, took out the dagger that he would use to treat other greenskin boys. And without caring, he put the dagger in his mouth and licked it as disinfection. Immediately afterwards, the sharp dagger flashed with a cold light, and the entire large mushroom was cut open. At the same time, a greenskin boy, who had already fully matured, woke up from his large mushroom with a dazed expression. The newborn greenskin boy first looked around blankly. An instinct from his genes told him that as a newborn little one, the first thing he should do was to beat down the other greenskin boys around him and become the boss himself. However, just as this newborn greenskin boy was looking at the pain boy next to him with a dagger, preparing to give him a good punch in the face at any moment, a large, fan-like slap landed directly on the head of this newborn greenskin boy. It instantly made him recognize reality, and his eyes began to clear up. Leader, it seems our experiment was very successful. This newborn little one is very strong and has no defects. Xiang nodded with satisfaction after circling this naked greenskin boy. Now, take this little one to get his gear. Lu Meng waved his hand, looking at the greenskin boy still standing naked in place. After this greenskin boy was led away, Lu Meng spoke again, our losses this time are not small. We need to speed up the construction of the C-section factory inside the combat moon as quickly as possible. Yes, leader. Hearing Lu Meng's order, Xiang and several tech tyrant kids nearby instantly stood at attention, raising their right arms 45 degrees to the sky, West Sea. The so-called greenskin C-section technology usually appears in some larger greenskin tribes and on the ships of wandering greenskin pirates. A good greenskin mushroom, without fertilization, typically takes 1 to 2 years to grow from bursting forth to producing a greenskin boy. But with the Dujin clan boys' biomass accelerated ripening, this process can be compressed to about half a year. Greenskin C-section technology is an even more efficient method of mushroom cultivation. First, the greenskin boys collect the seemingly stronger newborn mushrooms. Then they are placed in individual glass containers, and at the same time, some mushroom scraps and leftover squig residue, used as fertilizer, are thrown into the containers to accelerate the ripening of these individually cultivated mushrooms. Although this process is more cumbersome than a mushroom farm, it can optimize the population within the clan, cultivating the little ones most needed by the boss. During this process, the little ones responsible for caring for these mushrooms will remove any excess mushrooms that are incubating squigs, grot, and snotlings. These mushrooms are then uniformly shredded and added to the glass containers that are incubating greenskin boys. Greenskin boys forcibly ripened in this way can generally fully develop in 3 months. After that, the greenskin boys can retrieve these fully matured mushrooms and forcibly start these little ones using a C-section method. And after obtaining the Scythian Fiend's biological encyclopedia, Liu Mang applied the assembly line operation mode of the Scythian Fiend's breeding planet to the greenskin C-section technology, making it more efficient. It's impossible to plunder all the resources in the entire soda system at once. As a result, the greenskins could only load all the materials they could scavenge onto ships while simultaneously accelerating the construction of various large transport ships. In this busy atmosphere, more than half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The greenskin fleet, originally composed of 29 greenskin cruisers, 17 Mr. Krabs-class battleships, and 176 Plankton-class frigates, lost 4 cruisers, 6 battleships, and 57 frigates in the previous space battle. The number of small war vehicles like greenskin combat bombers was almost countless. But in the past 6 months, the tech tyrant kids, using 17 starport fortresses made of scrap metal, produced nearly 700 large greenskin transport ships, 145 Plankton-class frigates, and 17 Mr. Krabs-class battleships. The amount of various metal wreckage packed onto warships by the greenskin boys was countless. In fact, if Liu Mang hadn't stopped them, some greenskin boys even planned to drag away the planetary fragments of the Scythian Fiend's breeding planet using iron chains. At this moment, Liu Mang realized the terrifying nature of the clan's nomadic talent. If we stay here for another year or so, these little ones might just move the entire soda system empty. At the same time, the severely damaged combat moon was also repaired by the tech tyrant kids, layer by layer of iron plating. In addition, Liu Mang also had the greenskin boys bury the bodies of the greenskin boys who died in this war on various planets in the soda system. It can be said that in the future, even if the Sesso demons return to the star system, they will be plagued by the constantly emerging greenskins on the planets. Furthermore, after the Scythian Fiend's breeding planet exploded, whether this star system is still worth colonizing for the Sesso demons has become a question. But that is no longer relevant to the greenskins, because, after more than half a year of plundering, the greenskin boys have taken almost everything they could carry. Ha! Combat moon. Initiate. As the planetary thrusters at the rear of the combat moon ignited again, a strong feeling of being pushed back also struck. But in just an instant, the epic biological armor Liu Mang was wearing automatically adjusted its gravity, causing Liu Mang's feet to firmly adhere to the ground. Behind the combat moon, a huge fleet cobbled together from all sorts of strange things joyfully followed the combat moon. Even among these warships, there were 2 structures that clearly looked like they were modified from 2 giant biological factories, laboriously dragging 17 greenskin starport fortresses, protected in the very center of the fleet. Hey, little ones. A new journey has begun, let's walk. Looking at the enormous, almost bloated greenskin fleet on the mini-map, Liu Mang raised his hand and took out his power electric guitar from the system backpack, which he hadn't used in a long time. Hey. Not walk in the east. Walk. In the west. Walk until the setting sun, I walk with sorrow. Not walk the night before, walk the night after yo. Walk the tyrannid, I walk the emperor. This section is adapted from Xiang by second-hand Rose. Those who want to listen can check it out. Just as the entire greenskin fleet was high on their boss's rock music, which was mixed with Yaaic energy, Akun, the grot who had been standing at Liu Mang's feet, took out the suana his boss had given him earlier from his lower back and joined in. Almost instantly, all the greenskin boys on the warships had their ears captivated by the strange instrument. So much so that the entire fleet was immersed in a sea of joy. However, just as the greenskin boys were having an incredible time, an urgent communication from the Inferno Star system rang out in the command room. Reporting, Your Excellency, we have been attacked by shrimp, requesting reinforcements. The grot's raspy voice rang out through the communicator, and a video was transmitted along with it. It showed a massive fleet, consisting of 1 Marauder-class battleship, 24 Indomitable-class cruisers, plus nearly 130 Warhound-class frigates, charging directly into the Inferno Star system. Then, they launched a 360-degree, all-encompassing, large-scale nuclear bombardment against a greenskin mining planet on the outskirts of the Inferno Star system. At this point, the video abruptly ended, and the previously joyful atmosphere within the fleet became oppressive and solemn. After watching the video, Liu Mang's hand, gripping the electric guitar, unconsciously tightened, and the entire metal neck of the guitar began to deform from the pressure. Akun, Kobe, Yellow Square, run to, stay, everyone else, get out. Hearing their boss's command, which was suppressed with anger, the tech boy and Gretchen who were still in the control room all wished they had 2 more legs right now. After all the green-skinned boys had left, Lu Meng angrily threw his electric guitar to the ground. Akun, how many little ones do we still have now? Hearing His Excellency's question, the Grot Akun immediately pulled out a small notebook from his embrace, then straightened up, his right hand pointing 45 degrees towards the sky, and said, reporting, Your Excellency, the Tongloan warband had 7.5 billion little ones participating in this battle, losing nearly 1.7 billion in the planetary conquest, leaving 5.8 billion. The Polish warband brought 1.6 billion speed freaks this time, losing 200 million. Besides that, we also have 7.84 million Kilgons, 2.58 million dreadnoughts, 36,000 Gorkanauts, and 271 megagargants. Additionally, the Big Guy warband suffered severe losses. Including the little ones supplemented from the Tongloan warband and other warbands into the Big Guy warband, the Big Guy warband now has 400,000. The Baichi treasure wardrobe still has 780 million Stormboys, 645 million Flyboys, and 1.673 billion Gretchen guided missiles. Are nearly 10 billion greenskin a lot? If measured by Earth's scale, yes, it is quite a lot. But this is the Warhammer world, and a single hive world of humanity can house nearly 20 billion to 100 billion people. And the Imperium of Man has nearly millions of such hive worlds. Taking a deep breath and calming himself, Lu Meng asked again, Yellow Square, what's the fastest we can return to the Inferno Star system? Reporting, Your Excellency, because we have hundreds more transport ships, to prevent them from getting lost in the warp, even if we enter warp travel now, it will take at least 2 months. Damn it. 2 months? By the time we get back, the Moscow planet will have already been burned into a glass sphere by the ash claw. Lu Meng became angrier the more he thought about it, directly throwing his electric guitar to the ground. Damn ash claw. They're all trash. I'm so angry. I'm coming to Hebei province. Let's do Billy. For those who don't understand, these lines are from the leader's fury malapropism. At that moment, Lu Meng was so furious his liver and lungs were bursting, and his teeth were grinding to dust. After a period of frenzied rage, Lu Meng finally managed to control his emotions. By this time, the Grot Akun, Run 2, and Yellow Square were all cowering in the corner, scared by their boss. Only Kobe remained standing obediently in place. Run 2, how many little ones can the Greenskin C-section factory produce in a day now? Rep reporting, Your Excellency, if operating at full capacity, only cultivating little ones, it can release 100,000 cultivation pods per day. Just as the command room fell silent again, suddenly, a message notification came through. But this time, the message didn't come from the Inferno Star system, instead, it was a set of coordinates. And these coordinates were accompanied by a brief message in Imperial Gothic, the Ashclaw's pocket world. At this, Lu Meng couldn't sit still. First, the Ashclaw forcefully attacked the Inferno Star system. Then, he received the coordinates of the Ashclaw's pocket world. This was very clear, it smells like a conspiracy. If it were other greenskin YAAIBOs, upon receiving this message, they might genuinely get hot-headed and directly lead their greenskin boys to plunge into the Ashclaw's pocket world. Then, they would engage in a wave of all tactics convert to base trade, an extreme one-for-one showdown. Damn it, don't let me find out who's behind this. Otherwise, I'll definitely capture their entire race and sell them into slavery. And then, I'll carve their home world into a giant male organ. Boss, what should we do now? It was Kobe who finally interrupted Lu Meng's extreme verbal abuse. What to do? Damn it, I think we shouldn't do anything at all. Let's go. We're going to the Shattered Star Abyss system, right next to the Ashclaw's lair. Damn it, I want to see who's playing dirty tricks behind the scenes. Also, tell the little ones in the Inferno Star system that from now on, they can do whatever they want. If they can win, fight, if not, escape by ship, and I won't blame them. In fact, there were only 2 possibilities for the current situation. First, even if the Ashclaw had set up an ambush in their Atagata star system, preparing to wipe out the entire Dujin clan. The other possibility was that someone deliberately leaked information about the Dujin clan to the Ashclaw. The most likely culprits for this were undoubtedly the Sesso demons. Because only the Sesso demons had attacked the Inferno Star system. Of course, it's also possible that other Xeno races in the vicinity were using them as a tool to kill. It could be said that the moment Lu Meng gave the order to head to the Shattered Star Abyss system, the nearly 7 billion greenskin boys in the entire Inferno Star system were already abandoned. Unless they could, on their own, repel the Ashclaw's extermination fleet. Otherwise, the vast majority of the greenskin without capital ships in the Inferno Star system would be slaughtered under the Ashclaw's close orbit bombardment. At this moment, the darkness and ruthlessness within the galaxy were laid bare. However, the opposite was true, for the greenskins in the Inferno Star system who had not embarked on the expeditionary fleet, the Ashclaw's sneak attack was not a disaster, but a carnival. After all, for these greenskin boys, what could be more exhilarating than a fight coming to them while they were at home? Thus, some capable greenskin boys quickly distinguished themselves. They began leading other greenskin boys to utilize the defensive fortifications and mechanical factories built beneath the surfaces of various planets to produce all sorts of bizarre, miniature space vehicles. Furthermore, after witnessing the power of nuclear bombs, some tech boys insanely devised a contraption called the Gretchen-guided rocket destruction mushroom bomb. At the same time, because the Ashclaw was implementing a scorched earth policy, or glassing planets, they did not deploy a large number of small attack craft. Instead, the Ash Claw steadily advanced, planet by planet, on the outskirts of the Inferno star system. After all, according to the Ash Claw's reconnaissance, there was nothing in the entire Inferno star system that could pose a threat to the Ash Claw fleet, apart from some transport ships and small frigates. Looking out the observation window at the planet that had been flattened into a scorched wasteland, Nerat Kyrene, the usually taciturn warband commanders of the Ash Claw, uncharacteristically curled his lips. Are those greenskins making any moves? Hearing his commander's question, the tech sergeant in power armor beside him zoomed in on the Inferno star system map on the holographic projection table. Everything is proceeding according to plan, but according to intelligence from reconnaissance aircraft and bird catchers, these greenskins seem to be contracting their front lines. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen greenskin Xenos retreat as soon as the battle begins. Nerat Kyrene did not respond to the tech sergeant's jibe, noncommittally. Compared to this newly promoted tech sergeant, Nerat Kyrene understood better just how insane these greenskins could be. After all, the boss of this greenskin tribe was a ruthless individual who dared to ram a planet with a combat moon. Send more reconnaissance aircraft, don't be careless. Oh, and if you have time, remember to review our combat report from the SOTA system. Yes, Commander Kyrene. While the Ash Claw was glassing planets one by one, on the starport fortress above Moscow, the Greenskin boys had installed nearly 1,000 Gretchen-guided rocket destruction mushroom bombs. When the Ash Claw fleet was less than 40,000 kilometers from Moscow Star, the Greenskins, who had been holed up on Moscow Star, suddenly erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. Tens of millions of various Greenskin small vehicles took off from Moscow Planet and the starport fortress, simultaneously launching suicidal attacks on the Ash Claw's warships. Waaaaik! 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 The Greenskin boys, piloting all sorts of strange vehicles, roared madly, attempting to approach and attack the Ash Claw's fleet. Indeed, a large portion of these bizarre vehicles were directly modified from hollowed-out, giant shells with a simple thruster welded on. However, when these bizarre vehicles approached within 2,000 kilometers of the Ash Claw warships, the previously silent secondary weapon arrays on the Ash Claw warships opened fire almost simultaneously. Cobra torpedoes flew out of their launch tubes, crashing into the crudely made Greenskin vehicles in the distance, almost instantly triggering a series of chain reactions. But compared to the cost of one Cobra torpedo, the Greenskins and their vehicles that were blown up were simply negligible. At the same time, even if a flying boy luckily evaded the interception of the torpedo and secondary weapon arrays, he would still crash into the Alex shield on the Ash Claw warship. This protective force field, generated using warp energy, could effectively defend against most laser weapons, plasma beams, and other energy weapons. It could also slow down the impact of solid projectiles, and against explosives like torpedoes, the shield could disperse and absorb the explosion energy, reducing damage to the warship. As a result, even if these Greenskin vehicles carrying various explosives rushed to the front of the warship, after being slowed down by the Lalix shield, they could only be torn to shreds by the multi-barreled autocannons and laser emitters on the warship. Meanwhile, on the surface of the warp, Lu Meng, who was en route to the Broken Star Abyss system, suddenly discovered on his mini-map that a small frigate with shark livery was also navigating in the shallow warp layer ahead of his fleet, continuously approaching Lu Meng's position. Encountering others while traveling in the warp was not impossible, but the probability was simply too low. It was 10,000 times lower than winning the lottery. And just as Lu Meng discovered the other side also discovered the massive Greenskin fleet directly in front of them. Therefore, this small frigate almost immediately, without hesitation, prepared to disengage from warp travel and jump back into the real universe. But unfortunately, this frigate, which clearly belonged to the Imperium of Man, happened to run into Lu Meng, who was full of pent-up frustration. What the hell are you thinking, father? Quickly seal off the surrounding warp. Don't let those shrimp escape. Saying this, Lu Meng slapped the head of a Waaaaik energy kid holding a Metal Gear staff. The father, slapped by his boss, first froze for a moment, then quickly reacted and began to release Waaaaik energy. It must be said that Waaaaik energy, which can also be called psychic power, is truly very useful. It can be used for teleportation, and also for defense. In addition, Waaaaik energy can also be used to boost morale, enhance fighting spirit, strengthen physical fitness, charge weapons, e.g. charging Gorkanaut and power armor, identify leaders, promote group cooperation, and other wonderful uses. Furthermore, Waaaaik energy kid also has skills such as, burn to cinders, don't dawdle, we hit the jackpot, and so on. Reinforcing the surrounding warp barrier, for instance, is a unique application of the Waaaaik energy shield. And some powerful psychers, like the Emperor, can even directly explode stars with their own psychic power. Okay, boss, I'll reinforce it right away. The Waaaaik energy kid, who had been slapped, immediately nodded obediently in response. Under the psychic blessing of the Waaaaik energy kid named Father, the surrounding warp barrier instantly solidified. As a result, the small human Imperium frigate directly in front of the Greenskin fleet, which was just about to jump out of warp travel, was once again bounced back by the expanding Waaaaik energy shield. Compared to other Greenskin tribes, a Waaaaik energy kid could at any time lose control of the Waaaaik energy within him, causing the heads of nearby Greenskin boys to explode. Or he could burn out his own brain and turn into a lunatic. But Lu Meng had discovered early on that his Dujin clan's Waaaaik energy kids would not experience such situations. Their Waaaaik energy, like Lu Meng's, seemed to be digitized into something akin to a blue bar. This meant that even if there were a large number of green-skinned boys around, although they were unconsciously emitting YAAIC energy at all times, it had no negative impact on the YAAIC energy kids. This was quite a bug, as the YAAIC energy kids of other clans were a constant headache for other orc bosses. As a result, the vast majority of clans dealt with these YAAIC energy kids by expelling them from their clan, or by building a tall tower, like a lightning rod, to confine these YAAIC energy kids there, to prevent them from coming into contact with other green-skinned boys. Even those little ones who happened to grasp how to use YAAIC energy, if they didn't periodically release the YAAIC energy within them, they always ran the risk of having their brains burned out by the YAAIC energy. Tell them to hail them and ask which chapter they are from. Looking at the small human Imperium frigate that had been surrounded by his side, Lu Meng said to the Grot Akun, who was holding a communicator and itching for action. Hearing his orc boss's command, the Grot Akun immediately got into character, picked up the communicator, and shouted, "Hey! You on the other side, our orc boss asks you, which part are you from?" Inside the small frigate of the man-eating shark chapter, listening to the Gretchen's clamor coming from the warp communication device, the Astartes of the man-eating shark chapter fell silent. "Can you understand what the greenskins on the other side are saying?" Inside the frigate's command room, an Astartes officer with a mouth full of shark-like fangs frowned as he watched the Astartes communicator, who was intently listening to the communicator. It wasn't until the communicator fell silent that the Astartes communicator looked at the officer with a puzzled expression. "They're asking us which chapter we are." "Oh, why think so much, let's just do it." Seeing the officer and the communicator fall silent, a short-tempered Astartes warrior directly picked up his helmet and put it on, while grabbing a heavy bolter from the side. The man-eating shark chapter, always known for its ferocity, certainly did not disappoint this time. "Tell the greenskins on the other side, we are the man-eating shark." The officer first gave the communication order to the communicator, then looked at the other 9 man-eating shark Astartes warriors in the warship's command room. "You have 2 minutes to get your gear, protect the goods from this trade, and prepare to break through." "Yes, officer." A man-eating shark Astartes melee expert, holding a power sword, heard the officer's order and first made a slightly excited flourish with his blade. "Ah, I'm sick of this boring journey, now I can finally have some fun." Saying that, the melee expert put on his power armor helmet, which was painted with a shark pattern. But just as the officer was about to order the 2 scouts piloting the warship to accelerate, the previously silent communicator once again blared with the loud voices of the greenskins, only this time it was fluent Imperial High Gothic. To be honest, this language of the human Imperium, specifically used to distinguish nobles from commoners, even the man-eating sharks, few could understand it. After all, although these sharks were still loyal to the Imperium, in fact, these guys were even poorer than the Ash Claw. At least the Ash Claw had their own pocket dimension. But these sharks were so poor that they even needed to exchange gene seeds with the Ash Claw for recruits. But fortunately, the officer of this man-eating shark squad could still understand some High Gothic. "Hey, you on the other side, do you see the big ball beneath us? Have you driven one? This is called a combat moon." "Man-eating shark, what's wrong, man-eating shark, you can't afford to drive one either. You can only watch us greenskins drive it. This is called strength. Understand?" "Gah." Inside the combat moon's internal command room, Lu Meng threw the communicator in his hand. "Fire the cannons for me. Kill these bastards. Damn it, if I can't hit the Ash Claw, can't I hit you guys?" In fact, Lu Meng's ability to speak Imperial High Gothic was entirely due to the Sesso demons. Because just after Lu Meng took the entire Soda system into his possession, Lu Meng gained a very awesome language skill, like an Easter egg. Almost instantly, Lu Meng learned the languages of most races in the entire galaxy. Immediately after, several cannons fired simultaneously, and massive metal projectiles struck the man-eating shark's frigate. In addition, with the combat moon's magnetic traction device behind them, the entire man-eating shark frigate began to uncontrollably fall towards the combat moon's surface. Then, surrounded by swarms of greenskins, in almost no time at all, out of a dozen man-eating shark Astartes, 6 were killed and 5 were crippled by the greenskins. It wasn't that Lu Meng was holding back, the main reason was that Lu Meng also wanted to obtain some useful information from these Astartes. At the same time, what surprised Lu Meng was that when the greenskin boys rushed into the man-eating shark frigate, they discovered something incredible. It wasn't dangerous items, but nearly 10,000 human children, locked in cages. Looking at the terrified yet numb little eyes of these little ones in the cages, even Lu Meng, who considered himself to have no morals left, couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. "Damn you! You evil Ashclaw, slave-owning capitalists, just you wait, your greenskin grandpa is already carrying a lamppost and is almost at your doorstep." Human, E115687. Age, 7 years and 3 months. Strength, 3. Speed, 3. Constitution, 5. Defense, 1. Allocatable points, 0. Skills, cooking, farming, raising, cleaning. Equipment, worn coarse cloth clothes *1. With just a glance, Lu Meng had a good grasp of these children's basic information. Ah, this. A bunch of elementary schoolers. To be honest, after seeing these human children abducted by man-eating sharks, Lu Meng was in a difficult position. He couldn't possibly, just because it was too much trouble, turn all these children into child paste, could he? To be used as biomass fertilizer. Oh, no, 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 this is too hellish, okay? -1, -1, -1. Lu Meng shook off the devilish thoughts from his mind. Lu Meng walked to an iron cage and looked at the child inside, who was retreating in fear. It was obvious that these children, who had been treated as goods by the Ash Claw and sold to the man-eating sharks, had good physical constitutions. At least, Lu Meng didn't see any overly emaciated children among them. But then again, these children must have been selected by the Ash Claw from among the slaves, specifically to exchange for gene seeds with the man-eating sharks. It was unthinkable that they would be a group of defective products. Under the terrified gaze of the children in the cage, Lu Meng grabbed the iron cage with both hands and then applied a little force. The specially made iron cage, which was as thick as 2 fingers, was torn open by Lu Meng like a twisted rope. Hey, little ones, do you want to die or live? After prying open the iron cage, Lu Meng wasn't overly enthusiastic, as that might scare the children even more. Inside the warship, there was silence for several minutes. Just as the champion boys around Lu Meng were getting impatient, a child timidly spoke up, I want to live, I want to live. Hearing the boy's answer, Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, these children had not yet become numb. Ahem. Good, since you want to live, then from today onwards, you will work for us. We will make you work hard, squeezing out every last bit of your value. Starting today, each of you must work hard for 8 hours every day. Ha ha ha, little ones, are you scared? Besides that, you can only rest 2 days a week. And resting 3 days is the privilege of us noble greenskins. Of course, in order to exploit you more effectively, I will also take 1 day out of your working hours to let you learn knowledge, so that we can exploit you better in the future. And all you'll get is food, lodging, free medical care, and a super low salary of only 100 throne geld per month. Explanation: in the Warhammer world, 1 throne geld can buy enough coarse grain and medical supplies for an ordinary family for several weeks, and a New World Army soldier's full set of equipment costs about 1.5 throne geld. How about that? Suffer, wail, ahahaha. Oh, right, even when you get old. You'll only receive a minimum pension of 50 throne geld per month. Initially, upon hearing Lu Meng's rough, roaring voice, the children huddled in the cage trembled with fear, afraid that this nearly 4-meter tall greenskin orc would, without a word, tear open the metal plate on the cage and drag them out to eat them. But when these children heard the greenskin orc outside the cage finish speaking about their fate, all the children were stunned. One must know that the newborns in the Imperium of Man of the Warhammer world lived a much harder life than the lower-class children in Britain during the Industrial Revolution. So how could they not understand what generous conditions the greenskin orc outside the cage was offering them? The only thing that left these children bewildered was, what is throne geld? After all, these children were slaves who didn't even deserve to have names. How could they have seen throne geld, which only human nobles used? Finally, it was the same little boy who had spoken earlier who mustered up the courage to get out of the cage. Looking at the little boy who had walked out of the iron cage and stood in front of him, about the same height as the Grade Kun, Lu Meng instinctively wanted to reach out and pat the child's shoulder, offering a few words of encouragement. But suddenly remembering his current size, Lu Meng's large hand stopped abruptly in mid-air. And the little boy standing in front of Lu Meng, at first, when he saw the greenskin orc's large hand coming towards him, was so scared that his whole body began to tremble, and he simultaneously closed his eyes, preparing to die. But after waiting for a moment and not feeling any pain, the little boy finally mustered up the courage to open his eyes. And the moment he opened his eyes, a huge finger, as thick as his calf, gently touched the little boy's shoulder. Hey, hey, hey. You're a very brave shrimp, so from now on, all the shrimp in the cage will be under your command. Also, you don't have to be so scared. You know, from now on, you're all little ones that I'm protecting. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me and I'll tear them all apart. Ha 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 ha. Lu Meng's loud laughter seemed to have a certain infectious quality, making the other greenskin boy around him also start laughing. And E115687, standing in front of Lu Meng, felt an unprecedented sense of security looking at the tall greenskin orc. When the laughter gradually stopped, Lu Meng beckoned to the YAAIC energy champion boy, Priest, who was standing nearby. Receiving instructions from his warlord, Priest immediately pushed aside the other champion boys and ran to Lu Meng. Warlord, you called me. From now on, these little ones will be under your management. Let them be responsible for cleaning the combat moon, and also, don't let the other little ones bully them. Fearing that Priest wouldn't understand, Lu Meng added 2 more sentences, tell the little ones to treat them like snotlings who have jobs, and also give them some mushrooms and squid meat every day. Hearing his boss ask him to manage a group of little ones, the YAAIC energy kid Priest was clearly not very happy. Boss, why me? This kind of thing can be given to the grot. Looking at Priest's increasingly twisted green face, Lu Meng smiled, do you know why I'm entrusting these little ones to you? Ah? Why? Hearing his boss's question, Priest looked completely bewildered. Don't you know, Priest, which is your name, and little boy, are a perfect match. Ah, is that so? Priest still listened, half understanding. But Lu Meng stretched out his large hand and patted Priest's shoulder, since you're called Priest, you must bear the responsibility of a priest, okay? Don't underestimate the universal love of a priest, you bastard. I've always had high hopes for you. In short, under Lu Meng's manipulation, the priest happily accepted the task Lu Meng gave him. At the same time, he patted his black power armor and said, don't worry, boss, I will definitely take good care of these little ones. Good, I'm counting on you. Lu Meng continued to encourage. Suddenly, Lu Meng seemed to have thought of something, and said to the priest, "To be honest, it's only because you are a greenskin. Otherwise, if you were a human shrimp priest and told me you'd take care of a little boy, I would definitely punch you in the face." "Ah? Why, boss?" "It's simple. Because if a little boy falls into the hands of a shrimp priest, even if Jesus comes, he won't be able to cover the little boy's butt." And just as the priest was confused and didn't understand what kind of dirty talk his boss was saying this time. Beside him, Akun, a grot who appeared from nowhere, suddenly jumped up excitedly. "I know this, I know this. This story comes from page 62 of the Shrimp Unofficial History written by our leader. And the reason why Jesus can't cover the little boy's butt is because Jesus has 2 holes in his hands." Hearing 2 greenskins seriously discussing why Jesus had 2 holes in his hands, it was simply too hellish. So much so that Lu Meng's mouth, for a moment, was harder to suppress than an AK. "Ahem, alright, everyone disperse quickly." Lu Meng, who really couldn't hold back, quickly waved his hand to drive away the surrounding greenskin boys and the children who had walked out of the cages. God knows what these big greenskins will be thinking Jesus will turn into in a while. After all the greenskin boys had left, Lu Meng called over Pangolin and his big mechs. "Pangolin, I want you to brainstorm and see if you can decipher the star map of this ship. I think this should be useful for our attack on Atagadis." "Yes, leader." Hearing their boss's instructions, Pangolin and several big mechs immediately raised their hands 45 degrees towards the sky. After this small interlude, the greenskin fleet set off again. But this time, their combat moon had nearly 10,000 more children, who wore children's-sized Dujin military uniforms every day and cleaned everywhere with mops, rags, and other tools. In addition, inside a cell-like room on the combat moon, Kobe was leading 2 champion boys, interrogating the 4 captured man-eating shark Astartes. To be honest, Lu Meng didn't have much hope that the greenskin boys could pry open the Astartes' mouths. Because if the Astartes' mouths could be opened so easily, the Empire wouldn't be able to survive. In fact, compared to these Astartes who needed to be watched 24 hours a day and might escape at any time, Lu Meng was clearly more interested in the Astartes gene seed after studying the Sesso Demon's biological encyclopedia. Nearly 2 months had passed since the Dujin clan's fleet exited warp travel and appeared in the Shattered Star Abyss system's physical universe. And at the first moment of exiting the warp, the combat moon sent a message to the Inferno Star system. But the fact was, after waiting for several days, the combat moon still hadn't received any reply from the Inferno Star system. At the same time, the reconnaissance planes responsible for scouting Atagadis had also returned to the combat moon. These scouting flying boys used a device unique to greenskins called the I think so temporary makeshift telescope. They observed the current internal situation of Atagadis from the outskirts of the Atagadis star system. "Report, leader, we found that there are a large number of warships docked on the back of the planet in the Atagadis star system. In addition, we also found that the entire star system is covered by something similar to our Yaaic energy field, so we cannot detect the core situation of the star system." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng clearly understood that these Ashclaw were well prepared. So, after hearing this news, Lu Meng angrily threw the pencil in his hand again. "Damn Ashclaw! I throw your old mother, you rotten bastard! Prepare for battle! Get the little ones moving! I must honor my great Dujin clan with the blood of the enemy." Soon, as Lu Meng's order was given, the greenskin boys, who were already actively collecting surrounding materials and building more war vehicles using 17 greenskin mobile starports, accelerated their work. Even some huge planetary fragments, with diameters exceeding tens or hundreds of kilometers, were collected at Lu Meng's instruction. Then, with a wave of Lu Meng's hand, countless various firearms, weapons, ammunition, and things like Gorkanauts were thrown out by Lu Meng. For a time, these weapons were so numerous that they could even form a small asteroid belt. Then, these things like Gorkanauts and roaring tanks were disassembled into parts by tech tyrant kids and then assembled into huge rocket boosters, which were installed on the planetary fragments collected by the greenskins. During this period, Lu Meng even personally used his psychic power to carve a long cylindrical planetary fragment, with a diameter of over 60 kilometers, into an Armstrong revolving accelerated jet Armstrong cannon, or simply, the Big Dick. "Ha, damn Ashclaw, this time I'll directly ram your home planet." The plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. The Shattered Star Abyss system was originally a world where a star had been destroyed. Although it was unknown who had fought here, the entire Shattered Star Abyss system was full of various broken planets. As a result, the greenskins quickly assembled a meteorite cluster larger than a greenskin fleet using planetary fragments. Even some planetary fragments belonging to the planetary core, due to their high hardness, were directly hollowed out by the greenskin boys and made into drop pods. In addition, while the greenskin boys were continuously installing thrusters on the planetary fragments, a large number of planetary fragments with corrected coordinates were directly ignited and released by the greenskin boys. There was nothing strange about this, because even the Shattered Star Abyss, which was closest to Atagadis, was in fact nearly 1.25 light-years away from it. Therefore, even if these meteorite weapons flew at sublight speed in space, it would take nearly a year and a half to hit the surface of the Ashclaw's planet. Tens of thousands of planetary fragments, constantly accelerating from their rear thrusters, turned into comets speeding through the galaxy. Meanwhile, on Atagadis's home world, after more than half a year of expeditions, the Ash's Claws warband, who had completely scorched the Inferno star system into a glass sphere, had now returned to their home world. Although this operation went smoothly, the Greenskins' final frenzy still caused the Ash Claws to lose more than a dozen Warhound-class frigates and 2 Marauder-class battleships. After all, who could have imagined that those Greenskins, simply by observing their process of dropping nuclear bombs, would manage to construct similar devices from a pile of scrap metal within a few days? Nerat Kyrene removed his heavy helmet and handed it to the Mechanicu's priest beside him, who was preparing to assist him in disassembling his power armor. Once Nerat Kyrene stood on the disassembly platform, several mechanical arms quickly moved from the surrounding tracks, beginning to assist the Mechanicu's priests in disassembling his power armor. Have you located the Greenskins? After his power armor was removed, Nerat Kyrene took the towel handed to him by a Mechanicu's priest. While wiping his body, which had been cleaned with high-pressure steam, he asked a tech sergeant standing nearby, who was holding a data terminal. Not yet. Although our reconnaissance aircraft have been monitoring them. Once they entered warp travel, we lost track of them. However, based on our estimations, these Greenskins will definitely come. However, just as Nerat Kyrene walked to the holographic projection command table beside the platform, preparing to speculate on where these Greenskins had gone, several wide-area communications were captured by the Ash Claw's etheric auspex. This is... The tech sergeant looked at the information captured by the etheric auspex in surprise and translated it on the spot. Yo, can you hear me? This is Green Voice. Now, we Greenskins will reveal a secret to all alien races in the Ghoul Stars. The Ash Claw used to be a bunch of whores. Just the first sentence translated by the auspex made Nerat Kyrene, who was in a good mood, frown deeply. Oh, this. The tech sergeant beside him was also stunned upon hearing this. But new messages continued to stream from the etheric auspex. According to our Dujin clan's investigation, the Ash Claw warband commanders, Nerat Kyrene, used to sell his body. According to intelligence provided by our informant, back when he was still on Terra in the Imperium of Man, Nerat Kyrene had a very difficult childhood. His parents eloped early, his sister divorced, and young Nerat Kyrene not only had to work to support his grandfather's schooling but also had to attend to his grandmother during her postpartum confinement. Even his brother, who he depended on, was hanged on a lamppost by the Emperor for child pornography. So, tell me, how did the young Nerat Kyrene at the time support this large family? That's right, he sold his body. Listening to the arrogant words still coming from the etheric auspex, the tech sergeant clearly felt that his warband commanders was on the verge of rage. So the tech sergeant quickly retreated several steps and, with a flick of his wrist, shut down the etheric auspex's information reception system. This move, one could say, caused little damage but maximal insult. Even more terrifying was that these messages were not only sent to the Ash Claws but were broadcast throughout the entire galaxy. This was a serious problem. It could be said that as long as the Ash Claws did not find and eliminate these Greenskins, they would never be able to hold their heads high in front of other factions. Because of this incident, their Ash Claw would be mocked by the entire galaxy for a lifetime. For a moment, feeling the low pressure emanating from his warband commanders, the tech sergeant only felt, holy crap, is war playing this dirty now? Bang! An enraged Nerat Kyrene punched and shattered the etheric auspex beside him. Send more men. Find these Greenskins for me. However, just as Nerat Kyrene gritted his teeth and issued the order, an intelligence officer, holding a data terminal, quickly walked into the training room. But when this mortal responsible for intelligence saw the very unfriendly gaze of his warband commanders, he involuntarily recoiled 2 steps in terror. What's the matter? Ultimately, it was the tech sergeant beside him who broke the silence in the training room. Report, warband commander, just now, our satellite monitors detected an asteroid field composed of a large number of planetary fragments, approximately 0.57 light-years away from us, approaching our star system, Atagadis, at sublight speed. What? Upon hearing the information brought by the mortal in front of him, the tech sergeant snatched the data terminal from his hand in surprise. Then he looked at it himself. How is this possible? This doesn't conform to cosmic laws. How could such a dense asteroid field simultaneously pass through Atagadis? Looking at the dense red dots on the data terminal, representing the asteroids, he asked, has the information been confirmed? We have already dispatched reconnaissance craft, but they haven't returned yet. Hearing the intelligence officer's reply, the tech sergeant nodded, then handed the data terminal to Nerat Kyrene. Although it was estimated that these asteroids would take several months to reach the Atagadis star system, the problem was that there were simply too many of them. For a moment, even Nerat Kyrene couldn't think of a good solution. After all, these things were just asteroids, they weren't like enemy warships where you could board and decapitate to seize control. It seemed the best way was to embed a large number of explosives in the asteroid's inevitable path and then blow them all to smithereens. At the same time, just as Nerat Kyrene was pondering a solution, his information terminal suddenly received a video. Nerat Kyrene casually opened it. He then saw huge asteroids, tens of kilometers in diameter, quickly streaking across the screen with long tail flames. And after a series of operations similar to slow motion and video repair, Nerat Kyrene suddenly discovered that at the tail end of these massive asteroids, there were actually some strangely shaped thrusters installed. Suddenly, Nerat Kyrene seemed to have thought of something and immediately pulled up the star map of the surrounding star systems. Then, following the trajectory of the asteroids, he pointed his finger at a dim star system. To forcefully attack a pocket world often requires a cost far exceeding its own benefits. Even during the Great Crusade, the Imperium of Man primarily sought to win over these pocket worlds. Otherwise, the Imperium would not have seen the emergence of such chaotic elements as nobles, knights, and slave owners. These were, in fact, hidden dangers left over from the Great Crusade. However, if you were to say these people were disloyal to the Emperor, that might not be the case, but their disunity was real. Upon seeing the dim broken star abyss system on the star map, Nerat Kyrene instinctively sensed something different about it. Since this was the closest star system to Atagadis, the Ashes Claws warband could not possibly have left it unexplored. If it weren't for the fact that the star within this system had already been destroyed, the Ashes Claws warband had even considered, at one point, transforming the broken star abyss system into their resource world. Damn it, these meteorites are all coming from the broken star abyss system. Now, immediately, order the Ashes Claws warband's third company to depart for Shattered Star Abyss and scout the situation there. Looking at the 3D map on the holographic projection, Nerat Kyrene clenched his fist. Understood, warband commanders. The tech sergeant, hearing his warband commanders' command, quickly responded and hurried out of the training room. In addition, more Ashclaw warships and transport ships also began to take off. Accompanied by a burst of spatial fluctuation, 3 Warhound-class frigates simultaneously exited the warp, appearing in a pitch-black starfield. Due to the loss of its star, the system was almost completely dark. At the same time, without the star's gravitational pull, the surrounding meteorites moved in an erratic manner. These freely scattered meteorites and planetary fragments undoubtedly became the most natural cover for these 3 frigates. Inside the warship, Astartes of the Ash Claw, fully armed and clad in dark grey Mark II power armor, sat quietly in their positions, unmoving. Soon, the Astartes found the objective of their mission. Or rather, there was no need to search at all, because the area where the enemy was located was simply too obvious. It was a massive celestial body formed by various planetary fragments connected together. Thick iron chains forcibly bound these planetary fragments, ranging from tens of kilometers to hundreds of kilometers in size, creating a colossal greenskins construct resembling a ring world. And around these planetary fragments, bound by iron chains and steel pillars, a large number of greenskins warships were busily shuttling back and forth, transporting meteorites, each over 10 kilometers in diameter, to the outer perimeter of the ring world. Then, tech boys in power armor and grots and spacesuits would emerge from the hollowed-out meteorites, piloting various small spacecraft. Following this, these greenskins would install rocket thrusters on these meteorites and planetary fragments. Finally, after adjusting the angle towards the Atagadis star system, they would directly ignite and launch them. According to the Ashclaw's observations, it often took only a few days for a meteorite to go from rocket installation to launch. Almost every day, hundreds or even nearly 1,000 meteorites were launched by these greenskins. This was simply infuriating. Imagine if a homeless person lived next door to you, cursing you from your doorstep every day and throwing excrement into your home. Could you tolerate that? These intelligence reports had barely reached Atagadis when they ignited widespread outrage. And to make matters worse, these greenskins even used psychic communication to broadcast a provocative video to the entire Ghoul Stars. In the video, Lu Meng, dressed in a Duchan military uniform, stood in the center with Kobe and the Grot Akun standing on either side of him. Lu Meng suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the screen. Ashclaw warband commanders, look at your ugly mug. Neither human nor ghost, and you still have the nerve to sell your ass. In the Ghoul Stars, oh, don't let me see you, otherwise, I will definitely punch you in the face. As soon as Lu Meng finished his lines, Kobe, standing beside him, immediately pointed at the screen excitedly and said, I'm telling you, Ashclaw warband commanders, don't let us meet you in the Ghoul Stars, or else you're definitely in for a bad time. After Kobe finished speaking, Lu Meng pretentiously pulled out a fungal cigar from behind him. Kobe, who had just finished his lines, immediately stepped forward to light Lu Meng's cigar. Then, Lu Meng took a deep puff, held the cigar in his hand, and declared arrogantly, Ashclaw warband commanders, we've already arrived at the Broken Star Abyss system. Oh, I presume you've already seen the rockets we've launched for you. Today, we're laying it out, either you come over and kill us, or we'll smash you with meteorites. Come on, Akun, go, give them a show. Yes, my Führer. The Grot Akun, who had been standing still, immediately stepped forward after hearing his boss's command, and then performed a backflip in front of the camera. Damn it, go, ignore. Broken Star Abyss system, waiting for you, oh. Finally, after Lu Meng finished speaking, the monitor in the Atagadis Planetary Command Center's conference room returned to a black screen. Also blacked out were the company commanders of the Ashclaw warband in the conference room. Damn it. A hot-tempered company commander slammed his fist onto the metal conference table in front of him. As a result, the entire conference table was dented. Those damned greenskins, how dare they humiliate us like this, warband commanders, we must immediately retaliate. Warband commanders, let my company go. I guarantee I'll bring you back the head of this orc. Another company commander also requested to fight. My suggestion is for our entire warband to deploy, go all out, and completely annihilate these greenskins in Shattered Star Abyss. For a time, emotions ran high, some advocated assassination, while others advocated a full-scale assault. In short, they had to kill this bunch of greenskins. After all, their Ashclaw had never suffered such humiliation in all these years. However, Nerat Kyrene remained unusually calm. In Nerat Kyrene's view, if a person suddenly acted out of character, he must have some purpose or secret. A group of greenskins suddenly not charging forward recklessly, but instead standing far away and cursing you no matter how you looked at it, it was highly suspicious. Nerat Kyrene waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to quiet down. After all, the company commanders, their faces full of anger, had sat down. Nerat Kyrene tapped the conference table with his finger and slowly began, "Have we scouted the approximate number of the Greenskin fleet? We apologize, Commander Kyrene, but there are a large number of Greenskin small aircraft patrolling the perimeter, so we did not approach rashly. However, our reconnaissance squad on the outskirts of the Shattered Star Abyss discovered that the Greenskins are transforming nearby planetary fragments and meteorites into warships. This is the intelligence transmitted back by the reconnaissance squad." Saying that, the intelligence officer standing by the conference table projected a video onto the 3D conference table. Inside the video, meteorites were hollowed out by the Greenskins, then fitted with a large number of rocket thrusters and various chaotic artillery arrays. Perhaps due to the distance, the picture on the video appeared somewhat blurry. First, have the brothers of the Ashclaw's third company thoroughly search the entire perimeter of the Shattered Star Abyss. For the 1st, 4th, 5th, and 6th companies, have the brothers who are still on leave stop their leave, and also be responsible for mobilizing supplies and slave soldiers for battle. Yes, Commander Kyrene. Hearing their commander's order, several company commanders quickly stood up and left. The 2nd company is responsible for bringing slave soldiers, burying nuclear bombs, and using all means to prevent those meteorites from entering Atagadis. Yes, Commander. At the same time, located in the Shattered Star Abyss, was the Ashclaw's 3rd company. A 10-person squad, consisting of 3 scouts, 2 heavy weapon specialists, 2 close combat experts, 1 medic, 1 communications specialist, and 1 officer. They boarded a Stormbird gunship carried by the frigate and proceeded with progressive reconnaissance towards the area where the Greenskins were located. In addition, 3 frigates simultaneously changed direction and began to explore around the Greenskins space base. Soon, these battle-hardened Ashclaw Astartes discovered an anomaly. That was, on the outskirts of the Greenskins, there was a large asteroid belt surrounding them. And under the progressive observation of the Stormbird gunship, it was discovered that the interiors of the asteroids within this asteroid belt had been fitted with a large number of explosives by the Greenskins. If the Ashclaw had rushed in rashly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, this news was also sent back to Atagadis, making the Ashclaw realize the cunning of the Greenskins. These damned Greenskins! Originally, Cesar, the company commander of the Ashclaw's 1st company, who was still preparing for battle, angrily punched a nearby supply box upon hearing this news. According to the Ashclaw's information database's analysis of the Greenskins, these Greenskins, upon discovering that the Inferno Star system was attacked, would only have 2 choices. Reinforce the Inferno Star system, or attack Atagadis. Even according to the Ashclaw's analysis, after obtaining the coordinates of Atagadis, there was a 95% probability that these Greenskins would charge straight in. For this, they had installed a large number of floating gun emplacements on the asteroid belts throughout the Atagadis star system. But now, the Greenskins' audacious move instantly turned the Ashclaw's defensive stance into an offensive one, rendering their previous preparations and advantages null and void. Not only that, ever since the Greenskins declared war on the Ashclaw, almost the entire Ghoul Stars received Green Voice broadcasts daily. And because Lu Meng had previously released the Galaxy Language Encyclopedia, now various alien races throughout the Ghoul Stars could receive the Green Voice in various languages. Even niche languages like the Adeptus Mechanicus's binary, 1101100, were included. At the same time, within the Tok'ran star system, the ancient space shipyard was operating non-stop, 24 hours a day. Large numbers of futuristic space warships and components were being manufactured from gigantic 3D printing factories. The elderly Tok'ran chairman Wolf and several Tok'ran council members gathered together again. Oh my goodness, these past 10 years have almost been our most frequent gatherings in nearly 1,000 years, haven't they? The alluring Toglan blood elves, female council member Nagasha, pretended to be troubled as she massaged her forehead. Ha ha ha, on the contrary, I actually think the Ghoul Stars has been much livelier and quite interesting lately. Petinum, surely you haven't listened to that nonsensical Green Voice, have you? Nagasha looked at Petinum across from her with a ghostly expression. Haven't you listened, Nagasha? Of course not, but my children are listening again, oh heavens, who knows what these Greenskins are thinking? Hearing Nagasha's complaint, the Toglan Blood Elves chairman, sitting in the main seat, also interjected with a smile. In fact, it is quite interesting, and recently those Greenskins are about to have a showdown with the Ashclaw. But what does that have to do with us? Nagasha looked at her chairman and colleagues with a bewildered expression. Ha ha ha, Nagasha, don't always be so serious, don't you find this very amusing? Moreover, if these Greenskins truly go to war with the Ashclaw, it might not be a bad thing for us. Just as Chairman Wolf was about to say a few more words, a burst of static suddenly came from the conference room, and then a holographic projection unfolded on the conference table. It was the same 3 familiar Greenskins, and the same scene. Ashclaw Commander. You are a dick. Has the galaxy become this abstract now? Looking at the 3 Greenskins on the 3D projector, even Nagasha, who was usually unsmiling, found it difficult to suppress the corners of her mouth. The other male council members and the chairman, however, couldn't hold back at all and started laughing the moment the Greenskins spoke their first sentence. Ahem. Turning off the projector, the Tok'ran chairman lightly coughed twice. According to the intelligence transmitted back by our unmanned shuttles, the Ashclaw are currently mobilizing their forces. Therefore, their war with the Greenskins now seems inevitable. Since everyone previously agreed to the re-expansion bill, then I think we should seize this opportunity. These are the 3 expansion directions Photon has given us, everyone can take a look first. Saying that, Chairman Wolf prepared to hand the 3 plans in his hand to Nagasha, who was on his right. No need, Chairman, I believe Photon must have a backup. I'll just read it with Photon. Just as all Xenos races in the Ghoul Stars were watching the show unfold, several months later, the Ash Claw fleet, having completed its assembly, began its orderly departure. 16 Marauder-class battleships, split into 3 routes, each carrying a portion of cruisers and frigates, left Attagitus and entered the warp. But what no one noticed was that just outside Attagitus, a group of greenskins, clad in power armor and riding various ray-like creatures, quickly pulled out their communication devices after detecting the Ash Claw warship's departure. These space rays, ridden by the greenskins, had no name, nor did they belong to the squid category. Even Lu Meng didn't know where these greenskin boys had captured these space rays. But perhaps due to their nomadic talent, the greenskin boys of the Dujin clan didn't spend too much time taming these space creatures. And riding these space rays could also reduce their risk of exposure, so Lu Meng didn't bother with it. After receiving the intelligence sent back by these scouting little ones, Lu Meng, who had been waiting in the shattered star abyss for over a year, knew his chance had come. Outside the Inferno star system, on the surface of 2 peripheral satellites, which had been burned to scorched earth, groups of greenskin boys, wearing all sorts of bizarre hazmat suits, moved through the satellite's surface and underground. The surface's nuclear radiation, reaching hundreds of millions of Roentgens, would silently kill even greenskin boys if exposed for too long. The massive planetary thrusters, upon receiving orders, spewed out high-temperature flames stretching tens of thousands of meters. The 2 satellites, which had been quietly suspended and rotating, gradually trailed a plume of flame, beginning to break free from the planet's gravitational pull. And after the 2 satellites exited the Inferno star system, they instantly entered warp travel mode. At the same time, outside the broken star abyss system, 3 Ash Claw fleets arrived at their respective pre-designated areas almost simultaneously. And at the same time, they began to compress into the broken star abyss system via short-range warp jumps. In addition, the Astartes of the Ash Claw's 3rd Company, who had been patrolling the periphery of the Dujin clan, simultaneously split into 10 100-man squads. They began to shut down communications and slowly passed through the small asteroid belt on the periphery of the Dujin clan in a silent state. Some simple electromagnetic detonation bombs were also scattered within the small asteroid belt in this silence. These infiltrating Ash Claw were quickly discovered by the greenskin piston fighters patrolling the periphery. Waik! 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 The greenskin boys, piloting their ramshackle piston fighters, pulled the triggers without hesitation. The 2 12-barrel machine guns mounted on the ramshackle piston fighters instantly spewed out a dense hail of bullets. The 35mm kinetic rounds struck the Stormbird gunships, leaving deep craters. In addition, more greenskin fighters from the surrounding area began to gather towards the Astartes location. But at this moment, the electromagnetic detonation bombs, which had been scattered within the small asteroid belt, simultaneously reached 0 hour. Immediately following, a series of explosions detonated throughout the entire small asteroid belt. And the explosives that the greenskins had installed within the small asteroid belt were also detonated at the same time. As a result, a dazzling ring of light instantly exploded in the space surrounding the Dujin clan. Some unlucky greenskin boys, piloting their fighters, were directly crushed into pulp by the meteorites ejected from the small asteroid belt. At the same time, before the explosions within the small asteroid belt had even ended, the 3 Ash Claw fleets simultaneously completed a shallow warp jump, appearing on the periphery of the Dujin clan. Open fire. Saturation strike. Almost all Ash Claw warships, after exiting the warp, quickly adjusted their direction and then spewed out their metal storm towards the still exploding small asteroid belt. A large number of Cobra-class torpedoes were the first to fly out of their torpedo tubes. Immediately after, more than a dozen massive macro cannons on the battleships fired simultaneously, their power causing the surrounding space to vibrate the moment the macro cannons fired. This grand and beautiful design, inherited from the Imperium, undoubtedly possessed terrifying offensive power. Moreover, after these macro cannons finished firing, several more rounds of secondary battery array strikes followed closely. In space combat, there is no such thing as give and take. Almost all races will tacitly, and with the fastest speed and a desire for the enemy's demise, unleash all their offensive capabilities upon the enemy. So after several rounds of secondary battery fire and macro cannon attacks, millions of attack craft and assault craft flew out from the cruisers. Compared to the tens of millions and even hundreds of millions of small fighters fielded by the greenskins and Sesso demons, the Ash Claw's assault craft were indeed pitifully few. But equipment is never just about quantity. The Ash Claw did not possess the talent for mass production of troops like the greenskins and Sesso demons. Therefore, they were destined to pursue a path of elite troops. However, when these warships passed through the small asteroid belt, they discovered, to their horror, that massive meteorites were flying towards them head-on. Although some of these massive meteorites had already been penetrated by the macro cannons on the battleships. Ha ha ha, little ones, the show is starting. Today, either they die, or we live. Waik. Several hours earlier. Originally, the various orc bosses, who had been busy with the greenskin boys, suddenly received orders from their warlord. Thus, with the exception of a few little ones responsible for outer reconnaissance, almost all greenskin boys returned to the ring-shaped asteroid field. And began to cut the chains used to secure these meteorites, following the Tech Tyrant Kid's command. Then, almost at the instant the outer small asteroid belt was detonated, the rocket thrusters on all the hollowed-out meteorites were activated. As a result, these planetary fragments and meteorites, which housed a large number of green-skinned boys internally, directly charged towards the Ashclaw's macro cannons. Although many meteorites, with diameters of only a dozen kilometers, and planetary fragments of over 100 kilometers, were directly broken apart and penetrated by the macro cannons and secondary battery arrays. However, a large number of giant planetary fragments still withstood several rounds of their saturation strikes. And facing the loss of these meteorites, aside from causing the Dujin clan to lose some little ones, it was actually insignificant to the Greenskins. But the Greenskins' close combat was fatal to the Ash Claw. Compared to Astartes legions like the Imperial Fists and Ultramarines, who excel in frontal combat, the Ash Claw, even if they didn't want to admit it, were still the Raven King's offspring. Although their gene seed acquisition methods were now diverse, for the Ash Claw, their greatest strengths remained assassination and small-scale infiltration. On the bridge, alarm lights flashed. Space Marines, clad in grey power armor, boarded assault craft one by one. Those filthy greenskins only use numbers to make up for the gap between us and them. Their warships, like their race, are crude and ridiculous. But we will not underestimate them for that. Warriors of Ash Claw, come with me to crush the enemy. Nerat Kyrene's pre-battle mobilization echoed through the decks and corridors, and was simultaneously transmitted into the power armor of every Ash Claw Space Marine. However, just as these Ash Claws boarded the assault craft, preparing for boarding actions, meteorites, each with a diameter exceeding tens or hundreds of kilometers, broke through the dust cloud from the asteroid belt explosion. Like a stampede of wild bulls, they charged towards the Ash Claw's warships. Ha ha ha, little ones. I will lead the charge. Lu Meng said, then commanded the combat moon to accelerate sharply, crashing directly into the nearest Ash Claw cruiser. At the same time, countless notifications sounded in Lu Meng's ears. Sunk, Ash Claw Warhound class frigate *1. Obtained, Throne Geld *1 million. Obtained, Experience points *10,000. Obtained, Imperium Mars class cruiser *1. Mars class cruiser introduction, a relatively ancient Imperium battlecruiser, its design focuses on balancing firepower and speed. Its armaments include secondary weapon arrays, dorsal weapon batteries, nova cannons, lance generators, etc. In addition, this cruiser will randomly be equipped with 4 squadrons of Fury fighters or Starhawk bombers. Your little ones sunk a Thunderhawk gunship. Clan talent plunder activated. Your little ones have helped you pick up the drops. Lu Meng, still inside the combat moon, commanding it to rampage, suddenly noticed this message. Ah. So that's how it is. So plunder can be used this way too. Doesn't that mean I won't have to painstakingly circle the battlefield alone after battles anymore? That's right, Lu Meng had been troubled by this problem before. After all, as the number of little ones under him grew, the scale of battles he experienced inevitably became larger. As a result, after every battle, Lu Meng had to spend several days circling the battlefield. Even so, many drops would still automatically disappear because they weren't picked up in time. Oh, well, this really frees up my hands now. So sweet. Warship engagements in space, unlike naval warfare during World War II, are never confined to a single plane. Instead, they are 3D warfields. You don't even know if a new attack will come from above or below you. And upon discovering that the Greenskins were charging at them with their junk warships and various meteorites, almost all the Ash Claws still firing chose to descend or ascend to avoid the impact of these meteorites. The Imperium's weapons might not be the best in the entire galaxy, but they were definitely the most cost-effective. Therefore, if the Ash Claws warships wanted to evade, the Greenskins simply couldn't catch up. So, facing Greenskins who clearly outnumbered them by 2 or 3 times, the Ash Claws decisively chose a harassment tactic. They began to attack the Greenskins while fleeing. Nearly 100 Warhound-class frigates, protected by Thunderhawk gunships and bombers, formed into squadrons, constantly circling around the Greenskins' warships. But similarly, the Greenskins' warships were not to be trifled with. Countless small turrets, haphazardly mounted on various parts of the Greenskin battleships, fired non-stop. Although their attack range was shorter, they could effectively intercept torpedoes and other attacks launched by Ash Claw warships. However, even so, after only a few brief skirmishes, the Greenskins, who initially held a numerical advantage, inevitably fell into a disadvantage. The reason was simple: the Greenskins' attacks had difficulty hitting the enemy's capital ships. Also using sublight speed travel, the Ash Claw's weapons had a longer range and faster speed. They were like a pack of wolves, constantly tearing off piece after piece of flesh from the Dujin clan. But soon, a piece of bad news reached Nerat Kyrene, who was still commanding. What did you say? 2 satellites carrying Greenskins appeared simultaneously within the Atagatis star system. Nerat Kyrene, who had been confident, looked at the Imperium assault craft and Greenskin ramshackle piston fighters still engaging on the outer battlefield. Damn it. It's too late to reinforce now. Tell the second company to hold on. We'll resolve this battle as quickly as possible and then return to reinforce. Understood. Warband commanders. Just as the Ash Claws received this message, Lu Meng also successfully received a similar one. Upon hearing that 2 satellites with strong radiation had successfully penetrated Atagatis, Lu Meng, who had been commanding the combat moon, immediately punched the air excitedly. Success. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Atagatis, the captain of the Ash Claw Second Company listened grimly to his subordinate's report. Who would have thought that while the Greenskins were engaging the Ash Claws, other Greenskins would also join the fun? The two satellites were detected by planetary orbital defense personnel almost immediately upon entering the Atagatis star system. Compared to just a few planets and satellites, the entire star system was still a bit too vast. So even the Imperium of Man could not eradicate the pirates and alien forces roaming within the star system. All the Imperium of Man could do was install star rings and planetary shield generators on some important planets. Not to mention the Ash Claws, who were renegades. Aside from the Ash Claw Second Company and slave troops still on the outskirts of the Atagatis star system, busy deploying nuclear bombs and intercepting meteorites, there were now fewer than 800 Ash Claw Astartes on the Ash Claw homeworld, along with some floating gun platforms in planetary orbit and near-orbit defense systems. Almost instantly, upon discovering two satellites suddenly appearing in Atagatis, the destruction engines on the near-orbit defense systems began to operate frantically. These devices, capable of punching through an entire Tyranid hive fleet with a single shot, were absolutely the most powerful weapons of the Ash Claws. They were usually used by the Imperium and the Adeptus Mechanicus's tech priests as simple anti-starship defense weapons. Their immense size meant they could only be installed on fixed defense platforms, and the energy required for each shot was terrifyingly exaggerated. Almost every shot from these weapons, equipped with engines of destruction, caused several miles of the planet to fall into a power grid blackout. Fire. Without hesitation, the Ash Claws, responsible for planetary defense, quickly adjusted their muzzles and aimed at a satellite after discovering that two planets were less than hundreds of thousands of kilometers from their home world. Immediately after, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the defensive laser cannon. In addition, the orbital defense cannons installed on the star ring also fired mercilessly at the two planets. Due to the short time, the greenskins simply did not have time to lay thick defensive steel plates on the two satellites. As a result, the defensive lasers, operated by the engines of destruction, hit the satellite, instantly sending dirt flying. Some greenskin boys who were in the shallow underground of the planet, waiting for the satellites to hit the planet before rushing out to ORK, died silently under this laser strike. But even so, the two planets still crashed in without losing speed. The two satellites, carrying nuclear radiation, collided with the star ring in a close encounter, like deadly avenging projectiles. A cosmic-level explosion feast began at this moment. The first things to collide were the tiny ice particles on the satellite's surface. They instantly vaporized under the powerful impact, forming a dazzling plasma cloud. Then, it began to spread rapidly outwards, followed by large amounts of rock coming into contact with the star ring. A series of brilliant lights erupted, like beautiful flowers blooming in the universe. The satellite, relying on its own mass, acted like a road roller, directly shattering the star ring orbiting Atagatis. Various substances that fell from the star ring and the satellite due to the collision were powerfully ejected in all directions. Immediately after, the two satellites, without losing momentum, crashed into Atagatis. In an instant, the two impact points erupted with light even more dazzling than a star's core, and energy spread outwards in the form of shockwaves. The entire surface and crust of the planet Atagatis shattered like fragile glass in that instant. Cracks spread at thousands of times the speed of sound, mountains collapsed, and abysses appeared. In addition, the still relatively thick atmosphere above Atagatis was compressed to the extreme the moment the satellite and planet collided. As a result, the temperature of the entire planet's surface reached millions of degrees Celsius in a short period. The resulting global catastrophe, like giant storms, lightning, shockwaves, and a tide of destruction, swept over everything. All buildings, forests, and oceans on the planet's surface were instantly reduced to dust. Even those hiding within the hive world, forged from steel, with the exception of a few safe havens capable of resisting planetary destruction, almost everyone living on this planet, whether mortals or space marines, were cooked like the people of Hiroshima, Japan, under the millions of degrees of high temperature. Nerad Kyrene, who was still engaged in battle with the greenskins in the shattered Star Abyss starfield, was instantly enraged to the point of splitting his eyes upon receiving this order. At the same time, at this moment, Nerad Kyrene also felt some regret. Damn it, if I had known these greenskins were so troublesome, I wouldn't have exposed my star system's coordinates. For a moment, Nerad Kyrene even felt that he had been too arrogant in wanting to annihilate all the greenskins. Now, both the Dujin clan and the Ash Claws can be considered to have suffered heavy losses. At the same time, a red alert sounded in the command room. Area D13 is under attack, suspected to be the greenskins' assault submarine. Nerad Kyrene, already fuming, became even more enraged when he heard that greenskins dared to board his flagship, and directly picked up the bolter placed beside him on the conference table. Area D13. Lu Meng, clad in bioarmor, kicked open the green leather submarine's hatch. He raised his hand and smashed the flashing red warning light on the wall. Before Lu Meng could even take 2 more steps with his champion boys, a bolter round accurately struck Lu Meng's head. With a bang, the flash from the bolter's explosion made Lu Meng squint slightly. Holy crap! They actually want to drill a hole in my head. Do they think I'm the American president? Alright, if that's the case, then no one should blame anyone. I'll also treat you to a dish that Americans often eat but don't like to eat. Eat lead, you bastards! However, just as Lu Meng pulled out a 6-barreled heavy gun from his spatial storage, preparing to fire, the area of his head's bioarmor that had been hit by the bolter began to rapidly evolve. Hey! At this moment, Lu Meng, who was almost one with his bioarmor, instantly felt this change. First, the somewhat damaged area hit by the bolter grew out prism-like protruding bone plates. Immediately after, the entire bioarmor began to grow these small, prism-shaped bone plates. At the same time, the transparent bio-crystal that originally protected Lu Mang's eyes immediately adjusted into sunglass mode after being flashed by the bolter's muzzle flash. Immediately after, with a thought in Lu Mang's mind, the bio-armor instantly changed to infrared mode. Holy crap! I didn't expect this thing to be so abnormal, hey. And in the instant Lu Mang was distracted, in the narrow passage, the champion boys behind Lu Mang had already engaged the ash claws. The champion boys, with their Warhammer energy shields deployed, stood in front of Lu Mang, grinning as they raised their six-barreled rotary heavy guns, welded to their power claws, and madly strafed down the corridor. The powerful large-caliber bullets struck the end of the corridor, sending up dense sparks. And just as the champion boys emptied the magazines from their backpacks, an Astartes squad hiding around the corner of the corridor instantly charged out while the champion boys were reloading. In the narrow passage, dazzling sparks exploded once again. The ash claws steadily advanced while firing. Every time their bolters fired, they accurately hit the same spot as the previous bullet. Even with the protection of the Warhammer energy shield, some champion boys who were still reloading stumbled. But the champion boys were fearless. Some champion boys, who preferred close combat, directly gave up reloading and charged towards the ash claws one after another. Warhammer, a champion boy, running at the very front, relying on their numerical superiority, sprayed a burst of flame from his backpack. Then the entire greenskin charged into the ash claws formation. The buzzing chainsword clashed with the power axe, which sparked with electromagnetic energy. The ash claw warrior who had stepped forward to block was instantly forced back 2 steps by the terrifying brute strength of the champion boy. Ha ha ha, Waa. However, just as this single-minded champion boy was about to let out a roar to show off, the 2 ash claw melee specialists on either side of him struck the champion boy's shoulders with power hammers. And then another melee specialist plunged his power sword into the champion boy's side, the blade emerging from his shoulder. Immediately after, with a forceful pull, the champion boy, along with his power armor and body, was split open by the power sword. After completing this, the melee specialist first twirled his sword, shaking off the blood, and then charged towards the champion boys. Watching his little ones fight back and forth with these ashes claws, Lu Mang had no intention of intervening. Or rather, Lu Mang was intentionally cultivating these champion boys. In the future, they would not only be his personal guard but also the backbone of his clan. As for the little ones who died in this process, that could only mean they were not suitable. At the same time, outside the battleship, ever since their boss boarded this warship, this Ash Claw command ship had received special attention from the Greenskins. Although the Greenskins' warships were inferior to the Ash's Claws in both speed and artillery range, the Tech Tyrant kids quickly came up with a solution. Some Tech Tyrant kids on the Plankton-class frigates directly dismantled the macro cannons from their warships, and with the help of a group of Greenskin boys and grots, quickly converted them into brand new rocket thrusters. In addition, some warships temporarily installed huge greenskin grappling hooks on their bows, and then several ships combined their efforts to pursue an Ash Claw warship. Whenever these greenskin warships approached the Ash's Claws within a certain distance, they would launch their grappling hooks from their bows, firmly hooking onto the hull of the Ash's Claws warship. Then, these greenskin frigates would tighten their winches like whaling ships, and at the same time, some impatient greenskin boys would rush out of the warships, using scrap metal and iron sheets to build temporary boarding passages, and then launch boarding actions against these captured Ash Claw warships. At that moment, the greenskins truly pulled out all the stops, each displaying their unique abilities. Some of the Ash's Claw slave soldiers even discovered in horror that a greenskin cruiser, which they had previously destroyed and even blown in half by a Cobra torpedo, was actually reactivated by the greenskins while they were maneuvering and engaging other greenskin warships. Then, this cruiser, split in half, continued to rush towards the nearest Ash Claw warship. This was simply too outrageous. What kind of split-up operation was this? While things were chaotic outside, Lu Mang was currently looking at the mini-map, making his way towards the battleship's power core. After the lesson of the previous warship self-destruct, Lu Mang was fully prepared this time. However, just as Lu Mang turned a corner, he noticed something unusual on the mini-map. A cunning stalker was quietly approaching Lu Mang from behind. At the same time, behind Lu Mang, Nerad Kyrene, who had originally gone alone to Sector D13 to vent his anger. Seeing the strange armor Lu Mang was wearing, which had appeared on the green voice, felt his anger surge again. Nerad Kyrene, who had used stealth to quietly approach Lu Mang from behind, his power fist glowing with a faint blue light, was about to punch Lu Mang's heart out. Before he could even swing his fist, Lu Mang delivered a swift back kick, his 120-yard large foot accurately striking Nerad Kyrene's face. Instantly, this Raven Guard traitor, the Ash's Claw's biggest slave owner, was sent flying over 10 meters by Lu Mang's kick. At the same time, before Nerad Kyrene could even get up from the ground, he heard Lu Mang's familiar high Gothic. "Oh, what's going on? Could it be that I stepped in dog shit just now?" After all, he was a former Raven Guard, so Nerad Kyrene's best response to Lu Mang's verbal insult was to draw his power sword and charge at Lu Mang without another word. Ash's Claws Warband Commanders, Nerad Kyrene. Level, 44. Age, 1703 years old. Strength, 120 plus 100. Speed, 160 plus 130. Constitution, 140 plus 170 HP, 3100/3200. Defense, 90 plus 120. Skills. Equipment, Mark IV Power Armor Legendary, Power Sword, Power Fist Rare, Bolter, Melta Gun. Holy crap, a 1703-year-old big squishy. Ever since Lu Meng acquired his innate passive ability, Soul Forge, his health bar was so thick that Lu Meng felt that even if he took a rocket hit now, it would only be a minor injury. Of course, in this world, there were still many things that could instantly kill Lu Meng, such as the macro cannon on a battleship. Lu Meng felt that if he took a shot from that, there might not even be any dregs left. Not to mention those planet-destroying weapons. But this did not prevent Lu Meng from taunting his current opponent. Nerat Kyrene took a few steps forward, his power sword sparking with electricity, and bent down to hack at Lu Meng's lower leg. There was no other way. Lu Meng was already over 4 meters tall, so even if Nerat Kyrene wanted to decapitate Lu Meng, he couldn't reach him. However, facing Nerat Kyrene's slash, Lu Meng quickly retreated. Hey, are we that close? You just run over and try to cuddle with me the moment we meet, trying to be gay in public, hey. As soon as those words came out, even the most calm and rational person like Nerat Kyrene completely lost it. Especially when he remembered the words this greenskin had used to slander him on that so-called green voice earlier. Ah. Greenskin, I'm going to kill you. Oh, don't be so agitated. I know it's not honorable that you were caught selling your butt. But you can't keep clinging to me like this. As everyone knows, we greenskins reproduce by spores. No matter how much you cling to me, I don't have any needs in that area. Facing this Ashclaw warband commanders, who had clearly lost some of his sanity, Lu Meng relied on the attribute suppression provided by his epic-grade biological war armor, dodging while spewing trash talk. In fact, after several charges were skillfully dodged by Lu Meng, Nerat Kyrene's mind instantly calmed down. In the dim corridor, under the flickering emergency light, Nerat Kyrene, seizing the moment Lu Meng retreated, pulled out the meltagun from behind his waist and pulled the trigger. Its internal core's miniature energy core, through a complex energy conversion circuit, converted the most primitive cosmic energy into a specific plasma-like energy. Subsequently, these energy bodies, passing through the argon gas in the miniature ionization chamber within the gun barrel, stripped the gas atoms and electrons from the plasma. This formed a plasma containing only free electrons and ions. The plasma generated this way had an extremely high temperature and could easily melt through ceramite armor. At the same time, these disordered plasma bodies would finally be emitted after gaining constrained strength from a particle acceleration device and an electromagnetic field. This attack was simply too fast. Even though Lu Meng tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by the melta. As a result, the bio-armor on Lu Meng's chest instantly vaporized under the high temperature, leaving a large scorched mark on his chest. Holy crap, you motherfucker, playing dirty and ambushing me. You little piece of trash, you have no strength. Looking at his scorched and bloody chest, Lu Meng stopped running, cursing. At the same time, a chainsaw greatsword appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards Nerat Kyrene's head. To be honest, Nerat Kyrene knew that one melta shot would certainly not take the life of the Yaagwas in front of him. But only a slight burn on the chest was something Nerat Kyrene had not expected. This was a melta that could burn through Astartes armor, after all. The chainsaw greatsword, carrying a strong wind, came at Nerat Kyrene. Nerat Kyrene quickly dodged to the side. The chainsaw greatsword struck the deck, sending up a shower of sparks and leaving a deep gash. Before Lu Meng could pull out the chainsaw greatsword from his hand, Nerat Kyrene, seizing the opportunity, keenly charged forward, his power sword slashing at Lu Meng's forearm. It must be said that as a veteran who had lived for over 1,000 years, Nerat Kyrene's combat experience was extremely rich. The two sides exchanged dozens of rounds until Nerat Kyrene's power sword once again slashed at Lu Meng's forearm, only to be blocked by an invisible Yaag energy shield. At the same time, Lu Meng exerted force with one arm, directly throwing Nerat Kyrene away. Psychers. Nerat Kyrene, thrown against the wall, got up and looked at Lu Meng, who was still standing proudly in place, feeling the pressure. It should be known that among the Astartes, there exists the profession of librarian. They are all excellent psychers. On the battlefield, these Astartes brothers can not only unleash psychic shock to disrupt the enemy's thoughts but also use psychic powers to assist in combat, predict enemy movements, guide their comrades, and prevent corruption from the warp. Come. Let's fight to our heart's content. Yaag. Lu Meng roared, charging at Nerat Kyrene again like a mad bull. Nerat Kyrene dared not be careless. He quickly drew the bolt gun from his waist and aimed at Lu Meng's head, opening fire. A clip of ammunition was expended in the blink of an eye. But when these bolter rounds were less than half a meter from Lu Meng, they were blocked by the Yaag energy shield. Even if a few bolter rounds penetrated the shield due to repeated attacks on a single point, they struck Lu Meng's body, but the protruding rhomboid bone layers on his bio-armor deflected their original trajectory, greatly reducing their power. Helpless, Nerat Kyrene could only grip his power sword and advance, engaging Lu Meng in close quarters combat. Bending down to dodge the chainsaw greatsword slashing at him, Nerat Kyrene instinctively thrust his power sword towards Lu Meng's heart. But in response, Lu Meng, encased in his bio-armor, revealed a cunning smile on his face. Lu Meng, who had been fighting with wide, sweeping movements, suddenly leaned back, falling to the ground, while simultaneously wrapping his legs around one of Nerat Kyrene's legs. Immediately after, just as Nerat Kyrene's other foot was stepping towards his chest, Lu Meng exerted force with both feet, directly tripping Nerat Kyrene. Then, amidst Nerat Kyrene's struggles, Lu Meng directly applied a 7-day lock of golden affection, firmly locking Nerat Kyrene's body. At the same time, as Nerat Kyrene struggled violently, Lu Meng's body also began to exert force. Ah! Damn Yaik was. Nerat Kyrene, locked in place, desperately tried to stab his power claw into Lu Meng's thigh. But under the protection of Yaik energy, everything Nerat Kyrene did seemed so powerless. Finally, with a crisp crack, Nerat Kyrene's entire spine was broken by Lu Meng. Yet, even so, Nerat Kyrene still did not give up resisting. Sharp teeth gnawed on Lu Meng's bioarmor, and the modified glands in his mouth spewed out large amounts of strong acid. However, these saliva, which could originally easily corrode metal, had no effect whatsoever against the bioarmor. Nerat Kyrene looked at the Yaik was standing before him with some despair. Too strong. This was Nerat Kyrene's subsequent thought, because the next moment, his head was cut off by Lu Meng. Killed, Ash Claw Chapter Master, Nerat Kyrene level 44. Gained, 4,500,000 throne gelt. Gained, 6,500,000 experience points. Gained, stealth skill. Do you want to learn the skill stealth now? Learn. Instantly, a large amount of knowledge about stealth poured into Lu Meng's mind. Along with the kill notification, Lu Meng's level also increased by 2. Yaik was, Lu Meng. Level, 40, 5,000/4 million. Age, 14 years and 9 months. Strength, 66 plus 240. Speed, 65 plus 240. Constitution, 424 plus 400 health, 30,678/31013. Defense, 406 plus 200. Assignable points, 30. Yaik energy, 4,800/7,500. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji boxing, military boxing, shooting, driving, cooking, stealth. Passives, steel body, high-speed regeneration, iron lung, soul forge, nomad. Knowledge, I think I'm a mechanic, Sesso demon biology, mushroom farm cultivation, squig rearing, bio-solar sail, Yaik was C-section, Red Empire planetary colonization for dummies expansion pack. Equipment, smart boy bio-armor epic, specialized mega pistol rare, chainsaw great sword rare, hydraulic power claw rare. Everyone, retreat. Just as Lu Meng hung Nerat Kyrene's head on his waist, a communication from the Ashes Claw's warband commanders resounded throughout the battlefield. Although both sides had powerful warships and massive cannons, the fact was that in the face of a large war base, even with the most brutal weapons, both sides would eventually devolve into a sickening war of attrition, like rolling in a mud pit. Lu Meng walked back towards the battleship's energy room. At the same time, inside the warship, a large number of greenskins also poured in through boarding and other methods. Looking from a distance, in the space at this moment, apart from the warships that had collided and turned into scrap metal, there were also many floating green and grey specks, which were all bodies thrown out of the warships. Besides that, what everyone overlooked was that this was the Ghoul Stars, which belonged to the dark side of the Great Rift. Here, the barrier between the real world and the warp was actually very thin. Therefore, whatever happened here would not be surprising. Even more so because, within this star system, hundreds of millions of greenskins and Ashes Claw slaves died simultaneously. Various emotions of fear, despair, and anger intertwined in this space, making the already thin barrier even more blurred. After the Ashes Claws received the retreat order from their warband commanders, many Warhound-class frigates piloted by slave soldiers, as if realizing something, directly abandoned continued entanglement with the greenskins and used their speed advantage to quickly flee the battlefield. There was also a portion of Ashes Claw's warships that began to converge towards the nearest battleships and cruisers. Only a few warships began to frantically rush towards Nerat Kyrene's flagship. The Ashes Claw's Astartes responsible for communications fell silent after failing to establish contact with Nerat Kyrene. What do we do now, Captain? The communications officer of the first company, who was on the same battleship as Nerat Kyrene, looked at his captain. Notify, retreat. After weighing the pros and cons, Captain Xiang of the Ashes Claw's first company issued the retreat order. But soon, this order was rejected by the other captains. Listening to the curses from the other Ashes Claw's captains coming from inside his power armor helmet, Xiang seemed a little helpless. Although the Ashes Claw still had the strength to fight, it was impossible to annihilate all the greenskins. In addition, the death of their warband commanders was undoubtedly the most severe blow to the entire Ashes Claws. It could be said that the Ashes Claws were united because their warband commanders held them together. Now that the warband commanders had died, unless everyone else was beaten down, no one would care about Xiang's words. This state of the Ashes Claws was so similar to the way the original bodies interacted back then. It could be said that during the Great Crusade, almost every original body believed he could defeat nearly 80% of his brothers. But what everyone failed to notice was that on the battlefield, where they were all oblivious, some of the sunken warships gradually began to accumulate layers of rust. The corpses scattered in space also began to swell and rot in a bizarre manner. Yaik! 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 The greenskins roared, continuing their revelry, while some Ashes Claws warriors and slave soldiers, with bloodshot eyes, also began to engage in a desperate struggle with the greenskins. On the battlefield, within warship after warship, the number of fallen bodies began to increase. At the same time, large amounts of moss-like rust also began to spread on these warships, and the barrier between the warp and the real universe was gradually squeezed in this process. It was unclear when it started, but suddenly, some fist-sized mosquitoes and flies appeared on the battlefield. Their dark green bodies were ugly and disgusting. Even in space, they could still fly freely. When Lu Meng shut down the battleship's power core and walked out of the power room, what greeted his eyes was a patch of dark green moss. Swarms of flies crowded the deck, buzzing. Yellowish-brown viscous liquid seeped from the metal walls on both sides, looking like some kind of ruptured tumor. Tiny glowing green particles of insects flew and crawled on the yellowish-brown viscous liquid. Rust was gnawing at every corner of this battleship, and the dark green moss wriggled constantly like living flesh. Where they crawled, the corridor deck beneath Lu Meng's feet turned into blackish-brown soil particles. Lu Meng fell silent. Nurgle. There was no way around it, the plague garden of the benevolent father was simply too recognizable. That's not right. I haven't entered the warp yet, could it be that a great daemon passed by? I wonder if it's still possible to escape with the little ones now. Lu Meng tried to contact Combat Moon using the communication device in his bio-armor. But unfortunately, the surrounding warp currents had completely cut off all communication equipment. It was well known that if a warship entered the warp without any protection, there were probably only two outcomes, either everyone was fine, or the crew mutated, and the ship grew mouths. Clearly, what Lu Meng was experiencing now was the latter. Damn it, we were fighting the Ash's Claws, why did Nurgle come to interfere? Could it be that the Broken Star Abyss system is very close to Nurgle's territory in the warp? Thinking to himself, Lu Meng enveloped himself in a layer of Yaaoic energy shield and began to walk out. And at the same time, he prayed in his heart, Brother Pan, Brother Hong, Kong Ji, Meng Ji, Sister Wa, Brother Xi, Grand Pure Lord, Primeval Lord of Heaven, Leader of the Heavenly Sect, Great Immortal Genuine, Patriarch Bodhi, Zunti, and Jian, Empress Hutu, Jade Emperor, 10 Kings of Hell, 100,000 Heavenly Soldiers, protect my dog life. However, just as Lu Meng muttered and advanced, a small green cartoon figure with horns suddenly appeared behind Lu Meng on his minimap. Holy crap! The moment this little figure appeared, a blazing sea flame slag thrower suddenly appeared in Lu Meng's hand, and he turned around and pulled the trigger. Surging flames instantly sprayed onto the corridor behind him, burning large patches of moss into charcoal, while the mosquitoes and flies crawling on the ground also burst open one by one under the scorching flames. A foul smell, mixed with decaying flesh and sulfur, wafted over, making Lu Meng almost vomit. Nurglings, less than half a meter tall, about the same size as a grot, tumbled continuously in the fire, being scorched. But in just a moment, it was burned to ashes. Lu Meng watched the Nurgle demon that had been completely burned to ash by the flames, then tried to step forward and stomp on it with his foot. After confirming that it was indeed reduced to ash, Lu Meng felt much more at ease. To be honest, Lu Meng believed he wasn't afraid of Kern, Xiang, or Slaanesh. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a sudden whim to fix the hooves of a Slaanesh demon while traveling in the warp back then. But Nurgle was different, that thing was simply too disgusting. This disgust was a comprehensive one, from psychological to physiological. Even in his previous life, when Lu Meng was a soldier on training exercises, he dared to catch and eat snakes, toads, centipedes, and scorpions in the wild. But upon seeing some long, worm-like insects, such as bean worms, squirming on the ground, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. These things truly caused little harm, but they were purely disgusting to look at. Motherfucker. All of you, die. And for these disgusting Nurgle creatures, Lu Meng adopted the same approach as in his previous life. All fear stems from insufficient firepower, so as Lu Meng walked, his flame slag thrower never stopped. He literally burned out a clean area. At the same time, on the battlefield outside the warship, Nurgle's power had permeated the entire battlefield. On the warship, some corpses that had already died slowly began to rise again. Simultaneously, large numbers of pustules began to grow from the wounds on these corpses, exuding foul-smelling mucus. Some of the Ashclaw slave soldiers' minds were also contaminated to varying degrees. Gradually, they discovered that the injuries that would have been fatal to them previously now seemed so insignificant. Some ignorant individuals even began to kneel and kowtow. Inguinal, lymphadenitis, ha ha ha, phlegm, blood internal organs, ha ha ha, dysentery pustules. All things decay, all beings are immortal, praise the benevolent Father. Gradually, more and more kowtowers appeared, and the barrier between the warp and the real world was nearly collapsing. But just as these slave soldiers, who had gradually lost themselves and fallen into corruption, began to use their bodies and various rotten flesh and internal organs on the ground to build altars and engrave magic circles. Some confused green-skinned boys, who didn't understand what was happening, suddenly realized that their Dadaka and long-barreled guns couldn't kill the shrimp on the opposite side anymore. After only 0.01 seconds of thought, these green-skinned boys threw their big guns aside and charged forward with their chainsaw greatswords. The roaring chainsaw greatswords, striking these corrupted slave soldiers, instantly splattered large amounts of yellowish-brown mucus and black-red foul-smelling blood. At the same time, these corrupted individuals were also chopped into mincemeat by the green-skinned boys' frenzied hacking and slashing. However, very quickly, these excited green-skinned boys began to feel weak. Even their bodies started to grow a large number of pustules and moss. This scene indeed caused a brief commotion among the green-skinned boys. Suddenly, a pyromaniac little ones pondered for a moment, then had a flash of inspiration. He directly aimed his heaven-burning sea-boiling flame slag thrower at these pustule-ridden little ones and pulled the trigger. The high-temperature flames instantly enveloped more than a dozen little ones, burning them into charcoal. Seeing this, the pustule-ridden little ones instinctively wanted to resist. But among them, an orc big mech, also covered in pustules, roared, "Yaaoic." Then, he turned and continued to charge into the warship. Seeing this, the other pustule-ridden little ones also roared excitedly and charged out. Behind them, some little ones carrying flamethrowers began to incinerate the deck. Some ash claw warships that had escaped earlier, watching this scene on the battlefield, all felt their scalps tingle, not to mention the greenskins who were still at the center of the battlefield. When Lu Meng returned to the combat moon with the few surviving champion boys, the space outside had become very distorted and bizarre. Various things resembling a mixture of flesh and plants were growing in this space. They passed through warships and corpses, spreading plague-carrying mosquitoes and flies that, in dense swarms, covered the entire battlefield. Some bloated, ugly-looking creatures began to constantly emerge from the fleshy vines. Lu Meng silently watched the swarms of flies, raising his hand to order all the little ones on the combat moon to enter alert status. At the same time, the YAAOIC energy shield was set to overload mode, ready to warp into the warp and flee at any moment. In addition, inside the combat moon, tens of thousands of green-skin boys, under the command of their boss, led by ORK big mechs. All uniformly equipped with heaven-burning sea-boiling flame slag throwers, they began to board green leather submarines and sail towards the surrounding green-skin warships that looked like they could still be salvaged. After losing communication, even the greenskins felt the inconvenience. Suddenly, the command room door opened, and Kobe, who had previously split up with him, walked in with bloodstains all over him. In addition, several champion boy squads that had gone to board the ash claw warships also returned one after another. "Boss, the priest said he wants to see you." Seeing Lu Meng's unfriendly gaze, Kobe instinctively took a step back and hid behind the priest. "Leader." The priest first respectfully gave a salute, then continued, "Leader, I received a message from other psychic little ones. They said their warships were entangled." Hearing the priest's words, Lu Meng was first stunned, then asked in surprise, "You can contact the psychic little ones on other ships?" Reporting, "Leader, not if they're too far, but close ones are fine." Lu Meng nodded noncommittally, "Then why can't I contact the YAAOIC energy kids?" Hearing Lu Meng's question, the priest also looked bewildered, "Boss, I don't know either." Since he couldn't figure it out, Lu Meng simply gave up thinking. "Then you tell the other YAAOIC energy kids to have all active warships gather around the combat moon. Also, some meteorite ships that are no longer operational can be abandoned directly. And one more thing, Dad suggests they use fire to deal with those pus-oozing maggot monsters. And one more thing, tell the little ones who need support to speak up quickly, otherwise, if we finish gathering, we won't wait for them." Greenskins, as a created tool of war, have an untraceable true history. Some imperial scholars believe their creators were the old ones who participated in the Heavenfall War. However, in the oral traditions of the Greenskins, they believe they were created by a race called the Wise Little Ones. Of course, the Wise Little Ones in the Greenskins lore might be the legendary Old Ones, but the Greenskins don't care. As a non-naturally occurring race, they are fundamentally different from naturally born sentient races like humans, Eldar, and Teo. As is well known, in the Warhammer world, aside from the Necron who have completely transformed into mechanical life forms, the souls of other races, whether human, Eldar, or other Xenos, all have projections in the warp. If, in the warp, the soul projections of ordinary people are like lit candles, then psychers are like torches and incandescent lamps. This is because human emotions are extremely rich, capable of satisfying almost any of the four gods. For example, if a human suddenly starts worshipping Father Nurgle, then Nurgle might generously give that follower a plague family bucket in minutes. But greenskins are different. The projections of greenskin souls in the warp naturally belong to Gork and Mork. If there is one race in the current galaxy that the greenskins resemble most, it is undoubtedly the Tyranids. The Imperium once conducted an experiment on this, using a Geller field to cover a swarm. The result was that the Tyranid that could not receive the hive minds will quickly fell into chaos. At the same time, if a greenskin boy is isolated and unable to communicate with other greenskins or form a YAAOIC energy field, this greenskin boy will slowly become depressed and die. In fact, a very small number of greenskins have also been corrupted by the warp's chaos gods. After all, some greenskins even worship the Emperor, so it's not surprising for them to believe in other things. If, at this time, a certain chaos god is bored, in fact, greenskins can also be corrupted. But the problem is, as everyone knows, the greenskins' YAAOIC energy field is like Gork and Mork's local area network. A corrupted greenskin boy is as conspicuous among the greenskins as a Tyranid gene stealer streaking naked through a human hive world. If he isn't ostracized and directly beaten to death, he's truly lucky to be alive. Moreover, these corrupted little ones will also be unable to connect to Gork and Mork's local area network, so they will quickly die. Thus, the Chaos Gods gradually lost interest in greenskins, these simple-minded, simple-emotioned creatures. After the priest conveyed Lu Meng's order, some greenskin warships closer to the combat moon began to approach the combat moon. At the same time, on these warships, a large number of little ones carrying flamethrowers began to thoroughly disinfect their warships. Nurgle's plagues are diverse, and their essence is never confined to flesh and blood. At least, on the current battlefield, there are two types of Nurgle's plagues, Rust Plague and Moss Plague. As the names suggest, they corrupt steel and plants, respectively. The genetic sequence of greenskins is composed of a fungal sequence gene and an animal sequence. Looking at the warships in space, already enveloped by Rust Plague, and the moss-covered corpses floating in the air, Lu Meng frowned. "We can't wait any longer. Tell the little ones to fire randomly in all directions for me. We're accelerating and charging out." "Yes, leader sir." Under the protection of the YAAOIC energy field, the combat moon began to accelerate. A fleet of greenskin warships, still afflicted with rust plague, followed closely behind. Inside these warships, busy Pain Boy began to operate on the greenskin boys whose bodies were covered in pustules. Large numbers of cysts and lesions were directly cut off by these crude Pain Boy. Intravenous drips flowing with strange concoctions were inserted into these greenskin boys. Next to these operating tables, there was also a red-hot iron basin containing a dozen branding irons marked with the iron cross symbol of the Duchin clan. The sizzling sound of branding irons on flesh was incessant. The greenskin boys, tied to the operating tables with chains, were in agonizing pain. Ah, wonderful work. On the combat moon, Xiang, responsible for treating the wounded, had just finished an operation. Two greenskin boys wearing respirators then carried a still struggling greenskin boy and tied him to the operating table. Ha ha ha, oh. Look at this leg, it's actually grown a yellow cyst. Quick, bring the saw. It must be amputated. Through the combined efforts of the YAAOC Energy Kid, Pain Boy and Tech Tyrant kids, a large number of little ones afflicted with moss plague were saved. In this process, some lightly wounded little ones were amputated and stuffed into kilogons. Some seriously wounded little ones were also amputated and stuffed into kilogons. Meanwhile, in space, large swarms of flies began to impact the YAAOC energy field on the combat moon. At the same time, the ash claw warships enveloped in rust plague also began to change direction. Holy crap! Seeing this, Lu Mang's shouting voice rose by 8 octaves. Fire! Fire! Damn it, do they really think we greenskins have no temper? Order the little ones on the other warships to follow behind me, we're going to ram our way out, YAAOC. The swarming flies and the things that crawled out of the warships, with mouths on their armored bellies and eyes on their hands and limbs, began to drive the warships to ram into the other greenskin warships behind the combat moon. Eerie brown mist rolled and surged around these warships. Nauseating putrid smells and bloated chunks of flesh writhed on the warships. The greenskins warships opened fire first, various caliber guns spitting flames, and shells once again rained down on the surrounding corrupted warships. At the same time, some corrupted ash claw warships also retaliated. From the muzzles of the warships covered in rust plague, large patches of green viscous gas erupted, like surging waves, rushing towards the greenskin warships. Some greenskin warships with damaged YAAOC energy shields, upon contact with these toxins, saw the metal on their warships rapidly corrode. But facing these attacks, the combat moon remained steadfast, fearlessly ramming into the nearest corrupted ash claw battleship. However, after Lu Mang and his little ones charged out of the battlefield, they found that they were not pursued by Nurgle's fleet. Although he didn't know why Nurgle's fleet didn't pursue him, Lu Mang didn't think much of it and immediately led his little ones in a direction close to Atagadis, entering warp travel. When the Duchin clan fleet emerged from the warp once more, it was already on the outskirts of the Atagadis star system. Atagadis, which had been struck by 2 satellites, showed enormous fissures on its planetary surface, like broken pottery. And from those cracks, spewing magma flowed like blood. This slave world, once home to 5 billion people, was destroyed in the Greenskins' revenge. At the same time, in the middle section of the Atagadis star system, a large number of ash claw merchant ships and transport ships were busy transporting various materials on 2 industrial planets. The ash claw fleet that had previously retreated was now docked on the star rings of the 2 industrial planets. Coming and going, busy servitors and slaves were diligently repairing the damage on the warships. And on the outer perimeter of these star rings, there were still some greenskin bombers constantly harassing and attacking. Some pyromaniac little ones even bypassed the star rings defense system, passed through the toxic atmosphere of the Atagadis industrial planet, and dropped Gretchen-guided missiles, each carrying a grot, into the planetary factories. Looking at the enemy close at hand, Lu Mang took a deep breath, YAAOC. However, just as the combat moon began to accelerate and crash into one of the 2 industrial planets, the Ash Claw fleet, which had been resting on the star rings, collectively changed direction and entered the warp with a large number of merchant and transport ships. They ran away. Just as Lu Mang was trying to figure out the situation, the star rings on the 2 industrial planets instantly exploded simultaneously. Immediately after, the 2 industrial planets located behind the star rings were also detonated. For a time, whether it was the slaves still working in the factories or the servitors whose bodies had undergone extensive mechanical modifications, all were engulfed by the flames. Those greenskin warplanes still rampaging in low Earth orbit were no exception. Huge metal fragments and scorching magma clusters were thrown into space at extremely high speeds. Holy crap, they're ruthless. Although the Ash Claws had escaped, Lu Mang actually breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, with the war having reached this point, Lu Mang no longer wanted to fight. If the Ash Claws had truly relied on the star rings of the 2 industrial planets to fight Lu Mang to the death, although they would win, the price the Duchin clan would have to pay would not be small. Who still remembered that their original purpose for the expedition was actually just to go and discipline the Sesso demons. With the war having reached this point, Lu Mang's 10 years of hard work, the Inferno star system he built, was ruined, the soda system of the Sesso demons was also wiped out, and the Ash Claws also ended up living a life away from their homes. If there was anyone who truly enjoyed this battle, it might only be the Greenskin boys under Lu Mang's command. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mang looked at Kobe, who was standing quietly beside him. Kobe, I order you to take the pyromaniac little ones and thoroughly inspect the entire combat moon again. Yes, leader. Leader, what do I need to inspect? Looking at Kobe's dark face, Lu Mang wearily wiped his face, then delivered a heavy punch to Kobe's chin. Plague. Plague. and other warships also need to be inspected. Bring some pain boys with you, too. Okay, boss. Kobe, who had been punched by Lu Meng, got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Then he led a group of champion boys and scurried away. Akun, Yellow Square, Shuke, Crow. U4, Akun is responsible for tallying our equipment losses this time. Yellow Square, Shuke, and Crow, U3 count our casualties this time. Yes, leader. Pangolin, you take the tech tyrant kids and repair the damaged warships. Yes, leader. After all his subordinates had taken their respective positions, Lu Meng sat wearily in his captain's chair and simultaneously opened his system backpack to tally the spoils of war. Currency, teeth *876555148, throne geld *45287130, biomass *1976311010. Weapons, big choppa 66752347, Dadaka 23698147, chainsaw greatsword 32634478, long-barreled big gun 45687141, chainsaw great axe 6589126, six-barreled big gun 73551241, greenskin flamethrower 9750125, greenskin rocket launcher 77514123, tank busta hammer 254101003, power claw 13566547, bolter 46571651, chainsword 1234167112, Mark 4 power armor 65471884. Vehicles, greenskin rattle truck 8976421, greenskin big truck 6471581, greenskin gun truck 3689417, roaring tank 976814, kilgons 987415, dreadnought 1834572, Gao Ge King Kong 451672, Mork King Kong 741571, dreadnought mech 8740, Def Dread 78415410, combat bomber 41402403, venom blade tank 414251, imperial stormbird gunship 998741, land speeder 425716. Warships, greenskin battleship *5, greenskin cruiser *3, imperial Mars class cruiser *77, imperial Cobra class destroyer *7895, imperial Viper class frigate *6587, imperial retribution class battleship *37. Looking at the various and diverse weapons in his backpack, Lu Meng had to admit that he was rolling in wealth. Equipment, can't use it all, simply can't use it all. After a moment of emotion, Lu Meng made a decision. Who, father, you go notify Pangolin and tell him not to repair the warships. I'll just give the little ones new ones directly. Hearing his boss's command, the father, who had been chatting with other psychic little ones using Aoic energy, immediately straightened his back. Yes, leader. Under this command from Lu Meng, the entire Dujin clan began a grand re-equipping. However, replacing equipment wasn't just a simple matter of moving from one warship to another and being done with it. Even for greenskins, moving from one battleship to another requires a period of familiarization with the new environment. Additionally, the tech tyrant kids have to press every single button on the new battleship, otherwise, who would know how these things are used? After all that is done, the tech boy will also install Aoic energy shield generators on these battleships, and optimize those devices that are too complex to operate and are very unfriendly to the greenskins. As for the battleships that are eliminated, they will not be wasted, they will be recycled by the tech tyrant kids who are not yet tech tyrant kids. Some valuable items will be kept as spare parts for the battleships. And those useless sheet metal and steel plates will not be wasted either, they will be given to the little ones of the Gretchen Brotherhood. These metal plates will be remelted into molten iron in the Gretchen Brotherhood's factory, then poured into molds to become sets of armor that can be worn by the greenskin boys. The next day, Lu Meng looked at the report handed to him by the Grot Akun, appearing somewhat helpless. 6.3 billion was not just a string of casualty figures, because Lu Meng had counted the zeros on it several times, and besides that, there were also large amounts of equipment losses. Head of state, initially our casualties were not severe, but those strange things that suddenly appeared caused many battleships far from us to lose contact, so. Watching his boss's increasingly gloomy face, even Akun, who now wields immense power within the Gretchen Brotherhood, felt his scalp tingle and the solace of his feet grow cold. At the same time, he cursed the orc bosses Yellow Square, Crow, and Shuke 100 times in his heart. And he made a firm decision that when he returned, he would severely restrict all equipment for the Gretchen Brotherhood. Putting down the report in his hand, Lu Meng waved his hand. I understand. Hearing his boss's somewhat helpless reply, the Grot Akun ran off without a second thought. 6 months later, in the Atagata star system, a superfleet consisting of a combat moon as the flagship, plus 33 Imperial Mars-class cruisers, 12 Imperial Retribution-class battleships, 1,200 Cobra-class destroyers, and 600 Viper-class frigates, quietly docked outside the Atagata star. Upon seeing a true Imperial battleship, Lu Meng realized just how miniature the Ash Claws Marauder-class battleship was. The Imperial Retribution-class battleship, with its 8-kilometer-long hull, was nearly twice as large even compared to the Greenskins battleships. In addition to its size, the weaponry and equipment on the Imperial Retribution-class battleship could be described as extremely luxurious. As a true battleship in every sense, it was equipped with 2 rows of 12 macro cannon arrays on each side of the vessel. One should know that on the Ash Claw's Marauder class battleship, this thing was only installed as a single main gun. Additionally, on the deck of the Retribution class battleship, several lance turrets were installed along the central axis. These laser arrays were also considerably powerful and more accurate than the macro cannon on the side of the ship, though this might not be very useful for the greenskins. However, their power was such that a single laser shot was enough to sink a small battleship. And the thick armor plating on the bow of the Retribution class battleship was enough to allow this behemoth to ignore all but the most ferocious attacks when charging. With such a massive fleet, Lu Meng suddenly felt like he could do it again. Moreover, after being ambushed by the Ash Claw, Lu Meng learned from his painful experience and decided to abandon the farming-style play. After all, the Empire is a good example. It has vast territories but is constantly under invasion and external threats, which is simply too damn difficult. So Lu Meng decided to learn from the operational methods of other greenskin tribes and start a nomadic greenskin lifestyle. Perhaps the greenskins' instinctive tendency to YAIC everywhere is truly the meta. Of course, while he said nomadic, Lu Meng was actually very focused on mass-producing troops. One should know that the multi-layered interior space of an Imperial Mars-class cruiser is quite large. According to the data, an Imperial cruiser can generally accommodate 100,000 to 10 million people. And 100,000 people are just the most basic operating personnel. In reality, it's no problem to cram 30 million people into a cruiser. But this would not be in line with combat objectives. Otherwise, if a battle started and the enemy fired one shot, killing a large number of people, it would be completely counterproductive. However, this was not a problem for the greenskins. In fact, at Lu Meng's instruction, the tech tyrant kids even added another layer to the hull of a cruiser. And inside this modified cruiser, each layer had tens of thousands of densely packed cultivation tanks. They were neatly arranged within the spacious cruiser, and the Gretchen running back and forth recorded the growth status of these mushrooms. Biomass flowed out from the pipes above as if it were free. Whenever a mushroom matured, a greenskin boy would immediately pull it out and then cut the big mushroom. Immediately after, the newly awakened little one would be subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks, and once he was beaten into submission, an orc boss would come to pick these little ones. Aside from the dozen or so Mars-class cruisers converted into breeding factories, the other battleships were also more or less equipped with some small Caesarean section factories. In the Combat Moon's command center, Lu Meng did not wear his usual wide-brimmed hat today, but instead put on a pirate hat with a white skull. Unusually, the command center was very quiet today. Because all the little ones knew that today would be the day they set sail again. Ahem, Lu Meng cleared his throat, adjusted his pirate hat, and took the communicator handed to him by Akon, who was standing on a ladder beside him. Little ones. Today, the deck beneath our feet is our new starting point. The distant galaxy is our battlefield. The unknown lies ahead, battle calls to us. Blood, slaughter, powerful enemies. Ha ha ha, little ones, grip your weapons tightly, polish your armor, set sail, depart, we YAIC. Lu Meng's roaring voice seemed to carry magic, making all the little ones on the battleships, who were still quietly listening to their boss's speech, become excited. As if in response to their boss. YAIC. 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 The greenskin boys' roars, one after another, also rang out on various battleships. Almost instantly, the YAIC energy shield generators on all battleships entered an overloaded state. Then, accompanied by a ripple of spatial distortion, the massive greenskin fleet once again entered the warp. In fact, there is no concept of time in the warp, and there is a chaotic mix of space and time. As a result, the time it takes to travel the same distance from one star system to another is never the same. Especially with the Great Rift now open, the dangers of warp travel are gradually increasing. The Eldar, for example, can use the webway left by the old ones for rapid travel. The Imperium must burn 1,000 psychers daily as fuel to ignite the Astronomicon, guiding fleets through the warp. The greenskins' warp travel, on the other hand, relies entirely on luck. When a group of greenskins firmly believes they can achieve their goal, the immense YAIC energy generated by this collective belief will affect the warp. As long as the greenskins believe they can reach their destination, miracles similar to Mork's flight will occur. Even if these greenskins warships haven't installed warp drive engines, it doesn't affect their ability to complete a warp journey. Of course, this probability is extremely small and not reproducible. Therefore, most greenskin boy ships still need warp engines to enter the warp, but because they lack something similar to the Imperial Astronomicon, greenskins often get lost in the warp. On a tiny planet, YAIC. Yay, YAIC. Yay, YAIC. Yay. Kick Nurgle's butt, then plant a little red flower. In a big star system, YAIC. Yay, YAIC. Yay, YAIC. Dig up the Necrons' tombs, bring the treasures home. In a super big galaxy, YAIC. Yay, YAIC. Yay, YAIC. Pilot the most awesome warships, fight the most awesome battles. On the Emperor's toilet, YAIC. Yay, YAIC. Yay. YAIC. Kick the Emperor's butt, we're making our home on Terra. Inside the Combat Moon Command Center, Lu Meng had his feet propped on the command table, humming a song boredly into the communicator. In the other warships, hearing their boss's broadcast, the other greenskin boy also happily hummed along. Perhaps annoyed by the greenskins' noise, the fleet, originally heading towards Ultramar in the warp, suddenly received a psychic communication. And, clearly, this psychic communication was a mass broadcast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily intercepted by the YAAIC energy kid. Whoever it is, oh damn it, anyone, this is the Gothic sector, Maroxith Hive City, we need assistance. Hey? Gothic sector. Upon hearing this psychic communication, Lu Mang instinctively sensed something. If I remember correctly, the Gothic sector should be on the northwestern edge of the Maelstrom starfield. Holy crap! Damn it, get me out of the warp now. At the same time, in the Gothic sector, on a hive world perpetually shrouded in industrial haze. Hive city spires, like jagged giant peaks, pierced through the cloud sea. Dense pipes and cables intricately wrapped around the towers, and countless industrial chimneys spewed exhaust and noise into the planet's atmosphere. Due to its location in the Gothic corridor, an important imperial shipping lane, Maroxith's primary responsibility was to produce uniforms and some light industrial equipment for the Krieg soldiers on Krieg. At the spaceport of Maroxith, vast quantities of supplies were transported away by imperial rogue traders almost daily. And even more rogue traders would bring in the resources needed by Maroxith. But what the planetary governor of Maroxith didn't expect was that a group of tyrannid gene-stealer cultists had infiltrated the underhive of Maroxith at some unknown time, completely unnoticed. When the biosage responsible for genetic testing discovered this situation, it was already too late. Almost instinctively, Governor Marx sent a distress call to the Inquisition. However, to his regret, although the Inquisition received Governor Marx's plea for help, the Inquisition's reply was that assistance would not arrive for another 20 years. So, the helpless Governor Marx could only activate his connections. He sent out calls for help to the nearby Grav Allen Forge world and the Kriegers, with whom he had a long-standing close cooperation. It is an honor to meet you, Sage. On the video communicator on the conference table, a Forge Sage, cloaked in red robes and holding a mechanical great axe, appeared on the screen. His face, hidden by the red robe, was almost entirely replaced by machinery, and two servoskulls on his back constantly calculated vast amounts of data. It is an honor to meet you too, Governor Marx. I understand your needs, and we are happy to provide you with all feasible support. Of course, mainly in terms of product batches and politically, in any case, to show my respect, I am willing to prioritize your military supplies by one batch. Initially, upon hearing that the Forge Sage was willing to provide support, Governor Marx was excited. But after hearing the latter part of the statement, Governor Marx became anxious. Sage, you know that's not what I'm talking about. I apologize, Governor Marx, you should be aware that Grav Allen is just a nascent forge world. Aside from some cult mechanic use forces to maintain decorum, I myself lack defensive capabilities. But Sage, those tyrannid gene-stealer are inciting the poor to slaughter each other, we need the help of the cult mechanic use forces. Oh, I'm very sorry, but Grav Allen truly has no troops right now. In fact, my cult mechanic use forces are currently just a shell. But we truly need manpower, Sage, fighting for the Emperor is our glory, we should protect the people of the Hive world for the Emperor. Governor Marx, really, I am very sorry, I truly cannot help. If you need, I can help you urge the Inquisition, that way they might act faster. But your knights. Hearing the Forge Sage's repeated refusal, Governor Marx still wanted to try and salvage the situation. After all, who doesn't know how wealthy these tech priests are? But before Governor Marx could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Cough, 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 the Forge Sage on the other end of the communicator let out a series of electronically synthesized coughs. Alright, Governor Marx, I have a lot of data to review, so that's all for now. Damn tech priest. Listening to the dial tone from the communicator, Governor Marx cursed angrily. After all, facing these tech priests, what else could he do but get angry? Immediately after, Governor Marx began to contact the Krieg regiment closest to him. However, what made the planetary governor's spirits plummet was that he made several calls in a row, but no one answered. And just as Governor Marx was calling for help, a large number of underhivers infected by the tyrannid gene-stealer began spreading rumors. Coupled with the deliberate instigation of some individuals, a massive protest and riot gradually took shape. Although Maroxith had its own planetary defense forces, the gang forces in the bottom hive were not lacking in weapons. Thus, the rebellion escalated, so much so that now, the entire hive world, except for the top hive, was still in the hands of the planetary defense forces. The rest of the mid-hive and bottom hive had already fallen into the hands of the tyrannid gene-stealer cult. At this point, Governor Marx and the hive city officials were completely distraught. After all, unless they could resolve this issue cleanly, even if they escaped now, they would still be executed by the Imperial Inquisition. As for the biosage responsible for the daily purity checks of the commoners' genes, he had already been hanged by the enraged hive city officials on the metal gates of the governor's mansion. What should we do now? Just as everyone in the governor's mansion was at a loss, Governor Marx's communicator suddenly lit up. The soft sound made the nobles and hive city officials in the room instantly prick up their ears. Hello, can you hear me? Familiar High Gothic echoed from the communicator. I can hear you, may I ask who this is? Governor Marx listened to the voice from the communicator with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself, no, who is this? Don't mind who we are. We received your distress call. Do you still need assistance? Hearing the inquiry from the communicator, Governor Marx felt as if he had heard the sound of heaven. Even the imperial officials and nobles who had been quietly listening around him stood up excitedly. Some even pinched their arms to confirm that what they had just heard was not an illusion. Yes, we do. All right, we've received your request. Before that, please send us your coordinates. Hearing that the other party wanted his coordinates, Governor Marks suddenly hesitated. Forgive my presumption, but before I give you the coordinates, could you please tell me which legion you belong to? Legion? Hearing the silence from the other side, Governor Marks's heart clearly sank. We are not an Imperial Legion. We are Didi mercenaries. To be honest, Governor Marks had thought of countless possible answers, but not this one. Didi mercenaries? What is that? For a moment, this was almost everyone's thought in the entire room. But soon, the other side explained, you can understand us as mercenaries. As long as you pay, we will fight for you. This is our newly launched business, and you are our first customer. If you need, we are willing to give you a 20% discount. In an unknown star system in the Gothic sector. Lu Meng looked at the communicator in his hand boredly. Just as Lu Meng thought the other party would not reply, a voice came from the communicator again. All right, regardless, please help us. We are willing to pay the corresponding remuneration. At the same time, coordinates were also sent to Lu Meng's communicator. Oh, this. Looking at the coordinates less than 20 light years away from him, Lu Meng did not hesitate and immediately ordered the combat moon to re-enter the warp. I'm telling you, if you dare to reverse the course again this time, I'll lock all of you in the Auschwitz Black Room. Upon hearing that Tyranid gene stealers had appeared on Maroxith, the Imperial officials and rogue trader garrisons at the starport almost immediately cut off contact between the starport and the planet's surface. But just as the Imperial officials were busy screening others at the starport to see if they were Tyranid gene stealers, a massive, almost exaggerated, Imperial Navy fleet broke through the warp and appeared not far from the starport. And at the forefront of these warships was a giant metal satellite. Emperor above. An Imperial commoner who was having his blood drawn, upon seeing this scene, involuntarily knelt on the ground. And after this commoner knelt down, more commoners around him also knelt on the ground. Some even subtly tugged at the corner of the official's clothes, who was responsible for gene checks. As a result, this official also suddenly understood and knelt down with them. But at the very moment this official knelt down, several daggers simultaneously slit his throat and stabbed into his body. At the same time, in the official's disbelieving eyes, he saw the red warning light on the gene scanner. The last thing this starport worker saw was not the ugly faces of the Tyranid gene stealers. Instead, it was the drop pods, like raindrops, being launched from the distant Imperial warships. Meanwhile, on the streets of the top hive, it had already turned into a bloody battlefield, with countless innocent civilians brutally massacred. Blood stained every inch of the land, and the planetary defense forces lines were retreating under the frenzied assault of the gene stealer hybrids. Immediately after, countless drop pods broke through the atmosphere, like fiery meteors, plummeting to the planet's surface at an extremely high speed. In addition, a large number of Stormbird gunships and transport ships also began to land in the top hive of the hive city. Then, dreadnoughts and venomblade tanks emerged from these transport ships. Wait. What is that? Before the nobles and hive city officials could even get excited about the arrival of reinforcements, a group of greenskins in strange power armor rushed out of the surrounding drop pods. Almost instantly, Governor Marks felt a chill from the solace of his feet to the back of his head. At the same time, a large number of Gorkanauts and Kilgons also charged out of the transport ships. Waik! Amidst the roars of the orc big mechs, the greenskins charged headlong towards the mid-hive and lower hive. At this point, it was not just the planetary governor who was in a bind. Compared to the planetary defense forces, who lacked heavy firepower and could only pew-pew-pew with their laser guns, the greenskins' equipment was simply too luxurious. Almost every greenskin boy participating in this Didi mercenary operation was equipped with a set of Imperial Mark IV power armor modified by a tech boy. In addition, for this operation, Lu Meng also deployed 3,000 Gorkanauts, 2,000 greenskin dreadnoughts, 6,000 venomblade tanks, and 5,000 Stormbird fighters in one go. With this equipment, let alone fighting rebels, Lu Meng felt that they could even hold their own against chaos. Facing the low-hive mobs who were manipulated by Tyranid gene stealers and couldn't even afford laser rifles for everyone, the greenskins only took 3 Terra days to completely butcher these rebels. Roaring greenskin war machines patrolled the streets within the hive world. In fact, Lu Meng could have completely occupied this place at this time and killed everyone in the hive city to get equipment. But that would undoubtedly infuriate the Imperium and attract the Imperial fleet and space marines for a siege. Likewise, Lu Meng would also lose many opportunities to have fun at the Imperium's expense. For example, telling Imperial citizens that Guilliman established the Second Imperium, or that the Dark Angel's dreadnoughts contained artificial intelligence. At the same time, in the top hive, inside the governor's mansion, a group of nobles and planetary officials all bowed their heads in trepidation. Opposite them sat a greenskin orc nearly 5 meters tall. His thick arms were even 2 circles thicker than a planetary noble weighing over 200 pounds. In fact, Lu Meng was also distracted at this moment. Your subordinate has killed a human. Clan talent, plunder activated, automatically picked up for you, chainsaw greatsword *1. Ahem, finally, Governor Marks broke the silence. May I ask, what should I call you? Hearing the question from the opposite side, Lu Meng looked at the few people opposite him. To be honest, after seeing these nobles and officials, Lu Meng really wanted to try saying something to them. Something like, the God Emperor above, Slaanesh below, to see if these guys would be corrupted. My name? Well, there are quite a few: source of galactic hell jokes, master of Didi proxy service, angel investor of Adolf Soap Factory, winner of the Ghoul Stars Free for All, general distributor of Tyranid biomass, greenskin overlord gazing at the high heavens. As he spoke, Lu Meng stood up and pulled Kobe over. And him, you can call him the Black Scourge of the cotton fields. Ah, this. Listening to Lu Meng's self-introduction, for a moment, including Governor Marux, several planetary nobles and officials, their brains crashed. Why is it that the greenskin opposite is speaking standard High Gothic, and they understand every word, but when combined, they can't understand it? Well, greenskin overlord gazing at the high heavens, how do you want to deal with us? At this point, Governor Marx had completely given up. First, the hive world was infiltrated by tyrannid gene stealers, then he himself attracted a group of greenskins, and now, he was even sitting and negotiating with a greenskin. To be precise, it couldn't even be considered a negotiation, because when the Dujin clan's fleet appeared over Maroxith, an official at the starport had already reported the exaggerated number of greenskin ships to him. To be honest, Maroxith didn't believe it at all at first. After all, greenskins, though causing trouble everywhere in the galaxy, were essentially more like a group of marauding bandits. But when he saw the video from the starport, Governor Marx realized what kind of terrifying thing he had summoned this time. No, how many industrial worlds did these greenskins plunder? This was Governor Marx's first thought. His second thought was, if the Gothic fleet discovered the greenskins' traces, would they directly sail their warships over and destroy this hive world passed down by his ancestors? Deal with you? Why should we deal with you? As long as you pay us for our help this time, we'll be ready to leave. If possible, we actually want to establish some trade cooperation with you this time. Trade cooperation? Governor Marx repeated, somewhat disbelieving his ears. That's right, trade cooperation. You see, you shrimps have so many, you definitely need a lot of food, and we greenskins actually have a lot of surplus mushrooms. Besides that, if you produce some good stuff, we'd like to buy some too. Don't worry, we trade with Throne Gelt. Hearing Throne Gelt, the originally listless planetary nobles and officials, who wished they could find a hole to hide in, all raised their heads and perked up their ears. Perhaps to quickly send the greenskins away, the trade cooperation between the two parties was quickly agreed upon. And after Lu Meng stood up and left, Governor Marux, holding a piece of parchment, still couldn't believe it was real. Suddenly, a chubby hand, very presumptuously, snatched the parchment from Marx's hand. Greenskin mushrooms, trade price, 1 throne gelt per ton. Greenskin mushroom wine, trade price, 3 throne gelt per ton. Greenskin squid meat, trade price, 10 throne gelt per ton. Wheat, trade price, 10 throne gelt per ton. Looking at the long list of trade items, this noble was momentarily stunned. The reason was simple, the prices the greenskins offered were simply too fair. Although they didn't need the greenskins' crude weapons, just in terms of food, if they calculated carefully, they could make a profit just by reselling. Days later, within the Maroxith hive world, the greenskins had already begun cleaning up the battlefield. All sorts of miscellaneous machinery and factories that interested the greenskins were taken as payment for this DD proxy service, disassembled from the hive city by the greenskins, and loaded onto their transport ships. At the same time, a greenskin DD proxy service wide area communication spread throughout the entire Gothic sector. It was still a video, still as abstract. First, there was a greenskin squatting on the curb of a hive world road, smoking. Next, a child who looked only about 10 years old, wearing a Dujin military uniform, hurried past, holding a communicator in his hand. Behind him, 2 gene stealer hybrids, armed with daggers, were in hot pursuit. Just in the nick of time, the communicator on the greenskin's waist suddenly lit up, and a conversation came through. Ding, DD proxy service, 20 meters from you, you have a new order. Then, Lu Meng, who was squatting on the curb, threw away his cigarette butt and stood up abruptly, then with 2 punches, he turned the 2 gene stealer hybrids into meat paste. After doing all this, Lu Meng used his blood-stained fist to give a thumbs up to his chest. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Subsequently, the view zoomed out, and an ultra-giant fleet, led by a combat moon, appeared in the video. Are you still anxious about the Imperium's lagging support? Are you still troubled by not being able to beat up your neighbors in the adjacent star system? Are you still afraid of your own weakness and lack of security? All worries are due to insufficient firepower. Here you have the big guns and capital ships you need. Here, you have all the services you need most. Greenskin DD proxy service can not only help you fight him or it, but also help you defend your home. Today, with the Great Rift open, the Gothic sector, a crucial hub of the Imperium, has become a forefront battlefield. Space Marine legions like the Word-Bearers, Iron Warriors, and Night Lords, who have defected to Chaos and ascended to daemonhood, frequently operate within the Gothic sector. Additionally, races such as the Tyranids, Tio, Dark Eldar, Greenskins, and other Xenos like Worm Men, are also eyeing it covetously. Furthermore, due to its proximity to the Eye of Terror, the warp barrier within the Gothic sector is extremely thin. It's not uncommon for a psyker or a commoner, in a moment of madness, to pray and sacrifice to some entity in the warp, causing everyone on the street to sprout feathers or be covered in maggots. Adding to this, groups like the Word-Bearers, who are fanatics, enjoy conducting large-scale sacrifices. This makes it not uncommon for Imperial Guard soldiers in the Gothic sector to fight demons with melta bombs and lasguns. Yet, in this sector where people's brains are practically being beaten into dog brains, a strangely unique opponent suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. Gothic sector, Moloch subsector, Beer. Ever since the world of Kadaya, which served as the administrative hub of the Gothic sector, was destroyed during the 13th Black Crusade, the heavily damaged administrative center of the Gothic sector was relocated here. As a civilized world, the Moloch subsector also holds an important position within the Gothic sector. It is also a vital military and industrial base for the Gothic sector. As the highest administrative body of the Gothic sector, it controls the governance of numerous planets within the sector. In fact, this is no easy task, as almost every sector governor is literally worked to death by an endless stream of duties. The governor's power is immense, but they also need to coordinate various interests and maintain stability within the imperial sector. Besides this, the sector governor is also responsible for managing the economy, civil affairs, military logistics, and other matters. The vast administrative bureaucracy and complex administrative departments have to calculate massive amounts of data daily. Tasks such as population censuses, resource allocation, and tax collection can make a hereditary civil servant work over 14 hours a day. In the spacious governor's office of the sector governor's mansion, the imperial double-headed eagle emblem and a star map of the Gothic sector are depicted on the dome. The shimmering lights on the star map, like a projection of the starry sky, symbolize the governor's responsibility to command this sector. And beneath this heavy responsibility lies a desk made of dark, precious wood. At this moment, the owner of this desk, the sector governor of the Gothic sector, Governor Lucius Drake, was numbly signing document after document. His bionic eye scanned the parchment in his hand, reading 10 lines at a glance. Simultaneously, the scratching sound of his mechanical pen was almost ceaseless. Suddenly, a communication from an astropath's family was transmitted to Governor Lucius's communicator. Greetings, Governor, may the Emperor's glory protect you. And to you, esteemed astropaths, may I ask what brings you to me? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the elderly astropaths, whose eyes were covered by a black cloth on the communicator, spoke again. I apologize for interrupting your work, but I think you should see this. A video communication was sent to Governor Lucius's communicator. With a puzzled expression, Governor Lucius opened the video sent by the astropaths, and what he saw was a greenskin squatting on the curb, smoking. The entire video was not long, only 2 minutes, although 2 minutes would have been enough for Governor Lucius to sign several new documents and decrees. But Governor Lucius was willing to waste these 2 minutes for this elder who helped him manage the entire communication network of the Gothic sector. However, after Governor Lucius finished watching the video, his expression became solemn. If the greenskin fleet in the video was real, then such a massive greenskin fleet, if it began to rampage through the Gothic sector, would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. At the same time, a question arose in Governor Lucius's mind: where did these imperial warships in the greenskins' hands come from? Esteemed astropaths, have you confirmed the authenticity of this communication? Yes, Governor, it has been confirmed, and this greenskin fleet is currently located in the hive world within the Maroxith system. Moloch. Governor Lucius looked up at the star map on the dome and quickly found his target among a multitude of hive worlds. Have you received any messages from Maroxith? Hearing Governor Lucius's inquiry, the elderly astropaths clearly hesitated. Governor Lucius, in fact, the reason we were able to transmit this message to you so quickly is also related to the current situation in Moloch. About a month ago, we received a distress call from Maroxith. At that time, the planetary governor of Moloch stated that their world had been infiltrated by tyrannid gene stealers. Astropath's Estrian then recounted everything he knew. You mean Moloch suffered a large-scale infiltration by tyrannid gene stealers? And after failing to get aid from the Imperial Inquisition and surrounding Forge worlds, they hired a bunch of greenskins. After listening to Astropath's Estrian's description, Governor Lucius only felt a wave of absurdity. In fact, not only Governor Lucius felt absurd, but all the races in the Gothic sector who received the greenskin broadcast were frowning tightly at this moment. All right, I understand, I will personally call Governor Marux. Governor Lucius rubbed his forehead, looking a little tired. And he considered whether he should also install a servoskull on himself to assist him with his work. Although it was hard to believe, after speaking with Governor Marux, Governor Lucius still had no choice but to accept this fact. At least these greenskins haven't attacked Imperial territory yet. But to be safe, Governor Lucius still reported the matter to the Inquisition. And at the same time, he ordered the Gothic patrol fleet closest to the Moloch system to change course and constantly monitor the greenskins' every move. Additionally, nearly 20 Krieg regiments and 5 Kadaya assault teams also had their leave cancelled. However, Lu Mang was completely unaware of this. Gradually, the commoners of the Maroxith hive city had become accustomed to the presence of the greenskins. Although the bottom hive of the hive world still had a large number of gene hybrids infected by tyrannid gene stealers, Governor Marx was relieved that at least the mid-hive and top hive were now purified. As for why the underhive has not been purged yet, the reason is simple. It's because the greenskins' asking price is simply too high. Currently, Governor Marx's only concern is Governor Lucius's announcement that an adult from the Inquisition will soon arrive in the Marx system to assess the greenskins' threat. In fact, according to normal imperial truth doctrine, for Xenos races, especially those like the greenskins who are almost impossible to communicate with, the Empire has always resorted to direct military force. And most of the time, the Empire disdains to communicate with these Xenos races at all. However, nothing is absolute. After all, even the current regent of the Empire, Robert Kleiman, cannot ignore a greenskin force possessing a combat moon, plus 33 million Argentine pesos class cruisers, 12 Retribution class battleships, and 2,000 frigates and destroyers. When the Inquisition placed this report on Regent Robert Kleiman's desk, the regent was completely dumbfounded. Even an original body with superhuman intelligence couldn't believe everything on it was true. Has any Forge world recently been overrun by greenskins? The regent asked his question. No, regent, we have checked all star systems and found no trace of these warships. It's as if they suddenly appeared out of thin air. So what are these greenskins doing now? As a politically astute and knowledgeable original body, Robert Kleiman quickly accepted this fact and posed his question. In fact, in some remote star systems, the Empire had indeed hired some Blood Axe clans, but those were only isolated cases. Regent, according to the intelligence collected by the Inquisition, those greenskins aren't doing anything. However, they seem to be preparing to settle in the Marix system. And, these greenskins even set up a wide area communication called Green Voice. Green Voice? Yes, Regent, this is a recent Green Voice recording sent back by our intelligence personnel. The Inquisition official said, then played an audio clip from the communication data pad in his hand. Static. Ahem, esteemed sirs, ladies, old folks, and little ones, welcome to today's Green Voice. Today, it's time for our Greenskin history segment again. Long ago, we Greenskins were divided into 3 great clans. They were the Wei clan with the most ground vehicles, the Wu clan with the most large ships, and the Shu clan with the best defensive fortifications. And the Shu clan's Waik boss had 2 super cool little ones, named Brother Guan and Brother Yi. Brother Guan liked to paint his face red, while Brother Yi liked to paint his face black. Brother Guan used a long-handled chainsaw greatsword, and riding a greenskin war bike, he could chop off an enemy's head before they even reacted. Brother Yi was skilled with a snake spear, and once, he alone scared away 100,000 little ones. Listening to the Greenskin's green voice that truly only contained history, Robert Kleiman's expression gradually became that of an old man, on a subway, looking at his phone. Alright, that's enough, turn it off. Robert Kleiman felt he couldn't listen any longer, because if he did, he wasn't sure he wouldn't burst out laughing. What is the Inquisition's opinion on these greenskins? After the communication data pad was turned off by the Inquisition official, Robert Kleiman once again put on his professional, politician-like smile. As an original body, although many had criticized Guilliman's 500 worlds, believing he had ambitions. In fact, among his brothers, besides the already deceased Angel Sanguinius, truly no one was more suitable to be the current regent than Guilliman. Of course, the premise is that Guilliman won't suddenly lose his mind and go challenge someone to a duel again. After all, only the Lord of Ultramar, Robert Kleiman, who commands 200,000 Ultramarines, is in his strongest form. Regent, the Inquisition has reason to suspect that these greenskins must have unknown secrets and ambitions. To this, Guilliman was noncommittal, merely nodding to signal the other party to continue. Perhaps we can first send a squad of Raven Guard to perform a decapitation strike. Then, the nearby Forge worlds and the Gothic fleet can completely annihilate these greenskins. The truth of the Empire is zero tolerance for Xenos. This is not wrong, because past events have proven that those not of our kind are sure to have different intentions. The Empire did not initially refuse to cooperate with other Xenos races, as early as the Golden Age of humanity, and even at the end of the Great Crusade, the Empire had experiences trading with other Xenos races. But when the warp storm swept across the galaxy, and the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne, those Xenos races, who had originally wagged their tails at the Empire, instantly revealed their sharp fangs. Although he knew that what the Inquisition official said was objective fact. As a politician, Robert Kleiman's considerations were never solely about annihilating a group of greenskins. Rather, it was the cost of annihilating this greenskin fleet and the returns he could gain. The fact is, annihilating this greenskin fleet would require an immense amount of lives and resources. As for the gains? Perhaps a small portion of the warships could still be used after the war. Besides that, what made Guilliman most difficult was that these greenskins even had a combat moon. It should be known that to destroy that combat moon controlled by the beast, Vulcan, the Lord of the Salamanders, had paid with his life. After a moment of silence, Regent Guilliman finally spoke. Since the greenskins want to be hired, why should we refuse? Perhaps we can try to hire these greenskins and send them to the battlefield to deal with our enemies, what do you think? This was a test, to gauge the Inquisition's attitude towards this. In fact, the Empire is not a monolith. Ever since the Horus Heresy, both the Custodes and other imperial politicians have developed a distrust of the Space Marines. Even among the Space Marines themselves, there is suspicion. For example, the Dark Angels of the First Legion have many unknown secrets. Hearing Guilliman's question, the Inquisition official remained silent. But silence often represents one's attitude. After sending off the Inquisition official, Robert Kleiman called for Malheim, one of his subordinates. Malheim, a sage who had served the Imperium since the time of the Emperor. His wisdom and influence had always affected all aspects of the Imperium. As an important advisor to the Imperium, his experience and political acumen also provided Guilliman with valuable advice and significant help. After Robert Kleiman conversed with Malheim, both parties quickly reached a consensus. At the same time, not long after, on the garden world of the Mold sector, a 10-person team consisting of 5 Primaris Space Marines from the Ultramarines, 2 Battle Sisters, and 3 Imperial diplomats, piloted an Eagle shuttle and entered the warp using the Mandeville Point in the Mold sector. Several days later, Lu Meng, dressed in a grey Dujin military uniform, accompanied by a group of champion boys, once again entered the atmosphere of the Maroxith planet aboard a Thunderhawk gunship that had been modified by a tech boy. To be honest, compared to the steel jungle of the Hive City, Lu Meng actually preferred the pastoral idyll of the Greenskins. Since the Greenskins had just settled in the Marix system, there were still a large number of greenskin factories that needed to be built. Therefore, Lu Meng did not bring his little assistant Akun this time, but instead used E115687 as his assistant. Lu Meng admired the adaptability of these children. Although during the battle with the Ash Claw, for some unknown reason, Nurgle's attention was drawn. But fortunately, under the protection of the Yaaic energy force field, these children all survived. By the way, what was your name again? Lu Meng asked, looking at the boy who was following at his feet, also dressed in a Dujin military uniform and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Sir, my name is Dian Ci, and you gave me my name. Hearing Lu Meng's question, the boy showed no fear. After all, when Lu Meng had nothing to do, he would also give these children lessons, imparting some knowledge from early human 3K. Of course, Lu Meng naturally added some of his own insights into this. This was undoubtedly opening a window in these children's hearts that they never dared to imagine. Moreover, when these children re-engaged with human society and saw those hive city workers who had to work 12 to 16 hours a day just to barely make ends meet in the hive world, and the meager income they received, it created a severe sense of disconnect in these children's hearts. The Thunderhawk gunship slowly landed on the top hive's plaza. As the hatch opened, Lu Meng straightened his grey military uniform, glanced at his gleaming tall leather boots, and strode out of the Thunderhawk gunship. The weather today was good, and the morning sun, filtering through the hazy clouds, cast a golden edge on the noble and majestic governor's mansion. It was clear that Governor Marx had gone to great lengths to welcome him and his other guests. An outrageously long welcoming honor guard stretched from the distant governor's mansion all the way to the Thunderhawk gunship's hatch. Perhaps it wasn't that the Imperium's nobles were too ostentatious, but rather that the green-skinned savages who grew from the ground didn't understand what ceremony meant. A crimson carpet extended to Lu Meng's feet, and nearly 100 gorgeously dressed children. Holding small devices similar to squirt guns, they sprayed mist, which then, under the morning light, perfectly formed hundreds of rainbows. But whenever Lu Meng, walking on the red carpet, inadvertently saw the rainbow above his head, he would unintentionally recall Kobe's colorful mohawk. This made Lu Meng's smile harder to suppress than an AK throughout the journey. Upon entering the governor's mansion hall again, the candlelight illuminated walls shimmered with a sparkling glow, and beneath the ceiling adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, was an ocean of bright white silk fabric. By the long table in the center of the hall, there were only 2 chairs, also embellished with gems and pearls. Their magnificent appearance was a manifestation of imperial power. Human rulers are always harsh, they cannot tolerate people of different status sitting at the same table with them. It seems equality would be the death of them. The cheapest pleasure, of course, arises from comparison. Looking down from above has a unique beauty. Although this was a negotiation between 2 races, there were also a large number of attendants as embellishments. If this meeting were compared to an outing, then these people were the ones responsible for playing the role of birdsong or frog croaks. Actors and dancers began to perform graceful dances after Lu Meng took his seat, and beautiful chords emanated from the attendants' instruments. Their collaboration made the entire hall become enchanting and disorienting. These people stood out from the billions of people in the hive city. Even if their skill and charm were so superb that they could make kings remove their crowns for them. In the eyes of the imperial nobility, they were nothing more than toys for amusement. In fact, the attention of the important figures never lingered on these performers for a moment. Their gaze always, intentionally or unintentionally, turned towards the green giant sitting in the center of the hall. His proper grey military uniform appeared simple, and his fierce appearance made people feel intimidated. It wasn't until the dance and accompaniment ended that 2 battle sisters, accompanied by an imperial diplomat, entered the hall and sat opposite Lu Meng. The 2 battle sisters clearly had no intention of leaving, standing one on each side behind the diplomat, scrutinizing the green skin opposite them. Why not bring 2 chairs for the emperor's brides? Fluent High Gothic came from Lu Meng's mouth, breaking the silence in the hall. The 2 battle sisters were clearly surprised that the greenskin in front of them could speak human language. But what surprised them was not the greenskin's fluent High Gothic, but the phrase emperor's brides from the greenskin's mouth. In fact, this term was both an honor and a disgrace to the battle sisters. The honor was naturally because of the emperor. Early battle sisters were understood by mortals as the emperor's daughters. But in the 36th millennium of the Imperium, some battle sisters were misled by the reformist ecclesiastical leader, Sebastian, and became tools in his hands. Later, Sebastian, to satisfy his own selfish desires, even claimed that these battle sisters were the emperor's brides. Just as the 2 battle sisters angrily wanted to draw their bolt guns and unleash a volley on the greenskin opposite. The diplomat sitting opposite Lu Meng broke the awkward situation with a smile. Ha ha ha, I never thought that the greenskin overlord who gazes upon the high heavens would also believe some unfounded lies. Lies. Looking at the politician's hypocritical smile, Lu Meng suddenly wanted to punch him in the face. Whether in his previous life or this one, Lu Meng always had an instinctive aversion to hypocrites. Because their mouths were always full of lies and deceit. As Lu Meng's expression gradually turned cold, the diplomat opposite him felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It was well known that reading people's facial expressions was an essential skill for every imperial official. But facing a greenskin orc who could tear him apart with a casual raise of a hand, even an experienced diplomat would find it tricky. To be honest, even now, the young-looking diplomat didn't know what his actions had overstepped. Even when facing the greenskin's mockery of the 2 battle sisters beside him, he had only used a subtle way to remind them. No. How did he suddenly get angry? Just as the diplomat was at a loss, a miniature earpiece in his ear canal conveyed a message from the other 2 diplomat. Jones, don't be nervous. Your heart rate is a bit fast now. Calm down. Talk to the big guy opposite you about combat, weapons, and such. Maybe it will be interested. Although, in the increasingly rigid imperial system, even a diplomat's position was hereditary. But knowing how to converse with people and, in the process, secure the greatest benefits for themselves was almost a part of every diplomat's upbringing. They often learned various diplomatic techniques and rhetoric from a young age, influenced by their parents. As a result, they could navigate and coordinate between relatively independent planetary governments or factions like the Adeptus Mechanicus. Jones first cleared his throat, breaking the heavy atmosphere around them. Smiley face, I've heard that the Greenskins are brave in battle, and your charges instill fear in many Xenos races. I wonder if I could be so fortunate as to hear about your glorious deeds and those of your subordinates. A classic flattery, but his perfectly timed question hissed like a venomous snake. Sometimes, the desire to teach is even more unbearable than the desire to learn. What could be a more efficient way to gather intelligence than to have the other party reveal the information themselves? But clearly, Diplomat Jones underestimated the wisdom of the Greenskins. Or perhaps, years of dealing with imperial official had left this diplomat lacking understanding of the Greenskin, this Xenos race. Lu Meng first glanced at his fist, which was larger than the other's head. If I really gave him a punch, this guy opposite me would definitely be dead beyond dead. So, Lu Meng cast his gaze towards Dian Ci, who was standing beside him. Go, give him an elbow. I don't like him. Familiar High Gothic echoed in the quiet hall. Dian Ci, hearing Lu Meng's command, first glanced at the lavishly dressed diplomat opposite him, then without any hesitation, took 2 steps forward, rounding the table. Under the wary gaze of the 2 battle sisters, he raised his arm and fiercely elbowed Jones in the lower back. To be honest, even the 2 battle sisters didn't understand what this greenskin move was. After all, what power could an elbow strike from a 10-year-old child have? Pure humiliation seemed meaningless. But the greenskin opposite seemed very pleased with the little boy's performance. He carefully picked up an orange-yellow, tangerine-like fruit from the decorative fruit bowl on the table with 2 fingers and handed it to Dian Ci. I don't like the way you shrimp talk. It's too dry. Also, call your biggest person over. He's too small. Immediately after, Lu Meng waved his hand again, and a champion boy standing in the distance ran over. Lu Meng whispered a few words in his ear, and this champion boy scurried out. Facing the greenskins' barbaric and rude actions, the 2 battle sisters still resisted the urge to draw their guns directly. In fact, due to the Empire's overall extreme xenophobic stance towards Xenos. As a result, imperial diplomacy has always been known for its toughness. In many cases, so-called diplomacy is more like issuing an ultimatum. Although they didn't understand what trick the greenskin opposite was playing, out of the regent's mission, everyone could only hold their noses and accept it. At the same time, everyone also made a mental note that when negotiating with greenskins, they should bring a bigger person. Soon, a Primaris Space Marine, wearing power armor in sapphire blue, standing 2 meters 7 tall with 2 golden studs on his head, entered the hall. Looking at the blue smurf sitting opposite him. Oh, a blue smurf with 2 skull studs. He might even be a veteran of 1,000 years. Lu Meng thought, nodding with a half-smile. Facing the greenskin's somewhat appreciative gaze, Tyrion, the Ultramarines captain in charge of this delegation, couldn't help but frown. Greenskin, I think we can talk now, can't we? Facing Lu Meng, who sat opposite him, this blue smurf appeared very aloof. But Lu Meng's next sentence immediately caused this blue smurf to completely lose his composure. Hey, before we officially talk, allow me to ask a question first. Hearing Lu Meng's strange request, the blue smurf captain. So, is your original body, Regent Robert Kleiman, really having an affair with Idraine? Upon hearing the greenskin's question, Tyrion's brain froze for a moment. He seemed to be trying to understand what the greenskin opposite him was saying. But when Tyrion realized, it was pure rage. Even Ultramarines, who were known for their calmness, did not mean they could remain calm in such a situation. Damn greenskin, how dare you insult Lord Regent? Saying that, Tyrion prepared to perform a raven's table flip. But just as Tyrion was about to get up, he suddenly found his body seemed to be restrained, unable to move at all. Also restrained by Yaaic energy were the 2 battle sisters who had already pulled out their bolt guns and were preparing to fire. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Besides, if I did, we wouldn't have been at peace with you shrimp for so long. We're just curious, and besides, aren't you curious where our warships came from? Saying that, Lu Meng pointed to Dian Ci, who was standing by, peeling and eating an orange. Also, aren't you curious why we're with one of your shrimp children? Facing this situation, Tyrion, even though extremely angry, was helpless. Because Tyrion discovered that even his Ultramarines brothers in the distance had been completely subdued by the greenskins in front of him. Alright, I'm going to let you go now. You're not allowed to make trouble, and neither are the 2 behind you. If you understand, blink your eyes. Faced with an absolute power disparity, even though extremely reluctant, Tyrion could only blink his eyes. At the same time, Tyrion swore in his heart that as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill the greenskin in front of him and offer his loyalty to Regent. As the Yaaic energy binding Tyrion disappeared, 2 champion boys happened to push a small cart into the hall from outside. Immediately after, the 2 champion boys busied themselves, setting up a large round table in front of Lu Meng and Tyrion once again. And placed more than a dozen chairs around the large round table. In the center of the large round table was a huge copper pot with a diameter of over 2 meters. Gurgling steam and a spicy, fresh aroma wafted into everyone's nostrils. Various strange ingredients were also placed on the dining table by grots wearing Dujin military uniforms. Immediately after, 2 grots ran up to Tyrion and the 2 battle sisters, under their wary gazes. A huge mushroom wine glass was placed at each seat. After doing all this, these grots climbed back onto the small cart and left the hall, pushed by the 2 champion boys. Lu Meng hardly needed to be polite. Dian Ci, who was standing beside Lu Meng, and Kobe, who was not far away, pulled out chairs and sat down at the table. Hey, don't just stand there, come and sit down quickly. Lu Meng waved to the battle sisters who were still standing opposite him, looking a bit at a loss. In fact, the lives of battle sisters were generally quite arduous. Basically, apart from daily military training and devout prayers to the emperor, all they could do was maintain their weapons and attend various strategic meetings. As a result, faced with the greenskins' sudden enthusiastic invitation, they seemed a bit unsure of what to do. However, it wasn't just the 2 battle sisters who were invited. In the end, all 5 ultramarines who came for this mission were invited to the dining table by the champion boys. In addition, Governor Marux and a few champion boys were also fortunate enough to be on the greenskins' dining table. Faced with this nonsensical development, the ultramarines were all utterly bewildered. Degree****. So, we're being treated to a meal by the greenskins. However, Lu Meng did not give these ultramarines much time for eye contact. He directly stood up and picked up the mushroom wine glass in front of him, which was as huge as a wash basin. Come, my brothers and sisters, and my little ones, our gathering today is destiny, let's drink up. Hearing their boss speak, the champion boys, without a word, picked up the wine glasses in front of them and chugged them down. As for what their boss was going to say next, they didn't care at all, they were a bunch of complete drunkards. Furthermore, at their boss's signal, after these champion boys finished the green, bubbly mushroom wine in their cups, they didn't forget to provoke the space marines next to them. Although he wasn't sure what trick the greenskins were planning, theirs, opposite Lu Meng, still cautiously picked up the strange green liquid in front of him. He first brought it to his mouth and sniffed it. An indescribable aroma entered his nostrils, and while confirming it wasn't poisonous, it also awakened their taste buds. Taking a small sip, a pungent, spicy sensation instantly filled his mouth, followed by a hint of sweetness. In addition, the bubbles in the green mushroom wine burst at this moment, further stimulating their taste buds. As a result, after taking a small sip, theirs couldn't help but take another big gulp. When a glass of mushroom wine went down, theirs only felt a refreshing and invigorating coolness. At the same time, the alcohol began to spread through his body, causing theirs previously tense nerves to gradually relax. Seeing their captain drink, the other ultramarines also tried it. It proved that the greenskins mushroom wine indeed had its unique qualities. One must know that the bodies of space marines have been modified, so their sense of taste is almost completely different from that of normal people. Nutrient blocks that are extremely compressed and as dense as metal taste like milk candy in these guys' mouths. So ordinary alcohol is completely useless for space marines. It is said that the space wolves once had a fine wine that was very popular among space marines. Its main ingredients were the roots of some poisonous plants on Fenris, the space wolves' home world. This Fenrisian wolf wine has an extremely high alcohol content, capable of intoxicating Astartes in a short period. At the same time, the special organs in the space marines' bodies can neutralize the toxins within the wine. When everyone at the table and the greenskins had finished a full glass, Governor Marux, being a mere mortal, was directly drunk under the table. This drew a burst of laughter from the champion boys. Oh, if you can't drink, don't force it. Next time, remember to sit at a table with the little ones. Saying that, Lu Meng waved his hand, and 2 grots came forward, dragged Governor Marux away, and threw him into a corner. All right, everyone, have some peanuts first, otherwise you'll be bragging later. Saying that, Lu Meng reached into a large bowl on the table, grabbed a handful of peanuts, and put them into his mouth. The other greenskin boys followed suit. At the same time, a large amount of meat was put into the pot, and then, amidst the gurgling of the spicy hot pot, the aroma once again spread throughout the entire hall. Lu Meng was the first to pick up the 2 metal chopsticks in front of him, as thick as rebar, and pulled out a piece of plump spicy squid meat from the pot, putting it into his mouth. Don't be shy, everyone eat. In fact, people in the Imperium usually used spoons and forks more often. Ancient utensils like chopsticks were only used by a small number of people on the Holy Terra. But fortunately, there were no ordinary people sitting at the table. Almost with just a glance, the ultramarines and battle sisters learned how to use chopsticks. Gradually, after 2 rounds of drinks, Lu Meng leaned back comfortably in his chair, chatting away. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with the shrimp on your side, they've even lost the dining table culture passed down by our ancestors. Don't you know that during the 3K era, if you wanted someone to do something for you, if you didn't treat them to a meal, give them gifts, and arrange a full foot bath service, many things would be very difficult to accomplish. Listening to Lu Meng's eloquent talk, detailing the past history of humanity. To be honest, both the ultramarines and the battle sisters were completely bewildered. No, big brother, do you even hear what you're saying? You're a greenskin, why do you know so much about our human past? This question arose almost simultaneously in everyone's minds. However, no one interrupted Lu Meng's speech, because regardless of whether it was true or not, it seemed that this greenskin in front of them really knew a lot of ancient knowledge that even the Imperium didn't know. After all, this was also a good opportunity for them to understand these greenskins. At the same time, almost everyone noticed that this greenskin often mentioned the phrase shrimp over here as if it wasn't a greenskin from this place. Finally, an ultramarine couldn't help but ask. You always say over here. In fact, we are also very curious about where you came from, and where your imperial warships came from. Also, this child beside you, he doesn't seem to be your pet. The ultramarine organized his words for a long time, truly not knowing how to describe the human boy beside Lu Meng. Because they found that this greenskin in front of them showed excessive care for this human child. Whether it was putting food on the child's plate during meals, or taking off its own clothes to cover the child's body after he got drunk. These were not actions a greenskin would typically do. Of course, I can answer your questions, but do you know the basic principles of alchemy? This sentence once again stunned the few ultramarines present. Alchemy? What in the world is that? Seeing everyone silent, Lu Meng feigned a helpless expression, rubbing his forehead, and spoke in a tone of disappointment. The basic principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Don't the humans here read history? The ultramarines almost automatically ignored the latter sentence. Not to mention the historical gaps in human history, just considering the vast territory of the Imperium and its long existence. The ultramarines felt that if anyone truly studied history, they might study from birth until they themselves became history, and still not finish. Watching the few people fall silent again, Lu Meng immediately felt bored, and at the same time muttered to himself, no, don't you blue-skinned fellows really have no curiosity at all? Ahem, I can answer your questions, but before that, you must answer one of mine. Please ask. This time, it was theirs who spoke. Lu Meng looked at the ultramarine captain, who was holding a cup of mushroom wine and occasionally taking a sip. It's the same question as before, is your original body, Robert Kleiman, in love with the reign of the Eldar? After asking, Lu Meng noticed that a vein clearly bulged on Theirs' forehead. Theirs slammed his wine glass onto the table. Absurd. How could the regent like an alien? Doesn't like the opposite sex? Do you mean the original body is gay? Instantly, Lu Meng made an expression as if he had just heard a huge piece of gossip. At that moment, almost all the ultramarines were broken. What blasphemy, what slander! Shut up, greenskin! Shameless old scoundrel, white-haired villain! Our original body is not gay. Then you said he doesn't like the opposite sex. It's alien. Alien. At that moment, Theirs felt a deep headache. Even the other ultramarines regretted coming on this mission, while the two battle sisters remained silent, beginning to mentally note down everything everyone present had said. Oh, you mean aliens? But how did I hear that the two of them are actually in love? Who said that? Hearing Lu Meng's question, Theirs was furious. His original body was being slandered, how could he tolerate this? Theirs even thought about it, as long as he knew who was spreading rumors about the regent, he would definitely lead his brothers on a revenge great crusade. Oh, don't get hung up on that. Now basically all the Xenos in the galaxy know. How about I analyze for you whether the two of them are actually together or not? Saying this, Lu Meng didn't wait for anyone to reply and started talking to himself. First, look, your regent ran off to duel Angren, got beaten half to death, and lay in a coffin for almost 10,000 years. That's a fact, right? Nonsense. That's a lie. It was the fallen Fulgrim who ambushed our original body. I didn't realize you knew so much. Lu Meng looked at Theirs with some surprise. Then why didn't you wake up your original body during those 10,000 years? We tried many methods, but all failed. Right? Then do you know that Ivrain, to cure her beloved, bravely ventured into the warp, went to the Dark Eldar's Ark world, and fought her way in and out of the webway 7 times, only then using the power of the Death God to resurrect Guilliman. So, can you say that you can do for Robert Kleiman what Ivrain did? If this isn't love. As he spoke, Lu Meng even started singing. For a moment, almost all the ultramarines were stunned. Although they felt that the greenskin in front of them was completely talking nonsense, these ultramarines did not know Ivrain's true experiences. But Theirs still stubbornly said, ultramarines are willing to sacrifice their lives for the original body. However, Lu Meng just sneered in response, and then launched into his grand deception mode. Hey brother, have you ever thought that your original body might not want you to die? That sentence indeed stunned all the ultramarines. In fact, during the Great Crusade, Robert Kleiman was indeed an original body who cherished his soldiers. Unlike some of his more warlike brothers, Robert Kleiman, even during the Great Crusade, always tried diplomacy before resorting to force. Some pocket worlds, upon seeing the politically astute original body and the powerful military strength of the ultramarines, voluntarily surrendered. As a result, Robert Kleiman gave people the feeling that with a single call, enemies would bow their heads in submission, truly like a protagonist from a feel-good novel. So, it's precisely because he knows that you, his descendants, would strongly object, that your original body has been unable to meet his lover Ivrain. Of course, it's not just your fault, but it's a pity that your original body is this old and still alone. I wonder if your regent's mother, Eva, worries about her big son's lifelong happiness during holidays. Hearing the greenskin's exclamation, all the ultramarines fell silent for a moment. It wasn't that the ultramarines actually believed the greenskin's crazy talk. After all, ultramarines, with their average politician's mind, were well aware. However, in fact, due to the Empire's political system being a hodgepodge of European medieval times mixed with World War I and II. As a result, bloodline theory held a supreme position in the Empire. Not to mention those like the Titan Knight families and some worlds with extremely strong autonomy. Therefore, even in the Ultramarines, many had considered whether it was time to choose a consort for their original body, especially after Guilliman was gravely wounded and lay in stasis for 10,000 years. Astartes, though cold and ruthless efficient killing machines of the Empire. But this does not mean that these people have no thoughts and emotions of their own. Otherwise, when Guilliman promulgated the Astartes Edict, some Astartes would not have felt betrayed. And they even threatened that the Astartes Edict promulgated by Guilliman was a punishment for the Loyalists. Actually, I think Robert Guilliman and Yvrain are quite suitable. This also best serves the interests of your Shrimp Empire, don't you think? Hearing Lu Meng's question, the Ultramarines and Battle Sisters, who had been silently contemplating, all stared intently at Lu Meng. What, you don't believe me? Then let me explain it to you. Look, the Eldar, their ancestors were actually quite prosperous in the past. If it weren't for them creating another thing in the warp, you shrimps would still be monkeys in the fringe star systems now. Moreover, the Eldar's so-called prophet has actually admitted that your original body is a higher level being than the Eldar, and they intend to befriend the Empire, even forming an alliance. Listen, how subtly they've put it. How can this alliance be made most unbreakable? Looking at the Ultramarines opposite him, Lu Meng slapped his thigh. Marriage alliance. I don't believe you shrimps don't understand this. Isn't this what all your planetary nobles do? Doesn't your emperor always long for the webway? As long as you form a marriage alliance with the Eldar, then the Eldar webway won't it be at your disposal? Besides, the two of them are already in love, and Yvrain is marrying over. What are you afraid of? This is simply a win-win, isn't it? After Lu Meng's lengthy persuasion, several Ultramarines suddenly felt that choosing a consort for their original body, making a trade for the much-needed webway technology for the Empire, didn't seem like a bad idea. But soon theirs reacted, holy crap, that's not why we came here today. Hey! Why did I say I? Theirs, alerted, put down his mushroom wine, cleared his throat twice, and interrupted Lu Meng, who was still rambling. Greenskin, we will convey what you said today to the Regent, but before that, I think it's our turn to ask. Hearing theirs as prompt, the other Ultramarines, who were still listening to Lu Meng's wild boasting, all nodded. Lu Meng, however, nodded indifferently. All right, little theirs, you ask. Hearing Lu Meng address him with the tone used for a junior, theirs suppressed his inner anger. Greenskin, first question, where did these imperial warships of yours come from? After asking the question, theirs stared intently into Lu Meng's eyes, as if trying to discern whether Lu Meng was lying. In that case, theirs must have been out of his mind. Who doesn't know that a greenskin, after drinking, can genuinely boast to a squig? Lu Meng straightened his body slightly, then grabbed a handful of peanuts from a nearby plate, and began to speak while eating. Do you know about the Tyranids? Seeing Lu Meng's serious expression, theirs also nodded solemnly. I know. Since you know the Tyranids, then you should know that they actually come from an extragalactic system. At this, several younger Ultramarines found themselves in uncharted territory of their knowledge. After all, even if every Ultramarine was a politician, they couldn't possibly know everything. Greenskin, do you mean? That's right, we followed these Tyranids back. Oh, this. Even though the Battle Sisters and several Ultramarines were prepared, upon hearing Lu Meng's answer, they were all full of question marks. Does this have anything to do with your warships? Theirs felt like he had grasped something, yet he couldn't quite believe it. After all, the greenskin in front of him coming from an extragalactic system was already absurd enough. Is it possible that these warships were built for us by humans from an extragalactic system? Lu Meng looked at the others opposite him with a hint of deeper meaning, then continued to speak. Gentlemen, have you ever heard of the Heavenfall War? Heavenfall War. Theirs felt his brain was not enough, each of these unfamiliar terms was refreshing theirs' worldview. Do you mean there are other humans outside the galaxy? Ultimately, it was a Battle Sister who posed her question. Compared to the Ultramarines, every Battle Sister was the Emperor's most devout follower. Their almost religiously fanatical belief meant they simply didn't care what the greenskin opposite them was saying. Of course there are. To be honest, do you have some misunderstanding about humans? If humans could shed their ignorance, in fact, you are indeed a very successful race. Having received the greenskin's affirmation, not to mention the two Battle Sisters, just a few Ultramarines had already begun brainstorming. They simply couldn't believe that there were other humans outside the galaxy. What are the humans outside the galaxy like? Curiosity drove an Ultramarine to ask his question. In fact, curiosity, for the Ultramarines, was an extremely rare existence. After all, the concept of curiosity in the warp has always been equated with science. Knowledge is poisonous, or more accurately, unknown knowledge is poisonous. Once your curiosity is too strong, or you develop certain strong emotions, then the human soul projection located in the warp can easily stir up some small ripples. And it is these small ripples that are very likely to attract the attention of some warp entities. Suddenly, the Ultramarines who had asked the question seemed to undergo a slight change in his eyes the next moment. A strong psychic aura emanated from his body. At the same time, in the warp, within a blue-purple cloud of lightning-like variations, a bizarre light containing powerful magical energy was constantly flowing and changing, as if it were an energetic entity full of vitality. And this constantly changing energy entity was in a state of continuous transformation. At times, it transformed into a humanoid creature with severely exaggerated body proportions, and at other times, it became a bizarre giant bird. When in humanoid form, mysterious runes and light would flicker on the body of this energy entity. Blue, white or golden yellow skin constantly alternated, and strange, twisted horns grew from its head only to retract, like some kind of ornament. From its deep, black hole-like eyes, a cold light that saw through everything emanated. However, the next moment, features of various creatures began to grow from the torso of this humanoid being. Beast-like limbs and bodies switched back and forth, wings, tails, and even multiple heads were stitched together. At the same time, each head made different expressions, some surprised, some joyful, and various obscure and difficult to understand mysterious incantations were spoken from these heads. Finally, this constantly changing monster's body began to rapidly grow taller, transforming into a giant bird. Sharp claws, huge wings, feathers shimmering with metallic luster or displaying iridescent colors. Its beak was like a sharp blade, its gaze sharp, piercing through the barrier between reality and the warp, maliciously staring at a green-skinned boy that should not have existed. However, the next moment, Xiang, the Lord of Change, withdrew his gaze. Weaving plots and schemes could please this deity, but the authority he wielded was never limited to schemes and plots. Variables were also deeply beloved by him, an unseen future was also exceptionally delicious to the Chaos God. Gods never had a clear distinction between good and evil, it only depended on how you understood their existence. When mortal prayers resonated within the warp, the fusion and weaving of emotions created life within the warp. Those who prayed for health mistakenly believed that the deity would take away disease. Those who prayed for valor mistakenly believed that the deity would bestow slaughter. In fact, after this Ultramarines asked his question, not only Lu Meng noticed the anomaly, but even the others at the table also sensed something different. Lu Meng chuckled twice, looking at the personal attributes of this Ultramarines. Human Ultramarines, Ollie Hilfer. Xiang is peaking. Level, 15. Age, 130 years old. Strength, 55 plus 80. Speed, 57 plus 50. Constitution, 68 plus 100. Health, 1500/1500. Defense, 70 plus 120. Humans from outside the galaxy, living like a human. Lu Meng looked at this Ultramarines with a profound gaze, while Yaoic energy began to envelop the entire hall, attempting to block Xiang's gaze. But the truth was, Lu Meng was overthinking. After realizing his efforts were fruitless, Lu Meng decisively gave up his suicidal behavior. After all, Lu Meng was not sure if a great demon would suddenly appear and obliterate him if he kept pushing his luck. However, after realizing that Xiang had no intention of acting against him, Lu Meng also confirmed one thing. That is, his soul projection should indeed not be in the warp. Or rather, it seemed that the soul projections of all the green-skinned boy in the Dujin clan were forcibly removed from the warp after joining the Dujin clan. This conjecture arose when Lu Meng discovered that the Yaoic energy kid in his clan would not go mad. One must know that some powerful psychers, if their will was not firm enough, were simply moving human-shaped nuclear bombs. And his own Yaoic energy kid, apart from throwing a few skills like a wizard, had no side effects whatsoever. Seeing that this Ultramarine still wanted to continue asking questions, Lu Meng, however, glanced at theirs next to this Ultramarines. With just a look, theirs understood Lu Meng's meaning, and at the same time, he mentally marked his brother as dangerous. Ollie, perhaps we should let Regent Guillemon discuss the remaining questions personally. Before that, let us first complete our mission. Saying that, theirs once again turned his gaze back to Lu Meng. Green-skin boy, I don't know whether everything you said is true or false. But everything you said, we will report to Regent Guillemon. However, before that, let's discuss official business first. Looking at theirs who was speaking and unconsciously raising the wine glass in front of him. Lu Meng looked at theirs with a chuckle, don't you want to know about the Heavenfall War, and outside the galaxy? And the origin of this child beside me? Oh, and the old ones, are you interested? Lu Meng's words were like the serpent tempting Adam and Eve to steal the forbidden fruit. But theirs clearly had no intention of asking further questions. After all, they had only been chatting for a few moments, and one of his brothers was already acting somewhat abnormally, who knew if he would start growing hair if he kept asking questions. The Astartes Codex, written by Robert Kleiman, although often jokingly referred to as the Empire's toilet paper by many. But the reason for this was that the people below misunderstood the meaning of the Astartes Codex. In fact, the Astartes Codex was more like a reference book, containing a large amount of battlefield experience, such as legion size, troop subdivision, combat deployment, and a series of battlefield knowledge, as well as some ideals loyal to the Empire. However, under the deliberate guidance of some people, the Astartes Codex became a guide for Astartes usage. On the battlefield, if Space Marines did not follow the Astartes Codex to perform their missions, they would be investigated. This was also why, after the Horus Heresy, the Empire always had some Space Marine sub-chapters or some companies that, after completing missions, directly became renegades. This thing was as absurd as a Micromaster ordering a machine gun to advance 6 meters forward. Some Space Marines who violated the Astartes Codex for special reasons to complete missions were punished afterward. As a result, some Space Marines, knowing that they might be sent on a penitent crusade by the Empire upon their return, directly chose to defect. The only useful part of the Astartes Codex might be those ideals loyal to the Empire. Because these ideals indeed made some Space Marines maintain a certain level of vigilance against the warp and some unknown existences. Actually, we are here this time on the Regent's orders to hire you. Theirs got straight to the point. Oh, so you need our green voice ride-hailing service. Then what price range are you looking for? Saying that, Lu Meng launched into his sales pitch. We currently have 3 services: peacekeeping service, station service, and mercenary service. You can choose. We choose mercenary service. Tell us, Greenskin, what do we need to pay to hire your entire fleet? Clearly, Theirs had heard of Green Voice, and was very familiar with the Green Voice ride-hailing service Lu Meng had introduced. However, facing Theirs' statement that he was not short of money, Lu Meng just smiled. Lu Meng naturally saw through the Empire's intention, which was nothing more than to use the Greenskins to consume other alien forces. But Lu Meng had already prepared for this. So Lu Meng unhurriedly picked up his wine glass and took a big gulp. Shrimp, don't try to fool us. There's no problem with you wanting to hire our entire fleet. But before that, you must explain the enemy you are hiring us to deal with, and the standard for completing the mission. Only after that can we continue to discuss the ride-hailing cooperation. Hearing Lu Meng's answer, Theirs nodded and said nothing. In fact, if the Greenskins had really agreed to the hiring, they would definitely send the Greenskins to the most intense battlefield and use them as cannon fodder on the front lines. Theirs even thought that once on the battlefield, these Greenskins might not even need coercion, they would rush to the front lines themselves. After all, that's how Greenskins always are. We plan to hire you to go to the Eastern Gothic sector to fight the TO there. How much do you know about the TO? The Titan Empire, we used to pay attention to them. After all, the TO's greater good and our Greenskins' greatly good coincided in some concepts. But later, after our observation, we found that these TO had also become like you Shrimp, almost driven mad by the galaxy, so we lost interest in them. Although the Empire still looked down on the TO and believed that their excessive reliance on AI intelligence was an extremely foolish act. But the Empire also had to admit that the TO, this emerging race, had bolder innovation and vitality than the Empire, even if it was very dangerous. Even though the current Titan Empire, after the death of the Ethereal Supreme, began to become increasingly extreme. And it was increasingly deviating from the greater good it proclaimed. However, it is undeniable that the Titan Empire is still a race that is constantly learning and innovating. The Titan Empire's weapons are often superior to the equipment of Imperial Guard soldiers. Their laser weapons are more powerful and accurate, and the Titan Empire has also studied human weapons. And unceremoniously stated that the Titan Empire's weapons completely outperform human weapons in all aspects of performance. In fact, this is due to the different concepts of soldiers between humans and the TO. The TO believe that soldiers are precious, so they should be provided with the best possible equipment to ensure their lives. However, from the Empire's perspective, both firearms and soldiers are actually parts of a weapon, they are merely currency in the hands of the Old Man Emperor. Therefore, some scholars of the Titan Empire found that although the Titan Empire's weapons were more advanced, the manufacturing process was also more cumbersome. So much so that for the time it takes the Titan Empire to manufacture one laser rifle, the Empire can produce 10 or even more. In addition, for some hive worlds designated as conscription worlds by the Empire, the tithe collected by the Empire every 60 years takes away nearly 1/10 of the young people from the entire hive world. This number is extremely large. For giant hive worlds with populations exceeding tens of billions, each tithe can provide billions of troops to the Empire. If you want us to help you tear apart the TO, then I think, as compensation, you Shrimp must provide us with a star system with several stars in the Gothic sector for us to be stationed. In addition, we also want all the spoils of war on the battlefield. And you Shrimp must also provide us with all the food, ammunition, and supplies needed on the battlefield. Theirs seemed very surprised by the conditions Lu Meng put forward. It wasn't that Lu Meng's demands were too high, but that they were too low. Although Lu Meng asked for a star system, in fact, in the vast Gothic sector, there are still many unoccupied star systems. In fact, if these Greenskins wanted to, they could completely find a star system and hide there themselves. The galaxy is small, too small to accommodate so many races, but the galaxy is also vast, with 100 billion to 400 billion stars. So much so that even though human territory spans most of the galaxy, there are still large numbers of alien races living within human territory. In addition, with the passage of time, the current galaxy still sees new stars born and old stars extinguished every year. And within human territory, some newly born intelligent races are occasionally discovered by humans. That's not a problem. We will select the most suitable star system for you and allow you Greenskins to be stationed there. As for necessary materials, food, weapons, and ammunition, we will also have nearby hive cities and forge worlds provide them. When can you depart? Facing Theirs' question, Lu Meng did not hesitate and replied directly. Whenever you find us a suitable stationing location and the supplies are in place, we will depart. All right, I understand. Saying that, Theirs stood up, intending to shake hands with Lu Meng and conclude the conversation. But as if remembering something else, Theirs looked at the two battle sisters and said, "During this time, we will report everything you said today to the Regent. So, please keep your communications open. Perhaps His Excellency the Regent will ask you some questions." Lu Meng merely shrugged, indicating he didn't care. And after leaving Maroxith and returning to his combat moon, Lu Meng immediately used the communicator to transmit the news of their preparation for battle to every Greenskin boy. In fact, over the past 6 months, the Greenskins, who had not been fighting, were already a bit restless. For this, Lu Meng had to set up a large number of gladiatorial cages on the warships of these Greenskin boys. Only then could these little ones, who had nowhere to put their daily energy, calm down a bit. It turned out that the Imperium's efficiency was surprisingly high in certain special events. After waiting for less than half a month, the Imperium sent a batch of navigators. As the planetary thrusters behind the combat moon were ignited again, the greenskins, who had been in the Maroxith system for nearly half a year, began to clamor and roar with excitement. And after a spatial distortion, the fleet of warships that had been obscuring the sky above Maroxith simultaneously entered warp travel. These greenskins are finally gone. Inside the governor's mansion on the topmost level of the Hive City, Governor Marx stood before a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the greenskin fleet that had vanished from the sky, Governor Marx let out a long sigh. He had no idea how he had endured the past half year under the shadow of the greenskins. Almost every night, Governor Marx would dream of a giant greenskin boy, several meters tall, holding a large saber, standing by his bed, and staring at him with malice. Just as Governor Marx relaxed, a servant rushed in hurriedly. "Governor Marx, this is bad. Bad." Hearing the servant's anxious tone, Governor Marx couldn't help but frown. What happened? Did those tyrannid gene stealers in the Underhive start rioting again? No, sir, it's the greenskins. They took 2 satellites from the outskirts of Maroxith. Ah. Even with some psychological preparation, Governor Marx was still startled by the servant's report. "Are you sure?" "Governor Marx, I'm quite sure, this is the latest news from the spaceport." He took the communication data slate the servant handed him, and a video was currently playing on it in a loop. The video showed the greenskins' massive fleet. It showed that the greenskin fleet, originally stationed on the 2 satellites, began to break free from the satellite's gravity under the leadership of the combat moon. However, immediately after, the 2 satellites that had been docked by the greenskins also stopped their rotation at that moment. Huge blue plumes of exhaust, extending into space, rose from behind the 2 satellites, eventually disappearing into space along with the greenskin fleet. Seeing this scene, Governor Marx felt his scalp tingle. Damn it, these greenskins only stayed on Marx for half a year and took 2 satellites. If they stayed for 10 or 20 years, wouldn't they pack up and take the entire Marx system? Thinking of this, Governor Marx also felt a wave of lingering fear. Thankfully, they finally sent these green plagues away. Report this matter to the sector governor. Yes, Governor Marx. At the same time, within the warp, 2 satellites, each with a diameter even larger than the combat moon, were following behind the combat moon in a triangular formation, one on the left and one on the right. Inside these 2 satellites, the greenskin boys were busy operating various machines, expanding their internal space. All sorts of haphazard steel pillars were propped up by the greenskin boys wearing rudimentary spacesuits. Large quantities of mined ore were transported by the little ones driving greenskin boy trucks to the massive smelting furnaces on the satellite's surface. Molten iron flowed out continuously like a waterfall. And beneath the huge furnaces were various haphazard molds. Tens of thousands of grots shuttled back and forth between these molds, making repairs. However, the tech boy operating the giant mechanical arm didn't care what these grots were dawdling about. Upon discovering that the molten iron in the crucible was almost full, he directly manipulated the mechanical arm to clamp the huge crucible. Then, he poured the thousands-degree molten iron onto the molds below. Seeing this, the grots who were still repairing the molds frantically fled, but there were always some unlucky ones who were swallowed by the molten iron because they ran too slowly. Whenever this happened, the tech boy responsible for operating the mechanical arm would clap his hands and laugh excitedly, like a mischievous child pouring boiling water on an ant nest. However, very quickly, this tech boy couldn't laugh anymore. Because this time he had provoked a Gretchen from the Gretchen Brotherhood. Not long after, a large group of Kilgons, numbering several hundred, rushed out of the mine. These Kilgons, whose mechanical arms should have been equipped with rockets and whirring killer saw blades, now had huge drills and hydraulic claws. Immediately after, these Kilgons directly surrounded the mechanical arm driven by the tech boy. They began to climb towards the tech boy's control room using their hydraulic claws. Seeing this, the tech boy didn't back down and immediately began to operate the mechanical arm to attack the surrounding Kilgons. But the number of Kilgons was simply too many. Upon discovering that the tech boy still dared to resist, the Kilgons directly began to forcibly dismantle the mechanical arm from its base. Until the entire mechanical arm was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Several Kilgons then dragged the tech boy out from the scrap metal. After these Kilgons dragged the tech boy, who was like a dead dog, away, not long after, another tech boy came with a group of Gretchen to replace him. They began to reassemble the mechanical arm using the broken parts on the ground. At the same time, inside a room within the satellite, adorned with numerous human murals. A huge Duchan clan iron cross emblem was hung on the wall, with red velvet-backed gold and silk used as decoration for the emblem, to display the clan's glory and status. Human bronze artifacts with classical patterns were placed in the cupboards and bookshelves on one side of the room. On a thick and slightly old desk, there was a plate of mushrooms and a fungal cigar still emitting white smoke. On a grey-brown leather sofa, Akon, a grot, was wearing a well-fitted black suit with a fresh red rose pinned to his chest, examining the tech boy, who was dragged before him like a dead dog. The dim light shone on Akon's face, making his green countenance appear somewhat sinister and ferocious. "Let us see who it is." "Oh, it's a tech boy." A slightly mocking voice came from Akon's mouth. At the same time, the tech boy's head was lifted by a nearby Kilgons and brought close to Akon's face. Immediately after, the fungal cigar, emitting white smoke, was pressed by Akon onto this tech boy's eye. "Tell me, what's your background?" Facing Akon's question, the tech boy, however, spat defiantly. However, it seemed they were prepared. The spittle mixed with blood had not yet reached Akon's face when a quick-witted grot held up a mushroom umbrella to block it. Subsequently, another grot handed a large wrench to Akun. Bang! The wrench hit the tech boy's face hard, followed by blow after blow. Only when the tech boy was beaten until his head was covered in blood and gore did Akun feel satisfied. Since you won't even call me Godfather, chop him up and send him to the mushroom farm. Hearing Akun's command, a few Kilgons dragged the tech boy to the side. Then, after a series of chilling cutting sounds, several grots pushed 2 small carts full of meat chunks and ran out. Boss Yaik. Boss Yaik. Seeing the tech boy cut into hundreds of pieces, the grot who had previously led the repair of the mold immediately came forward fawningly. However, facing the Gretchen who approached him, Akun frowned tightly. What did you call me? Bo. Boss. Say it again, what did you call me? Bo. Boss. Dash underscore. Humph. Hearing the grot call him boss, Akun unhappily raised a hand and pointed at the approaching grot. Outside this room, if you call me boss, I won't bother you, but in this room, what should you call me? Think hard. Stared at by Akun, the grot was clearly stunned for a moment, but quickly thought it over, and then the grot fell to his knees with a thud. Godfather boss. Underscore. He dot. Hearing the grot change his address, Akun nodded with satisfaction. You're not stupid, kid. Keep up the good work. As he spoke, the grot even imitated his boss, patting the grot's shoulder. Immediately after, Akun sat back down on his sofa and put his cigar in his mouth. A quick-witted Gretchen immediately helped Akun light his cigar. Akun looked at the other grots in the room, took a deep puff of his cigar, and blew out 2 smoke rings. As long as you don't make mistakes, as long as you don't betray us. Having joined our Gretchen Brotherhood, I guarantee that as long as I'm still by the boss's side, no one will dare to bully you. What's dealing with a tech boy? As long as you listen to me. I promise, I'll make sure you don't have to worry about what those green-skinned boys think. Listening to Akun's domineering speech, the other grots in the room burst into laughter. However, at this moment, Lu Mang's voice sounded from the communicator on Akun's desk. Akun, where did you disappear to? Hearing his boss's call, the previously arrogant Akun immediately became humble and subservient, like a eunuch. Boss, I'll be right there. When the combat moon once again exited the warp, warping out from the Mandeville point. At this time, the Dujin clan was already located in a completely new star system. This star system had 3 suns and 27 planets, with hundreds of moons. According to the Adeptus Mechanicus's investigations, due to the 3 suns, almost all of the planetary surfaces in this star system were exceptionally hot. The surface temperature of the planets closest to the sun could even reach hundreds of degrees Celsius. Under such high temperatures, even if the greenskins dug hundreds of meters down from the surface, they couldn't find an environment suitable for their survival. At the same time, under such high temperatures, almost every planet was unsuitable for the growth of greenskins' mushroom spores. After all, the Imperium wouldn't be so kind as to provide the greenskins with a suitable home world. However, Lu Meng was very satisfied with this. At the same time, through the information transmitted by the astropaths, Regent Robert Kleiman, far away on Terra, also received the latest news from the Gothic sector. Since the information transmitted by astropathic communication was not text, but a kind of gibberish similar to emojis. Therefore, there were often some deviations in the translation of the information. The negotiation went smoothly, the greenskins accepted the employment, the price is a star system. The greenskins' warships came from humans outside the galaxy. The greenskins came from an extragalactic star system. The greenskins seemed to know a lot about the Imperium's history and many secrets. The greenskins suggested that the regent marry the Eldar, stating that through this, humanity could obtain the technology to utilize the webway. Looking at these outrageous astropathic communications, Robert Kleiman once again pulled out his old phone. What in the world was all this? The golden olive leaf crown on his head trembled slightly. The only thing that made Guillemon feel fortunate was that the greenskins had indeed accepted the employment. At the same time, several keywords were also extracted by Robert Kleiman. From an extragalactic star system, humans from an extragalactic star system, understanding human history, webway. Although he felt a headache, Robert Kleiman was still very interested in these greenskins. However, the information was severely insufficient, so Robert Kleiman decided to wait until the Battle Sisters brought him more accurate news. Since the star system where the Dujin clan was currently located had 3 suns, Lu Meng named it the 3-body star system without the 3-body people. At the same time, a large number of greenskin boys began to colonize the planets farthest from the star. In addition, teams of rogue traders from the Imperium of Man also transported massive amounts of weapons, ammunition, and various supplies to the star system. Rogue traders were a group of very adventurous fellows, and their transport ships traveled between various star systems year-round. In fact, as long as there was profit to be made, these rogue traders would also engage in trade with Xenos races. And what Lu Meng had no shortage of now was throne gelt. Thus, under Lu Meng's lavish spending, a large number of rogue traders began to transport all sorts of good things that the Imperium had but the greenskins didn't, to the 3-body star system without the 3-body people, and then made a fortune. This naturally attracted the attention of the Imperium's Inquisition, but after discovering that these rogue traders were not transporting any contraband, the Inquisition, who still needed the greenskins on the battlefield, turned a blind eye to it. Months later, after resting and formulating a development plan within the 3-body star system, Lu Meng left a large number of transport ships, as well as a large number of grots, Akun, and Run 2, in the 3-body star system. Then, led by a human navigator, Lu Mang once again led the rest of the already agitated greenskin boys into the warp. Meanwhile, in the eastern Gothic sector, due to the Imperium's long-standing standoff and decades of warfare with the Tio, more than a dozen star systems in this sector had been affected. In response, both sides continued to escalate, seemingly determined to decide the victor here. The participation of over a dozen star systems involved an exceptionally large amount of mobilized population and resources. Almost every day, millions of lives were lost on the battlefield. In addition, various infiltrations, decapitations, and harassment attacks between the two sides were endless. And such high-intensity combat naturally attracted the covetous gaze of other factions. Greenskin pirates, Chaos Space Marines warbands, and some other Xenos races were also taking advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. The rumbling sound of tracks advancing echoed across the land. Crunch, a Fire Clan corpse was run over by a Venomblade tank. Keep advancing, we are about to enter the engagement zone. Attention! 12 o'clock ahead, enemy vehicle detected. Firing range 735, loading ammunition. The commander's voice reverberated within the narrow confines of the Venomblade tank. The main gunner silently gripped the trigger button, searching for his prey through the observation port. Flames and smoke permeated the battlefield, and in the city, which had been reduced to ruins, several Kadai legions were engaged in fierce combat with Tio on the intertwined front lines. Here, both sides had clearly gone all out. XV-8 crisis battle suits equipped with fusion blasters moved rapidly across the battlefield like towering mechs. Similarly, the Imperium had also deployed a large number of Night Titans in this engagement zone. Compared to the Tio's XV-8 crisis battle suits, which looked very sci-fi and were highly maneuverable, the Night Titans gave a first impression of being sturdy and durable. Thick armor plating combined with an ion shield allowed these raging behemoths to simply charge forward. The triple-barreled meltagun and giant chain sword on their arms could easily melt through enemy armor and tear it to shreds. As a support team, 7 Kadai assault troopers followed behind the Venomblade tank. Screams and gunshots echoed on the battlefield, and countless support teams like theirs were fighting in other areas. Similar scenes were happening constantly. Fire! A shell over a meter long shot out of the barrel. The rocket propulsion device at the tail of the shell allowed for secondary acceleration after it left the barrel. A distance of nearly 1,000 meters was covered in an instant, and a hammerhead gunship hovering in mid-air, still continuously unleashing firepower, instantly exploded into a fireball. At the same time, the soldiers also began to use the Venomblade tank as cover, continuously firing. In fact, on such a chaotic battlefield, even an Astartes with superhuman physique could lose his life in a chaotic battle due to an ordinary melta-bomb. After the main gun fired, the plasma cannons on both sides of the Venomblade tank, as well as the coaxial gun below the main gun, also began to search for enemies. Inside the Venomblade tank, like a mobile fortress, the gunners silently loaded, aimed, fired, fired. A Fire Clan warrior, reduced to half a body by a plasma cannon, desperately crawled. But he was still left further and further behind by the continuously advancing Venomblade tank. Until a Kadai soldier burned through his entire brain with a single laser shot. The support squad continued to advance, encountering more and more enemies. Attack! Attack! 800 meters ahead, attack! The loader operated the machinery to load ammunition into the barrel, the gunner remained silent. Attack! Attack! Fire! Fire! The roar of the engine and the commander came simultaneously, but the gunner remained silent. He was waiting for an opportunity that would allow him to hit with one shot. At the same time, he prayed in his heart, praying that the Emperor would grant them victory, praying for the Emperor to bestow triumph. His finger, resting on the trigger, was like a withered branch, unmoving. Now, in the name of the Emperor, deliver judgment upon the enemy. As the Venomblade continued to advance, an excellent attack angle appeared. Immediately after, the gunner slammed the button, and the main gun's shell struck the chest of an XV-104 Riptide battlesuit. However, just as the shell penetrated this 5.6 meter tall XV-104 Riptide battlesuit, another XV-104 burst out from the flank of the support squad. In just one encounter, several Kadai soldiers who were originally following behind the Venomblade tank were swept away by the fusion blaster on the 15104's arm, and some were even directly cut in half. The rocket pods on the shoulders of the modularly designed XV-104 battlesuit also simultaneously aimed behind the Venomblade tank. Immediately following was a rapid volley of rockets. Explosions erupted, and a grating screech echoed. However, for the Venomblade, which was over 6 meters tall and 13.5 meters long, this amount of attack should have been nothing. Yet, nothing is absolute. The soldiers inside the Venomblade tank felt a severe impact on their ears. At the same time, an alarm sounded inside the tank. The dense rocket barrage fortunately destroyed the Venomblade tank's rear ammunition compartment. Damn it! The explosive fire instantly spread throughout the entire tank, charring all the soldiers inside, and then blowing them and the tank sky high. Heavy footsteps sounded, and a 14-meter-tall Warhound Titan passed by in the distance. 2 Kadai soldiers who had previously dodged the fusion axe attack watched the exploding Venomblade in despair. They wanted to pray, but they didn't know how to begin. Damn it, the instructor should have taught them more prayers. Without the Venomlord's cover, death was only a matter of time for them. What should we do? Exchanging glances with the bewildered recruit, the other soldier mustered his courage and stood up, muttering, No, death is not terrifying. We are the Emperor's currency, we should not fear death. His armor was severely damaged, and perhaps his head had been struck, as blood stained the soldier's face. Brother, I still have 2 melta-bombs here. I need you to fire, to attract this big guy. You only need to hold on for 2 seconds. 2 seconds was the shortest detonation time for the melta-bomb. Listening to the voice coming through his helmet, the bewildered recruit immediately responded. I can. Good. The young recruit raised the las gun in his hand, but he was too small, so the laser hitting the 15104's armor only scratched its paint. According to their training instructor, without the Venom Lod's cover, an ordinary Kadai soldier's survival time on the battlefield was less than 20 minutes. It was clear that today they would lower that average. The Fire Clan warrior piloting the XV-104 Riptide battlesuit noticed the tiny insect firing at him. However, just as he turned his body, preparing to blow it sky high with a single pulse blast, another tiny insect caught him off guard, and quickly ran behind the XV-104 battlesuit. Immediately after, this Kadai soldier leaped, using the dagger in his hand to firmly nail himself to the back of the armor. For the Emperor. Almost at the instant he shouted this, the soldier felt the heat of the melta-bomb on his chest. Just as this soldier looked up, embracing his death, the sky was suddenly shrouded in shadow. Dense Imperial warships, at this moment, exited the warp, appearing out of thin air in the sky above. At the last moment, engulfed by flames. Above the planet, amidst the scarlet atmosphere, countless burning drop pods rained down from the sky like divine judgment. The Emperor's angels shall bring judgment. The next moment, a melta bomb exploded, completely consuming the soldier's body along with the Fire Clan's XV-104 Riptide battlesuit. At the same time, inside the helmet of the soldier who had previously been responsible for firing and attracting enemy attention, an order from his superior came through. Retreat! Retreat, everyone withdraw from the battlefield, make some space for our allies. The voice from inside the helmet was like music to his ears, and the new boy knew his life was saved. Praise the Emperor. In the sky, Imperial Thunderhawk gunships, like steel raptors, roared as they swept low, their autocannons firing wildly. TO light vehicles were riddled with holes by the hail of bullets. And inside the Thunderhawk gunship, the green skin boy piloting it excitedly slapped the steering wheel after destroying an enemy vehicle. Waaik. Facing the sudden aerial strike and enemy reinforcements, the TO Devilfish armored vehicles, relying on their advanced anti-gravity engines, sped like phantoms over the rugged terrain. The pulse laser cannons mounted on them continuously unleashed energy beams at enemies within sight. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, a squad of Dark Angel Space Marines was engaging in close quarters combat with TO Fire Warriors. The Fire Warriors moved swiftly among the ruins, their pulse carbines firing accurately. However, these pulses seemed to cause no pain or itch when they struck the Dark Angel shields. Immediately after, a Dark Angel exchanged glances with his comrade beside him, then charged out of cover, shrugging off a few incoming pulse rounds, and advanced in front of a Fire Warrior. As his power fist swung, the Fire Warrior's head was instantly smashed into pulp, the splattered blood glaringly bright on the scorched ground. But before the Dark Angel could withdraw his fist, a dozen concentrated pulse grenades were thrown by Fire Warriors from the surrounding cover. These grenades utilized pulse energy technology, releasing powerful pulse energy waves upon explosion. When they exploded, a blue energy pulse lightning spread outwards, and the Dark Angel, unable to evade, had his body instantly penetrated by the pulse energy. As the electronic equipment inside his power armor simultaneously failed, the Dark Angel's internal organs and brain were also churned into a paste by the concentrated pulse. On the battlefield, the shouts of the soldiers from both sides, the roar of weapons, and the screams of pain intertwined. On the desolate plains outside the Hive City ruins, lemon rust tank clusters, engaged in combat with the TO, crushed the scorched earth with their roaring treads. The 120mm smoothbore muzzles gleamed with the cold light of death, and each of their roars could carve a bloody trench in the TO positions. The vehicles rolled over the bodies of TO, the Imperial Aquila symbol on their heavy ceramic composite armor blackened by the fires of war, yet still ferocious. Facing the Imperial tank clusters, a large number of Hammerhead hovercraft in the distance launched dense salvos of Seeker missiles. They trailed long plumes of flame, accurately hitting the lemon rust tanks charging at the forefront, one after another. Immediately after, violent explosions flipped the tanks over, igniting raging fires. Planet Maya-Kato 4 trembled in this brutal war, every inch of air filled with the smell of gunpowder and death. In this war between the Imperium and the TO, spanning over a dozen star systems, everything happening here was merely a microcosm of what was occurring on dozens, even hundreds, of planets. Just as the new boy secretly prayed, preparing to get up and withdraw from the battlefield, several yellow-painted dreadnoughts were dropped from midair by a transport ship. And just as the transport ship turned and accelerated, preparing to return, a fusion annihilator round struck its side. As a result, the transport ship spun and crashed to the ground in midair. The heavy greenskin dreadnought was the first to smash into the ruins on the surface, kicking up large clouds of dust. Along with the drop pods, a large number of Gorkanauts, as well as various Kilgons and dreadnoughts, also landed. When a dreadnought crawled out of the ruins and passed by the Kadai soldier, a rocket mercilessly took the new boy's life. Retreat, retreat, damn it, just find a place to hide. As the new boy's helmet hit the ground, the communication device inside it still relayed the commander's anxious orders. Although his Big Mech had repeatedly emphasized that they were now allied with the shrimp. But some greenskins would always ignore their Big Mech's words. Lu Mang kicked open the drop pod door. Waaik. The terrifying Waaik energy roar almost instantly enveloped the entire planet Maya-Kato. In addition, excited greenskin boys also crawled out of the drop pods, and upon hearing their Big Mech's roar, Whether it was a green-skinned boy driving a Gorkanaut, or a grot crammed into a kill can, they all shouted excitedly. Waaaaik! 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 An invisible Waaaaik energy field enveloped the entire planet. As a result, the greenskins' weapons and vehicles began to overload. The roaring tank, which could originally only reach 140 horsepower, was driven by the greenskin boys at a speed of 200 horsepower. Various 40mm caliber big guns, in the hands of the greenskin boys, also began to operate exceptionally smoothly, with no signs of jamming or misfires. The greenskins' tactics had always been no tactics, but within the Waaaaik energy field, when an orc big mech, or several Kilgons, saw eye to eye with each other, then they would, intentionally or unintentionally, form a big guy warband, or a Kilgons group. It was precisely because Lu Meng knew the greenskins' nature that he only stipulated the number of greenskins to be deployed on the planet before the war, otherwise he didn't care about anything else. Above the sky, in space, the massive greenskin fleet appeared with an almost overwhelming advantage. But before the Imperial fleet, which was currently engaging the Teo fleet, could rejoice, the massive greenskin fleet unleashed indiscriminate bombardment on all ships in the combat zone. The macro cannon array on the Retribution-class battleship, with just a single flash, erupted with world-destroying power, causing ripples in space. Although sound cannot travel in space, the power of the macro cannon could still give one a deafening sensation. The sudden appearance of the greenskins indeed disrupted the rhythm of both sides. Originally, the Teo fleet and Imperial warships, which had been in continuous combat above the planet Maya-Kato, were almost simultaneously subjected to the greenskin fleet's overwhelming firepower. Fortunately, most of the greenskin boys responsible for operating the macro cannons, lance cannons, and various secondary weapon arrays still retained some semblance of sanity. As a result, upon discovering that many warships on the battlefield resembled their own, they adjusted their gun barrels. But even so, dozens of Imperial warships were directly destroyed in a single volley from the greenskins. Smaller attack craft like Thunderhawk gunships suffered even heavier losses. As for the Titan Empire's fleet, it was not faring much better at this time. Compared to the Imperial warships' robust defenses, the Titan Empire's warships were more fragile, often relying on long-range strikes and flexible high mobility for victory. Facing the sudden greenskin attack, even with timely evasion, the Titan Empire's warships still suffered heavy damage. In just one bombardment, nearly 30% of the Teo warships were completely destroyed. Damn it, damn it. Quick. Quick. Full speed ahead, order all warships to withdraw from the combat zone. At the center of the battlefield, inside a massive Emperor-class battleship, the Imperial Navy fleet commander in charge of this engagement furiously slammed the conference table. Do these damn greenskins have brains no bigger than peanuts? They can't even distinguish between enemy and friendly forces. Damn it, hurry, hurry, get me out of this battlefield. I can't stand this godforsaken place for another minute. Also, contact Governor Lucius and report everything that happened here. At the same time, a similar situation was unfolding on the planet Maya-Kato, within a hive city that had not yet fallen. The commander of the Kadai regiment, responsible for the hive city's surface defense, was also in a rage. However, what made this commander even more helpless and heartbroken was that his soldiers were destined to die in vain under the muzzles of these friendly forces. Even though the Empire treats soldiers as currency, it does not mean that every Imperial Guard officer is like a Krieger, who does not treat his soldiers as human beings. Even if they are currency, they should be spent where they are most valuable. This is a responsibility that every Imperial Guard commissar should fulfill. But Commander Eng Sa knew that those soldiers killed by the greenskins for no reason were destined not to receive an answer. Retreat. Retreat. If you can't retreat, find a place to hide first. Inside the command room, contact officers repeatedly uttered the same message. To Commander Eng Sa's relief, some units on the outskirts of the combat zone had already established contact with headquarters and reported that they had withdrawn from the battlefield. Go contact Governor Kato of Maya-Kato and ask him how the new recruitments are progressing. Also, order all other active units to contract their defensive lines. And tell Governor Lucius, don't expect my soldiers to move an inch until those greenskins are dead. Yes, Commander. Ever since Lu Meng stepped onto the surface of the planet Maya-Kato, the notifications in his mind had not stopped for a moment. Obtained, XV-88 Broadside Battlesuit *1. Obtained, XV-104 Riptide Battlesuit *1. Obtained, Imperial Warhound Class Titan *1. Obtained, KX-139 Ta Honor Supremacy Armor *1. Just as Lu Meng shattered the chest of an XV-104 Riptide Battlesuit with an uppercut, crushing the Fire Clan warrior inside into a 5-nut mooncake, a different notification caught Lu Meng's attention. Your champion boy destroyed an Imperial Dictator class cruiser. Obtained, Exorcist class Grand Cruiser *1. Your champion boy has automatically picked it up for you. Your champion boy destroyed an Imperial Cobra class frigate. Obtained, Lunar class cruiser *1. Ah, this. Listening to dozens of notifications about destroyed Imperial warships, Lu Meng fell into a brief silence. Oh no, something bad happened. Greenskin diddy-da-da, but they also hit the employer, how can that be? Although Lu Meng was helpless about his champion boy's outrageous actions. But it had to be said, dozens of Imperial warships were very appealing. He threw aside the XV-104 Riptide armor, which he had kneaded into an iron ball using Waaaaik energy. Killed, XV-104 Riptide Warrior *1. Obtained, Teo Coin *10,000. Obtained, Experience Points *4000. Obtained, XV107 Arvarna Battlesuit *1. Compared to the Empire, the TO did not have super large mech units similar to Titans. However, a large number of drone units and various models of battlesuits compensated for their lack of large units. Amidst the ruins, Lu Meng, wearing a biological armor and standing over 5 meters tall, moved like a nimble giant beast. Numerous gun drones and missile drones hovered in midair like flies, unleashing firepower upon Lu Meng. However, no matter how many pulse rounds and small missiles these drones fired at Lu Meng, they could not break through his defenses. Among the Duchin clan, Lu Meng's height was never unusual. Even including Kobe, the height of several champion boys had already surpassed Lu Meng's. This naturally stirred up restless thoughts in the minds of some champion boys. In response, Lu Meng simply and brutally dragged these boys onto the gladiatorial cage, then beat them into cripples and stuffed them into dreadnoughts. In fact, 99% of the reason Lu Meng's height had always increased slowly was because he had allocated all his attribute points to constitution. Previously, Lu Meng had only added 30 attribute points to strength, and in just one night, he had grown another half a meter. It caused all his weapons and equipment to become one size too small. The greenskin's body structure is inherently between animal and plant. Compared to other greenskins, who could only develop in a balanced way, Lu Meng's body muscle density and toughness had reached a terrifying level. He even once, to test the limits of his body, took several rounds of rockets bare-chested, and emerged completely unharmed. Using YAAIC energy, he crushed the annoying bugs around him. Just as Lu Meng was searching for valuable targets, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire hive world, causing the ground to tremble. In another hive city ruin not far from this planet, a terrifying mushroom cloud directly wiped the entire hive city ruin from the planet. A horrifying blast wave swept large amounts of construction debris, as well as various machinery, vehicles, miscellaneous items, and corpses, spreading outwards. As a scavenger from the underhive, AA never knew her parents since she was little. Ever since she could remember, she had been confined to a cage. The cage wasn't big, only allowing AA to lie down, and there were many children like AA. For AA, the happiest part of each day was in the evening, when someone who seemed to be her kind would bring her some food in an iron bucket. At the same time, as the price for receiving food, the same kind who brought the food would also plunge a sharp needle into AA's body. According to the kind who brought them food, the substance they extracted from AA's body seemed to be called blood. Although it hurt every time, AA accepted it as the price for food. AA didn't know why she was called AA, but once, when she tried to speak like those of her kind outside her cage. Those of her kind who had been chatting and laughing looked at AA with a look as if they had seen a ghost. Immediately after, AA fell asleep, and when AA woke up again, AA found that she could only make the sound AA. Days passed one by one, and AA grew older day by day. The number of her kind who were originally confined in cages like her became fewer and fewer. AA understood that they had died, although she didn't understand what death was. But out of biological instinct, AA didn't want to die, and AA felt fear. Gradually, the inexplicable whispers in AA's ears grew louder and louder. In fact, these sounds were already commonplace for AA. At the same time, these sounds also taught AA a lot of strange knowledge. Like how to build certain altars, how to determine if she was lucky today, and how to heat a piece of meat to medium rare using psychers. AA didn't care about this. In fact, AA's only concern was that her current cage was a bit too small, and she wondered when her kind would give her a larger cage. However, just as AA was thinking about her new cage, a TO pulse rocket landed in the underhive area of this hive city. Almost instantly, the terrifying pulse storm instantly vibrated to death all members of the small gang AA belonged to. Immediately after, AA heard that it seemed to be raining heavily outside, and there was thunder. AA was very afraid of this, and AA tried her best to curl up into a ball. But gradually, AA found that ever since the thunder started outside the room, her kind had never brought her food again. The other kind in the other cages also became motionless after the thunder. In AA's opinion, they must have died. AA didn't care about their life or death, AA just felt hungrier and hungrier. During the long wait, AA tried more than once to crawl out of the cage. But there was always a voice telling AA not to leave the cage, otherwise it would be very scary. AA didn't know how long she had waited, but AA was afraid to go out. And looking down from the sky, the once majestic hive city had already become a ruin. But on the edge of the ruins, a lonely small house stood there very strangely. Whether it was a Fire Clan warrior in an F-15 battlesuit passing by, or an Imperial Lemon Rust tank driving past, or even missiles flying chaotically in the sky, they all ignored this strange little house. As if it didn't exist at all. Until a burning drop pod from the sky crashed onto this inconspicuous house. More than half of the house was crushed by the drop pod, and AA, curled up in her cage, also saw the scene outside. The crimson atmosphere dyed the sky blood red, and the warplanes flying overhead fought and crashed, bringing bursts of thunder and rising balls of fire. A group of guys, all dressed in grey power armor and holding various weapons, who didn't look like her kind at first glance, crawled out of the iron house that had fallen from the sky. For a moment, AA felt that their cages seemed better than hers. But very quickly, boundless fear swept through AA's entire brain. Fragments flickered before AA's eyes like a revolving lantern, with the mocking sounds of her kind and the scraping sound of knives being sharpened. The last image was AA tied to a wooden board, with the kind who often fed her smiling maliciously, walking towards her with a dagger. AA struggled desperately, wanting to close her mouth, but her mouth had already been propped open by a metal muzzle. Mama. Strange and never heard words came out of AA's mouth, but the response AA received was, "Ah, so annoying. The livestock can actually talk, how disgusting, but it doesn't matter, I'll help you shut up now, ha 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 ha." The lost memories stopped abruptly here, but the suppressed pain continued to amplify. Ah. The terrible memories made AA's head feel like it was about to explode, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Gradually, the surrounding space began to distort, crackling electric sparks splashed on AA's body, and flames also began to burn beneath AA. Unexplained whispers also emanated from within AA. Noisy. Noisy. So noisy. Instantly, terrifying psychers swept through the entire room and rapidly spread outwards. Whether it was the warplanes circling in the sky, the TO drones hovering in midair, or the fire warriors, imperial soldiers and various vehicles fighting on the ground. At this moment, it was as if time had been paused, the flames spewing from the lemon rust tank and the cannon shells suspended in midair, everything remained motionless. Silence, an unparalleled silence, yet it could not alleviate the pain in AA's heart. Ah! Accompanied by AA's mournful roar, a terrifying psychic storm once again began to spread from within AA, everything around, whether buildings or otherwise, could only be torn into fragments and carried away to greater distances in the face of the terrifying psychers. Even under this psychic impact, the crimson atmosphere was blown away, and the entire planetary surface also began to tremble. Under the distortion of the psychers, the essence of some matter was rewritten, and a terrifying mushroom cloud, accompanied by an explosion, rose into the sky. And in the last hive world, almost all astropaths of the Astra Telepathica simultaneously looked in a distant direction. Several astropaths whose willpower was not firm enough had their entire brains explode the moment they looked in that direction. The last promoted elderly astropath sent out a message in the final moment before his brain exploded. Alpha. When Lu Meng once again crawled out of the ruins, the originally chaotic battlefield had become exceptionally quiet. The damaged bioarmor on his body was still slowly healing, and at the same time, after enduring this impact, a milky white, crystal-like object grew on the healed bioarmor at his chest. Although he had only worn this epic bioarmor for a few battles, it changed almost every time he fought. Now, its original appearance was almost unrecognizable. As Lu Meng surveyed his surroundings, several champion boys with severely damaged power armor also emerged from the ruins. Upon finding their boss unharmed, they began to gather around Lu Meng. Compared to the physically fragile humans and Tau fire warriors, the greenskin's vitality was absolutely the most tenacious. Gradually, more orc big mechs emerged from the ruins and torn apart vehicles. At the same time, several Dark Angel space marines also walked out from a sturdy cover. The first reaction of the surrounding greenskins upon seeing these Dark Angels was to grab their weapons and get ready to fight them. But thankfully, Lu Meng raised his hand in time to stop them, preventing his little ones from continuing to beat up his clients. In fact, some lucky Kadai soldiers and fire warriors also fortunately survived the first wave of the psychic storm. But their numbers, compared to the greenskins, were pitifully small. In the distance, waves of psychic impact continued. The terrifying tornado, piercing the atmosphere, frantically churned the matter on the planet's surface. Besides that, the gravity across the entire planet also began to become chaotic. Countless metal building debris first floated into the air, then for some reason, fell heavily, and even living things were no exception. What exactly happened? Looking at the continuously expanding tornado in the distance, even Lu Meng, as a greenskin, instinctively felt a sense of fear. Hearing Lu Meng's question, a Dark Angel whose entire arm had disappeared, took off his helmet. Half of his head had been replaced by machinery, and a terrifying scar ran along the scalp on the other side, extending to his entire jaw. The 4 skull nails, 2 gold and 2 silver, on his forehead, proved the battles this Dark Angel had experienced. As a Dark Angel known for his tenacity and solemnity, in fact, if he had a choice, Xiang would never explain anything to a group of greenskins. For the Dark Angels, these were imperial secrets. But reason still prevented Xiang from acting impulsively. The news we just received is that an alpha-level psyker has gone berserk. Greenskin, I need your assistance now. If he cannot be stopped in time, the entire Maya Kado might collapse due to the rampant psychic energy. Holy crap, an alpha level. Hearing the explanation given by the Dark Angel standing opposite him, whose height only reached his waist, Lu Meng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If Lu Meng remembered correctly, the Emperor was only an alpha and level psyker before he sat on the golden throne. Of course, no one knew how much the Emperor's alpha and actually added. Damn it, I hope I'm not that unlucky. This is only the first stop, and they've already thrown a big boss at me. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Is this some kind of founding emperor died halfway through his grand endeavor plot? If it really doesn't work, let's just make a quick escape. After all, the galaxy is so big, why don't I just let my greenskin boys go out and sell some hooks? After all, everyone has a backside these days. Just as Lu Meng was brainstorming and thinking wildly, Xiang, the Dark Angels who was still waiting for Lu Meng's reply, frowned deeply. Greenskin, what? You're not really scared, are you? Xiang deliberately emphasized the word scared, trying to provoke the greenskin opposite him into joining him to deal with the alpha in the distance. But reality is always unexpected. Lu Meng, who had been muttering to himself, gave him a thumbs up after hearing his words. Brother, you're awesome, you're pure, you're amazing. You go deal with the alpha, we're calling the fleet to retreat now. As he spoke, a large communication data slate suddenly appeared in Lu Meng's hand, and he snapped 2 pictures right in front of Xiang's face. Immediately after, Lu Meng put the communication data slate back into his system space, then bent down and patted Xiang's shoulder, speaking softly. Don't worry, brother, since you're so pure and intend to take your little ones to their deaths. We will definitely erect a cenotaph for you, and your posthumous photo will be in 1080p. After doing all this, Lu Meng walked past Xiang, who was still in a daze, then took a deep breath, settling his chi in his danshan. Little ones. Run. Waiik. It wasn't that Lu Meng was cowardly, well, Lu Meng admitted he was cowardly, but he couldn't help but be cowardly. You see, alpha-level psychers have the power to destroy planets. Leaving aside whether this thing is strong or not, Lu Meng certainly doesn't have the ability to destroy a planet. To kill an alpha-level psyker, without the assistance of the untouchables from the Silent Sisterhood, success would be a pipe dream. Even so, it would still require the sacrifice of an entire Imperial fleet, a planet, and several Astartes chapters or several Imperial Guard legions to possibly achieve it. Here's an explanation. Astartes legions are those with an original body in command, the next level down is a chapter, which ranges from 1,000 to several thousand men. The roar, mixed with Yaaic energy, once again entered the ears of every green-skinned boy on the Mayakado planet. Even the psychic storm could not completely block Lu Meng's roar. Inside the ruins, the green-skinned boys, who had been idle and unsure what to do next, began to quickly gather upon hearing their boss's roar. At the same time, the priest accompanying him also began to try to establish contact with the Yaaic energy kid on the battleship using Yaaic energy. Lu Meng's Yaaic energy roar seemed to catch the attention of Alpha. AA, who had been floating in midair, curled into a ball, raised her head blankly and looked at a figure nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Just being stared at, Lu Meng instantly felt a chill down his spine. In addition, a bad news came from the priest's mouth. Boss, I seem to have lost contact with the other Yaaic energy kids. What? Lu Meng grabbed the priest's entire green face and pulled him in front of himself. Perhaps it was due to too much force, the priest's mouth was stretched a few inches by Lu Meng. Priest, shut up. How can such cold words come out of your mouth? Take them back quickly. Oh, and you guys, hurry up and think. Just think that the priest can definitely contact the combat moon. Seeing the greenskins planning to retreat, Xiang spat disdainfully. Damn it, I didn't expect the greenskins to be such cowards. Brothers, let's go. It's time to show our loyalty to the Emperor. Looking at the dark angels in front of him, who had lost an arm but were still arrogant, as if they hated the heavens for having no handle and the earth for having no ring. Lu Meng couldn't help but blurt out, not brothers, do you even pee with a matte finish? Can't you even see what you look like right now? What, are you also an ICU war god? Facts have proven that Lu Meng's 3 sentences can also make a man spend 180,000 for him mistake made. Scene, the dark angels, who was originally preparing to sacrifice himself, nearly fainted from anger after hearing Lu Meng's 3 sentences. Due to Xiang's rage, his heart rate increased at the broken part of his shoulder and arm, causing the wound, which had already scabbed over, to spray out dozens of tails of blood again. Ah! Greenskin, I will not rest until you are dead. I'll cut you down. As a veteran from the 30K era who followed the Emperor on the Great Crusade, and the current captain of the 5th Company of the Dark Angels, even their original body, Lionel Johnson, held him in high regard. How could he have ever suffered such an insult, especially when the one insulting him was a greenskin? As a result, Xiang, who already had a fiery temper, after breaking down, directly swung the power sword in his hand and slashed at Lu Meng. However, facing this resentful strike from the Dark Angels, Lu Meng neither dodged nor avoided, merely wrapping his fist in Yaaic energy and directly blasting him away with a single punch. At the same time, after a simple exchange, Xiang's personal information panel appeared before Lu Meng. Dark Angels Astartes, Xiang de Razor. Level, 53. Age, 10,967 years. Strength, 210 plus 150. Speed, 230 plus 200. Constitution, 300 plus 240. Health, 3240/5400. Defense, 120 plus 180. Skills, Sword Master, Combat Expert, Stealth, Sniper Master, Assassination, Forging Master, all weapon proficiency. Passive, Tenacity, Secret Guardian. Equipment, Raven Wing Power Armor Legendary, Power Sword Relic Legendary, Melt-A-Bomb Consumable *3. Relic Power Sword Introduction, a relic sword that has undergone special rituals and blessings, possessing sacred power of faith, and having a restraining effect on Chaos Demon. Looking at Xiang's personal data panel, even Lu Meng was surprised. It's worth noting that a veteran of 10,000 years who hasn't yet entered a dreadnought is truly a rare existence. Furthermore, compared to the former Ashes Claws warband commanders, his personal attributes were almost doubled. However, just as the other Dark Angels were glaring dangerously and drawing their swords, preparing to act, the alpha-level psychers who had been floating in the distance began to rapidly approach the direction where Lu Meng and the others were located. Their speed was so fast that it almost blurred the perception of the speed of light in the universe. Instantly, a small girl with an emotionless face, white eyes and electric sparks dancing on her body, appeared in front of Lu Meng. The jumping electric arcs and sparks struck Lu Meng's body, some bringing a burning sensation, others forming ice crystals on Lu Meng. It seemed that due to the warp, the laws of reality in this area had been tampered with. At the same time, the white crystals that had grown on the chest of the biological armor earlier began to charge after the biological armor was attacked. Immediately, a layer of force field shield, similar to a void shield, began to cover the entire biological armor, banishing Alpha's inadvertently dispersed warp back into the warp. However, the moment the Alpha Psychers appeared, the surrounding Dark Angels, who had been on the verge of drawing swords, shouted, "For the Emperor," gripped their weapons, and charged forward. But before these Dark Angels could take 2 steps forward, Alpha, as if foreseeing the future, rotated her body, and the dancing warp sparks struck the Dark Angels' next landing points in advance. But clearly, this warning had no effect on the Dark Angels. The next moment, Lu Meng saw Alpha's small hand slightly raise, and a terrifying warp arc transformed into a lightning chain and slashed out. Even Lu Meng's biological armor, at this moment, evolved a slow-motion ability similar to dynamic vision. Lu Meng still couldn't clearly see Alpha's warp attack. As a result, almost at the same time the attack was launched, the upper bodies of the Dark Angels who were running towards him directly fell to the ground, while their lower bodies, using inertia, ran 2 more steps forward. Everything happened too fast. From Alpha's appearance to the current situation, only a few blinks of an eye had passed. At the same time, Alpha's personal information panel also appeared before Lu Meng. Human, AA Alpha Level Psyker. Level, 0, 0/50. Age, 11 years old. Strength, 3. Speed, 2. Constitution, 5. Health, 50/50. Defense, 1. Warp, 90,500/100,000. Skills, telepathy, mind control, precognition, warp shield, spatial distortion, time stop, warp shock. Equipment, none. Although the Alpha in front of him had extremely poor attributes in all aspects, her terrifying warp was enough to compensate for all physical defects. The only thing that made Lu Meng feel fortunate was that this Alpha had not yet been corrupted by the chaos demon in the warp and entered the ascension state. Otherwise, once Alpha embraced the warp chaos, her attributes in all aspects would be greatly enhanced. The Psyker's ascension process is a deep fusion with the power of the warp. Of course, along with the attribute improvements brought by the fusion, Alpha's mind will also be twisted by the warp. Because the warp is filled with chaos, evil thoughts, and various destructive consciousnesses. Psykers after ascension will be occupied by the will of the chaos evil gods, losing their original self-awareness. Their thoughts will be driven by the desires of chaos, such as an endless craving for destruction, a greedy intake of souls, and so on. Ultimately, they become tools to serve the evil gods and spread chaos. Bastard. Damn Psykers. Xiang, who had been sent flying by Lu Meng's punch, picked himself up from the ground, only to see his brother, who had once fought alongside him, cut into 2. Intestines spilled from the cut below his chest cavity, and blood pooled into a small puddle. But even such severe injuries were not fatal to Space Marines. As a veteran who had experienced no less than hundreds of battles, Xiang had, in fact, often deliberately sought death. On one hand, he was weary of his long lifespan and endless battles, on the other, he was heartbroken by the sight of younger comrades dying before him. Xiang knew very well that if no one gave his brothers a quick end, then these brothers, who had undergone 19 Astartes modification surgeries, would enter a state of suspended animation, painfully surviving for 27 to 36 hours. However, facing Xiang's impotent rage, Alpha merely raised its hand expressionlessly. Terrifying warp energy, following the direction of Alpha's finger, lifted Xiang into the air. Immediately after, as the warp energy continued to squeeze, Xiang's eyes began to bulge, and blood started to seep from his facial features. Seeing this, a power axe suddenly appeared in Lu Meng's hand, and he directly swung it towards Alpha's head. The axe blade, imbued with YAAOIC energy, was less than half a meter from Alpha, yet it could not advance further. At the same time, in the face of Lu Meng's sudden attack, Alpha indifferently turned its body and looked at the big guy standing in front of it. Stared at by Alpha's pupil-less eyes, Lu Meng inside his bio-armor felt a little flustered for a moment. And he frantically slapped himself mentally, oh no. Self-sabotage, self-sabotage, self-sabotage. Ha ha ha, I said I was joking with you, do you believe me? Before he could finish the word me, Lu Meng felt as if his body had hit the jackpot, and he was sent flying backward directly. Daun automobile. In midair, before Lu Meng could even land, Alpha's small hand hooked again. Lu Meng, who was originally falling to the ground, instantly changed his previous trajectory and flew in front of Alpha. Suspended in midair, Lu Meng discovered that due to Alpha's wanton use of warp energy, time across the entire Maya-Kato planet was distorted. Even all surrounding life forms had entered a state of stillness. Only Lu Meng could barely hold on, relying on the YAAOIC energy within his body. Holy crap, what's so great about time stopping? I've seen it countless times in Japanese films, how could I rest, but this ability is really convenient. Just barely managing to prevent himself from falling into a state of time stagnation was already Lu Meng's limit. Facing Alpha's terrifying warp energy, Lu Meng's YAAOIC energy was almost completely suppressed in all aspects. In fact, in this state, it became extremely difficult for Lu Meng to even blink. Let alone use YAAOIC energy for YAAOIC energy teleportation. However, from AA's perspective, the big guy in front of her, though not appearing to be of her kind, had energy fluctuations within his body that were the closest to her own on the entire planet. Before this, AA had also tried to communicate with her own kind, but without exception, they all exploded their heads the moment they tried to link with AA's warp energy, unable to withstand it. Hey! Hey! Don't come over! Don't get close to me! Holy crap, I'm doomed! Finally, despite Lu Meng's desperate struggle, AAS forward still touched Lu Meng's helmet. Instantly, a large amount of memories that did not originally belong to Lu Meng were forcibly crammed into Lu Meng's mind by Alpha. Perhaps unsure of how to communicate with others, Alpha could only roughly pour all of its memories into Lu Meng. The pain of a brain almost tearing apart, even with Lu Meng's now extraordinary body, he nearly fainted. At the same time, Lu Meng saw many scenes related to Alpha. Gradually, Lu Meng clenched his fists. Holy crap, this garbage world, might as well destroy it. Mom. Mama. The scene froze with AA tied to a wooden board. It could be said that at this moment, Lu Meng was experiencing AA's painful and despairing life. The whispers of the warp also echoed in Lu Meng's ears at this moment, various abstruse and difficult to understand words directly striking Lu Meng's heart. Your mortgage needs to be paid for 30 years. Greenskins don't have dicks. Have you finished your homework? Is your family rushing you to get married again? Nobody likes you at all. Perhaps due to the cheat code of the health bar, the originally abstruse and difficult to understand warp whispers were forcibly translated into Chinese. Damn it. What vicious warp whispers. No wonder so many people are willing to fall. Lu Meng, having recovered, laboriously shook his head. The blood flowing from Lu Meng's facial features inside the bioarmor was being rapidly absorbed by the bioarmor's inner wall. At the same time, a bone spur grew from the inner wall of the bioarmor, piercing into Lu Meng's brain, drawing out excessively secreted cerebrospinal fluid to relieve intracranial hypertension. In addition, a sedative substance was also injected into his brain, allowing Lu Meng to quickly regain clarity. Looking at Alpha, who was still suspended in midair staring at him, Lu Meng knew this child was waiting for a response. And whether this response would satisfy Alpha determined the fate of an entire planet and himself. Squig fucking thing, why does this burden have to fall on me? Forget it, might as well try, come what may. Lu Meng laboriously raised his hand from the system space, took out an entire roasted squig, and handed it to Alpha. Then he spread his hands wide and roared, ha 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 ha, how about it, kid, if you have nowhere to go, come be my son. At this moment, Lu Meng even felt that what he was handing out was no longer a roasted squig, but the supreme greatsword Mirakumagari. A crescent-shaped white beard also grew from the bioarmor on his head. However, time passed bit by bit, and everything around remained still. Alpha, meanwhile, tilted its head, staring at the strange thing in front of it. It smelled like food, but it was so fragrant that AA couldn't confirm it for a moment. Or, being a daughter is fine too. At the same moment Lu Meng spoke this sentence, AA also seemed to confirm that the thing in front of her was indeed food. Subduing a subordinate *1. The moment the Alpha bit into the roasted squig, a notification appeared in Lu Meng's mind. Immediately after, an invisible rule began to rewrite the Alpha's existence. Similar to some wild YAAIC energy kids, when they first joined the Dujin clan, their previously uncontrollable YAAIC energy was directly converted into something akin to a blue bar. Therefore, the Alpha, floating in the air and eating like a puppy, was no exception. AA only felt that the psychic energy within her, which had been constantly leaking outwards, suddenly became exceptionally docile at this moment. Even the warp whispers that had lingered in AA's mind vanished in an instant. At the same time, within the warp, pure magic and psychic energy intertwined, constantly rotating and permeating, forming vast maelstroms, currents, and chaos tides. Energy and magic flickered with strange, colorful lights, yet they were unsettling. In fact, the topography of the warp was also extremely peculiar. Within the invisible abyss, under a deep red sky, flowed rivers of tar. And on one side of it was a large petrified forest. Huge transparent staircases ascended to the sky, connecting in an endless cycle. Besides these, castles made of bones and fortresses where souls wailed were situated within, and pillars of fire rose from the ground, burning fiercely and never extinguishing. Within the warp, time was unbound. The concepts of time and space, as defined by physical laws, did not exist. At the same time, space within the warp was also distorted and chaotic, where distance and direction lost their meaning. The gods in the warp were never just the four gods. Below Kern, Xiang, Nurgle, and Slaanesh, there were also entities like Va Bangxian, Vashtor, who governed machinery and flesh. As well as Isha, the Eldar's goddess of life, and Asurian, the god of courage and honor, among others. It was like asking ordinary people for a wish. Most would choose eternal life or endless wealth, rather than world peace. Mortal desires far surpassed the yearning for good, which was why the four gods were so powerful. Moreover, as long as mortals deeply believed in a certain existence, even a bowl of pasta, if enough people believed in it, then the thoughts of mortals, like the greenskins I reckon, would form a brand new daemon in some corner of the warp. Generally, these demons not belonging to the four gods were divided into four ranks: lesser demons, daemon princes, daemon lords, and greater demons. Besides these, in addition to chaos gods and demons, the warp was also home to many bizarre warp creatures. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled giant octopuses with countless tentacles and flickering eyes. Some were like ghostly light and shadow, capable of passing through objects, while others were terrifying monsters composed of twisted flesh and metal. They roamed the warp, preying on careless psychers who communicated too frequently with the warp, or spaceships navigating within the warp. And in the chaotic warp, AA's soul projection, as an alpha-level psycher, was like a lighthouse, constantly attracting nearby chaos demons. Closest to AA's soul projection, several chaos greater demons, like a group of old crones, surrounded AA's soul projection and constantly tempted her, attempting to corrupt this delicious soul. However, just as they felt they were about to succeed, the soul projection that had been in their midst suddenly vanished. The Nurgle Greater Daemon instinctively looked at the Xiang Greater Daemon beside him, his gaze filled with both benevolence and suspicion. If looks could speak, the Nurgle Greater Daemon at this moment must have been saying, "Are you up to something again, kid?" But before the Xiang Greater Daemon could react, a Kern Greater Daemon roared directly and attacked the Slaanesh Greater Daemon beside him. In fact, for the Kern Greater Daemon, no matter who corrupted this psyker, he would chop down all the demons present today to appease their god. But all the demons present clearly knew the Kern Greater Daemon's nature, so much so that as soon as the Kern Greater Daemon began to roar, some lesser demons and daemon princes ran far away in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Kern Greater Daemon make his move, the Nurgle Greater Daemon beside him simultaneously pulled out a section of rotting, festering intestine from his belly and whipped it towards the Slaanesh Greater Daemon. In response, the Xiang Greater Daemon smiled slightly and retreated behind the daemon princes. At the same time, back in the real universe, as the psychic energy no longer dissipated, AA, who had been floating in midair, suddenly dropped towards the ground. Fortunately, Lu Meng was quick-witted and used Yaaoic energy to pull the little girl, who was still eating, back up. For AA, the previous use of psychic energy was a completely uncontrollable instinct. Now that the psychic energy had been converted into something akin to a blue bar, AA couldn't utilize it very well for a while. In fact, in Lu Meng's eyes, AA wasn't particularly good-looking. Her white hair and pink pupils clearly indicated that AA was an anomaly among humans. Perhaps this was one of the reasons her parents abandoned her and sold her to the Underhive gang. Furthermore, as a blood slave raised like livestock, she had spent years lying in a cage, causing AA's limbs to be abnormally slender, even somewhat deformed. But to obtain enough blood, the gang members had mixed a large amount of fast blood-producing agents into AA's food. This resulted in AA's overall development being somewhat top-heavy. With the creep of the biological armor that had covered Lu Meng's upper body drooped downwards, transforming into pleats resembling a battle skirt. At the same time, Lu Meng reached out and carefully embraced the little one floating in midair. Upon the first physical contact, Lu Meng clearly felt the little one in his arms tremble. Simultaneously, a surge of psychic energy was inadvertently released by the little one. This instantly scorched a patch on Lu Meng's chest. But it was clear that after becoming Lu Meng's subordinate, without the annoying warp whispers and uncontrollable psychic energy dissipation, the little one visibly relaxed a lot. After confirming there was no danger, she immediately resumed her struggle with the roasted squig in Lu Meng's other hand. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the alpha in his arms, who was like a puppy, Lu Meng smacked his lips. Since you're going to be my subordinate from now on, I'll give you a name. White hair, pink eyes. Bai Ning Bing, Bai Ling Miao. Forget it, how about Kamisato Ayaka? However, upon hearing the new name Lu Meng gave her, AA, who had just finished an entire squig, was clearly displeased, so much so that she began to grunt and squirm in Lu Meng's arms. AA. Because she had no tongue, AA wanted to protest, but could only make AA sounds. What, are you not satisfied? Kamisato Ayaka, what a great name. I also have a boy named Dian Ci. I've already decided that he'll be Kamisato Ayaka's dog in the future. AA. However, for some unknown reason, the little one began to squirm more and more violently in Lu Meng's arms. Even Chinook sparks started to erupt around her again. Holy crap. Change it, I'll change it right away. White hair, Kinfly, how about Paimon? How about that? Don't look at me like this, but I'm actually an adventurer from another world. Hungry. Lu Meng fell into a brief silence, watching AA continue to gnaw on a slice of squig meat. At the same time, as the Chinook storm that covered the entire planet dissipated, everyone whose time had been frozen regained their freedom. Hey, boss, I can contact the other Yaaoic energy kids now. The first to come running over, wagging his tail to take credit, was the priest, but when he saw AA in Lu Meng's arms, the priest, the entire greenskin, shivered and quickly retreated to the side. From the priest's perspective, what his boss was holding was not some human shrimp, but a monster formed from densely compressed Yaaoic energy. To explain here, Yaaoic energy is essentially a type of Chinook energy. From a Chinook perspective, even his own boss was like a star compared to this little shrimp, while she was like a bright moon. Although Alpha's Chinook energy only raged on the planet's surface for less than a tera-hour, the destruction it caused could only be described as terrifying. An entire hive city ruin was wiped from the planet, and the entire planetary atmosphere was severely damaged. Even Mayakato's last remaining hive city suffered millions of civilian casualties due to the Chinook surge. Cough, cough, cough. Xiang, who was almost crushed by AA, barely supported his body with one hand after the Chinook storm dissipated, and large mouthfuls of blood uncontrollably gushed from his mouth. In response, Lu Meng went up and kicked Xiang, who was still coughing blood on the ground. Ada. Damn Blackie, go back to your cotton field. Lu Meng wasn't just shouting nonsense, in fact, Xiang's skin was a very pure farm tool color. Humph. You're so arrogant, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. Although Lu Meng held back some strength in that kick, he didn't hold back much. As a result, Xiang, wearing dark green power armor, flew out like a rag doll. Look at my child, her hair is white, a proper American true white banner. How dare a black-skinned person bare their fangs at a white-skinned person? I was almost fooled by the dark green power armor you're wearing. Little ones, hit him. The champion boy, who had been unclear about what was happening, immediately pulled out steel bars with concrete blocks from the surrounding ruins upon hearing their boss's call. Just as the champion boy swarmed forward, an eagle shuttle made an emergency landing in the sky. Immediately after, theirs led a small squad of ultramarines and jumped out of the eagle shuttle. Damn it, what in the world happened here? However, before theirs could finish his sentence, he saw a group of greenskins fighting. Looking at the dark green power armor lying on the ground, being circle-kicked by the greenskins, theirs' heart sank. In fact, theirs' mission this time was simply to communicate with the greenskins, as entrusted by Governor Lucius. Those greenskins are going berserk on the battlefield, theirs. Aren't you familiar with their boss? Go persuade them, at least make them stop attacking friendly forces. At this moment, Governor Lucius's words still echoed in theirs' mind. Get out! Get out! Everyone stop fighting, damn it! Theirs raised his bolt gun and fired a burst at the greenskins who were still ganging up on the Dark Angels. The bolt struck the greenskins' power armor, sparking a shower of Mars. It proved that for greenskins, being shot with bolts was much more effective than dry shouting. The greenskins, who had been waving their weapons, almost all stopped their actions simultaneously and turned their heads to glare fiercely at theirs. Hey, everyone stop! Seeing a familiar face arrive, Lu Meng waved his hand, stopping his subordinates from further approaching theirs' squad. But the other greenskins around had already surrounded the entire Eagle shuttle, just waiting for their boss's command to dismantle it into scrap metal. However, theirs could no longer care about too much at this moment and immediately called the apothecary beside him to run to Xiang's side. Looking at Xiang, whose mechanical brain on his head had been shattered, theirs' face darkened as he looked at the apothecary beside him. How is he? Can he still be saved? Don't worry, he won't die. It's just that he might have to serve the Emperor in a dreadnought in the future. Kill. Kill, me, and an alpha. Hearing that he might enter a dreadnought, Xiang, who had been lying on the ground, grabbed the apothecary's calf. And with his single eye, he stared intently at the apothecary's hand holding the syringe. I'm very sorry, Senior, I cannot watch you die here. After saying that, the apothecary inserted the needle into Xiang's carotid artery. Have a good sleep, Senior. You, bastard. Xiang glared angrily at the apothecary, but the next moment, the medicine injected into his artery took effect. The drug quickly spread throughout his body under the strong beating of his heart. A strong sense of fatigue swept over him. The bleeding wounds, after new blood flowed out, immediately reacted chemically with the air, beginning to coagulate and scab. Captain Xiang will probably be asleep for a while longer, Captain. I understand. You take good care of him. Theirs glanced at Xiang, who had fallen into a state of suspended animation, patted the apothecary's shoulder beside him, stood up, and looked at Lu Meng, who was holding a child. Wait. Why is this greenskin holding a human little girl? Hey, theirs, what brings you to me? For a moment, theirs had too many questions to ask, so much so that he didn't know which one to say first. Damn greenskin, of course. Oh, alright, wait a moment. Before that, can you explain why you are holding a child? Oh, haven't you seen her? This is my daughter, isn't she beautiful? Come on, quickly look at the blue smurf. Wait. Alpha. Suddenly, theirs recalled Xiang's hint from before he fell unconscious. After all, the psychic storm that had erupted across the entire planet earlier was impossible to miss for anyone who wasn't blind. Greenskins, hand over that girl, she's very dangerous. TCH, give her to you? What kind of a nobody are you? What path are you on? Besides, even if I gave her to you, could you control her? Lu Meng looked down disdainfully at theirs, whose height only reached his waist. You. Humiliated by Lu Meng, theirs quickly began to overheat. At the same time, above the planet Miyakato, inside the Viper frigate responsible for assisting theirs with this mission, a communications officer, urged on by a terrified astropath, quickly contacted theirs on the surface. Hello, Captain theirs, can you hear me? This is theirs, what is it? Captain theirs, please immediately evacuate the area you are currently in. Our astropaths have detected a powerful psychic fluctuation near you. It is suspected to be an alpha. Looking at the little girl who had eaten her fill and was now sleeping in Lu Meng's arms, theirs took a deep breath. Alright, soldier, I think I've already met the alpha. After speaking, theirs actively cut off contact with the frigate and simultaneously removed his power armor helmet. He took a deep breath of the turbid air, laden with gunpowder smoke and industrial pollution, and composed himself. Don't get angry, don't get angry. They're greenskins. The mission is important, the mission is important. While muttering to himself, theirs clenched his jaw. First, greenskins, immediately order your fleet to stop pursuing the Imperial fleet. Don't forget, the Imperium is your employer. Otherwise, this will be considered a declaration of war against the Imperium. This. Lu Meng was about to argue, but theirs stopped him. Second, I hope you can explain what exactly happened on Miyakato. Third, is the child in your arms an alpha? Can I choose not to answer? Lu Meng stared intently at theirs, but upon hearing Lu Meng's reply, theirs' fists clenched. Alright, you win. For the first matter, I have nothing to say. I told my little ones before the war that we and you shrimp are on the same side now, but clearly, my little ones have their own ideas. However, we can pay compensation. In fact, we are quite wealthy. As for what happened on the planet, you can ask your shrimp planetary governor. Finally, regarding this little shrimp in my arms, I advise you to not pry into societal matters. Looking at the greenskins, each one acting as if they were second only to the heavens, Theirs felt an immense headache. In fact, Theirs even began to wonder if he had offended his superior recently, otherwise, his recent missions always seemed to be intertwined with greenskins. Before Theirs could continue to rage, the rumbling lemon rust tank formation appeared on the horizon in the distance. Also appearing were Thunderhawk gunships and lightning fighters circling in the sky. Soon after, a Kadai commissar wearing a peaked cap and a lavishly dressed individual drove a salamander scout vehicle and stopped next to an Eagle shuttle. After a brief conversation with Theirs, the Kadai commissar nodded with a bitter expression. The other middle-aged man, who was clearly a human noble, spoke directly with strong disapproval. Lord Theirs, this is too dangerous. Before coming here, we had already contacted the Silent Sisterhood. But the nearest black ship will still take half a month to reach Mayakato. And during these 2 weeks, none of us can guarantee that the Alpha won't go berserk again. If the greenskins are willing to take this child, why shouldn't we? My lord, please consider the tens of billions of poor people in the Hive City, please consider the Imperial Guard soldiers who fought hard and survived. Governor Kato, according to the Imperium's regulations, any psyker is a treasure of the Imperium. All you need to do is carry out the tasks given to you by the Imperium. Clearly, Theirs had no liking for this planetary governor who sought to manipulate him with public opinion, so his words were unreserved. But these words, upon hearing them, made Lu Meng frown. Theirs, this child is already my little one. You'd best not harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise. With that, Lu Meng punched the salamander scout vehicle next to him. The previously intact scout vehicle's front was instantly flattened by Lu Meng. Ultimately, the two parties parted on bad terms. The only one who probably felt relieved was Governor Kato. Because he personally saw the greenskins take that terrifying Alpha Psyker onto their battleship. Several Terra days later. Since the Maya system was not the main battlefield for humanity and the TO in this conflict, after the greenskins' strong entry, the Titan Empire was simply unable to muster enough forces within the system to engage the greenskin fleet. Although small Titan Empire fleets still occasionally launched sneak attacks on hive cities and industrial planets within the system, leveraging their high mobility advantage in real space, apart from that, while there were still small contingents of Titan Empire soldiers stubbornly resisting on some planets, those were harmless. Having learned from the previous lesson, to prevent the greenskins from attacking allies again, Theirs, at Governor Lucius's request, remained on the greenskins' battleship, responsible for issuing missions to them. Not only that, but almost whenever an area was designated for greenskin attack, the Imperial Guard would withdraw in advance, as no one wanted to experience a second friendly fire incident. Inside the combat moon, the priest and Inci, like two old nannies, each holding a bowl of squid meat porridge and a child-sized Dujin military uniform, chased after AA. AA, floating in the sky using her psychic abilities, looked at the big and small figures chasing after her, clearly in a good mood. Greenskins, aren't you going to manage her? You know an alpha is very dangerous. Watching AA float around the corridor, Theirs crossed his arms and prompted. Manage? Why manage? Do you understand the situation this child is in right now? Hearing Lu Meng's reply, Theirs frowned. What situation? How should I explain it to you? Never mind, let me give you an analogy. It's like a capitalist child who grew up in a black family, and then suddenly discovered when he grew up that he was stolen by his father from a plantation owner's house. But normally, his family members applied a lot of carbon powder on him, making him mistakenly believe that he really was the free farming machine that the plantation owner referred to. Then, suddenly one day, the plantation owner had a burst of kindness and decided to take all the black people to a large bathhouse for a bath. As soon as he sat down, the plantation owner immediately discovered his true identity and brought him back home. At this point, you discover that you were originally supposed to be a carefree young capitalist master, with no worries about food or drink. So tell me, if it were you, what would you do? Oh, this. Upon hearing Lu Meng's novel analogy. Even though Theirs had been working with Lu Meng for several days, he still felt a headache coming on. How about it? Do you still think this child is troublesome? Given this child's experiences, if they haven't ingrained destroy human tyranny, the world belongs to chaos into their bones, then you should pray to your emperor. I guarantee you'll pray in silence. Damn greenskin, don't be disrespectful to the holy emperor. Lu Meng automatically ignored Theirs' words, looking at AA floating in the sky. He pulled out 2 mycelial cigars from his system space. He first gave one to Theirs, then lit his own, took a deep puff, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said with great disdain. Disrespectful? I'm telling you, if I had suffered the same treatment as this child, I would make you shrimp feel the will of fire. Hey? The will of fire? What's that? Theirs didn't understand why the greenskin in front of him had so many strange sayings. After all, the greenskins Theirs had encountered on the battlefield, while noisy, would at most just charge at him with weapons, roaring Waik. Where leaves dance, flames will burn on. Just as Theirs was lost in thought, Lu Meng beside him had already begun his popular science lesson. Where leaves dance, flames will burn on. Theirs stroked his chin, although I don't understand what it means, I didn't expect you greenskins to have such literary talent. Of course. After all, in the afterglow of the flames, we greenskins will dance on the graves of our enemies. Oh, this. All right, Theirs, it's good to let this child vent. If you keep suppressing this child's true nature, you might end up like your 17th original body, giving your emperor a big headache. 17th original body. Theirs frowned deeply. What, you don't know? The 17th Legion, Lorgar, the original body of the word bearers. Back then, you blue smurfs even went to his home and smashed his perfect figurines. There's no way you wouldn't know that, right? Word bearers. Upon hearing word bearers, Theirs immediately clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. Although Theirs had not experienced the Horus heresy, he was a native of Ultramar. And the sins the word bearers had committed on their home world were practically etched into the bones of every Ultramar citizen. Seeing Theirs suddenly so enraged, Lu Meng was amused and decided to give him a good history lesson. That's right, it's the word bearers. Your emperor, knowing there were dirty things in this world, still didn't allow the word bearers to believe in him and ordered the 13th original body, Robert Kleiman, to demolish Lorgar's perfect city, making Lorgar and his followers kneel and admit their mistakes. Now, you tell me, the word bearers were originally a bunch of fanatics. Without faith, isn't it reasonable for them to go and believe in something else? Well, didn't that just give the dirty things an opportunity? Then you see, what happened in the end. The word bearers corrupted Horus, and then sent your emperor to the golden throne. Your emperor, that's called reaping what you sow, ahahaha. Although the true history and reasons differed greatly from what Lu Meng said, Lu Meng didn't care, because Lu Meng simply wanted to find some fun from Theirs. As expected, after hearing Lu Meng's story, Theirs immediately went into a rage. Enough. Shut up, greenskin. Damn word bearers, traitors to the Imperium. Oh, by the way, do you know? Many of the doctrines of the imperial state religion that you shrimp now believe in are actually plagiarized from Lorgar. Lu Meng's words were undoubtedly the final critical blow to Theirs. After all, in this era where the emperor has been almost deified, telling a group of emperor worshippers such things is tantamount to taking their lives. In fact, many of these secrets from the 30K era have now been intentionally erased by the Imperial High Command. However, just as Theirs heard this terrible news and was deeply affected, AA, who had been flying in the sky using her psyker abilities, seemed to have tired herself out and suddenly landed on Lu Meng's head. AA, perched on Lu Meng's green bald head, seemed to dislike the smell of smoke. She called out twice, and seeing that Lu Meng wasn't paying attention, she used her small fists to thump Lu Meng's head. In response, Lu Meng first threw the cigar in his hand to the ground and stomped it out, then reached out both hands and took the little one from on top of his head. Mama. Stuttering psyker messages sounded in Lu Meng's mind, and Lu Meng could clearly feel the little one's joy. Hey, you brat, say papa nicely. Mama. Although she was already over 10 years old, AA's mental age was clearly still at the infant stage. Lu Meng had no way to deal with AA only calling out mama. Taking the children's Dujin military uniform from Dian Si's hand, Lu Meng also experienced what it was like for an old father to dress his child. And this scene, in Theirs' eyes, looked out of place no matter how he viewed it. After all, the greenskin's fierce appearance and height made him look like the type who would grab a little girl and eat her with sauce. At the same time, while Lu Meng was busy taking care of the child, an imperial black ship broke through the warp and appeared in the star system. The hull, made of ebony metal, was entirely black and hard, capable of withstanding various threats in space. Inside the black ship, advanced anti-psyker equipment was installed. In addition, the psyker containment rooms, where psykers were imprisoned, typically also had null generators and some black stone constructs similar to Necron obelisks. An imperial black ship was usually staffed by specialized crew members selected from ordinary humans. These mortals, mostly from several worlds around the Terra sector, underwent specialized, long-term rigorous training, were familiar with anti-psyker operations and related combat skills, and were equipped with specialized anti-psyker weapon systems, responsible for the ship's daily operation and maintenance. The Silent Sisterhood, meanwhile, was the black ship's crucial force. They undertook important duties such as supervising, guarding, and apprehending psykers. They possessed powerful combat capabilities and anti-psyker abilities, ensuring that psykers would not resist or would be swiftly suppressed if they did. Of course, navigators were also an indispensable part of a black ship. But unlike ordinary navigators, the black ship's navigators were also specially trained, serving as members of the most excellent navigator families, to ensure that the Imperial tithe could arrive at Terra on time. In fact, the Imperium does not entirely reject wild psykers. After all, ever since the Great Rift opened, even if the Imperium was slow to react, it became clear that the number of psykers among the Imperium's newborns was increasing. Excluding those psykers with low resistance who couldn't withstand the allure of the warp's whispers. Most of the psykers taken by the black ship are actually picked by various Imperial departments that require psykers. Some psykers who are sufficiently loyal to the Emperor and have strong beliefs are assigned to the Astra Telepathica and the Inquisition. Furthermore, some psykers with stronger psychic levels who have resisted the allure of the warp are even secretly taken away by the mysterious Grey Knights. A black ship generally takes anywhere from a decade to a century to complete a round trip from Terra. Therefore, almost every black ship is like a miniature society. At the same time, to provide crew members with a high-quality living and working space, the black ship is almost fully equipped with facilities including dormitories, cafeterias, and medical rooms. Inside the command and control center bridge, the Silent Sisterhood commander, clad in power armor, leaned her hands on the command table, looking at the star map coordinates in the 3D projection. Have the sisters prepare, we have arrived near the destination of this mission. Understood, Commander. The origin of the Silent Sisterhood can be traced back to the distant past. In fact, they already existed during the early stages of the Great Crusade in Imperial history. At that time, the Emperor, being a psyker himself, realized very early on the threat and uncontrollability of psychic powers. To counter and control the increasing number of psykers within the human race, the Emperor began to select and train women with special abilities. These women were the precursors of the Silent Sisterhood. At the same time, throughout the Imperium's long history, the Silent Sisterhood continued to develop and grow, becoming an important force for the Emperor in maintaining the Imperium of Man and combating psychic threats. The Silent Sisterhood are also commonly called untouchables. Their souls are completely different from those of mortals and psykers. If the soul projections of mortals and psykers in the warp are like wax in a torch, then the soul projections of the Silent Sisterhood are a black hole. This characteristic gives them near immunity to psychic attacks. In addition, untouchables can also interfere with the surrounding warp energy, causing nearby psykers to experience intense discomfort and pain. In fact, any mortal or psyker near an untouchable will have their soul slowly devoured by the untouchable's black hole in the warp. Some powerful untouchables can even harvest the souls of enemies in droves by expanding their null field, turning enemies into soulless corpses. Perhaps due to biological instinct, even mortals facing an untouchable will unconsciously feel a sense of aversion and actively keep their distance. In the quiet resting area, the Silent Sisterhood sat silently in their private rooms, performing their daily prayers and weapon maintenance. When the black ship successfully arrived above the Maya-Kato star system, seeing the land ravaged by psykers, the Silent Sisterhood commander in charge of this temporary operation also frowned deeply. Although theoretically, their black ship indeed had the conditions to accommodate an alpha. However, everyone knows that the gap between theory and reality is often vast. In any case, let's land first. Following the commander's instruction, the massive black ship descended towards the only hive world on the surface below. In fact, several days ago, Governor Kato had received a message from the black ship's astropaths. So, as the black ship landed, Governor Kato had already arrived with a group of Imperial officials and the remaining surface defense forces stationed on Maya Kato to await its arrival. Although Governor Kato also wanted the Kadaya commander to help him maintain order, it was clear that the Kadaya commander did not agree. We are the black ship, here to carry out a mission under the orders of the Astra Telepathica. Before the warship had even landed, Governor Kato received another communication from the black ship. Received, docking channel opened. We will do our utmost to cooperate and provide assistance. The black ship slowly settled in the designated area, and the hatch opened, revealing Silent Sisterhood members in black power armor emerging from within. Their presence seemed to cause the surrounding air to briefly solidify, and a sense of discomfort simultaneously appeared in Governor Kato and the Imperial officials behind him. The Silent Sisterhood commander's cold gaze swept over the surroundings. Commander, we are ready to assist you in this capture operation. Here is the information and leads we currently have on the psykers. Although he shivered involuntarily when the Silent Sisterhood commander looked at him, Governor Kato could only brace himself and step forward. However, after the Silent Sisterhood commander scanned through the psykers on the list, she frowned deeply. Where are the leads on the Alpha? This. The Alpha has already been taken away. Taken away? According to the Astra Telepathica, we should be the only black ship active in the nearby star system right now, so who did you hand the Alpha over to? Feeling the Silent Sisterhood commander's icy gaze, Governor Kato dared not conceal anything. Because this matter couldn't be hidden, there were too many eyewitnesses at the time. Report, Commander, the Alpha was taken by the Greenskins. What? Hearing the planetary governor's reply, Michens could hardly believe her ears. In fact, due to the Maya-Kato star system currently being in a war zone with the TO, intelligence here had a strong lag. This meant that even the Astra Telepathica couldn't get first-hand information from nearby star systems. After Governor Kato recounted the events, Michens immediately caught some useful information in his words. Wait, you mean the Alpha was rampaging at the time, but for some unknown reason, he stopped. Yes, Commander. When we arrived, I saw with my own eyes that the Alpha was sound asleep in the arms of a greenskin. Can you contact those greenskin mercenaries now? Of course, Commander, theirs is on the greenskins warship right now. Not long after, inside the Combat Moon's command room, Lu Meng, unable to bear the boredom, had already taken his subordinates to chop people on the planet's surface. This was the last remaining TO force on a planet in this star system. At the same time, the Imperium had also urgently withdrawn from a TO star system during this period, allowing the greenskins to rejoin the battle. This is theirs. Hello, Captain theirs, I am Michens, commander of Black Ship 107. Upon hearing Black Ship, theirs' expression became serious. Are you here to discuss the Alpha? Precisely, Captain theirs, we need information on the Alpha. I understand. I will send you the data on the greenskins' interactions with the Alpha these past few days. Soon, Michens, located in the Maya-Kato Hive City, received dozens of video files transmitted by theirs. In fact, it took Michens nearly 2 days just to watch all the video footage. Perhaps to not miss any detail, the data theirs sent to Michens' communication data pad consisted of recordings of Lu Meng's interactions with AA over the past month and a half. And these recordings, how should I put it, were like surveillance footage, tedious and long. If Lu Meng were here right now, he would definitely give theirs a few good punches. Damn it, what kind of perverted recording is this? Even so, Michens still felt incredible after watching these videos. If one disregarded AA's still slender limbs, the Alpha in the videos was simply too normal among all the psykers, even abnormally normal. As the commander of a black ship, an imperial organization specifically tasked with apprehending psychers, Mitchell's understanding of psychers far surpassed that of some other imperial departments. It wasn't as if Mitchell had never seen information about alphas before. In fact, most alphas cannot distinguish between reality and the warp. They are almost constantly in a superimposed state of reality and the warp, causing the world they see to be completely different from what mortals perceive. Coupled with the constant whispers of the warp, this is why most alphas are insane. A controllable alpha-level psyker, just the thought of it made Mitchell feel a surge of excitement. It should be known that the former Imperial Regent was also an alpha-level psyker. Furthermore, and more importantly, Imperial Regent Malkador once sat on the Golden Throne in place of the Emperor. Thinking of this, Mitchell's body couldn't help but tremble. If an alpha was uncontrollable, even if successfully captured, it would merely be powerful fuel. Moreover, to seal an alpha psyker, they would also have to pay a considerable price. Even if the alpha didn't resist, they would need several sisters to sacrifice their entire being. But a controllable alpha, as long as she was brainwashed to believe in the Emperor, would become a dangerous trump card for the Empire. Captain Theirs, the Empire needs a controllable alpha. Almost the instant she understood all this, Mitchell contacted Theirs again. However, Theirs hesitated. Even Astartes do not mean they are cold-hearted killing machines. In fact, often, these superhumans have extremely delicate and extreme emotions. Otherwise, events like the Horus Heresy and some space marines abandoning the Empire to become renegades would not have occurred. Over the past 10+ days, some of Lu Mang's actions had indeed given Theirs a headache. Even in some combat deployments, Theirs wished he could punch Lu Mang's knees. But when he saw Lu Mang, with nothing to do, teaching the humans on the combat moon, and strolling around with AA like an old father, Theirs also felt that this child might be better off staying with the Greenskins. At least the Greenskins wouldn't care about the child's oddities. I'm sorry, Commander Mitchell, this is not my mission, and I cannot confirm if the Alpha is controllable. Faced with Theirs' refusal, Mitchell frowned, but since the two did not belong to the same department, Mitchell had no immediate solution and could only report her findings and wait patiently. At the same time, on an industrial planet outside the Myakiado star system, Lu Mang charged across the battlefield like a human tank. Facing the attacks of the Teo Fire Clan warriors and crude ape beast warriors around him, Lu Mang almost never dodged. And the hundreds of champion boys following behind Lu Mang were also like giant beasts. After dozens of large and small battles, most of the champion boys had almost all broken through level 20. This made the shortest of these champion boys reach a height of 4 meters. Not far from Lu Mang, Kobe, with a huge power claw on his hand, suddenly rushed towards the nearest XV-88 broadside battlesuit and delivered a Black Mamba elbow strike. Almost instantly, the XV-88 broadside battlesuit, elbowed by the power claw, was sent flying backward, its chest's metal parts scattered all over the ground. Waiaic. In fact, without support from space, the fate of these Titan Empire soldiers was already sealed. Lu Mang stood on a ruin, leaped, and grabbed a hammerhead hovercraft with both hands. The hammerhead hovercraft, which had been firing at the ground, immediately began to tilt. Immediately after, a fist wrapped in bioarmor directly punched a hole in the hammerhead hovercraft's metal hatch, and a slender Titan Empire aircast warrior was pulled out. As Lu Mang exerted force with one hand, this aircast, whose appearance was completely different from the Fire Clan, was directly crushed by Lu Mang. At the same time, without a pilot, the hammerhead hovercraft immediately began to sway from side to side and fall towards the ground. Lu Mang used Yaaoic energy to carry this out of control hammerhead hovercraft, and it appeared over a position of crude ape beast warriors. With a boom, the hammerhead hovercraft crashed, instantly crushing several crude ape beast warriors to death. At the same time, a crude ape beast that had lost its master roared and pounced on Lu Mang. However, the crude ape beast's teeth, sharp enough to easily bite through steel plates, bit down on Lu Mang's forearm but could not break through the bioarmor's defense. Just as Lu Mang was about to send this crude ape beast to join its master, he saw a group of greenskin boys in the distance, driving vehicles, chasing a group of human rebels also driving vehicles and fleeing in disarray. What the hell, whose country garden 5-star general is this? Why do they always know how to chase property owners? Waiaic. Lu Mang roared, wanting to attract the attention of the greenskin boys opposite him. But Lu Mang quickly realized something was wrong, because these greenskin boys' vehicles were incredibly bizarre, and even their equipment was tattered, completely different from his own little ones. Red paint, a grinning red orc face. The symbols on the greenskin boy vehicles were highly recognizable. Evil Sons. Lu Mang blurted it out. At the same time, Waiaic, the Evil Sons speed freaks, who had been firing indiscriminately behind the rebels, also noticed the battlefield where Lu Mang was located. The greenskin boy, painted red all over their bodies and vehicles, immediately turned their vehicles and charged towards Lu Mang's battlefield. For greenskin, each color has a different meaning. For instance, yellow represents greater power, and blue represents greater stability. In the Evil Sons, red is a symbol of speed and a manifestation of strength. The Evil Sons believe that by painting themselves and their vehicles red, they can achieve unimaginable speed. I reckon if I paint this thing red, it'll go faster. If it's still not fast enough, then the color isn't deep enough. In fact, when the Evil Sons found that they didn't have enough red paint, they would use fresh blood instead. For example, hey, you, Gretchen, come here for a moment. Compared to the Evil Sons, most of whom don't even have a decent set of armor, the equipment of the Dujin clan is simply luxurious. Not to mention the orc Big Mech's body, those sets of greenskin power armor modified from Imperial Mark IV power armor. Just the nearly fully enclosed iron armor on the greenskin boy, plus a big gun and a chainsaw greatsword, was enough to make the evil sons envious. What's more, the Dujin clan's vehicles were equally luxurious. Things like Lemon Russ, Venom Blade, Roaring Tank, and even the least impressive was a greenskin big truck armed by a tech boy. For a group of evil sons who loved racing all day, it was like an addict encountering drugs, they simply couldn't resist. Why? Due to the different paint schemes, the evil sons almost instantly determined that the greenskin on the other side were not from their own clan. So, the evil sons' boss, who was leading the charge on a unicycle war bike, thought for a moment. What am I even thinking? If we just take over the little ones on the other side, then all their big vehicles will be ours. Charge! Why? Buzz buzz buzz, the roar of engines grew closer, and the Dujin clan, still fighting the Titan Empire, also noticed the greenskin charging towards them from a distance. Watching the evil sons convoy getting closer and closer, Kobe, who had just elbowed an XV-104 Riptide battlesuit flying with a Black Mamba elbow strike, couldn't help but fall into a memory. Such a familiar feeling. Back then, there was also a group of little ones driving vehicles, wanting to rush our mushroom farm. Our boss directly led them, driving the Gorkanaut, and helped the greenskin on the other side revisit reincarnation. Thinking of this, Kobe couldn't help but touch his colorful mohawk, but he only touched his helmet. Damn it, how naive. However, despite the sentiment, facing the greenskin in the distance who clearly meant no good, the Dujin clan didn't mind letting them witness the might of the Dujin clan. Almost instantly, the greenskin boy, located in various parts of the battlefield and responsible for operating the greenskin rocket trucks, turned their vehicles around and unleashed a barrage of rockets on this group of unfamiliar greenskin. Immediately after, the evil sons, who had been charging in a straight line, were directly blown head over heels by the dense rocket barrage. In response, the evil sons' speed freaks, far from being afraid, became even more excited amidst the blood and smoke. At the same time, the other greenskin boy riding on the speed freaks' vehicles quickly retaliated. Dozens of anti-aircraft gun-like contraptions adjusted their muzzles on the wildly speeding evil sons' vehicles, then unleashed a round of sweeping fire at the Dujin clan. 50mm caliber autocannon rounds formed a large net, stirring up dust on the battlefield for a time. Some Dujin, who were only wearing iron armor, were directly torn apart by these large caliber shells. How could this be tolerated? Not at all. Why? Little ones, let's kill the evil sons' brats first. Lu Meng roared, abandoning the crude people who were still firing at him, and strode towards the evil sons' convoy less than 1,000 meters away. Seeing this, the champion boy around him, who were still fighting the Fire Clan, instantly got hyped, threw down the enemies they were still beating, and followed their boss. The scorching sun hung high, baking the earth, the roar of engines was deafening, and the pungent smell of oil mixed with the pungent greenskin body odor. The evil sons, painted with red paint, saw the greenskin on the other side charging towards them, and their eyes glowed with fervor and madness. The evil sons' boss, at the forefront of the convoy, stood upright on his massive unicycle war bike, roaring loudly, "Little ones! Our time has come! Those little ones ahead are waiting for us to crush them! Charge!" Why? The 1,000-meter distance was covered almost instantly, and Lu Meng, wearing bioarmor, collided with the evil sons' boss's war bike. The imagined splatter of blood did not occur, instead, the evil sons' boss and his war bike seemed to have crashed into a high wall, being directly sent flying backward. The evil sons' boss, who had been roaring excitedly with a wide grin, scrambled to his feet from the ground, looking at the greenskin in strange attire opposite him as if he had seen a ghost. "I reckon, when I get back, I need to paint this red even thicker." The evil sons' boss first looked at his war bike lying on the ground, muttered something, then gripped the chainsaw greatsword in his hand and charged at Lu Meng again. Around them, old, patched-up off-road vehicles roared past, engaging in battle with the charging Dujin clan. As their vehicles collided, the Dujin clan's Venom Blade tank, with overwhelming superiority, crushed the evil sons' greenskin tank into a pile of scrap metal and rolled over it. At the critical moment, a greenskin boy who had bailed out of the greenskin tank watched his painstakingly saved and built tank turn into a tank pancake, and he couldn't hold back his tears, bursting into sobs. At the same time, Lu Meng kicked the evil sons' boss who had lunged at him, sending him flying, and then a 6-meter-long power greatsword, like a door panel, appeared in Lu Meng's hand. Why? Then Lu Meng roared and delivered a mighty downward chop towards the evil sons' boss. Compared to the greenskins who were fighting amongst themselves at this moment, the Titan Empire's Fire Clan and Kroot, who had been desperately holding the line, were a bit confused. How come the greenskins suddenly started fighting each other while we were fighting? But no matter what, they couldn't think too much at this moment. Upon discovering that the greenskins had started infighting, the Fire Clan's commander immediately gave the order to discard excess baggage and quietly withdraw from the battlefield with the Fire Warriors and Kroot Warriors. Even if a few greenskins occasionally discovered the TO's tracks, they would quickly be dealt with by some Kroot Warriors with chameleon abilities. Facing the door-sized blade slashing towards him, the evil sons' boss rolled and narrowly dodged it. But before the evil sons' boss could breathe a sigh of relief, the giant blade, which had cut a deep groove in the ground, swept horizontally. The evil sons' boss had nowhere to dodge and could only block with the chainsaw greatsword in one hand, while using the large gun welded to his power claw to counterattack Lu Meng. A series of 40mm bullets hit Lu Meng, but they were all blocked by his biological armor. Immediately after, a huge force directly sent the evil sons' boss flying. Almighty push. Before the evil sun's boss could land, his falling body was directly torn apart by Lu Meng using YAAOIC energy. Kill, Orc boss level 2-4. Obtained, teeth asterisk 24,000. Obtained, experience asterisk 6,000. Obtained, unicycle driving proficiency. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Lu Meng began to look around again, searching for the next target. However, at this moment, a rain of fire once again fell from the sky. Large numbers of drop pods, cobbled together from scrap metal, were thrown into the atmosphere by the greenskin cruisers approaching the planet's surface. These crudely made contraptions were so numerous that they almost blotted out the sky. Some unstable drop pods even disintegrated in midair, causing the greenskin boy inside them to be burned to charcoal by atmospheric friction. And in space, a massive greenskin fleet of the Evil Suns was currently confronting the Dagon fleet of the Dujin clan. In fact, according to the greenskins' nature, the moment the two fleets met, they had already begun to approach each other, ready for a fight. The excited Baichi treasure war group had already adjusted their macro cannon array, just waiting for their boss's command. Are we fighting or not? Octopus, one of the three leaders of the Baichi treasure war group, wearing grey-blue power armor and with an octopus tattooed on his face, looked at yellow square beside him. First, ask His Excellency the Führer. Don't forget that Pink Starfish is still farming with Run Tuesday. Just as the two greenskins were contemplating, Lu Meng's communication came through. Hey, Your Excellency the Führer. Yellow square, blast their mothers. It seems we don't need to report. Order the little ones to fire. Upon hearing the order to fire, the grot responsible for giving the order immediately became excited, grabbed the communicator beside him, and roared hoarsely, Fire! 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 YAAIC! 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 Upon receiving the order to fire, not only the combat moon, but all the greenskins on the Dagon fleet roared with excitement. The already loaded macro cannon immediately roared, and greenskin submarines and imperial assault boats, filled with greenskin boy, set sail from the Mars-class cruiser. At the same time, the giant cannons on the Evil Sun's warships also opened fire at this moment. As one of the 6 major greenskin tribes, the Evil Suns naturally had more than one fleet. But even so, the number of Evil Suns fleets that came this time was also unusually large. Nearly 40 greenskin cruisers and greenskin battleships, plus nearly 1,000 greenskin frigates, and an exaggerated number of hollow asteroid ships. As for why the Evil Sun's fleet suddenly appeared here, it was all because of a wide area communication that Lu Meng had sent out when he was bored not long ago. As a greenskin who likes to stir up trouble, he naturally couldn't go bite a lighter when he was bored. So Lu Meng recruited a group of shrimp and filmed a parody of One Piece on Maya Kato's Hive City. Do you want my treasure? The magnificent Mega Gargant? The combat moon? Weapons that can YAAIC? Through the entire galaxy and big teeth that can buy anything. I'll give you everything you want. Ha 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 ha, come and get it, little ones. I've hidden them in a star system. If you're capable, take them all. Come and take them, go YAAIC. Through the entire galaxy. YAAIC. In fact, even so, it was not enough to make the greenskins who received this message go crazy. But to show his sincerity, Lu Meng almost emptied his backpack, summoning a sea of weapons that could almost spread across the entire star system when laid out, including various warships, Mega Gargant, war vehicles, weapons, and ammunition, all available. And a sea of teeth, made up of billions of teeth. At that moment, almost all the greenskin forces that received this wide area communication were no longer calm. Even some greenskin tribes that were still tearing each other apart on the surface temporarily put aside their disputes after receiving this communication and began to look up at the starry sky. At this moment, the greenskins' genes told them that ground combat was meaningless, and their battlefield should be in a broader world. Countless tech boy began to ponder how to fly into space under the urging of their orc boss. On some planets, greenskin tribes that were originally just small-scale skirmishes also began to fight fiercely after receiving this communication, accelerating the integration of resources on the planet. Moreover, this communication was spreading rapidly throughout the galaxy almost like a virus. So much so that by the time the Empire noticed this communication, the number of greenskins flying into space had begun to climb sharply. The era known as the Greenskin Great Pirate Era was thus inadvertently opened by Lu Meng. Every greenskin boy with ideals and ambition had their own goal at this moment, which was to get the great treasure of the Greenskin Great Pirate and then YAAIC. Through the entire galaxy. A huge solid projectile, painted red and over 15 meters in diameter, struck the flank of a Retribution-class Imperial battleship at nearly 0.2 times the speed of light. Almost instantly, the void shield on this battleship was directly penetrated, but immediately after, a YAIC energy shield propped up within the void shield. After experiencing the spatial distortion of the void shield, the speed of the solid projectile had been greatly weakened, and it only caused a ripple on the YAIC energy shield before completely losing its momentum. Looking at the evil suns pouring out of the drop pods around him, Lu Meng still didn't know how much chaos his casual stunt would cause in the galaxy. In fact, even knowing he had stirred up a huge mess, Lu Meng didn't care. Ever since coming to this world, Lu Meng had never thought about achieving anything great, everything he did was simply for his own amusement. After all, being a human was too tiring, so as a greenskin, he naturally had to unleash his true nature. Shaking off the sticky blood from his hands, Lu Meng had a thought, and 2 voice emitter-like devices immediately grew from the ribs of his bio-armor. Following that, the neural threads connected to Lu Meng's scalp began to play music through the voice emitters on his ribs, based on Lu Meng's memories. When Xiang and I plays, parents are useless. No one can defeat me with my BGM. Yaik. Lu Mang roared and charged directly into the green tide rushing towards him. Behind Lu Mang, listening to the dynamic music emanating from their orc boss, both the champion boy and the other greenskin boys were practically drooling with envy. After all, which greenskin wouldn't want to fight to their own exclusive BGM? Didn't they hear, in their orc boss's greenskin official history, there was a Yaik boss named Brother Xiao, who always carried a stereo with him whenever he went out to fight. Oh, orc boss has such a good thing, why didn't he take it out earlier? A champion boy complained enviously, but the tech boy next to him, hearing it, spoke while running, I reckon it's not hard to add a stereo to power armor. I can even embed a few explosive rock tracks from the rock boys for you. How about it, interested? Hey? Really? Then when we go back, you make one for me. That'll be 200 big teeth. What? 200 big teeth, you profiteer. The champion boy was about to refuse, but listening to the BGM from his orc boss, he felt it was incredibly cool, so he gritted his teeth. Fine, make one for me when we go back. The two greenskins weren't hiding anything, so after the deal was struck, other greenskins immediately gathered around. Make one for me too. I want one too. Me too. Facts proved that fighting with a stereo not only boosted morale but also put the greenskins into a state of frenzy. Lu Mang, holding a chainsaw axe in one hand and a power greatsword in the other, was like a emotionless bulldozer among the evil sons. Wherever Lu Mang went, the surrounding evil sons were immediately cut down, sent flying, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, just as Lu Mang was enjoying his slaughter, several greenskin roaring tanks charged forward. Boom boom boom. Almost simultaneously, these greenskin tanks aimed at Lu Mang and spewed out orange-yellow flames. Giant shells with a diameter of 320 flew out of the cannon barrels, hitting the Yaik energy shield, causing Lu Mang, who was still chasing after the evil sons, to stumble. Holy crap! Almighty push! Lu Mang sliced an evil sons in half with one stroke, plunged his power greatsword into the ground, and clenched his hand towards the greenskin tanks charging at him. Immediately after, the red greenskin tank was directly kneaded into an iron ball by Yaik energy. Planetary devastation. The iron ball in midair, under Lu Mang's control, immediately smashed into another greenskin tank nearby. In fact, since the war began, the rain of fire in the sky had never stopped. In the sky, the number of evil sons was clearly several times greater than that of the Dujin clan. As an old clan, it was not surprising to have such a foundation. However, compared to the evil sons, the little ones of the Dujin clan, whether in terms of the quantity or quality of their vehicles and weapons, far surpassed the evil sons. In the Dujin clan, power claws had almost become standard equipment for greenskin boys. Besides that, it was not uncommon for a dozen or so little ones to be equipped with a vehicle, such as the Stompa battle groups made up of Gorkanauts. Even in the distance, where Lu Mang could not see, a monster battle group composed of Megagargants was practically sweeping through the surrounding evil sons. However, just as the Megagargants were advancing irresistibly, a war vehicle even taller than a Megagargant was thrown onto this battlefield by the little ones of the evil sons. This ultimate greenskin vehicle, known as a Gargant, was so tall it could almost pierce the clouds. It was less a vehicle and more a mobile steel fortress. Just to get this Gargant moving required the coordinated effort of tens of thousands of greenskin boys. As a result, a 100-meter-tall Megagargant looked like a child in front of it. When this fully red-painted Gargant began to move, the surrounding ground trembled, and its 5,000 mm Gutripa mega cannon on its chest spewed flames. On the Gargant's body, some loosely welded metal plates directly fell off amidst the roar of the massive cannon. At the same time, at the Gargant's feet, the Gretchen were busily operating numerous tow cannons, firing at the enemy. A 5-meter diameter shell struck a Megagargant, and after piercing its Yaik energy shield, it even shattered 2 Megagargants behind it. Ha 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 ha. Yaik. Yaik. The orc boss in charge of commanding the Gargant roared excitedly upon seeing his masterpiece, and began frantically shouting into the brass pipes beside him, telling the little ones below to quickly reload and fire. While the Dujin clan and the evil sons were fighting fiercely, other planets in Maya-Kato, which had only recently resumed production, were also invaded by the evil sons. Although the Empire's civilians had to work 14 to 16 hours a day. But everything in the world has pros and cons, just as losing the hardship of being a beast of burden will inevitably bring the joy of not being a beast of burden. The high-intensity work of the Empire unleashed terrifying productivity. Almost before the Titan Empire was driven out of the Maya-Kato planet, several industrial planets had already gone into full production, manufacturing all war-related materials. In just over half a month, these industrial planets produced nearly 100 million Blitz bombers. At the same time, there were also large quantities of individual weapons and ammunition. The people of the star system seemed to have developed post-war stress disorder, and began to frantically arm their planets. Even inspired by the Greenskins' combat moon, 2 industrial planets had already begun to construct rocket thrusters and giant cannon arrays in abandoned mine pits deeper than ocean trenches. In addition, a large number of surface artillery arrays and planetary defense weapons were also repaired under the command of the Magos and Forge Masters. When the Evil Sun's fleet appeared over these industrial planets, they were immediately locked onto and attacked by the planetary defense system. 0011, 001, 00111. On Maya-Kyoto Industrial Planet 3, within an Adeptus Mechanicus cathedral built from sturdy materials like metal and stone, technology and religious mysticism intertwined. Solemn binary hymns echoed through every corner of the cathedral. In the central hall, a colossal mechanical chandelier hung high, emitting cold blue or orange-red light. The walls on both sides were embedded with glowing crystals or energy pipes, illuminating the corridors. The side halls displayed various ancient mechanical devices, weapons, and armor, as well as murals and holographic projections depicting the history and doctrines of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Beep beep beep. However, amidst the solemn hymns, some discordant alarm sounds were exceptionally jarring. In front of the massive mechanical altar stood a Magos, clad in the red robes of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his feet replaced by metallic crawling limbs, and holding a cogwheel scepter. Connected to his back were two servo skulls, and various data streamed rapidly through their red mechanical eyes. Holy oil candles on the altar burned with a dim, yellow glow, and various data cables, mechanical components, and technological relics were picked up by the Magos from the altar and connected to himself. Sacred binary prayers circulated almost non-stop in his mechanical brain. First chime of the Great Bell, check energy, adjust laser array. Second chime of the Great Bell, begin charging, assess threat, lock on enemy ship. Third chime of the Great Bell, listen to the hymn of the Omnissiah. When the last prayer emanated from the Magos's mechanical voice emitter. On the surface, dense laser macro cannon arrays simultaneously unleashed deafening roars. In the sky, a large number of greenskin drop pods, which were still descending, were instantly incinerated into dust under the barrage of these dense laser weapon arrays. Immediately after, several Evil Sun's warships approaching this industrial planet were simultaneously struck by hundreds, even thousands, of laser beams, and were destroyed and detonated in the silent vacuum of space. Watching the beams of light shoot into the sky, the Magos, who at this moment had connected his body to the entire planetary weapon array, felt an indescribable sense of beauty. He even felt as if he heard the Omnissiah's affirmation and praise. However, as an ordinary Magos, if not for several auxiliary devices from the dark age of technology, Miklius's internal processor would have been incapable of simultaneously controlling so many weapon arrays. In fact, with the computational overload, a burning smell was already emanating from Miklius, and his mechanical parts and information processor began to alarm, flashing with blue electrical arcs. Like most peripheral magi, Miklius was not highly regarded within the Adeptus Mechanicus of the Gothic sector, he was merely a minor figure. As an outstanding individual who had emerged from a forge world after 60 years of simulations and 30 years of rigorous examinations, Miklius was naturally unwilling to be a mere cog in a forge world. Indeed, just thinking about it, Miklius felt it was an insult and a blasphemy to his knowledge. Thus, this proud Magos piloted his spaceship, bringing with him all the data he could carry, and arrived at the Myakido star system, which had just been colonized by the Imperium at that time. After conversing with the first Governor Kato of Myakido, the two almost immediately hit it off. Governor Kato provided Miklius with an undeveloped barren planet, and Miklius promised to provide unconditional technical support to the entire Myakido for the next 60 years. Although 270 years had passed, Planet 3 could still only be called an industrial planet, yet every brick and tile on the planet was almost entirely Miklius's painstaking effort. Furthermore, the planetary forge, under construction for over 100 years, was nearing completion, regardless of the Titan Empire's invasion or the sudden appearance of the Greenskins. Both had caused Miklius incalculable losses. Cult Mechanicus. Kill all greenskins on the planet's surface for me. After a concentrated fire destroyed the greenskin warships above Planet 3. Miklius, dragging his severely damaged body, rapidly deployed a series of commands within his mechanical brain. Dozens of Warhound-class Titans, which Miklius had accumulated through frugality, were reactivated. At the same time, on the planet's surface, a large number of servitors, who were originally supposed to be tightening bolts in factories, now had cheap weapons installed on their arms and were sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. In addition, a small number of Cult Mechanicus Skitarii, clad in red robes with 80% of their bodies mechanically enhanced, began to utilize terrain advantages to snipe high-value units of the Evil Suns. Their galvanic rifles were more powerful than the Imperial Guard's lasguns. Often, just one shot was enough to tear a large hole in an orc boys. In the sky, stormboys with rockets on their backs, surrounded by formations of Death Dreads and greenskin fighter-bombers, engaged in dogfights with lightning fighters responsible for ground-to-air defense. Whaik! Damn it, what in the world is happening? After shooting the head off a greenskin rushing towards her, Mitchens frowned, looking at the tide-like greenskins on the street outside the governor's palace. However, no one had time to answer Mitchens's question. On the streets, panicked civilians were shouting and fleeing everywhere. The recently recruited planetary defense force, under the command of a Kadai officer, frantically constructed defensive fortifications. As an established clan, the Evil Sun's warships were crammed with greenskins, they dropped large numbers of greenskins onto almost all planets simultaneously. Meanwhile, on the fringe planet, Lu Mang exerted force with both hands, directly flipping over an Evil Sun's roaring tank. But then even more Evil Sun's boys swarmed forward. Their weapons struck Lu Mang's body, yet they couldn't even scratch the bio-armor on Lu Mang. Facing these Evil Sun's boys who seemed impossible to kill, even Lu Mang felt a bit annoyed. Just as Lu Mang was considering whether he should just use his Yaoic energy to clear the area, a roar echoed from afar. Immediately after, Lu Mang saw a greenskin boss, over 7 meters tall, driving a massive war vehicle, charging towards him. In front of him, whether Evil Sun's boys or orc, those who couldn't dodge were directly crushed by the death roller on his war wagon. Just as this behemoth, twice the size of a truck, was less than 100 meters away, Lu Mang raised his hand and directly used his Yaoic energy to send it flying. Yaik. Although the vehicle was overturned, the green-skinned boss driving it got up from the ground unharmed. He grinned, challenging Lu Meng. Yaik. Looking at the orc Big Mech, who was 2 meters taller than him, Lu Meng instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Greenskin Boss, Orcus Greenskin Captain. Level, 56. Age, 376 years old. Strength, 210 plus 190. Speed, 170 plus 140. Constitution, 224 plus 270 HP, 17,013/17013. Defense, 306 plus 320. Skills, War Roar, Beast Instinct, Driving Mastery, Car Repair. Passive, Savage Growth, Gork's Fist, Iron Hide. Equipment, Repaired Ceramite Power Armor Epic, Melta Hand Cannon Rare, Invincible Steel Jaw Power Claw Epic. Looking at his opponent's HP, which was over 10,000, and all attributes nearly twice as high as his own, Lu Meng couldn't help but become interested. One must know that, besides AA, who was a gifted Alpha Psychers, this orc was definitely the strongest being Lu Meng had ever seen in terms of all attributes. At the same time, Lu Meng also had to sigh. Oh, he's almost 400 years old. That's definitely considered long-lived among greenskins, isn't it? However, just as Lu Meng was sizing up the orc, Orcus, seeing Lu Meng motionless, thought he was intimidated and charged directly at him. The battle between the two bosses naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding greenskin boys, but just as Orcus was less than 5 meters from Lu Meng, the greenskin boys didn't see Lu Meng move much, and Orcus, who was more than half a head taller than Lu Meng, was thrown flying. It wasn't that Lu Meng used Yaik energy, in fact, Lu Meng did try to use Yaik energy, but it failed. Although the orc did not have the Yaik energy talent, the Yaik energy emanating from the surrounding Evil Sun's greenskin boys all converged on this greenskin boss, making him immune to most psychic attacks. Turning around, Lu Meng looked at the orc boss, who had fallen face first with his butt sticking up. Lu Meng made a gesture with one hand, a gesture most hated by Koreans. Hey, you there, little one, although you're older than me, I'm still a little bit stronger than you. Hearing Lu Meng's taunt from behind, the orc boss, feeling he had lost face, quickly got up from the ground and glared fiercely at the surrounding greenskin boys, as if saying, "Let me see which little ones were watching me make a fool of myself just now. I have a unique memory erasure technique." Seeing their boss looking over, the Evil Sons, who had been watching the battle, immediately turned their heads away. However, the Duchin clan little ones were not so polite, grinning widely and offering sincere mockery. This completely enraged the beast. He violently activated his power claw, directly lifting a several-ton boulder beside him and throwing it at the mocking Duchin little ones in the distance. Several Duchin clan little ones quickly dodged, but some hot-headed little ones also picked up rocks from the ground and began to retaliate. Because most of what the greenskins used were solid bullets, almost all greenskin boys, except for those dirty gun bosses who were particularly good at shooting and would carry a few extra magazines, would use their big guns as fire pokers after firing a single clip. So, by now, most of the Duchin clan little ones had already run out of ammunition. Even some venom blade tanks, after exhausting their shells, were directly used as bumper cars by the speed freaks. For a moment, rocks flew everywhere, making Lu Meng want to cover his face. Because no matter how Lu Meng looked at it, these greenskins looked like a bunch of monkeys fighting. The rock-throwing game quickly ended, not because there were no more rocks, but because the Evil Sun's little ones, realizing their boss was being targeted, immediately joined the battle. At the same time, Lu Meng stealthily circled behind the orc boss and tapped on his butt. "Holy crap, it really is welded shut. How do you poop then? Could it be that you just poop in your pants?" Feeling the anomaly behind him, the orc boss activated his power claw and turned around with a mighty swing, but it hit nothing. At the same time, Lu Meng, who had already run 100 meters away, took a deep breath and, using Yaik energy, roared at the top of his lungs. "Hey, come and see, I found out that the Evil Sun's boss couldn't hold his poop and pooped in his pants, hey!" Lu Meng's shout, almost at twice the speed of sound, swept across the entire planet's surface, so much so that the Evil Sons and Duchin little ones, who had been fighting to the death, were momentarily confused. "What? Did I hear that right just now? Our boss couldn't hold his poop and pooped in his pants." An Evil Sun's orc Big Mech, still clashing with a Duchin little one, could hardly believe his ears. But a Duchin clan little one, wearing a suit of iron armor, kindly reminded him. "Hey, you didn't hear wrong. I heard it too just now. Your boss couldn't hold his poop and pooped in his pants. Our boss said that those who often sell their butts will not be able to hold their poop when they get old." "Sell butts? What's that?" The confused Evil Sun's Big Mech looked at the Duchin little one opposite him. "Hey, I can tell right away that you don't understand our greenskin history." So this Duchin little one began to tell this Evil Sun's Big Mech some of the official greenskin history he had heard and seen on the green voice. Looking at the clear yet foolish eyes of the Evil Sun's Big Mech opposite him, this Duchin clan little one immediately felt his own erudition. "He, I'm so awesome, I'm going to put my hands on my hips for a bit. By the way, are you still fighting?" "Fight? Our boss can't even hold his poop, why would I fight?" Just then, the Evil Sun's Big Mech, who had been fighting to the death with the Duchin orc, immediately threw away his great big choppa and ran to a scrapped green-skinned big truck not far away, starting to tinker with it. This action seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Some Evil Sun's little ones, who had their fill of fighting and suddenly felt that their boss was too weak to even hold his shit and not yaik at all, also put away their weapons and began to collect parts they were interested in on the battlefield. The Duchinch clan little ones who witnessed this scene were all bewildered. An orc who couldn't find anyone to fight with no sense of boundaries, approached these evil sons little ones. Hey, what are you picking up all this junk for? Junk. An orc big mech, who was dismantling the engine from a scrapped venom blade tank, looked at this Duchinch orc wearing grey power armor, with a giant power claw on one arm and a chainsaw great sword in the other hand, and couldn't help but swallow enviously. Hey? Why didn't I notice earlier how well equipped these little ones on the other side are? However, just as the evil son's big mech was looking at the Duchinch orc's equipment and pondering, the Duchinch orc, who hadn't gotten a response, grew impatient. Hey, tell me, why are you picking up all this junk? Damn it, you piss poor little one, you're talking nonsense. This is junk. What, are your clan's vehicles that good? Saying that, this evil son's big mech patted the venom blade tank's engine and spoke with great pride. Look, it's a 99% new good. I've never seen an engine this new. What, are your clan's vehicle engines better than this? What you're dismantling right now is our clan's vehicle. What? Suddenly, several other evil sons little ones who were still busy dismantling also looked at the big guy they were dismantling, and after confirming that this vehicle and the Duchinch orc beside it were painted with the same grey paint, tears of envy flowed from the corners of their mouths. No, what's your clan's name? Why are you so rich? Looking at the envious gazes of the surrounding evil sons little ones, this Duchinch orc immediately felt superior, and very showily took off his power helmet, revealing a colorful mohawk that appeared in the eyes of all the evil sons little ones. In fact, hairy squig are relatively rare in orc society. Most orcs who have the means only bother to put one or two on their heads as decoration. Furthermore, hairy squig vary in rarity depending on their color, and in orc society, a rare-colored hairy squig can even sell for thousands, or even tens of thousands of teeth. This shows how eye-catching the rainbow on the Duchinch orc's head was. Some evil sons little ones who were still chopping at Duchinch orc in the distance couldn't even move their eyes after glimpsing the colorful mohawk. Motherfucker, it's simply mesmerizing for an orc. That was the first thought in the minds of these evil sons little ones. However, the Duchinch clan little ones were already used to this, so much so that some unscrupulous Duchinch orc directly took the opportunity to pull the distracted evil sons little ones to the ground. Looking at the evil sons little ones blinded by his colorful mohawk, the Duchinch orc very contentedly took out a dozen fungal cigars from a small box on his back and distributed them around. Then, using a small flamethrower on his power claw, he lit the cigar in his hand and took a deep puff. We're not really that rich, are we? For little ones like me, the boss gives us 2 big teeth a day. Look at everything I'm wearing, it's all given by our boss. Like what you're dismantling, we have plenty of those. If they break, our boss just gives us new ones. Seeing the extremely envious expressions of the surrounding evil sons little ones, the Duchinch orc's voice gradually grew louder, as if he was afraid that some orc wouldn't know he was showing off. Does your clan still need orcs? An evil son's little one who felt like he had been splashed in the face tentatively asked. At the same time, this evil son's little one also made up his mind, if the little one opposite dared to say no, then they would definitely rob him of everything today, even pulling off the squig on his head and wearing it themselves. However, the Duchinch orc still boasted, yes, our boss said that any little one who joins our Duchin gets 2 sets of Duchin military uniforms, plus a big gun and a chainsaw greatsword, and big mech even get power claws now. Subdued follower *1. Subdued follower *1. Subdued follower *1. What's going on? Lu Meng, who had dodged another attack from the opposing evil son's boss with a flash, suddenly received a series of notifications and was a bit bewildered. However, facing Lu Meng, who was smaller than himself and always dodging, the evil son's boss, now completely enraged, suddenly grabbed a handful of sticky stuff from his butt and threw it at Lu Meng's face. Holy shit! The dark, shit-like substance rapidly approached. Lu Meng instinctively wanted to dodge, but then suddenly remembered that it was just biomass, so a very absurd idea appeared in Lu Meng's mind. Lu Meng didn't dodge or evade, letting the ball of biomass hit his bioarmor helmet. Seeing this, the evil son's boss opposite immediately roared excitedly, "Yaik!" At the same time, he reached for his butt again, and wrapped his fists with the biomass from his butt, letting out an ominous hee hee hee. Damn it, playing with shit, are we? Then I'll give you a big one too. Looking at the evil son's boss, who had biomass clinging to his fists and was charging at him, Lu Meng held his hands level at his chest. Hai! Gork and Mork's diarrhea. Instantly, a large amount of biomass gushed from Lu Meng's hands, forming a biomass water column over 10 meters wide, directly blasting the charging evil son's boss away. When the evil son's boss climbed out of the biomass mud again, the entire orc seemed to have been broken, sitting in the biomass and stunned for more than 10 seconds. Some evil son's little ones and Duchinch orc who were also affected looked grim, but soon some evil son's little ones discovered the key point. Hey? Why doesn't this shit smell? Saying that, this little one even grabbed a handful and sniffed it, and finally even tasted it. Hey, this isn't shit. The evil son's little one's cry reached the evil son's boss's ears, as if opening a door to dawn. But soon a discordant voice sounded, and a Duchinch orc retorted, who said this isn't shit? This is shit. But it doesn't smell. It doesn't smell? Isn't that normal? Don't forget what our boss shouted, Gork and Mork's diarrhea, do you know what that means? This is Gork and Mork's shit, of course it doesn't smell. Hehe, not only does it not smell, our clan's mushrooms are all ripened with Gork and Mork's shit, and they grow super fast, so our Duchinj clan little ones are blessed by Gork, Mork, Yanji, Huangji, Wag, Xig, Kongji, Mengji, and a host of other big shots from birth. Looking at the orc beside him, who was spouting nonsense with a serious expression. The evil sons, who had tasted a bit of biomass, suddenly blurted out, "Hey? Then aren't you little ones raised on shit?" Upon hearing the evil son's question, almost instantly, the other evil sons nearby burst into boisterous laughter. "What the hell are you talking about?" Just as the surrounding Duchin's faces darkened, Lu Mang appeared in front of this evil sons with a Yaoic energy warp. Seeing their boss suddenly appear, the evil sons who had been mocking immediately fell silent. After all, they weren't stupid, just now, their own boss had been played like a Gretchen by the other boss. However, Lu Mang had no intention of letting this evil sons off easily. Lu Mang grabbed a handful of biomass and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Shit. The evil sons, who was suddenly questioned, looked bewildered and tentatively spoke. "Wrong. This isn't ordinary shit, this is the shit Gork and Mork took. Do you know how precious the shit those two old ones took is? So, you just ate shit, right?" Lu Mang approached with a fierce expression, staring at the evil sons in front of him. Stared at by Lu Mang, the evil sons felt uncomfortable all over and nodded. "Very good, you actually ate our shit, so that will be 500,000 teeth." Ah. Upon hearing Lu Mang's asking price, the evil son's voice went up 8 octaves. Aren't you bullying an honest green-skin boy? Holy cow, what, you think it's expensive? If you think it's expensive, I think it's even more expensive. You don't even look at how these are all from greenhouses, no, these are all the shit Gork and Mork took. 500,000 teeth, what's wrong with that? Where is it expensive? Many times, think about your own reasons. Have you been working hard by your boss's side all these years? Has your salary increased? Hey, what are you doing? Where is it expensive? Don't talk nonsense, I'm really fed up. Our great Duchin clan has its own national conditions, okay? So, quickly give the teeth. Lu Mang lifted this evil sons as if he were lifting a small chick. The evil sons looked fearfully at Lu Mang, who was staring at him, then turned his head to look at his own boss, who was still emo in the distance. With a fierce resolve, he punched himself twice in the cheek, and then several blood-stained teeth were pulled from his mouth by this evil sons. Resistance was impossible, he couldn't win, and his boss was unreliable. The evil sons felt a burst of motherfucker in his heart. The evil sons, holding his teeth, looked resigned, blood oozing from his mouth as he mumbled indistinctly. "I only have these teeth." That expression, that meaning, was very much like a customer who had eaten without paying. "Anyway, this is it, either kill me." However, in response, Lu Mang threw this evil sons onto the ground. "I'll give you 2 choices." Saying that, a large choppa suddenly appeared in Lu Mang's hand and he threw it in front of the evil sons. "First, you rip open your belly for me to see how many bowls of noodles you ate. Second, you become my underling from now on. I will waive your 500,000 teeth loan, and I'll give you 2 barrels of peanut oil, plus a chain choppa, a long-barreled big gun, and a set of green-skin boy power armor." Upon hearing the choices Lu Mang offered, the evil sons, who had already picked up the large choppa, immediately put it down again. Immediately after, the surrounding evil sons saw this evil son stand up at once and bow 90 degrees. "Boss. Subdue underling *1. As the shrimp proverb says, he who knows the times is a wise man. You're a good kid, I have high hopes for you." As he spoke, Lu Mang patted the evil sons on the shoulder, and with a flick of his left hand, a large handful of teeth appeared, along with a set of Duchin military uniform, a brand new chain choppa, and a rotary big gun. "Hey, boss, why do I suddenly feel an itch in my philtrum? It's like something's about to grow out." The evil sons, now in a Duchin military uniform, immediately stood behind Lu Mang, looking exactly like a traitor. However, seeing the evil sons, who had suddenly changed his attire and instantly upgraded, the other evil sons nearby exchanged glances, immediately grabbed the biomass on the ground, and shoved it into their mouths. "Damn it, we were all poor, but this pissing kid, after taking one bite, immediately got new equipment. They all say Greenskin Boy have gold beneath their knees, today is the day that gold is cashed in." Instantly, the evil sons who had been fighting with the Duchin rushed towards Lu Mang, clutching biomass. "Boss! Boss! Captain!" For a moment, all sorts of titles were called out. "Subdue underling *1. Subdue Big Mech *1. Subdue underling *1. Subdue Yaoic energy kid *1. This scene, witnessed by the evil son's boss sitting in the biomass in the distance, was nothing short of NTR, and the kind of NTR that happens right in front of him. And so, the evil son's boss once again climbed to his feet, roaring, "Yaoic!" and charged towards Lu Mang. "Hey, big brother, wait a moment, listen to me explain, your underling first." However, before Lu Mang could finish speaking, the evil son's boss had already charged close to Lu Mang again, then directly slammed into Lu Mang with a Iron Mountain lean. In response, Lu Mang merely took half a step back, raised his hand to grab the evil son's boss's shoulder, then spun his body, throwing the evil son's boss out again. When the evil son's boss stopped, he turned his head, bewildered, to look at Lu Meng behind him. At this moment, Lu Meng had his hands on his hips and said smugly, "This is Tai Chi, little one." Yaaik. Facing Lu Meng's taunts, the evil sun's boss remained silent, only continuing to charge at Lu Meng. In fact, by now, Lu Meng had somewhat had enough of playing. So, when the evil sun's boss turned around again and pounced on him, trying to hug Lu Meng whole and strangle him to death. The surrounding greenskin boys saw Lu Meng take a running start, squat down, and slide tackle. Lu Meng kicked the evil sun's boss in the chest, directly sending him stumbling. At the same time, the evil sun's boss's power claw reached forward and grabbed Lu Meng's ankle. Just as the sharp claws of the epic power claw firmly clamped onto Lu Meng's ankle, Lu Meng directly performed a Yaaik energy warp, appearing behind the evil sun's boss. Although the Yaaik energy on the evil sun's boss was exceptionally dense at this moment, even capable of nullifying some psychic magic, Lu Meng's use of Yaaik energy to enhance himself was not restricted in the slightest. Chapter 118 Beast. Yaaik. Lu Meng finally faced him head-on, and the evil sun's boss's eyes widened like brass bells, his heart burning with rage and a surging desire to fight. At the same time, he kept letting out low growls. In fact, in the evil sun's boss's opinion, if it weren't for the shorty on the other side always dodging and hiding, he would have been able to tear him down with just one blow. But for some reason, the shorty on the other side could always throw him flying. "Do you dare to fight me head-on?" In response to the evil sun's boss's provocation, Lu Meng simply hooked his finger. This flippant gesture once again made the evil sun's boss's blood rush, and then the evil sun's boss lunged forward again, wielding his power claw. However, just as Lu Meng was about to engage him in a head-on clash, the evil sun's boss, like a giant war beast, suddenly threw a handful of sand at Lu Meng's face. Holy crap! Lu Meng truly hadn't expected that move. So much so that when Lu Meng wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The evil sun's boss's fist, as big as a wash basin, directly struck Lu Meng's chest, and the violent force instantly sent Lu Meng's entire greenskin body flying backward. Critical hit, 1000. Remaining HP, 43,040/45,000. Lu Meng's flying body slammed into a scrapped roaring tank dozens of meters away. The already riddled vehicle body, upon contact with Lu Meng, sank even further. At the same time, the bio-armor on Lu Meng's chest also cracked in pieces from the evil sun's boss's hateful punch. However, just as Lu Meng was about to get up, the evil sun's boss rushed to Lu Meng's front. In the dust cloud raised by the evil sun's boss, the dim sunlight penetrated the floating sand in midair, shining on the evil sun's boss's back, making his tall body appear like a demon god at this moment. Holy crap! Almost without giving Lu Meng a moment to react, the evil sun's boss, who had run close to Lu Meng, once again raised his wash basin-sized fist and aimed it at Lu Meng's face. Bang, 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 amidst the yellow sand, the scrapped roaring tank groaned under the evil sun's boss's iron fist, unable to bear the weight. And the corpse under the evil sun's boss's fist was now a bloody mess from the evil sun's boss's iron fist, so much so that its armor was stuck to its flesh and blood. Wait. Armor. As the dust slowly settled, the evil sun's boss instinctively sensed something was wrong. But at this moment, a greeting came from his subordinate beside him. He, boss, are you tired of fighting? Have some mushroom wine. Facing his subordinate's flattery, the evil sun's boss reached out without raising his head and took the thermos cup handed to him by a subordinate. However, just as the evil sun's boss was about to take a few sips, he suddenly found that the mushroom wine in the cup had turned into viscous biomass. At the same time, Lu Meng's clear voice came from below him again. Hey, you don't even have the strength to hit people, yet you come out pretending to be an orc boss. When the evil sun's boss looked down, he saw Lu Meng lying there perfectly fine in the spot where a corpse had just been. The evil sun's boss instinctively raised his fist and struck at Lu Meng below him again. However, with a wave of Yaaik energy, Lu Meng disappeared again, and when he reappeared, Lu Meng was already standing behind the evil sun's boss. In fact, it was also Lu Meng who had just handed the biomass to the evil sun's boss, as early as when the evil sun's boss had disregarded martial ethics and rushed over to punch. Lu Meng had used Yaaik energy to swap places with an evil sun's. Just as the evil sun's boss swung his fist into empty air again, the beastly intuition from his own passive ability made the evil sun's boss suddenly feel his butt clench. So much so that the evil sun's boss instinctively wanted to turn and dodge, but it was already too late. Lu Meng, holding a shrimp power claw nearly 2 meters long, suddenly squatted down and performed a salty fish thrust. Ha! Ninja secret art, true power claw 1000 years of death. Instantly, the power claw, wrapped in electric arcs, smoothly pierced through the power armor protection on the evil sun's boss's butt. Pfft! The long sword entered 3 inches into his body, and blood flowed out along the gaps in the power armor, dripping onto the ground along the blade. Yaaik. The injured evil sun's boss immediately put on a pained expression and let out a painful roar. But just as the evil sun's boss wanted to ignore his injuries and turn to counterattack, Lu Meng seemed to sense it, exerting force with both hands, causing the power claw to slide in another inch. This made the evil sun's boss instantly clench his legs in pain, preventing the foreign object from entering deeper into his body. Thus, a spectacular scene occurred. Almost all the evil suns still Yaaking on the battlefield saw their boss comically clenching his legs, sticking out his butt, while his power claw on his right hand kept flailing behind him. And behind their boss, the Deutschen clan's boss was currently vigorously poking their boss's butt with a short power claw. Even to avoid his boss's attacks, the Deutschen boss kept adjusting his position, while his boss, due to the power claw, could only be pushed around by the Deutschen boss. The Evil Sun's boss, afflicted with the bleeding status by Lu Meng, began to exhaust his stamina in endless circling. At the same time, the HP 10 text above his head kept flickering. Ha ha ha, just as there are fishermen who reel in fish, today I, Lu Meng, reel in a green skin. How do you know that after work today, I went fishing by the river with colleagues and caught a carp weighing over 3 jin? In the endless circling, the Evil Sun's boss also thought about breaking free from the current awkward situation, but no matter if the Evil Sun's boss ran forward or to the left or right, trying to pull out the power claw from his body, the dog-like thing behind him always pursued relentlessly. Gradually, the Evil Sun's boss felt his body becoming heavier and heavier, until finally, the entire green skin fell to the ground, still sticking out his butt. Seeing this, Lu Meng did not pull out the power claw, instead, he pushed hard, causing the entire blade to plunge in. Then Lu Meng patted the Evil Sun's boss's butt. Congratulations, you really can't hold your shit now, you've become a rotten crotch. Immediately after, a huge power axe appeared in Lu Meng's hand, and as Lu Meng raised and brought down the axe, the huge head of the Evil Sun's boss was chopped off by Lu Meng. Killed, Orc Boss Arco's Greenskin Captain. Level, 56. Obtained, Teeth * 56000000. Obtained, Experience * 60000000. Obtained, Gork's Fist Passive, Croc Gene Beast, War Roar. Chapter 119 The victory is decided. Gork's old fist passive description, my fists have been blessed by Gork, and they hit harder than other little ones. Gork's old fist, attacks deal 40% true damage and have a 20% chance to trigger a critical hit. Croc Gene Beast description, you are a lucky tech boy, for you have returned to your ancestors. War Roar description, your roar can increase the morale of the little ones around you, and also make your little ones stronger. War Roar, little ones who hear the roar gain plus 200% morale, plus 5 to all attributes, and there is a very small chance to trigger I reckon which allows originally scrapped weapons to still function. Listening to the series of prompts in his mind, Lu Meng felt that what interested him most was the second one, Croc Gene. But before that, Lu Meng had to stop his little ones from fighting each other. After all, in Lu Meng's view, the opposing orc boss had already been defeated, so why weren't the opposing little ones quickly surrendering? However, reality slapped Lu Meng hard. Just as Lu Meng raised the Evil Sun's boss's head and roared at the surroundings. Some Evil Suns who felt Lu Meng was very yaaiaic indeed laid down their weapons. But the vast majority of Evil Suns in the sky, piloting greenskin bombers and various strange vehicles, directly turned around and fled. At the same time, the news of their orc boss's death was brought by these fleeing little ones to the Evil Sun's fleet. In fact, greenskins rarely use weapons similar to Imperial Cyclone torpedoes, which can directly destroy an entire planet. Because greenskins inherently crave combat in close quarters melee, if the enemy is directly blown up with one shot, what's the point? But the little ones of the Dujin clan are different, their warships truly have such terrifying weapons. When they discovered that almost one of these could directly blow up the opposing greenskin cruiser into pieces, the tech tyrant kids excitedly modified it. Then, they led a group of excited orcs board assault boats modified from cyclone torpedoes and charge out. At the same time, inside the Dujin clan's warships, a large number of Evil Suns, who had directly piloted their vehicles and boarded the Dujin clan's warships, also engaged in a fierce battle with the Dujin clan's little ones. The orcs, carrying sky-burning sea-boiling flame slag flamethrowers, sprayed flames wantonly like fire demons. Often, just 2 pyromaniac little ones were enough to burn all the Evil Suns in an entire corridor, along with their vehicles, into charcoal. In addition, some greenskin dreadnoughts, into which orc big mechs were inserted, became even greater killing machines. Their heavy armor protection allowed them to be immune to most rocket launchers and small caliber weapon attacks. Just one dreadnought charge, and the opposing Evil Suns would be directly crushed into meat paste by the greenskin dreadnought. But soon, some Evil Suns found a way to deal with these dreadnoughts. So, Evil Suns, each holding a tank busta-hammer, charged at the greenskin dreadnoughts while they were charging. The so-called tank busta-hammer, as the name suggests, is a large hammer that can directly blow up a tank. They are usually produced by tech boys, and their main components are a relatively straight metal stick. A bent one will also do if necessary, and a powerful missile. The tech boys would casually weld the two together and finally hand them over to the tank busta little ones. As the tank busta hammer collided with the greenskin dreadnought, with a boom, flames enveloped both the tank busta little ones and the greenskin dreadnought. When the flames dissipated, the tank busta little ones had been blown into charred corpses, and a large hole had been blown into the greenskin dreadnought's body. However, just as the greenskins were happily boarding each other's ships and engaging in ship-to-ship combat, some Evil Suns whose captains had died directly turned their warships around and left the battlefield. Without an orc boss, the greenskins, though not entirely leaderless, would not submit to anyone. Some orc bosses, hearing that their orc boss had died, instinctively wanted to leave temporarily and find other Evil Suns fleets. And some thoughtful orc bosses had a thought, I reckon, the orc boss is dead, now I am the new orc boss. Without the suppression of the Evil Suns boss, the Evil Suns greenskins almost instantly split into 3 factions. One faction was purely caught up in the fight, not caring who died, just wanting to yaaiaiaic to their heart's content today. Some quietly left, euphemistically saying, you guys stay put, we'll go find other Evil Suns little ones to help. As for the last type, little ones, set sail. From today onwards, we are the new Evil Suns fleet. These orc bosses who voluntarily broke away from the main force and chose to start their own ventures were not few. If they are lucky enough to successfully plunder a few shrimp or alien planets, and develop for 100 or so years, then they will become a brand new Evil Sun's fleet. Of course, during this period, they might also establish their own factions, which is one of the reasons why greenskins are endlessly regenerating. Meanwhile, on these departing Evil Sun's warships, the orcs who were still boarding were completely unaware. These orcs would either be assimilated by the Evil Sun's little ones or be killed by them. Of course, counter-killing is not impossible, as that is the charm of boarding. To seize the enemy's warship at a very small cost. However, with nearly half of the warships suddenly fleeing, the remaining Evil Suns immediately appeared somewhat outnumbered and gradually tended to be surrounded by the Dujin clan warships. Especially those meteorite ships following behind the Evil Suns, they themselves lacked the long-range strike weapons found on greenskin warships. After being surrounded by the Dujin clan's warships, they had almost no other means of attack besides continuously sending out large numbers of assault boats for boarding. But even so, they did not surrender easily. In response, the little ones of the Dujin clan were not polite, directly using macro cannons and lances to bombard these Evil Suns warships and meteorite ships. Facing this situation, similar to World War I, where warships exchanged artillery fire, both sides almost did not dodge or evade, simply fighting to see who would collapse first. At the same time, the huge combat moon also joined the battlefield and directly withstood the dense artillery fire of the Evil Sun's fleet, launching the Dujin clan's lightning boarding attack. Instantly, a large number of Evil Sun's warships, which had originally been exchanging fire with the Dujin clan's warships, were directly scattered like billiard balls on a pool table by the combat moon.